What poor an instrument may do a noble deed. He brings me liberty. My resolution's placed, and I have nothing of woman in me. Now from head to foot I am marble constant. Now the fleeting moon. No planet is of mine. Enter guardsman and clown with a basket. Guardsman. This is the man. Cleopatra. Avoid, and leave him. Exit guardsman. Hast thou the pretty worm of Nilus there? That kills and pains not? Clown. Truly, I have him, but I would not be the party that should desire you to touch him, for his biting is immortal. Those that do die of it do seldom or never recover. Cleopatra. Remember'st thou any that have died on't? Clown. Very many, men and women too. I heard of one of them no longer than yesterday, a very honest woman, but something given to lie, as a woman should not do, but in the way of honesty how she died of the biting of it, what pain she felt. Truly she makes a very good report, oth worm. But he that will believe all that they say shall never be saved by half that they do. But this is most fallible, the worm's an odd worm. Cleopatra. Get thee hence. Farewell. Clown. I wish you all joy of the worm. Sets down the basket. Cleopatra. Farewell. Clown. You must think this, look you, that the worm will do his kind. Cleopatra. Farewell. Clown. Look you, the worm is not to be trusted, but in the keeping of wise people, for indeed there is no goodness in the worm. Cleopatra. Take thou no care, it shall be heated. Clown. Very good. Give it nothing, I pray you, for it is not worth the feeding. Cleopatra. Will it eat me? Clown. You must not think I am so simple, but I know the devil himself will not eat a woman. I know that a woman is a dish for the gods if the devil dress her not. But truly, these same Warrisan devils do the gods great harm in their women, for in every 10 that they make, the devils mar 5. Cleopatra. Well, get thee gone. Farewell. Clown. Yes, forsooth. I wish you joy, oth worm. Exit. Enter Iris with a robe, crown, and see. Cleopatra. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. Now no more. The juice of Egypt's grape shall moist this lip. Yare, good Iris, quick. Methinks I hear Antony call. I see him rouse himself to praise my noble act. I hear him mock the luck of Caesar, which the gods give men to excuse thereafter wrath. Husband, I come. Now to that name my courage prove my title. I am fire and air, my other elements I give to baser life. So, have you done? Come then, and take the last warmth of my lips. Farewell, kind Charmian. Iris, long farewell. Kisses them. Iris falls and dies. Have I the aspic in my lips? Dost fall? If thou and nature can so gently part. The stroke of death is as a lover's pinch, which hurts and is desired. Dost thou lie still? If thus thou vanishest, thou tell'st the world it is not worth leave taking. Charmian. Dissolve, thick cloud, and rain, that I may say the gods themselves do weep. Cleopatra. This proves me base. If she first meet the curled Antony, he'll make demand of her and spend that kiss, which is my heaven to have. Come, thou mortal wretch. To an asp, which she applies to her breast. With thy sharp teeth this knot intrinsicate. Of life at once untie. Poor venomous fool. Be angry and dispatch. Oh, couldst thou speak, that I might hear thee call great Caesar ass. Unpolicied. Charmian. O eastern star. Cleopatra. Peace, peace. Dost thou not see my baby at my breast? That sucks the nurse asleep? Charmian. Oh, break. Oh, break. Cleopatra. As sweet as balm, as soft as air, as gentle. O Antony. Nay, I will take thee too. Applying another asp to her arm. What should I stay? Dies. Charmian. In this vile world? So, fare thee well. Now boast thee, death, in thy possession lies. Alas, unparalleled. Downy windows, close. And golden Phobos never be beheld. Of eyes again so royal. Your crown's awry. I'll mend it and then play. Enter the guard rustling in. First guard. Where's the queen? Charmian. Speak softly. Wake her not. First guard. Caesar hath sent. Charmian. Too slow a messenger. Applies an asp. Oh, come apace, dispatch. I partly feel thee. First guard. Approach, ho. All's not well. Caesar's beguiled. Second guard. There's Dolabella sent from Caesar. Call him. First guard. What work is here, Charmian? Is this well done? Charmian. It is well done, and fitting for a princess. Descended of so many royal kings. Ah, soldier. Charmian dies. Enter Dolabella. Dolabella. How goes it here? Second guard. All dead. Dolabella. Caesar, thy thoughts. Touch their effects in this. Thyself art coming. To see performed the dreaded act which thou so sought'st to hinder. Enter Caesar and all his train, marching. All. Away there, away for Caesar. Dolabella. Oh sir, you are too sure an augurer. That you did fear is done. Caesar. Bravest at the last. She levelled at our purposes and, being royal, took her own way. The manner of their deaths. I do not see them bleed. Dolabella. Who was last with them? First guard. A simple countryman that brought her figs. This was his basket. Caesar. Poison then. First guard. O Caesar. This Charmian lived but now, she stood and spake. I found her trimming up the diadem. On her dead mistress, tremblingly she stood. And on the sudden dropped. Caesar. O noble weakness. If they had swallowed poison 'twould appear. By external swelling, but she looks like sleep. As she would catch another Antony. In her strong toil of grace. Dolabella. Here on her breast. There is a vent of blood and something blown. The like is on her arm. First guard. This is an aspic's trail, and these fig leaves have slime upon them, such as aspic leaves. Upon the caves of Nile. Caesar. Most probable. That so she died, for her physician tells me. She hath pursued conclusions infinite. Of easy ways to die. Take up her bed. And bear her women from the monument. She shall be buried by her Antony. No grave upon the earth shall clip in it. A pair so famous. High events as these. Strike those that make them, and their story is no less in pity than his glory which brought them to be lamented. Our army shall in solemn show attend this funeral. And then to Rome. Come, Dolabella, see. High order in this great solemnity. Excellent alms. As you like it. Dramatis personae. Duke, living in exile. Frederick, his brother, and usurper of his dominions. The means, lord attending on the banished duke. Jacques. Lobau, a courtier attending upon Frederick. Charles, wrestler to Frederick. Oliver, son of Sir Roland de Boys. Jacques. Orlando. Adam, servant to Oliver. Dennis. Touchstone, the court jester. Sir Oliver Martext, a vicar. Corin, shepherd. Silvius. William, a country fellow, in love with Audrey. A person representing Hymen. Rosalind, daughter to the banished duke. Celia, daughter to Frederick. Phoebe, a shepherd's. Audrey, a country wench. Lords, pages, foresters, and attendants. Scene. Oliver's house, Frederick's court, and the forest of Arden. Act I scene I orchard of Oliver's house. Enter Orlando and Adam. Orlando. As I remember, Adam, it was upon this fashion bequeathed me. By will but poor 1,000 crowns, and, as thou say'st, charged my brother on his blessing, to breed me well, and there begins my sadness. My brother Jacques he keeps at school, and report speaks goldenly of his profit. For my part, he keeps me rustically at home. Or, to speak more properly, stays me here at home unkept, for call you that keeping for a gentleman of my birth that differs not from the stalling of an ox. His horses are bred better, for, besides that, they are fair with their feeding, they are taught their manage, and to that end writers dearly hurried, but I, his brother, gain nothing under him but growth, for the which his animals on his dunghills are as much bound to him as I. Besides this nothing that he so plentifully gives me, the something that nature gave me his countenance seems to take from me. He lets me feed with his hinds. Bars me the place of a brother, and as much as in him lies, minds my gentility with my education. This is it, Adam, that grieves me, and the spirit of my father, which I think is within me, begins to mutiny. Against this servitude. I will no longer endure it, though yet I know no wise remedy how to avoid it. Enter Oliver. Adam. Yonder comes my master, your brother. Orlando. Go apart, Adam, and thou shalt hear how he will shake me. Up. Adam retires. Oliver. Now, sir. What make you here? Orlando. Nothing, I am not taught to make anything. Oliver. What mar you then, sir? Orlando. Marry, sir, I am helping you to mar that which God made, poor unworthy brother of yours, with idleness. Oliver. Marry, sir, be better employed, and be not a while. Orlando. Shall I keep your hogs, and eat husks with them? What? Prodigal portion have I spent that I should come to such penury? Oliver. Know you where you are, sir? Orlando. Oh, sir, very well, here in your orchard. Oliver. Know you before whom, sir? Orlando. Better than him I am before knows me. I know you are my eldest brother, and in the gentle condition of blood, you should so know me. The courtesy of nations allows you my better. In that you are the firstborn, but the same tradition takes not away my blood, were there 20 brothers betwixt us. I have as much of my father in me as you, albeit I confess your coming before me is nearer to his reverence. Oliver. What, boy? Strikes him. Orlando. Come, come, elder brother, you are too young in this. Oliver. Wilt thou lay hands on me, villain? Orlando. I am no villain, I am the youngest son of Sir Roland. Boys. He was my father, and he is thrice a villain that says such. A father begot villains. Wert thou not my brother, I would not take this hand from thy throat till this other had pull it out thy tongue for saying so. Thou has railed on thyself. Adam. Coming forward, sweet masters, be patient, for your fathers' remembrance, be it accord. Oliver. Let me go, I say. Orlando. I will not till I please, you shall hear me. My father charged you in his will to give me good education. You have trained me like a peasant, obscuring and hiding from me all gentlemanlike qualities. The spirit of my father grows strong in me, and I will no longer endure it, therefore allow me such exercises as may become a gentleman, or give me the poor. The lottery my father left me by testament, with that I will go buy my fortunes. Oliver. And what wilt thou do? Beg, when that is spent? Well, sir. Get you in. I will not long be troubled with you, you shall have some part of your will. I pray you leave me. Orlando. I no further offend you than becomes me for my good. Oliver. Get you with him, you old dog. Adam. Is old dog my reward? Most true, I have lost my teeth in your service. God be with my old master. He would not have spoke such a word. Excellent Orlando and Adam. Oliver. Is it even so? Begin you to grow upon me? I will physic your rankness, and yet give no 1,000 crowns neither. Holla. Dennis. Enter Dennis. Dennis. Calls your worship? Oliver. Not Charles, the Duke's wrestler, here to speak with me? Dennis. So please you, he is here at the door and importunes access to you. Oliver. Call him in. Exit Dennis, 'twill be a good way, and tomorrow the wrestling is. Enter Charles. Charles. Good morrow to your worship. Oliver. Good Monsieur Charles. What's the new news of the new court? Charles. There's no news of the court, sir, but the old news, that is, the old Duke is banished by his younger brother the new Duke. And 3 or 4 loving lords have put themselves into voluntary exile with him, whose lands and revenues enrich the new Duke. Therefore he gives them good leave to wander. Oliver. Can you tell if Rosalind, the Duke's daughter, be banished with her father? Charles. Oh, no, for the Duke's daughter, her cousin, so loves her, being ever from their cradles bred together, that she would have followed her exile, or have died to stay behind her. She is at the court, and no less beloved of her uncle than his own daughter, and never 2 ladies loved as they do. Oliver. Where will the old Duke live? Charles. They say he is already in the forest of Arden, and a many merry men with him, and there they live like the old Robin Hood of England. They say many young gentlemen flock to him every day and fleet the time carelessly, as they did in the golden world. Oliver. What, you wrestle tomorrow before the new Duke? Charles. Marry, do I, sir, and I came to acquaint you with a matter. I am given, sir, secretly to understand that your younger brother, Orlando, hath a disposition to come and disguise it against me to try a fall. Tomorrow, sir, I wrestle for my credit, and he That escapes me without some broken limb shall acquit him well. Your brother is but young and tender, and, for your love, I would be loath to foil him, as I must, for my own honor, if he come in, therefore, out of my love to you, I came hither to acquaint you withal, that either you might stay him from his intentment, or brook such disgrace well as he shall run into, in that it is thing of his own search and altogether against my will. Oliver. Charles, I thank thee for thy love to me, which thou shalt find I will most kindly requite. I had myself notice of my brother's purpose herein, and have by underhand means labored to dissuade him from it, but he is resolute. I'll tell thee. Charles, it is the stubbornest young fellow of France, full of ambition, an envious emulator of every man's good parts, a secret and villainous contriver against me his natural brother. Therefore use thy discretion. I had as lief thou didst break his neck as his finger. And thou wert best look taught, for if thou dost him any slight disgrace, or if he do not mightily grace himself on thee, he will practice against thee by poison, entrap thee by some treacherous device, and never leave thee till he hath tanned thy life by some indirect means or other, for, I assure thee, and almost with tears I speak it, there is not one so young and so villainous this day living. I speak but brotherly of him, but should I anatomize him to thee as he is, I must blush and weep, and thou must look pale and wonder. Charles, I am heartily glad I came hither to you. If he come tomorrow I'll give him his payment. If ever he go alone again, I'll never wrestle for prize more. And so, God keep your worship. Exit. Oliver. Farewell, good Charles. Now will I stir this gamester. I hope I shall see an end of him, for my soul, yet I know not why. Hates nothing more than he. Yet he's gentle, never schooled and yet learned, full of noble device, of all sorts enchantingly beloved, and, indeed, so much in the heart of the world, and especially of my own people, who best know him, that I am altogether misprized. But it shall not be so long, this wrestler shall clear all. Nothing remains but that I kindle the boy. Thither, which now I'll go about. Exit. Scene 2. A lawn before the Duke's palace. Enter Rosalind and Celia. Celia. I pray thee, Rosalind, sweet my cause, be merry. Rosalind. Dear Celia, I show more mirth than I am mistress of, and would you yet I were merrier? Unless you could teach me to forget. A banished father, you must not learn me how to remember any extraordinary pleasure. Celia. Herein I see thou lovest me not with the full weight that I love thee. If my uncle, thy banished father, had banished thy uncle, the Duke my father, so thou hadst been still with me, I could have taught my love to take thy father for mine, so wouldst thou, if the truth of thy love to me were so righteously tempered as mine is to thee. Rosalind. Well, I will forget the condition of my estate, too. Rejoice in yours. Celia. You know my father hath no child, but I, nor none is like to have, and, truly, when he dies thou shalt be his heir, for what he hath taken away from thy father perforce, I will render thee again in affection. By mine honor, I will, and when I break that oath, let me turn monster, therefore, my sweet Rose, my dear Rose, be merry. Rosalind. From henceforth I will cause and devise sports. Let me see, what think you of falling in love? Celia. Marry, I prithee, do, to make sport with thou, but love no man. In good earnest, nor no further in sport neither than with safety. Of a pure blush thou mayst in honor come off again. Rosalind. What shall be our sport, then? Celia. Let us sit and mock the good housewife fortune from her wheel, that her gifts may henceforth be bestowed equally. Rosalind. I would we could do so, for her benefits are mightily misplaced, and the bountiful blind woman doth most mistake in her gifts to women. Celia. 'Tis true, for those that she makes fair she scarce makes honest, and those that she makes honest she makes very ill-favoredly. Rosalind. Nay, now thou goest from fortune's office to nature's. Fortune reigns in gifts of the world, not in the lineaments of nature. Enter Touchstone. Celia. No, when nature hath made a fair creature, may she not by fortune fall into the fire? Though nature hath given us wit to flout at fortune, hath not fortune sent in this fool to cut off the argument? Rosalind. Indeed, there is fortune too hard for nature, when Fortune makes nature's natural the cutter off of nature's wit. Celia. Peradventure this is not fortune's work neither, but nature's, who perceiveth our natural wits too dull to reason of such goddesses, and hath sent this natural for our whetstone, for always the dullness of the fool is the whetstone of the wits. How? Now, wit. Whither wander you? Touchstone. Mistress, you must come away to your father. Celia. Were you made the messenger? Touchstone. No, by mine honor, but I was bid to come for you. Rosalind. Where learned you that oath, fool? Touchstone. Of a certain knight that swore by his honor they were good pancakes, and swore by his honor the mustard was naught. Now I'll stand to it, the pancakes were naught and the mustard was good, and yet was not the knight forsworn. Celia. How prove you that, in the great heap of your knowledge? Rosalind. Marry, now unmuzzle your wisdom. Touchstone. Stand you both forth now. Stroke your chins, and swear. By your beards that I am a knave. Celia. By our beards, if we had them, thou art. Touchstone. By my knavery, if I had it, then I were. But if you swear by that not, you are not forsworn, no more was this knight swearing by his honor, for he never had any, or if he had sworn it away before ever he saw those pancakes or that mustard. Celia. Prithee, who is't that thou mean'st? Touchstone. One that old Frederick, your father, loves. Celia. My father's love is enough to honor him. Enough, speak no more of him, you'll be whipped for taxation one of these days. Touchstone. The more pity that fools may not speak wisely what wise men do foolishly. Celia. By my troth, thou sayest true, for since the little wit that fools have was silenced, the little foolery that wise men have makes a great show. Here comes Monsieur Le Beau. Enter Le Beau. Rosalind. With his mouth full of news. Celia. Which he will put on us as pigeons feed their young. Rosalind. Then shall we be news crammed. Celia. All the better, we shall be the more marketable. Bonjour. Monsieur Le Beau. What's the news? Le Beau. Fair princess, you have lost much good sport. Celia. Sport? Of what color? Le Beau. What color, madam? How shall I answer you? Rosalind. As wit and fortune will. Touchstone? Or as the destinies decrees. Celia. Well said, that was laid on with a trowel. Touchstone. Nay, if I keep not my rank. Rosalind. Thou losest thy old smell. Le Beau. You amaze me, ladies. I would have told you of good wrestling, which you have lost the sight of. Rosalind. Yet tell us the manner of the wrestling. Le Beau. I will tell you the beginning, and, if it please your ladyships, you may see the end, for the best is yet to do, and here, where you are, they are coming to perform it. Celia. Well, the beginning, that is dead and buried. Le Beau. There comes an old man and his 3 sons. Celia. I could match this beginning with an old tale. Le Beau. 3 proper young men, of excellent growth and presence. Rosalind. With bills on their necks. Be it known unto all men by these presents. Le Beau. The eldest of the 3 wrestled with Charles, the Duke's wrestler, which Charles in a moment threw him, and broke 3 of his ribs, that there is little hope of life in him. So he served the second, and so the third. Yonder they lie, the poor old man. Their father, making such pitiful dole over them that all the beholders take his part with weeping. Rosalind. Alas. Touchstone. But what is the sport, monsieur, that the ladies have lost? Le Beau. Why, this that I speak of. Touchstone. Thus men may grow wiser every day. It is the first time that ever I heard breaking of ribs was sport for ladies. Celia. Or I promise thee. Rosalind. But is there any else longs to see this broken music in his sides? Is there yet another dotes upon rib breaking? Shall we see this wrestling, cousin? Le Beau. You must if you stay here, for here is the place appointed for the wrestling, and they are ready to perform it. Celia. Yonder, sure, they are coming. Let us now stay and see it. Flourish. Enter Duke Frederick, lords, Orlando, Charles, and attendants. Frederick. Come on, since the youth will not be entreated, his own peril on his forwardness. Rosalind. Is yonder the man? Le Beau. Even he, madam. Celia. Alas, he is too young, yet he looks successfully Frederick. How now, daughter and cousin? Are you crept hither to see the wrestling? Rosalind. My liege, so please you give us leave. Frederick. You will take little delight in it, I can tell you. There is such odds in the man. In pity of the challenger's youth. I would fain dissuade him, but he will not be entreated. Speak to him, ladies, see if you can move him. Celia. Call him hither, good Monsieur Lebeau. Frederick. Do so, I'll not be by. Duke Frederick goes apart. Lebeau. Monsieur the challenger, the princess calls for you. Orlando. I attend them with all respect and duty. Rosalind. Young man, have you challenged Charles the wrestler? Orlando. No, fair princess, he is the general challenger. I come. But as others do, to try with him the strength of my youth. Celia. Young gentleman, your spirits are too bold for your years. You have seen cruel proof of this man's strength, if you saw yourself with your eyes or knew yourself with your judgment, the fear of your adventure would counsel you to a more equal enterprise. We pray you, for your own sake, to embrace your own safety and give over this attempt. Rosalind. Do, young sir, your reputation shall not therefore be misprized. We will make it our suit to the Duke that the wrestling might not go forward. Orlando. I beseech you, punish me not with your hard thoughts. Wherein I confess me much guilty to deny so fair and excellent ladies anything. But let your fair eyes and gentle wishes go with me to my trial, wherein if I be foiled there is but one shamed that was never gracious, if killed, but one dead that is willing to be so. I shall do my friends no wrong, for I have none to lament me, the world no injury, for in it I have nothing, only in the world I fill up a place, which may be better supplied when I have made it empty. Rosalind. The little strength that I have, I would it were with you. Celia. And mine to eke out hers. Rosalind. Fare you well. Pray heaven I be deceived in you. Celia. Your heart's desires be with you. Charles. Come, where is this young gallant that is so desirous to lie with his mother earth? Orlando. Ready, sir, but his will hath in it a more modest working. Frederick. You shall try but one fall. Charles. No, I warrant your grace, you shall not entreat him to a second, that have so mightily persuaded him from a first. Orlando. You mean to mock me after, you should not have mocked me before, but come your ways. Rosalind. Now, Hercules be thy speed, young man. Celia. I would I were invisible, to catch the strong fellow by the leg. They wrestle. Rosalind. O excellent young man. Celia. If I had a thunderbolt in mine eye, I can tell who should down. Charles is thrown. Shout. Frederick. No more, no more. Orlando. Yes, I beseech your grace, I am not yet well breathed. Frederick. How dost thou, Charles? Lebeau. He cannot speak, my lord. Frederick. Bear him away. What is thy name, young man? Orlando. Orlando, my liege, the youngest son of Sir Rowland. Boys. Frederick. I would thou hadst been son to some man else. The world esteemed thy father honorable. But I did find him still mine enemy. Thou shouldst have better pleased me with this deed. Hadst thou descended from another house. But fare thee well, thou art a gallant youth. I would thou hadst told me of another father. Excellent Duke, Train, and Lebeau. Celia. Were I my father, cause, would I do this? Orlando. I am more proud to be Sir Rowland's son. His youngest son and would not change that calling. To be adopted heir to Frederick. Rosalind. My father loved Sir Rowland as his soul. And all the world was of my father's mind. Had I before known this young man his son, I should have given him tears unto entreaties, ere he should thus have ventured. Celia. Gentle cousin. Let us go thank him and encourage him. My father's rough and envious disposition sticks me at heart. Sir, you have well deserved. If you do keep your promises in love. But justly as you have exceeded all promise. Your mistress shall be happy. Rosalind. Gentlemen, giving him a chain from her neck. Wear this for me, one out of suits with fortune. That could give more, but that her hand lacks means. Shall we go, cause? Celia. Fare you well, fair gentleman. Orlando. Can I not say I thank you? My better parts are all thrown down, and that which here stands up is but a quinton, a mere lifeless block. Rosalind. He calls us back. My pride fell with my fortunes. I'll ask him what he would. Did you call, sir? Sir, you have wrestled well and overthrown more than your enemies. Celia. Will you go, cause? Rosalind. Have with you. Fare you well. Excellent Rosalind and Celia. Orlando. What passion hangs these weights upon my tongue? I cannot speak to her, yet she urged conference. O poor Orlando, thou art overthrown. Or Charles or something weaker masters thee. Re-enter Le Beau. Le Beau. Good sir, I do in friendship counsel you to leave this place, albeit you have deserved high commendation, true applause, and love. Yet such is now the Duke's condition that he misconstrues all that you have done. The Duke is humorous, what he is, indeed, more suits you to conceive than I to speak of. Orlando. I thank you, sir, and pray you tell me this, which of the two was daughter of the Duke that here was at the wrestling? Le Beau. Neither his daughter, if we judge by manners. But yet, indeed, the smaller is his daughter. The other is daughter to the banished Duke. And here detained by her usurping uncle. To keep his daughter company, whose loves are dearer than the natural bond of sisters. But I can tell you that of late this Duke hath ta'en displeasure gainst his gentle niece, grounded upon no other argument but that the people praise her for her virtues and pity her for her good father's sake. And, on my life, his malice gainst the lady will suddenly break forth. Sir, fare you well. Hereafter, in a better world than this, I shall desire more love and knowledge of you. Orlando. I rest much bounden to you, fare you well. Exit Le Beau. Thus must I from the smoke into the smother. From tyrant Duke unto a tyrant brother. But heavenly Rosalind. Exit. Scene 3. The Duke's palace. Enter Celia and Rosalind. Celia. Why, cousin, why Rosalind? Cupid have mercy. Not a word? Rosalind. Not one to throw at a dog. Celia. No, thy words are too precious to be cast away upon curs. Throw some of them at me, come, lame me with reasons. Rosalind. Then there were two cousins laid up, when the one should be lamed with reasons and the other mad without any. Celia. But is all this for your father? Rosalind. No, some of it is for my child's father. Oh, how full of briars is this working day world. Celia. They are but burrs, cousin, thrown upon thee in holiday. Foolery, if we walk not in the trodden paths, our very petticoats will catch them. Rosalind. I could shake them off my coat. These burrs are in my heart. Celia. Hem them away. Rosalind. I would try, if I could cry hem and have him. Celia. Come, come, wrestle with thy affections. Rosalind. Oh, they take the part of a better wrestler than myself. Celia. Oh, a good wish upon you. You will try in time, in despite of a fall. But, turning these jests out of service, let us talk in good earnest. Is it possible, on such a sudden, you should fall into so strong a liking with old Sir Rowland's youngest son? Rosalind. The Duke my father loved his father dearly. Celia. Doth it therefore ensue that you should love his son dearly? By this kind of chase I should hate him, for my father hated his father dearly, yet I hate not Orlando. Rosalind. No, faith, hate him not, for my sake. Celia. Why should I not? Doth he not deserve well? Enter Duke Frederick, with lords. Rosalind. Let me love him for that, and do you love him because I do? Look, here comes the Duke. Celia. With his eyes full of anger. Frederick. Mistress, dispatch you with your safest haste. And get you from our court. Rosalind. Me, uncle? Frederick. You, cousin. Within these 10 days if that thou beest found so near our public court as 20 miles. Thou diest for it. Rosalind. I do beseech your grace. Let me the knowledge of my fault bear with me. If with myself I hold intelligence, or have acquaintance with mine own desires, if that I do not dream, or be not frantic, as I do trust I am not then, dear uncle, never so much as in a thought unborn, did I offend your highness. Frederick. Thus do all traitors. If their purgation did consist in words, they are as innocent as grace itself. Let it suffice thee that I trust thee not. Rosalind. Yet your mistrust cannot make me a traitor. Tell me whereon the likelihood depends. Frederick. Thou art thy father's daughter, there's enough. Rosalind. So was I when your highness took his dukedom. So was I when your highness banished him. Treason is not inherited, my lord. Or, if we did derive it from our friends. What's that to me? My father was no traitor. Then, good my liege, mistake me not so much. To think my poverty is treacherous. Celia. Dear sovereign, hear me speak. Frederick. Celia, we stay at her for your sake. Else had she with her father rang it along. Celia. I did not then entreat to have her stay. It was your pleasure and your own remorse. I was too young that time to value her. But now I know her. If she be a traitor. Why so am I. We still have slept together. Rose at an instant, learned, played, eat together. And wheresoe'er we went, like Juno's swans. Still we went coupled and inseparable. Frederick. She is too subtle for thee, and her smoothness. Her very silence and her patience. Speak to the people, and they pity her. Thou art a fool. She robs thee of thy name. And thou wilt show more bright and seem more virtuous. When she is gone. Then open not thy lips. Firm and irrevocable is my doom. Which I have passed upon her, she is banished. Celia. Pronounce that sentence, then, on me, my liege. I cannot live out of her company. Frederick. You are a fool. You, niece, provide yourself. If you outstay the time, upon mine honor. And in the greatness of my word, you die. Excellent Duke and Lords. Celia. O my poor Rosalind. Whither wilt thou go? Wilt thou change fathers? I will give thee mine. I charge thee be not thou more grieved than I am. Rosalind. I have more cause. Celia. Thou hast not, cousin. Prithee be cheerful. Know'st thou not the Duke hath banished me, his daughter? Rosalind. That he hath not. Celia. No, hath not? Rosalind lacks, then, the love which teacheth thee that thou and I am one. Shall we be sundried? Shall we part, sweet girl? No, let my father seek another heir. Therefore devise with me how we may fly. Whither to go, and what to bear with us. And do not seek to take your charge upon you. To bear your griefs yourself, and leave me out. For, by this heaven, now at our sorrows pale. Say what thou canst, I'll go along with thee. Rosalind. Why, whither shall we go? Celia. To seek my uncle in the forest of Arden. Rosalind. Alas, what danger will it be to us? Maids as we are, to travel forth so far. Beauty provoketh thieves sooner than gold. Celia. I'll put myself in poor and mean attire. And with a kind of humor smirch my face. The like do you, so shall we pass along. And never stir assailants. Rosalind. Were it not better? Because that I am more than common tall. That I did suit me all points like a man? A gallant kirtle axe upon my thigh. A boar spear in my hand, and in my heart. Lie there what hidden woman's fear there will. We'll have a swashing and a martial outside. As many other mannish cowards have. That do outface it with their semblances. Celia. What shall I call thee when thou art a man? Rosalind. I'll have no worse a name than Jove's own page. And therefore look you call me Ganymede. But what will you be called? Celia. Something that hath a reference to my state. No longer Celia, but Eleana. Rosalind. But, cousin, what if we essayed to steal the clownish fool out of your father's court? Would he not be a comfort to our travel? Celia. He'll go along o'er the wide world with me. Leave me alone to woo him. Let's away. And get our jewels and our wealth together. Devise the fittest time and safest way. To hide us from pursuit that will be made. After my flight. Now go we in content. To liberty, and not to banishment. Excellent. Act 2. Scene I. The forest of Arden. Enter Duke Senior, a means, and 2 or 3 lords, like foresters. Duke Senior. Now, my co-mates and brothers in exile. Hath not old custom made this life more sweet than that of painted pomp? Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we not the penalty of Adam. The season's difference, as the icy fang. And churlish chiding of the winter's wind. Which when it bites and blows upon my body. Even till I shrink with cold, I smile and say. This is no flattery, these are counselors. That feelingly persuade me what I am. Sweet are the uses of adversity. Which, like the toad, ugly and venomous. Wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life, exempt from public haunt. Finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks. Sermons in stones, and good in everything. I would not change it. A means. Happy is your grace. That can translate the stubbornness of fortune into so quiet and so sweet a style. Duke Senior. Come, shall we go and kill us venison? And yet it irks me the poor dappled fools, being native burghers of this desert city, should, in their own confines, with forked heads, have their round haunches gored. First Lord. Indeed, my lord. The melancholy Jacks grieves at that. And, in that kind, swears you do more usurp than doth your brother that hath banished you. Today my lord of Amiens and myself did steal behind him as he lay along under an oak whose antique root peeps out upon the brook that brawls along this wood, to the which place a poor sequestered stag, that from the hunter's aim had ta'en a hurt, did come to languish, and, indeed, my lord, the wretched animal heaved forth such groans that their discharge did stretch his leathern coat almost to bursting, and the big round tears coursed one another down his innocent nose in piteous chase, and thus the hairy fool, much marked of the melancholy Jacks, stood on th extremest verge of the swift brook, augmenting it with tears. Duke Senior. But what said Jacks? Did he not moralize this spectacle? First Lord. Oh, yes, into 1,000 similes. First, for his weeping into the needless stream. Poor dear, quoth he, thou mak'st a testament, as worldlings do, giving thy sum of more to that which had too much. Then, being there alone, left and abandoned of his velvet friends, 'tis right, quoth he, thus misery doth part the flux of company. Anon, a careless herd, full of the pasture, jumps along by him and never stays to greet him. Quoth Jacks. Sweep on, you fat and greasy citizens. 'Tis just the fashion. Wherefore do you look upon that poor and broken bankrupt there? Thus most invectively he pierceth through the body of the country, city, court, yea, and of this our life, swearing that we are mere usurpers, tyrants, and what's worse, to fright the animals and to kill them up in their assigned and native dwelling place. Duke Senior. And did you leave him in this contemplation? Second Lord. We did, my lord, weeping and commenting upon the sobbing deer. Duke Senior. Show me the place. I love to cope him in these sullen fits, for then he's full of matter. First Lord. I'll bring you to him straight. Exeunt. Scene 2. The Duke's palace. Enter Duke Frederick, with lords. Frederick. Can it be possible that no man saw them? It cannot be, some villains of my court are of consent and sufferance in this. First Lord. I cannot hear of any that did see her. The ladies, her attendants of her chamber, saw her abed, and in the morning early they found the bed untreasurate of their mistress. Second Lord. My lord, the roynish clown, at whom so oft your grace was wont to laugh, is also missing. Hesperia, the princess's gentlewoman, confesses that she secretly o'erheard your daughter and her cousin much commend the parts and graces of the wrestler that did but lately foil the sinewy Charles, and she believes, wherever they are gone, that youth is surely in their company. Frederick. Send to his brother, fetch that gallant hither. If he be absent, bring his brother to me. I'll make him find him. Do this suddenly. And let not search and inquisition quail to bring again these foolish runaways. Exeunt. Scene 3. Before Oliver's house. Enter Orlando and Adam, meeting. Orlando. Who's there? Adam. What, my young master? Oh, my gentle master. Oh, my sweet master. Oh, you memory of old Sir Rowland. Why, what make you here? Why are you virtuous? Why do people love you? And wherefore are you gentle, strong, and valiant? Why would you be so fond to overcome the bonny prizer of the humorous Duke? Your praise is come too swiftly home before you. Know you not, master, to some kind of men their graces serve them but as enemies? No more do yours. Your virtues, gentle master, are sanctified and holy traitors to you. Oh, what a world is this, when what is comely envenoms him that bears it. Orlando. Why, what's the matter? Adam. Oh, unhappy youth. Come not within these doors, within this roof. The enemy of all your graces lives. Your brother, no brother, yet the son. Yet not the son, I will not call him son. Of him I was about to call his father. Hath heard your praises, and this night he means to burn the lodging where you used to lie, and you within it. If he fail of that, he will have other means to cut you off. I overheard him and his practices. This is no place, this house is but a butchery. Abhor it, fear it, do not enter it. Orlando. Why, whither, Adam, wouldst thou have me go? Adam. No matter whither, so you come not here. Orlando. What, wouldst thou have me go and beg my food? Or with a base and boisterous sword and force? A thievish living on the common road? This I must do, or know not what to do. Yet this I will not do how I can. I rather will subject me to the malice of a diverted blood and bloody brother. Adam. But do not so. I have 500 crowns. The thrifty hire have it under your father, which I did store to be my foster nurse, when service should in my old limbs lie lame, and unregarded age in corners thrown. Take that, and he that doth the ravens feed, yea, providently caters for the sparrow. Be comfort to my age. Here is the gold. All this I give you. Let me be your servant. Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty. For in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as a lusty winter. Frosty, but kindly. Let me go with you. I'll do the service of a younger man in all your business and necessities. Orlando. O good old man, how well in thee appears the constant service of the antique world, when service sweat for duty, not for meed. Thou art not for the fashion of these times, where none will sweat but for promotion, and having that do choke their service up. Even with the having, it is not so with thee. But, poor old man, thou prun'st a rotten tree that cannot so much as a blossom yield, in lieu of all thy pains and husbandry. But come thy ways, we'll go along together, and ere we have thy youthful wages spent, we'll light upon some settled low content. Adam. Master, go on, and I will follow to the last gasp, with truth and loyalty. From 17 years till now almost 80. Here lived I, but now live here no more. At 17 years many their fortune seek, but at 80 it is too late a week. Yet fortune cannot recompense me better than to die well and not my master's debtor. Exeunt. Scene IV. The Forest of Arden. Enter Rosalind for Ganymede, Celia for Alina, and Clown Alias. Touchstone. Rosalind. O Jupiter, how weary are my spirits. Touchstone. I care not for my spirits, if my legs were not weary. Rosalind. I could find in my heart to disgrace my man's apparel, and to cry like a woman, but I must comfort the weaker vessel, as doublet and hose ought to show itself courageous to petticoat. Therefore, courage, good Alina. Celia. I pray you bear with me, I cannot go no further. Touchstone. For my part, I had rather bear with you than bear you. Yet I should bear no cross if I did bear you, for I think you have no money in your purse. Rosalind. Well, this is the Forest of Arden. Touchstone. Now am I in Arden, the more fool I, when I was at home I was in a better place, but travellers must be content. Enter Corin and Silvius. Rosalind. Be so, good Touchstone. Look you, who comes here, young man and an old in solemn talk. Corin. That is the way to make her scorn you still. Silvius. O Corin, that thou knewst how I do love her. Corin. I partly guess, for I have loved ere now. Silvius. No, Corin, being old, thou canst not guess, though in thy youth thou wast as true a lover as ever sighed upon a midnight pillow. But if thy love were ever like to mine, as sure I think did never man love so. How many actions most ridiculous hast thou been drawn to by thy fantasy? Corin. Into 1,000 that I have forgotten. Silvius. Oh, thou didst then never love so heartily. If thou rememberest not the slightest folly that ever love did make thee run into, thou hast not loved. Or if thou hast not sat as I do now, wearing thy hearer in thy mistress's praise, thou hast not loved. Or if thou hast not broke from company abruptly, as my passion now makes me, thou hast not loved. O Phoebe, Phoebe, Phoebe. Exit Silvius. Rosalind. Alas, poor shepherd, searching of thy wound, I have by hard adventure found mine own. Touchstone. And I mine. I remember, when I was in love, I broke my sword upon a stone, and bid him take that for coming a night to Jane smile, and I remember the kissing of her bateler, and the cow's dugs that her pretty chopped hands had milked, and I remember the wooing of Peascot instead of her, from whom I took 2 cods, and giving her them again, said with weeping tears, wear these for my sake. We that are true lovers run into strange capers. But as all is mortal in nature, so is all nature and love mortal. In folly. Rosalind. Thou speak'st wiser than thou art ware of. Touchstone. Nay, I shall ne'er be ware of mine own wit till I break my shins against it. Rosalind. Jove, Jove. This shepherd's passion is much upon my fashion. Touchstone. And mine, but it grows something stale with me. Celia. I pray you, one of you question yond man. If he for gold will give us any food. I faint almost to death. Touchstone. Holla, you clown. Rosalind. Peace, fool, he's not thy ensman. Corin. Who calls? Touchstone. Your betters, sir. Corin. Else are they very wretched. Rosalind. Peace, I say. Good even to you, friend. Corin. And to you, gentle sir, and to you all. Rosalind. I prithee, shepherd, if that love or gold can in this desert place buy entertainment, bring us where we may rest ourselves and feed. Here's a young maid with travel much oppressed, and faints for succor. Corin. Fair sir, I pity her, and wish, for her sake more than for mine own. My fortunes were more able to relieve her. But I am shepherd to another man, and do not shear the fleeces that I graze. My master is of churlish disposition, and little recks to find the way to heaven by doing deeds of hospitality. Besides, his coat, his flocks, and bounds of feed are now on sale, and at our sheepgate now. By reason of his absence, there is nothing that you will feed on, but what is, come see. And in my voice most welcome shall you be. Rosalind. What is he that shall buy his flock and pasture? Corin. That young swain that you saw here but erewhile. That little cares for buying anything. Rosalind. I pray thee, if it stand with honesty, buy thou the cottage, pasture, and the flock. And thou shalt have to pay for it of us. Celia. And we will mend thy wages. I like this place. And willingly could waste my time in it. Corin. Assuredly the thing is to be sold. Go with me, if you like upon report. The soil, the profit, and this kind of life. I will your very faithful feeder be. And buy it with your gold right suddenly. Excellent. Scene V. Another part of the forest. Enter Amines, Jacks, and others. Song. Amines. Under the greenwood tree. Who loves to lie with me. And turn his merry note unto the sweet bird's throat. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy but winter and rough weather. Jacks. More, I prithee, more. Amines. It will make you melancholy, Monsieur Jacks. Jacks. I thank it. More, I prithee, more. I can suck melancholy out of a song, as a weasel sucks eggs. More, I prithee, more. Amines. My voice is ragged, I know I cannot please you. Jacks. I do not desire you to please me, I do desire you to sing. Come, more, another stanzo. Call you stanzos? Amines. What you will, Monsieur Jacks. Jacks. Nay, I care not for their names, they owe me nothing. Will you sing? Amines. More at your request than to please myself. Jacks. Well then, if ever I thank any man, I'll thank you, but that they call compliment is like encounter of two dog apes. And when a man thanks me heartily, methinks have given him a penny, and he renders me the beggarly thanks. Come, sing, and you that will not, hold your tongues. Amines. Well, I lend the song. Sirs, cover the while, the Duke will drink under this tree. He hath been all this day to look you. Jacks. And I have been all this day to avoid him. He is too disputable for my company. I think of as many matters as he, but I give heaven thanks and make no boast of them. Come, warble. Come. Song. All together here. Who doth ambition shun and loves to live ith son, seeking the food he eats and pleased with what he gets. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy but winter and rough weather. Jacks. I'll give you a verse to this note that I made yesterday in despite of my invention. Amines. And I'll sing it. Jacks. Thus it goes. If it do come to pass that any man turn ass, leaving his wealth and ease, a stubborn will to please. Ductum, ductum, ductum. Here shall he see gross fools as he. And if he will come to me. Amines. What's that ductum? Jacks. 'Tis a Greek invocation to call fools into a circle. I'll go sleep if I can, if I cannot, I'll rail against all the firstborn of Egypt. A means. And I'll go seek the Duke, his banquet is prepared. Exeunt severally. Scene vi. The forest. Enter Orlando and Adam. Adam. Dear master, I can go no further. Oh, I die for food. Here lie I down and measure out my grave. Farewell, kind master. Orlando. Why, how now, Adam? No greater heart in thee? Live a little, comfort a little, cheer thyself a little. If this uncouth forest yield anything savage, I will either be food for it or bring it for food to thee. Thy conceit is nearer death than thy powers. For my sake be comfortable, hold death awhile at the arm's end. I will here be with thee presently, and if I bring thee not something to eat, I will give thee leave to die, but if thou diest before I come, thou art a mocker of my labor. Well said. Thou look'st cheerly, and I'll be with thee quickly. Yet thou liest in the bleak air. Come, I will bear thee to some shelter. And thou shalt not die for lack of a dinner, if there live anything in this desert. Cheerly, good Adam. Exeunt. Scene vi. The forest. A table set out. Enter Duke Senior, Amines, and lords, like outlaws. Duke Senior. I think he be transformed into a beast. For I can nowhere find him like a man. First Lord. My lord, he is but even now gone hence. Here was he merry, hearing of a song. Duke Senior. If he, compact of jars, grow musical, we shall have shortly discord in the spheres. Go seek him, tell him I would speak with him. Enter Jacks. First Lord. He saves my labor by his own approach. Duke Senior. Why, how now, monsieur? What life is this? That your poor friends must woo your company? What, you look merrily. Jacks. A fool, a fool. I met a fool ith forest. A motley fool. A miserable world. As I do live by food, I met a fool. Who laid him down and basket him in the sun. And railed on Lady Fortune in good terms. In good set terms, and yet a motley fool. Good morrow, fool, quoth I. No, sir, quoth he. Call me not fool till heaven hath sent me fortune. And then he drew a dial from his poke. And, looking on it with lackluster eye, says very wisely, it is 10 o'clock. Thus we may see, quoth he, how the world wags. 'Tis but an hour ago since it was 9. And after 1 hour more 'twill be 11. And so, from hour to hour, we ripe and ripe. And then, from hour to hour, we rot and rot. And thereby hangs a tale. When I did hear the motley fool thus moral on the time, my lungs began to crow like chanticleer. That fools should be so deep contemplative. And I did laugh sans intermission. An hour by his dial. O noble fool. A worthy fool. Motley's the only wear. Duke Senior. What fool is this? Jacks. O worthy fool. One that hath been a courtier. And says, if ladies be but young and fair, they have the gift to know it, and in his brain, which is as dry as the remainder biscuit, after a voyage, he hath strange places crammed with observation, the which events in mangled forms. Oh, that I were a fool. I am ambitious for a motley coat. Duke Senior. Thou shalt have one. Jacks. It is my only suit. Provided that you weed your better judgments. Of all opinion that grows rank in them. That I am wise. I must have liberty. Withal, as large a charter as the wind. To blow on whom I please, for so fools have. And they that are most galled with my folly. They most must laugh. And why, sir, must they so? The wise plain is way to parish church. He that a fool doth very wisely hit. Doth very foolishly, although he smart. Not to seem senseless of the bob, if not. The wise man's folly is anatomized. Even by the squandering glances of the fool. Invest me in my motley, give me leave. To speak my mind, and I will through and through. Cleanse the foul body of th infected world. If they will patiently receive my medicine. Duke Senior. Fie on thee. I can tell what thou wouldst do. Jacks. What, for a counter, would I do but good? Duke Senior. Most mischievous foul sin, in chiding sin. For thou thyself hast been a libertine. As sensual as the brutish sting itself. And all th embossed sores and headed evils. That thou with license of free foot hast caught. Wouldst thou disgorge into the general world? Jacks. Why, who cries out on pride? That can therein tax any private party? Doth it not flow as hugely as the sea? Till that the wearer's very means do ebb? What woman in the city do I name? When that I say the city woman bears the cost of princes on unworthy shoulders? Who can come in and say that I mean her? When such a one is she, such is her neighbor. Or what is he of basest function that says his bravery is not on my cost? Thinking that I mean him, but therein suits his folly to the metal of my speech? There then? How then? What then? Let me see wherein my tongue hath wronged him. If it do him right, then he hath wronged himself. If he be free, why then my taxing like a wild goose flies. Unclaim it of any man. But who comes here? Enter Orlando with his sword drawn. Orlando. Forbear, and eat no more. Jax. Why, I have eaten none yet. Orlando. Nor shalt not, till necessity be served. Jax. Of what kind should this cock come of? Duke Senior. Art thou thus boldened, man, by thy distress? Or else a rude despiser of good manners, that in civility thou seem'st so empty? Orlando. You touched my vein at first. The thorny point of bare distress hath ta'en from me the show of smooth civility, yet are I inland bred and know some nurture. But forbear, I say. He dies that touches any of this fruit, till I and my affairs are answered. Jax. And you will not be answered with reason, I must die. Duke Senior. What would you have? Your gentleness shall force more than your force move us to gentleness. Orlando. I almost die for food, and let me have it. Duke Senior. Sit down and feed, and welcome to our table. Orlando. Speak you so gently? Pardon me, I pray you. I thought that all things had been savage here, and therefore put I on the countenance of stern commandment. But whate'er you are, that in this desert inaccessible, under the shade of melancholy boughs, lose and neglect the creeping hours of time. If ever you have looked on better days, if ever been where bells have knolled to church, if ever sat at any good man's feast, if ever from your eyelids whipped a tear, and know what 'tis to pity and be pitied, let gentleness my strong enforcement be, in the which hope I blush and hide my sword. Duke Senior. True is it that we have seen better days, and have with holy bell been knolled to church, and sat at good men's feasts, and whipped our eyes of drops that sacred pity hath engendered. And therefore sit you down in gentleness, and take upon command what help we have, that to your wanting may be ministred. Orlando. Then but forbear your food a little while. Whiles, like a doe, I go to find my fawn, and give it food. There is an old poor man, who after me hath many a weary step, limpid in pure love, till he be first suffocated, oppressed with two weak evils, age and hunger. I will not touch a bit. Duke Senior. Go find him out, and we will nothing waste till you return. Orlando. I thank ye, and be blessed for your good comfort. Exit. Duke Senior. Thou seest we are not all alone unhappy. This white and universal theatre presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in. Jax. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, then the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school, and then the lover, sighing like furnace with a woeful ballad made to his mistress's eyebrow, then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honor, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth, and then the justice, in fair round belly with good capon linned, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice turning again toward childish treble, pipes, and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all that ends this strange eventful history is second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. Re-enter Orlando with Adam. Duke Senior. Welcome. Set down your venerable burden, and let him feed. Orlando. I thank you most for him. Adam. So had you need. I scarce can speak to thank you for myself. Duke Senior. Welcome, fall to. I will not trouble you. As yet to question you about your fortunes. Give us some music, and, good cousin, sing. Song. Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind. As man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen. Because thou art not seen. Although thy breath be rude. Hi ho. Sing hi ho. Unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then, hi ho, the holly. This life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky. That dost not bite so nigh. As benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp. Thy sting is not so sharp. As friend remembered not. Hi ho. Sing, and see. Duke Senior. If that you were the good Sir Roland's son. As you have whispered faithfully you were. And as mine eye doth his effigies witness. Most truly limbed and living in your face. Be truly welcome hither. I am the Duke. That loved your father. The residue of your fortune. Go to my cave and tell me. Good old man. Thou art right welcome as thy master is. Support him by the arm. Give me your hand. And let me all your fortunes understand. Excellent. Act 3. Scene I. The palace. Enter Duke Frederick, Oliver, and lords. Frederick. Not see him since. Sir, that cannot be. But were I not the better part made mercy. I should not seek an absent argument. Of my revenge, thou present. But look to it. Find out thy brother wheresoe'er he is. Seek him with candle, bring him dead or living. Within this 12th, or turn thou no more. To seek a living in our territory. Thy lands and all things that thou dost call thine. Worth seizure do we seize into our hands. Till thou canst quit thee by thy brother's mouth. Of what we think against thee. Oliver. Oh that your highness knew my heart in this. I never loved my brother in my life. Frederick. More villain thou. Well, push him out of doors. And let my officers of such a nature. Make an extent upon his house and lands. Do this expediently, and turn him going. Excellent. Scene 2. The forest. Enter Orlando, with a paper. Orlando. Hang there, my verse, in witness of my love. And thou, thrice-crowned queen of night, survey. With thy chaste eye, from thy pale sphere above. Thy huntress's name that my full life doth sway. O Rosalind. These trees shall be my books. And in their barks my thoughts I'll character. That every eye which in this forest looks. Shall see thy virtue witness it everywhere. Run, run, Orlando, carve on every tree. The fair, the chaste, and unexpressive she. Exit. Enter Corin and Touchstone. Corin. And how like you this shepherd's life, Master Touchstone? Touchstone. Truly, shepherd, in respect of itself, it is a good life, but in respect that it is a shepherd's life, it is not. In respect that it is solitary, I like it very well, but in respect that it is private, it is a very vile life. Now in respect it is in the fields, it pleaseth me well, but in respect it is not in the court, it is tedious. As it is a spare life. Look you, it fits my humor well, but as there is no more plenty. In it, it goes much against my stomach. Hast any philosophy in thee, shepherd? Corin. No more, but that I know the more one sickens the worse at easy is, and that he that wants money, means, and content, is without 3 good friends, that the property of rain is to wet and fire to burn, that good pasture makes fat sheep, and that a great cause of the night is lack of the sun, that he that hath learned no wit by nature nor art may complain of good breeding. Or comes of a very dull kindred. Touchstone. Such a one is a natural philosopher. Wast ever in court, shepherd? Corin. No, truly. Touchstone. Then thou art damned. Corin. Nay, I hope. Touchstone. Truly, thou art damned, like an ill-roasted egg, all on one side. Corin. For not being at court? Your reason. Touchstone. Why, if thou never wast at court thou never saw'st good manners, if thou never saw'st good manners, then thy manners must be wicked, and wickedness is sin, and sin is damnation. Thou art in a parlous state, shepherd. Corin. Not a whit, Touchstone. Those that are good manners at the court are as ridiculous in the country as the behavior of the country is most mockable at the court. You told me you salute not at the court, but you kiss your hands, that courtesy would be uncleanly if courtiers were shepherds. Touchstone. Instance, briefly, come, instance. Corin. Why, we are still handling our ewes, and their fells, you know, are greasy. Touchstone. Why, do not your courtiers' hands sweat? And is not the grease of a mutton as wholesome as the sweat of a man? Shallow? Shallow. A better instance, I say, come. Corin. Besides, our hands are hard. Touchstone. Your lips will feel them the sooner. Shallow again. A more sounder instance, come. Corin. And they are often tarred over with the surgery of our sheep, and would you have us kissed our? The courtiers' hands are perfumed with civet. Touchstone. Most shallow man. Thou worm's meat in respect of a good piece of flesh indeed. Learn of the wise and perpend. Civet is of a baser birth than tar the very uncleanly flux of a cat. Mend. The instance, shepherd. Corin. You have too courtly a wit for me, I'll rest. Touchstone. Wilt thou rest amid? God help thee, shallow man. God make incision in thee. Thou art raw. Corin. Sir, I am a true laborer. I earn that I eat, get that I wear, oh no man hate, envy no man's happiness, glad of other men's good, content with my harm, and the greatest of my pride is to see my ewes graze and my lambs suck. Touchstone. That is another simple sin in you. To bring the ewes and the rams together, and to offer to get your living by the copulation of cattle, to be bought to a bell-wether, and to betray a she-lamb of a twelvemonth to crooked pot-aid old cuckoldly ram. Out of all reasonable match. If thou be'st not damned for this, the devil himself will have no shepherds, I cannot see else how thou shouldst scape. Corin. Here comes young Master Ganymede, my new mistress's brother. Enter Rosalind, reading a paper. Rosalind. From the east to western Ind. No jewel is like Rosalind. Her worth, being mounted on the wind. Through all the world bears Rosalind. All the pictures fairest linned are but black to Rosalind. Let no face be kept in mind but the fair of Rosalind. Touchstone. I'll rhyme you so 8 years together, dinners and suppers and sleeping hours excepted. It is the right. Butter women's rank to market. Rosalind. Out, fool. Touchstone. For a taste. If a heart do lack a hind, let him seek out Rosalind. If the cat will after kind, so be sure will Rosalind. Winter garments must be linned, so must slender Rosalind. They that reap must sheaf and bind. Then to cart with Rosalind. Sweetest nut hath sourest rind. Such a nut is Rosalind. He that sweetest rose will find must find love's prick and Rosalind. This is the very false gallop of verses, why do you infect yourself with them? Rosalind. Peace, you dull fool. I found them on a tree. Touchstone. Truly, the tree yields bad fruit. Rosalind. I'll graff it with you, and then I shall graff it with a meddler. Then it will be the earliest fruit ith country, for you'll be rotten ere you be half ripe, and that's the right virtue of the meddler. Touchstone. You have said, but whether wisely or no, let the forest judge. Enter Celia, with a writing. Rosalind. Peace. Here comes my sister, reading, stand aside. Celia. Why should this a desert be? For it is unpeopled? No. Tongues I'll hang on every tree that shall civil sayings show. Some, how brief the life of man runs his erring pilgrimage, that the stretching of a span buckles in his sum of age. Some, of violated vows, twixt the souls of friend and friend, but upon the fairest boughs, or at every sentence end, will I Rosalinda write, teaching all that read to know the quintessence of every sprite heaven would in little show. Therefore heaven nature charged that one body should be filled with all graces white and larged. Nature presently distilled Helen's cheek, but not her heart. Cleopatra's majesty, Atalanta's better part, sad Lucretia's modesty. Thus Rosalind of many parts by heavenly synod was devised, of many faces, eyes, and hearts, to have the touches dearest prized. Heaven would that she these gifts should have, and I to live and die her slave. Rosalind. O most gentle pulpiter, what tedious homily of love have you wearied your parishioners with thou, and never cried have patience, good people. Celia. How now? Back, friends, shepherd, go off a little, go with him, sirrah. Touchstone. Come, shepherd, let us make an honorable retreat. Though not with bag and baggage, yet with scrip and scripage. Exeunt Corin and touchstone. Celia. Didst thou hear these verses? Rosalind. Oh, yes, I heard them all, and more too, for some of them had in them more feet than the verses would bear. Celia. That's no matter, the feet might bear the verses. Rosalind. But the feet were lame, and could not bear themselves without the verse, and therefore stood lamely in the verse. Celia. But didst thou hear without wondering how thy name should be hanged and carved upon these trees? Rosalind. I was 7 of the 9 days out of the wonder before you came, for look here what I found on a palm tree. I was never so Berhamid since Pythagoras' time that I was an Irish rat, which I can hardly remember. Celia. Trow you who hath done this? Rosalind. Is it a man? Celia. And a chain that you once wore about his neck. Chained you colour? Rosalind. I prithee, who? Celia. O Lord, Lord. It is a hard matter for friends to meet, but mountains may be removed with earthquakes, and so encounter. Rosalind. Nay, but who is it? Celia. Is it possible? Rosalind. Nay, I prithee now, with most petitionary vehemence, tell me who it is. Celia. Oh wonderful, wonderful, most wonderful, wonderful, and yet again wonderful, and after that, out of all whooping. Rosalind. Good my complexion. Dost thou think, though I am caparisoned like a man, I have a doublet and hose in my disposition? 1 inch of delay more is a South Sea of discovery. I prithee tell me who is it quickly, and speak apace. I would thou couldst stammer, that thou mightst pour this concealed man out of thy mouth, as wine comes out of narrow-mouthed bottle. Either too much at once or none at all. I prithee take the cork out of thy mouth that I may drink thy tidings. Celia. So you may put a man in your belly. Rosalind. Is he of God's making? What manner of man? Is his head worth a hat or his chin worth a beard? Celia. Nay, he hath but a little beard. Rosalind. Why, God will send more if the man will be thankful. Let me stay the growth of his beard, if thou delay me not the knowledge of his chin. Celia. It is young Orlando that trippeth up the wrestler's heels. And your heart both in an instant. Rosalind. Nay, but the devil take mocking. Speak sad brow and true. Maid. Celia. I faith, cause, 'tis he. Rosalind. Orlando? Celia. Orlando. Rosalind. Alas the day. What shall I do with my doublet and hose? What did he when thou saw'st him? What said he? How looked he? Wherein went he? What makes he here? Did he ask for me? Where remains he? How parted he with thee? And when shalt thou see him again? Answer me in 1 word. Celia. You must borrow me Gargantua's mouth first, 'tis a word too great for any mouth of this age's size. To say a and no to these particulars is more than to answer in a catechism. Rosalind. But doth he know that I am in this forest, and in man's apparel? Looks he as freshly as he did the day he wrestled? Celia. It is as easy to count atomies as to resolve the propositions of a lover, but take a taste of my finding him, and relish it with good observance. I found him under a tree, like a dropped acorn. Rosalind. It may well be called Jove's tree when it drops forth such fruit. Celia. Give me audience, good madam. Rosalind. Proceed. Celia. There lay he, stretched along like a wounded knight. Rosalind. Though it be pity to see such a sight, it well becomes the ground. Celia. Cry holla to thy tongue, I prithee, it curvets unseasonably. He was furnished like a hunter. Rosalind. Oh, ominous. He comes to kill my heart. Celia. I would sing my song without a burden, thou bring'st me out of tune. Rosalind. Do you not know I am a woman? When I think, I must speak. Sweet, say on. Celia. You bring me out. Soft. Comes he not here? Enter Orlando and Jax. Rosalind. 'Tis he, slink by, and note him. Jax. I thank you for your company, but, good faith, I had as lief have been myself alone. Orlando. And so had I, but yet, for fashion's sake, I thank you too for your society. Jax. God by you, let's meet as little as we can. Orlando. I do desire we may be better strangers. Jax. I pray you. Mar no more trees with writing love songs in their barks. Orlando. I pray you mar no more of my verses with reading the mill favourably. Jax. Rosalind is your love's name? Orlando. Yes, just. Jax. I do not like her name. Orlando. There was no thought of pleasing you. When she was christened. Jax. What stature is she of? Orlando. Just as high as my heart. Jax. You are full of pretty answers. Have you not been acquainted with goldsmiths' wives and conned them? Out of rings? Orlando. Not so, but I answer you right painted cloth. From whence you have studied your questions? Jax. You have a nimble wit, I think was made of Atalanta's heels. Will you sit down with me? And we too will rail against our mistress the world and all our misery. Orlando. I will chide no breather in the world, but myself, against whom I know most faults. Jax. The worst fault you have is to be in love. Orlando. 'Tis a fault I will not change for your best virtue. I am weary of you. Jax. By my troth, I was seeking for a fool when I found you. Orlando. He is drowned in the brook, look but in, and you shall see him. Jax. There I shall see mine own figure. Orlando. Which I take to be either a fool or a cipher. Jax. I'll tarry no longer with you, farewell, good signor. Love. Orlando. I am glad of your departure, adieu, good monsieur. Melancholy. Exit Jax. Rosalind. Aside to Celia I will speak to him like a saucy lackey, and under that habit play the knave with him. Do you hear, Forester? Orlando. Very well, what would you? Rosalind. I pray you, what is t'clock? Orlando. You should ask me. What time o' day, there's no clock in the forest. Rosalind. Then there is no true lover in the forest, else sighing every minute and groaning every hour would detect the lazy foot of time as well as a clock. Orlando. And why not the swift foot of time? Had not that been as proper? Rosalind. By no means, sir. Time travels in divers paces with divers persons. I'll tell you who time ambles withal, who time trots withal, who time gallops withal, and who he stands still withal. Orlando. I prithee, who doth he trot withal? Rosalind. Marry. He trots hard with a young maid between the contract of her marriage and the day it is solemnized, if the interim be but a se'nnight. Time's pace is so hard that it seems the length of 7 year. Orlando. Who ambles time withal? Rosalind. With a priest that lacks Latin and a rich man that hath not the gout, for the one sleeps easily because he cannot study, and the other lives merrily because he feels no pain, the one lacking the burden of lean and wasteful learning, the other knowing no burden of heavy tedious penury. These time ambles withal. Orlando. Who doth he gallop withal? Rosalind. With a thief to the gallows, for though he go as softly as foot can fall, he thinks himself too soon there. Orlando. Who stays it still withal? Rosalind. With lawyers in the vacation, for they sleep between term and term, and then they perceive not how time moves. Orlando. Where dwell you, pretty youth? Rosalind. With this shepherdess, my sister, here in the skirts of the forest, like fringe upon a petticoat. Orlando. Are you native of this place? Rosalind. As the coney that you see dwell where she is kindled. Orlando. Your accent is something finer than you could purchase in so removed a dwelling. Rosalind. I have been told so of many, but indeed an old religious uncle of mine taught me to speak, who was in his youth an inland man, one that knew courtship too well, for there he fell in love. I have heard him read many lectures against it, and I thank God I am not a woman, to be touched with so many giddy offences as he hath generally taxed their whole sex withal. Orlando. Can you remember any of the principal evils that he laid to the charge of women? Rosalind. There were none principal, they were all like one another as halfpence are, every one fault seeming monstrous till his fellow fault came to match it. Orlando. I prithee recount some of them. Rosalind. No, I will not cast away my physic but on those that are sick. There is a man haunts the forest that abuses our young plants with carving Rosalind on their barks, hangs odes upon hawthorns and elegies on brambles, all, forsooth, deifying the name of Rosalind. If I could meet that fancy monger, I would give him some good counsel, for he seems to have the quotidian of love upon him. Orlando. I am he that is so love-shacked, I pray you tell me your remedy. Rosalind. There is none of my uncle's marks upon you, he taught me how to know a man in love, in which cage of rushes I am. Sure you are not prisoner. Orlando. What were his marks? Rosalind. A lean cheek, which you have not, a blue eye and sunken, which you have not, an unquestionable spirit, which you have not, a beard neglected, which you have not, but I pardon you for that, for simply your having. In beard is a younger brother's revenue. Then your hose should be ungartered, your bonnet unbanded, your sleeve unbuttoned, your shoe untied, and everything about you demonstrating a careless desolation. But you are no such man, you are rather point of ice in your accoutrements, as loving yourself than seeming the lover of any other. Orlando. Fair youth, I would I could make thee believe I love. Rosalind. Me believe it. You may as soon make her that you love believe it, which, I warrant, she is apter to do than to confess she does. That is one of the points in the which women still give the lie to their consciences. But, in good sooth, are you he that hangs the verses on the trees wherein Rosalind is so admired? Orlando. I swear to thee, youth, by the white hand of Rosalind, I am that unfortunate he. Rosalind. But are you so much in love as your rhymes speak? Orlando. Neither rhyme nor reason can express how much. Rosalind. Love is merely a madness, and, I tell you, deserves as well a dark house and a whip as madmen do, and the reason why they are not so punish it and cured is that the lunacy is so ordinary that the whippers are in love too. Yet I profess curing it by counsel. Orlando. Did you ever cure any so? Rosalind. Yes, one, and in this manner. He was to imagine me his love, his mistress, and I set him every day to woo me, at which time would I, being but a moonish youth, grieve, be effeminate, changeable, longing and liking, proud, fantastical, apish, shallow, inconstant, full of tears, full of smiles, for every passion something and for no passion truly anything, as boys and women are for the most part cattle of this color, would now like him, now loathe him, then entertain him, then forswear him, now weep for him, then spit at him, that I drave my suitor from his mad humor of love to a living humor of madness, which was, to forswear the full stream of the world and to live in a nook merely monastic. And thus I curried him, and this way will I take upon me to wash your liver as clean as a sound sheep's heart, that there shall not be one spot of love in T. Orlando. I would not be cured, youth. Rosalind. I would cure you, if you would but call me Rosalind, and come every day to my cote and woo me. Orlando. Now, by the faith of my love, I will. Tell me where it is. Rosalind. Go with me to it, and I'll show it you, and, by the way, you shall tell me where in the forest you live. Will you go? Orlando. With all my heart, good youth. Rosalind. Nay, you must call me Rosalind. Come. Sister, will you go? Excellent. Scene 3. The forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey, Jack's behind. Touchstone. Come apace, good Audrey, I will fetch up your goats. Audrey. And how, Audrey, am I the man yet? Doth my simple feature content you? Audrey. Your features. Lord warrant us. What features? Touchstone. I am here with thee and thy goats, as the most capricious poet, honest Ovid, was among the Goths. Jacks. A sight o' knowledge ill inhabited, worse than Jove in a thatched house. Touchstone. When a man's verses cannot be understood, nor a man's good wit seconded with the forward child understanding, it strikes a man more dead than a great reckoning in a little room. Truly, I would the gods had made thee poetical. Audrey. I do not know what poetical is. Is it honest in deed and word? Is it a true thing? Touchstone. No, truly, for the truest poetry is the most feigning. And lovers are given to poetry, and what they swear in poetry may be said as lovers they do feign. Audrey. Do you wish, then, that the gods had made me poetical? Touchstone. I do, truly, for thou swear'st to me thou art honest. Now, if thou wert a poet, I might have some hope thou didst feign. Audrey. Would you not have me honest? Touchstone. No, truly, unless thou wert hard favored, for honesty Coupled to beauty is to have honey as sauce to sugar. Jax. A sight a material fool. Audrey. Well, I am not fair, and therefore I pray the gods make me honest. Touchstone. Truly, and to cast away honesty upon a foul slut were to put good meat into an unclean dish. Audrey. I am not a slut, though I thank the gods I am foul. Touchstone. Well, praised be the gods for thy foulness. Sluttishness may come hereafter. But be it as it may be, I will marry thee, and to that end I have been with Sir Oliver Martext, the vicar of the next village, who hath promised to meet me in this place of the forest, and to couple us. Jax. A sight I would fain see this meeting. Audrey. Well, the gods give us joy. Touchstone. Amen. A man may, if he were of a fearful heart, stagger in this attempt, for here we have no temple but the wood, no assembly but horned beasts. But what though courage? As horns are odious, they are necessary. It is said, many a man knows no end of his goods. Right. Many a man has good horns and knows no end of them. Well, that is the dowry of his wife, 'tis none of his own getting. Horns? Even so. Poor men alone? No, no, the noblest deer hath them as huge as the rascal. Is the single man therefore blessed? No, as a walled town is more worthier than a village, so is the forehead of a married man more honorable than the bare brow of a bachelor, and by how much defense is better than no skill, by so much is horn more precious than to want. Here comes Sir Oliver. Enter Sir Oliver Martext. Sir Oliver Martext, you are well met. Will you dispatch us here under this tree, or shall we go with you to your chapel? Martext. Is there none here to give the woman? Touchstone. I will not take her on gift of any man. Martext. Truly, she must be given, or the marriage is not lawful. Jax. Discovering himself proceed, I'll give her. Touchstone. Good even, good master what ye calt, how do you sir? You are very well met. God iled you for your last company. I am very glad to see you. Even a toy in hand here sir. Nay, pray be covered. Jax. Will you be married, Motley? Touchstone. As the ox hath his bow, sir, the horse his curb, and the falcon her bells, so man hath his desires, and as pigeons bill, so wedlock would be nibbling. Jax. And will you, being a man of your breeding, be married under a bush, like a beggar? Get you to church and have a good priest that can tell you what marriage is, this fellow will but join you together as they join wainscot, then one of you will prove a shrunk panel, and like green timber warp. Touchstone. A sight I am not in the mind, but I were better to be married of him than of another, for he is not like to marry me. Well, and not being well married, it will be a good excuse for me hereafter to leave my wife. Jax. Go thou with me, and let me counsel thee. Touchstone. Come, sweet Audrey. We must be married or we must live in bawdry. Farewell, good Master Oliver. Not. O sweet Oliver. O brave Oliver. Leave me not behind thee. But wind away. Beggin, I say. I will not to wedding with thee. Exeunt Jax, Touchstone, and Audrey. Martext. 'Tis no matter, ne'er a fantastical knave of them all shall flout me out of my calling. Exit. Scene IV. The forest. Enter Rosalind and Celia. Rosalind. Never talk to me, I will weep. Celia. Do, I prithee, but yet have the grace to consider that tears do not become a man. Rosalind. But have I not cause to weep? Celia. As good cause as one would desire, therefore weep. Rosalind. His very hair is of the dissembling color. Celia. Something browner than Judas's. Mary, his kisses are Judas's own children. Rosalind. I faith, his hair is of a good color. Celia. An excellent color. Your chestnut was ever the only color. Rosalind. And his kissing is as full of sanctity as the touch of holy bread. Celia. He hath bought a pair of cast lips of Diana. And none of Winter's sisterhood kisses not more religiously, the very ice of chastity is in them. Rosalind. But why did he swear he would come this morning, and comes not? Celia. Nay, certainly, there is no truth in him. Rosalind. Do you think so? Celia. Yes, I think he is not a picked purse nor a horse stealer, but For his verity in love, I do think him as concave as covered. Goblet or a worm-eaten nut. Rosalind. Not true in love? Celia. Yes, when he is in, but I think he is not in. Rosalind. You have heard him swear downright he was. Celia. Was is not is, besides, the oath of a lover is no. Stronger than the word of a tapster, they are both the confirmer of false reckonings. He attends here in the forest on the Duke. Your father. Rosalind. I met the Duke yesterday and had much question with him. He asked me of what parentage I was, I told him, of as good as. So he laughed and let me go. But what talk we of fathers when there is such a man as Orlando? Celia. Oh, that's a brave man. He writes brave verses, speaks brave words, swears brave oaths, and breaks them bravely, quite. Traverse, athwart the heart of his lover, as a puny tilter, that spurs his horse but on one side, breaks his staff like a noble goose. But all's brave that youth mounts and folly guides. Who comes here? Enter Corin. Corin. Mistress and master, you have oft inquired after the shepherd that complained of love, who you saw sitting by me on the turf, praising the proud disdainful shepherdess. That was his mistress. Celia. Well, and what of him? Corin. If you will see a pageant truly played between the pale complexion of true love and the red glow of scorn and proud disdain, go hence a little, and I shall conduct you. If you will mark it. Rosalind. Oh, come, let us remove. The sight of lovers feedeth those in love. Bring us to this sight, and you shall say, I'll prove a busy actor in their play. Exeunt. Scene V. Another part of the forest. Enter Silvius and Phoebe. Silvius. Sweet Phoebe, do not scorn me, do not, Phoebe. Say that you love me not, but say not so. In bitterness. The common executioner, whose heart accustomed sight of death makes hard, falls not the axe upon the humbled neck, but first begs pardon. Will you sterner be than he that dies and lives by bloody drops? Enter Rosalind, Celia, and Corin, at a distance. Phoebe. I would not be thy executioner. I fly thee, for I would not injure thee. Thou tell'st me there is murder in mine eye. 'Tis pretty, sure, and very probable. That eyes, that are the frailest and softest things, who shut their coward gates on atomies, should be called tyrants, butchers, murderers. Now I do frown on thee with all my heart. And if mine eyes can wound, now let them kill thee. Now counterfeit to swoon, why, now fall down. Or, if thou canst not, oh, for shame, lie not, to say mine eyes are murderers. Now show the wound mine eye hath made in thee. Scratch thee but with a pin, and there remains some scar of it, lean upon a rush. The cicatrice incapable impressure thy palm some moment keeps, but now mine eyes, which I have darted at thee, hurt thee not. Nor, I am sure, there is not force in eyes that can do hurt. Silvius. Oh dear Phoebe. If ever as that ever may be near, you meet in some fresh cheek the power of fancy, then shall you know the wounds invisible that love's keen arrows make. Phoebe. But till that time, come not thou near me, and when that time comes, afflict me with thy mocks, pity me not. As till that time I shall not pity thee. Rosalind. Advancing and why, I pray you? Who might be your mother, that you insult, exult, and all at once over the wretched? What though you have no beauty? As, by my faith, I see no more in you than without candle may go dark to bed. Must you be therefore proud and pitiless? Why, what means this? Why do you look on me? I see no more in you than in the ordinary of nature's sail work. Odds my little life. I think she means to tangle my eyes too. No faith, proud mistress, hope not after it. 'Tis not your inky brows, your black silk hair, your bugle eyeballs, nor your cheek of cream that can entom my spirits to your worship. You foolish shepherd, wherefore do you follow her? Like foggy south, puffing with wind and rain? You are 1,000 times a properer man than she a woman. 'Tis such fools as you that makes the world full of ill-favored children. 'Tis not her glass, but you, that flatters her. And out of you she sees herself more proper than any of her lineaments can show her. But, mistress, know yourself. Down on your knees. And thank heaven, fasting, for a good man's love. For I must tell you friendly in your ear. Sell when you can, you are not for all markets. Cry the man mercy, love him, take his offer. Foul is most foul, being foul to be a scoffer. So take her to thee, shepherd. Fare you well. Phoebe. Sweet youth, I pray you chide a year together. I had rather hear you chide than this man woo. Rosalind. He's foul'n in love with your foulness, and she'll fall in love with my anger. If it be so, as fast as she answers thee with frowning looks, I'll sauce her with bitter words. Why look you so upon me? Phoebe. For no ill will I bear you. Rosalind. I pray you do not fall in love with me. For I am falser than vows made in wine. Besides, I like you not. If you will know my house, 'tis at the tuft of olives here hard by. Will you go, sister? Shepherd, ply her hard. Come, sister. Shepherdess, look on him better. And be not proud, though all the world could see. None could be so abused in sight as he. Come, to our flock. Exeunt Rosalind, Celia, and Corin. Phoebe. Dead shepherd, now I find thy saw of might. Whoever loved that loved not at first sight? Silvius. Sweet Phoebe. Phoebe. Ha! What say'st thou, Silvius? Silvius. Sweet Phoebe, pity me. Phoebe. Why, I aren't sorry for thee, gentle Silvius. Silvius. Wherever sorrow is, relief would be. If you do sorrow at my grief in love. By giving love, your sorrow and my grief were both exterminated. Phoebe. Thou hast my love, is not that neighborly? Silvius. I would have you. Phoebe. Why, that were covetousness. Silvius, the time was that I hated thee. And yet it is not that I bear thee love. But since that thou canst talk of love so well, thy company, which erst was irksome to me, I will endure, and I'll employ thee too. But do not look for further recompense than thine own gladness that thou art employed. Silvius. So holy and so perfect is my love. And I in such a poverty of grace that I shall think it a most plenteous crop to glean the broken ears after the man, that the main harvest reaps, loose now and then a scattered smile, and that I'll live upon. Phoebe. Know'st thou the youth that spoke to me erewhile? Silvius. Not very well, but I have met him oft. And he hath bought the cottage and the bounds that the old carlet once was master of. Phoebe. Think not I love him, though I ask for him. 'Tis but a peevish boy, yet he talks well. But what care I for words? Yet words do well when he that speaks them pleases those that hear. It is a pretty youth, not very pretty. But, sure, he's proud, and yet his pride becomes him. He'll make a proper man. The best thing in him is his complexion, and faster than his tongue did make offense, his eye did heal it up. He is not very tall, yet for his years he's tall. His leg is but so-so, and yet 'tis well. There was a pretty redness in his lip. A little riper and more lusty red than that mixed in his cheek, 'twas just a difference betwixt a constant tread and mingled damask. There be some women, Silvius, had they market him in parcels as I did, would have gone near to fall in love with him, but, for my part, I love him not, nor hate him not, and yet I have more cause to hate him than to love him. For what had he to do to chide at me? He said mine eyes were black, and my hair black. And, now I am remembered, scorn it at me. I marvel why I answer it not again. But that's all one. Omittance is no quittance. I'll write to him a very taunting letter. And thou shalt bear it, wilt thou, Silvius? Silvius. Phoebe, with all my heart. Phoebe. I'll write it straight. The matter's in my head and in my heart. I will be bitter with him and passing short. Go with me, Silvius. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. The forest. Enter Rosalind, Celia, and Jax. Jax. I prithee, pretty youth, let me be better acquainted with thee. Rosalind. They say you are a melancholy fellow. Jax. I am so, I do love it better than laughing. Rosalind. Those that are in extremity of either are abominable fellows and betray themselves to every modern censure worse than drunkards. Jax. Why, 'tis good to be sad and say nothing. Rosalind. Why then, 'tis good to be a post. Jax. I have neither the scholar's melancholy, which is emulation, nor the musician's, which is fantastical, nor the courtier's, which is proud, nor the soldier's, which is ambitious, nor the lawyer's, which is politic, nor the lady's, which is nice, nor the lover's, which is all these, but it is a melancholy of mine own, compounded of many simples, extracted from many objects, and, indeed, the sundry contemplation of my Travels, in which my often rumination wraps me in a most humorous sadness. Rosalind. A traveler. By my faith, you have great reason to be sad. I fear you have sold your own lands to see other men's, then. To have seen much and to have nothing is to have rich eyes and poor hands. Jax. Yes, I have gained my experience. Enter Orlando. Rosalind. And your experience makes you sad. I had rather have a fool to make me merry than experience to make me sad and to travel for it too. Orlando. Good day and happiness, dear Rosalind. Jax. Nay, then, God buy you, and you talk in blank verse. Rosalind. Farewell, monsieur traveler, look you lisp and wear strange suits, disable all the benefits of your own country, be out of love with your nativity, and almost chide God for making you that countenance you are, or I will scarce think you have swam in a gondola. Exit Jax. Why, how now, Orlando? Where have you been all this while? You a lover. And you serve me such another trick, never come in my sight more. Orlando. My fair Rosalind, I come within an hour of my promise. Rosalind. Break an hour's promise in love. He that will divide a minute into 1,000 parts and break but a part of the 1,000th part of a minute in the affairs of love, it may be said of him that Cupid hath clapped at him shoulder, but I'll warrant him heart whole. Orlando. Pardon me, dear Rosalind. Rosalind. Nay, and you be so tardy, come no more in my sight. I had as lief be wooed of a snail. Orlando. Of a snail. Rosalind. Of a snail, for though he comes slowly, he carries his house on his head a better jointure, I think, than you make. A woman, besides, he brings his destiny with him. Orlando. What's that? Rosalind. Why, horns, which such as you are fain to be beholding to your wives for, but he comes armed in his fortune, and prevents the slander of his wife. Orlando. Virtue is no horn maker, and my Rosalind is virtuous. Rosalind. And I am your Rosalind. Celia. It pleases him to call you so, but he hath a Rosalind of a better Lear than you. Rosalind. Come, woo me, for now I am in a holiday humor. And like enough to consent. What would you say to me now, and I were your very, very Rosalind? Orlando. I would kiss before I spoke. Rosalind. Nay, you were better speak first, and when you were grovelled for lack of matter, you might take occasion to kiss. Very good orators, when they are out, they will spit, and for lovers lacking God warn us. Matter, the cleanliest shift is to kiss. Orlando. How if the kiss be denied? Rosalind. Then she puts you to entreaty, and there begins new matter. Orlando. Who could be out, being before his beloved mistress? Rosalind. Marry, that should you, if I were your mistress, or I should think my honesty ranker than my wit. Orlando. What, of my suit? Rosalind. Not out of your apparel, and yet out of your suit. Am not I your Rosalind? Orlando. I take some joy to say you are, because I would be talking of her. Rosalind. Well, in her person, I say I will not have you. Orlando. Then, in mine own person, I die. Rosalind. No, faith, die by attorney. The poor world is almost 6,000 years old, and in all this time there was not any man died in his own person, videlicet, in a love cause. Troilus had his brains dashed out with a Grecian club, yet he did what he could to die before, and he is one of the patterns of love. Leander, he would have lived many a fair year, though Hero had turned none, if it had not been for a hot midsummer night, for good youth, he went but forth to wash him in the Hellespont, and being taken with the cramp, was drowned, and the foolish chroniclers of that age found it was Hero of Sestos. But these are all lies. Men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love. Orlando. I would not have my right Rosalind of this mind, for, I protest, her frown might kill me. Rosalind. By this hand, it will not kill a fly. But come, now I will be your Rosalind in a more coming on disposition, and ask me what you will, I will grant it. Orlando. Then love me, Rosalind. Rosalind. Yes, faith, will I, Fridays and Saturdays, and all. Orlando. And wilt thou have me? Rosalind. And 20 such. Orlando. What sayest thou? Rosalind. Are you not good? Orlando. I hope so. Rosalind. Why then, can one desire too much of a good thing? Come. Sister, you shall be the priest and marry us. Give me your hand. Orlando. What do you say, sister? Orlando. Pray thee, marry us. Celia. I cannot say the words. Rosalind. You must begin, will you, Orlando? Celia. Go to. Will you, Orlando, have to wife this Rosalind? Orlando. I will. Rosalind. But when? Orlando. Why, now, as fast as she can marry us. Rosalind. Then you must say I take thee, Rosalind, for wife. Orlando. I take thee, Rosalind, for wife. Rosalind. I might ask you for your commission, but I do take thee. Orlando, for my husband. There's a girl goes before the priest. And, certainly, a woman's thought runs before her actions. Orlando. So do all thoughts, they are winged. Rosalind. Now tell me how long you would have her after you have possessed her. Orlando. Forever and a day. Rosalind. Say a day without the ever. No, Orlando. Men are April when they woo, December when they wed. Maids are May when they are maids, but the sky changes when they are wives. I will be more jealous of thee than a Barbary cock pigeon over his hen. More clamorous than a parrot against rain, more newfangled than an ape, more giddy in my desires than a monkey. I will weep for nothing, like Diana in the fountain, and I will do that when you are disposed to be merry. I will laugh like a hyena, and that when thou are inclined to sleep. Orlando. But will my Rosalind do so? Rosalind. By my life, she will do as I do. Orlando. Oh, but she is wise. Rosalind. Or else she could not have the wit to do this. The wiser. The waywarder. Make the doors upon a woman's wit, and it will out. At the casement, shut that, and 'twill out at the keyhole, stop. That, 'twill fly with the smoke out of the chimney. Orlando. A man that had a wife with such a wit, he might say wit. Whither wilt? Rosalind. Nay, you might keep that check for it. Till you met your wife's wit going to your neighbor's bed. Orlando. And what wit could wit have to excuse that? Rosalind. Mary, to say she came to seek you there. You shall never take her without her answer, unless you take her without her tongue. Oh, that woman that cannot make her fault her husband's occasion, let her never nurse her child herself, for she will breed it like a fool. Orlando. For these 2 hours, Rosalind, I will leave thee. Rosalind. Alas, dear love, I cannot lack thee 2 hours. Orlando. I must attend the Duke at dinner, by 2 o'clock I will be with thee again. Rosalind. Go your ways, go your ways. I knew what you would prove, my friends told me as much, and I thought no less. That flattering tongue of yours won me. 'Tis but one cast away, and so, come death. 2 o'clock is your hour? Orlando. Sweet Rosalind. Rosalind. By my troth, and in good earnest, and so God mend me, and by all pretty oaths that are not dangerous, if you break one jot of your promise, or come 1 minute behind your hour, I will think you the most pathetical break promise, and the most hollow lover, and the most unworthy of her you call Rosalind, that may be chosen out of the gross band of the unfaithful. Therefore, beware my censure, and keep your promise. Orlando. With no less religion than if thou wert indeed my Rosalind, so, adieu. Rosalind. Well, time is the old justice that examines all such offenders, and let time try. Adieu. Exit Orlando. Celia. You have simply misused our sex in your love prate. We must have your doublet and hose plucked over your head, and show the world what the bird hath done to her own nest. Rosalind. Oh cause, my pretty little cause, that thou didst know how many fathom deep I am in love. But it cannot be sounded. My affection hath an unknown bottom, like the Bay of Portugal. Celia. Or rather, bottomless, that as fast as you pour affection in, it runs out. Rosalind. No, that same wicked bastard of Venus, that was begot of thought, conceived of spleen, and born of madness, that blind rascally boy, that abuses everyone's eyes, because his own are out. Let him be judge how deep I am in love. I'll tell thee. Eleana, I cannot be out of the sight of Orlando. I'll go find a shadow, and sigh till he come. Celia. And I'll sleep. Excellent. Scene 2. The forest. Enter jacks and lords, in the habit of foresters. Jacks. Which is he that killed the deer? Lord. Sir, it was I. Jacks. Let's present him to the Duke, like a Roman conqueror, and it would do well to set the deer's horns upon his head for a branch of victory. Have you no song, forester, for this purpose? Lord. Yes, sir. Jacks. Sing it, 'tis no matter how it be in tune, so it make noise. Enough. Song. What shall he have that killed the deer? His leather skin and horns to wear. The rest shall hear this burden. Then sing him home. Take thou no scorn to wear the horn. It was a crest ere thou wast born. Thy father's father wore it. And thy father bore it. The horn, the lusty horn. Is not a thing to laugh to scorn. Exeunt. Scene 3. The forest. Enter Rosalind and Celia. Rosalind. How say you now? Is it not past 2 o'clock? And here much Orlando. Celia. I warrant you, with pure love and troubled brain, he hath ta'en his bow and arrows, and is gone forth to sleep. Look, who comes here? Enter Silvius. Silvius. My errand is to you, fair youth. My gentle feet did bid me give you this. I know not the contents, but, as I guess, by the stern brow and waspish action, which she did use as she was writing of it, it bears an angry tenor. Pardon me. I am but as a guiltless messenger. Rosalind. Patience herself would startle at this letter. And play the swaggerer. Bear this, bear all. She says I am not fair, that I lack manners. She calls me proud, and that she could not love me. Were man as rare as Phoenix. Odds my will. Her love is not the hare that I do hunt. Why writes she so to me? Well, shepherd, well. This is a letter of your own device. Silvius. No, I protest, I know not the contents. Phoebe did write it. Rosalind. Come, you are a fool. And turn it into the extremity of love. I saw her hand, she has a leathern hand. A freestone-colored hand, I verily did think that her old gloves were on, but 'twas her hands. She has a huswife's hand, but that's no matter. I say she never did invent this letter. This is a man's invention, and his hand. Silvius. Sure, it is hers. Rosalind. Why, 'tis a boisterous and a cruel style. A style for challengers. Why, she defies me. Like Turk to Christian. Women's gentle brain could not drop forth such giant rude invention. Such Ethiop words, blacker in their effect than in their countenance. Will you hear the letter? Silvius. So please you, for I never heard it yet. Yet heard too much of Phoebe's cruelty. Rosalind. She Phoebes me. Mark how the tyrant writes. Reads. Art thou God to shepherd turned? That a maiden's heart hath burned? Can a woman rail thus? Silvius. Call you this railing? Rosalind. Why, thy Godhead laid apart. Warst thou with a woman's heart? Did you ever hear such railing? Whiles the eye of man did woo me. That could do no vengeance to me. Meaning me a beast. If the scorn of your bright ain have power to raise such love in mine. Alack, in me what strange effect would they work in mild aspect? Whiles you chid me, I did love. How then might your prayers move? He that brings this love to the little knows this love in me. And by him seal up thy mind. Whether that thy youth and kind will the faithful offer take of me and all that I can make. Or else by him my love deny. And then I'll study how to die. Silvius. Call you this chiding? Celia. Alas, poor shepherd. Rosalind. Do you pity him? No, he deserves no pity. Wilt thou love such a woman? What, to make thee an instrument and play false strains upon thee? Not to be endured. Well, go your way to her. For I see love hath made thee tame snake, and say this to her. That if she love me, I charge her to love thee, if she will not, I will never have her unless thou entreat for her. If you be a true lover, hence, and not a word, for here comes more company. Exit Silvius. Enter Oliver. Oliver. Good morrow, fair ones, pray you, if you know wherein the purlieus of this forest stands. A sheepcote fenced about with olive trees? Celia. West of this place, down in the neighbor bottom. The rank of osiers by the murmuring stream. Left on your right hand brings you to the place. But at this hour the house doth keep itself. There's none within. Oliver. If that an eye may profit by a tongue, then should I know you by description. Such garments, and such years. The boy is fair, of female favor, and bestows himself. Like a ripe sister, the woman low and browner than her brother. Are not you the owner of the house I did inquire for? Celia. It is no boast, being asked, to say we are. Oliver. Orlando doth commend him to you both. And to that youth he calls his Rosalind. He sends this bloody napkin. Are you he? Rosalind. I am. What must we understand by this? Oliver. Some of my shame, if you will know of me. What man I am, and how, and why, and where. This handkercher was stained. Celia. I pray you, tell it. Oliver. When last the young Orlando parted from you, he left a promise to return again. Within an hour, and, pacing through the forest, chewing the food of sweet and bitter fancy. Lo, what befell? He threw his eye aside. And mark what object did present itself. Under an oak, whose boughs were mossed with age, and high-top bald with dry antiquity. A wretched ragged man, o'ergrown with hair, lay sleeping on his back. About his neck, a green and gilded snake had wreathed itself. Who with her head nimble in threats approached the opening of his mouth, but suddenly, seeing Orlando, it unlinked itself. And with indented glides did slip away into a bush, under which bush's shade a lioness, with udders all drawn dry, lay couching, head on ground, with cat-like watch. When that the sleeping man should stir, for 'tis the royal disposition of that beast to prey on nothing that doth seem as dead. This seen, Orlando did approach the man. And found it was his brother, his elder brother. Celia. Oh, I have heard him speak of that same brother. And he did render him the most unnatural that lived amongst men. Oliver. And well he might so do. For well I know he was unnatural. Rosalind. But, to Orlando. Did he leave him there? Food to the sucket and hungry lioness? Oliver. Twice did he turn his back, and purposed so. But kindness, nobler ever than revenge, and nature, stronger than his just occasion, made him give battle to the lioness, who quickly fell before him, in which hurtling from miserable slumber I awaked. Celia. Are you his brother? Rosalind. Wast you here escued? Celia. Wast you that did so oft contrive to kill him? Oliver. 'Twas I, but 'tis not I do not shame to tell you what I was, since my conversion so sweetly tastes, being the thing I am. Rosalind. But for the bloody napkin? Oliver. By and by. When from the first to last, betwixt us two, tears our recountments had most kindly bathed, as how I came into that desert place. In brief, he led me to the gentle Duke, who gave me fresh array and entertainment, committing me unto my brother's love, who led me instantly unto his cave. There stripped himself, and here upon his arm the lioness had torn some flesh away, which all this while had bled, and now he fainted, and cried, in fainting, upon Rosalind. Brief, I recovered him, bound up his wound, and, after some small space, being strong at heart, he sent me hither, stranger as I am, to tell this story, that you might excuse his broken promise, and to give this napkin, did in his blood, unto the shepherd youth, that he in sport doth call his Rosalind. Rosalind swoons. Celia. Why, how now, Ganymede? Sweet Ganymede. Oliver. Many will swoon when they do look on blood. Celia. There is more in it. Cousin Ganymede. Oliver. Look, here he covers. Rosalind. I would I were at home. Celia. We'll lead you thither. I pray you, will you take him by the arm? Oliver. Be of good cheer, youth. You a man. You lack a man's heart. Rosalind. I do so, I confess it. Ah, sirrah, a body would think this was well counterfeited. I pray you tell your brother how well I counterfeited. Hi ho. Oliver. This was not counterfeit, there is too great testimony in your complexion that it was a passion of earnest. Rosalind. Counterfeit, I assure you. Oliver. Well then, take a good heart and counterfeit to be a man. Rosalind. So I do, but, I faith, I should have been a woman by right. Celia. Come, you look paler and paler, pray you draw homewards. Good sir, go with us. Oliver. That will I, for I must bear answer back. How you excuse my brother Rosalind. Rosalind. I shall devise something, but, I pray you, commend my counterfeiting to him. Will you go? Exeunt. Act V Scene I. The forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey. Touchstone. We shall find a time, Audrey. Patience, gentle Audrey. Audrey. Faith, the priest was good enough for all the old gentleman's saying. Touchstone. A most wicked Sir Oliver, Audrey, a most vile martext. But, Audrey, there is a youth here in the forest lays claim to you. Audrey. I know who 'tis, he hath no interest in me in the world, here comes the man you mean. Enter William. Touchstone. It is meat and drink to me to see a clown. By my troth. We that have good wits have much to answer for. We shall be flouting, we cannot hold. William. Good even Audrey. Audrey. God ye good even William. William. And good even to you, sir. Touchstone. Good even, gentle friend. Cover thy head, cover thy head, nay, prithee be covered. How old are you, friend? William. 25, sir. Touchstone. A ripe age. Is thy name William? William. William, sir. Touchstone. A fair name. Wast born ith forest here? William. Sir, I thank God. Touchstone. Thank God. A good answer. Art rich? William. Faith, sir, so. Touchstone. So is good, very excellent good, and yet it is not, it is but so. Art thou wise? William. Sir, I have a pretty wit. Touchstone. Why, thou say'st well. I do now remember a saying. The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool. The heathen philosopher, when he had a desire to eat a grape, would open his lips when he put it into his mouth, meaning thereby that grapes were made to eat and lips to open. You do love this maid? William. I do, sir. Touchstone. Give me your hand. Art thou learned? William. No, sir. Touchstone. Then learn this of me. To have is to have, for it is a figure in rhetoric that drink, being poured out of cup into a glass, by filling the one doth empty the other, for all your writers do consent that Ips is he. Now, you are not Ips, for I am he. William. Which he, sir? Touchstone. He, sir, that must marry this woman. Therefore, you clown, abandon which is in the vulgar, leave the society which in the boorish is company of this female, which in the common is woman, which together is abandon the society of this female, or clown, thou perishest, or, to thy better understanding, diest. Or, to wit, I kill thee, make thee away, translate thy life into death, thy liberty into bondage. I will deal in poison with thee. Or in bastinado, or in steel, I will bandy with thee in faction. Will or run thee with policy, I will kill thee 150 ways, therefore tremble and depart. Audrey. Do, good William. William. God rest you merry, sir. Exit. Enter Corin. Corin. Our master and mistress seeks you, come away. Touchstone. Trip, Audrey, trip Audrey. I attend. Exeunt. Scene 2. The forest. Enter Orlando and Oliver. Orlando. Is't possible that on so little acquaintance you should like her? That but seeing you should love her? And loving woo? And, wooing, she should grant? And will you persevere to enjoy her? Oliver. Neither call the giddiness of it in question, the poverty of her, the small acquaintance, my sudden wooing, nor her sudden consenting, but say with me, I love Alina, say with her that she loves me, consent with both that we may enjoy each other. It shall be to your good, for my father's house and all the revenue. That was old Sir Rowland's will I estate upon you, and here live. And die a shepherd. Orlando. You have my consent. Let your wedding be tomorrow. Thither will I invite the Duke and all's contented followers. Go. You and prepare Alina, for, look you, here comes my Rosalind. Enter Rosalind. Rosalind. God save you, brother. Oliver. And you, fair sister. Exit. Rosalind. Oh, my dear Orlando, how it grieves me to see thee wear thy heart in a scarf. Orlando. It is my arm. Rosalind. I thought thy heart had been wounded with the claws of a lion. Orlando. Wounded it is, but with the eyes of a lady. Rosalind. Did your brother tell you how I counterfeited to swoon when he showed me your handkercher? Orlando. And greater wonders than that. Rosalind. Oh, I know where you are. Nay, 'tis true. There was never Anything so sudden but the fight of two rams and Caesars. Thrasonical brag of I came, saw, and overcame. For your brother and my sister no sooner met but they looked, no sooner looked but they loved, no sooner loved but they sighed, no sooner sighed but they asked one another the reason, no sooner knew the reason but they sought the remedy and in these degrees have they made pair of stairs to marriage, which they will climb incontinent, or else be incontinent before marriage. They are in the very wrath of love, and they will together. Clubs cannot part them. Orlando. They shall be married tomorrow, and I will bid the Duke to the nuptial. But, oh, how bitter a thing it is to look into happiness through another man's eyes. By so much the more shall I tomorrow be at the height of heart heaviness, by how much I shall think my brother happy and having what he wishes for. Rosalind. Why, then, tomorrow I cannot serve your turn for Rosalind? Orlando. I can live no longer by thinking. Rosalind. I will weary you, then, no longer with idle talking. No. Of me then for now I speak to some purpose that I know you are a gentleman of good conceit. I speak not this that you should bear a good opinion of my knowledge, insomuch I say I know you are, neither do I labor for a greater esteem than may in some little measure draw a belief from you, to do yourself good, and not to grace me. Believe then, if you please, that I can do strange things. I have, since I was 3-year-old, conversed with a magician, most profound in his art and yet not damnable. If you do love Rosalind so near the heart as your gesture cries it out, when your brother marries Aliena shall you marry her? I know into what straits of fortune she is driven, and it is not impossible to me, if it appear not inconvenient to you, to set her before your eyes tomorrow, human as she is, and without any danger. Orlando. Speak'st thou in sober meanings? Rosalind. By my life, I do, which I tender dearly, though I say I am a magician. Therefore put you in your best array, bid your friends, for if you will be married tomorrow, you shall, and too. Rosalind, if you will. Enter Silvius and Phoebe. Look, here comes a lover of mine, and a lover of hers. Phoebe. Youth, you have done me much ungentleness to show the letter that I writ to you. Rosalind. I care not if I have. It is my study to seem despiteful and ungentle to you. You are there followed by a faithful shepherd. Look upon him, love him, he worships you. Phoebe. Good shepherd, tell this youth what 'tis to love. Silvius. It is to be all made of sighs and tears. And so am I for Phoebe. Phoebe. And I for Ganymede. Orlando. And I for Rosalind. Rosalind. And I for no woman. Silvius. It is to be all made of faith and service. And so am I for Phoebe. Phoebe. And I for Ganymede. Orlando. And I for Rosalind. Rosalind. And I for no woman. Silvius. It is to be all made of fantasy. All made of passion, and all made of wishes. All adoration, duty, and observance. All humbleness, all patience and impatience. All purity, all trial, all obedience. And so am I for Phoebe. Phoebe. And so am I for Ganymede. Orlando. And so am I for Rosalind. Rosalind. And so am I for no woman. Phoebe. If this be so, why blame you me to love you? Silvius. If this be so, why blame you me to love you? Orlando. If this be so, why blame you me to love you? Rosalind. Why do you speak too, why blame you me to love you? Orlando. To her that is not here, nor doth not hear. Rosalind. Pray you, no more of this, 'tis like the howling of Irish wolves against the moon. To Silvius I will help you if I can. To Phoebe I would love you if I could. Tomorrow meet me all together. To Phoebe I will marry you if ever I marry woman. And I'll be married tomorrow. To Orlando I will satisfy you if ever I satisfied man, and you shall be married tomorrow. To Silvius I will content you if what pleases you contents you, and you shall be married tomorrow. To Orlando as you love Rosalind, meet. To Silvius as you love Phoebe, meet, and as I love no woman, I'll meet. So, fare you well, I have left you commands. Silvius. I'll not fail if I live. Phoebe. Nor I. Orlando. Nor I. Excellent. Scene 3. The forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey. Touchstone. Tomorrow is the joyful day, Audrey, tomorrow will we be married. Audrey. I do desire it with all my heart, and I hope it is no Dishonest desire to be a woman of the world. Here come two of the banished Duke's pages. Enter two pages. First page. Well met, honest gentleman. Touchstone. By my troth, well met. Come sit, sit, and a song. Second page. We are for you, sit ith middle. First page. Shall we clap into roundly, without hawking, or spitting, or saying we are hoarse, which are the only prologues to a bad voice? Second page. Ifeth, ifeth, and both in a tune, like two gypsies. On a horse. Song. It was a lover and his lass. With a hey, and a ho, and a hey non eno. That o'er the green cornfield did pass. In the springtime, the only prettiering time. When birds do sing, hey ding a ding, ding. Sweet lovers love the spring. Between the acres of the rye. With a hey, and a ho, and a hey non eno. These pretty country folks would lie. In the springtime, and see. This carol they began that hour. With a hey, and a ho, and a hey non eno. How that a life was but a flower. In the springtime, and see. And therefore take the present time. With a hey, and a ho, and a hey non eno. For love is crowned with the prime. In the springtime, and see. Touchstone. Truly, young gentleman, though there was no great matter in the ditty, yet the note was very untunable. First page. You are deceived, sir. We kept time, we lost not our time. Touchstone. By my troth, yes, I count it, but time lost to hear such a foolish song. God by you, and God mend your voices. Come. Audrey. Exeunt. Scene IV. The forest. Enter Duke Senior, Amines, Jacks, Orlando, Oliver, and Celia. Duke Senior. Dost thou believe, Orlando, that the boy can do all this that he hath promised? Orlando. I sometimes do believe and sometimes do not. As those that fear they hope, and know they fear. Enter Rosalind, Silvius, and Phoebe. Rosalind. Patience once more, whiles our compact is ergid. You say, if I bring in your Rosalind, you will bestow her on Orlando here? Duke Senior. That would I, had I kingdoms to give with her. Rosalind. And you say you will have her when I bring her? Orlando. That would I, were I of all kingdoms king. Rosalind. You say you'll marry me, if I be willing? Phoebe. That will I, should I die the hour after. Rosalind. But if you do refuse to marry me, you'll give yourself to this most faithful shepherd? Phoebe. So is the bargain. Rosalind. You say that you'll have Phoebe, if you will? Silvius. Though to have her and death were both one thing. Rosalind. I have promised to make all this matter even. Keep you your word, O Duke, to give your daughter. You yours, Orlando, to receive his daughter. Keep your word, Phoebe, that you'll marry me. Or else, refusing me, to wed this shepherd. Keep your word, Silvius, that you'll marry her. If she refuse me, and from hence I go. To make these doubts all even. Exeunt Rosalind and Celia. Duke Senior. I do remember in this shepherd boy some lively touches of my daughter's favor. Orlando. My lord, the first time that I ever saw him. Method he was a brother to your daughter. But, my good lord, this boy is forest born. And hath been tutored in the rudiments of many desperate studies by his uncle, whom he reports to be a great magician. Obscured in the circle of this forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey. Jacks. There is, sure, another flood toward, and these couples are coming to the ark. Here comes a pair of very strange beasts which in all tongues are called fools. Touchstone. Salutation and greeting to you all. Jacks. Good my lord, bid him welcome. This is the motley-minded gentleman that I have so often met in the forest. He hath been a courtier, he swears. Touchstone. If any man doubt that, let him put me to my purgation. I have trod a measure, I have flattered a lady, I have been politic with my friend, smooth with mine enemy, I have undone 3 tailors, I have had 4 quarrels, and like to have fought 1. Jacks. And how was that ta'en up? Touchstone. Faith, we met, and found the quarrel was upon the 7th cause. Jacks. How 7th cause? Good my lord, like this fellow. Duke Senior. I like him very well. Touchstone. God ild you, sir, I desire you of the like. I press in. Here, sir, amongst the rest of the country copulatives, to swear. And to forswear, according as marriage binds and blood breaks. A poor virgin, sir, an ill-favored thing, sir, but mine own, a Poor humor of mine, sir, to take that man else will. Rich. Honesty dwells like a miser, sir, in a poor house, as your pearl in your foul oyster. Duke Senior. By my faith, he is very swift and sententious. Touchstone. According to the fool's bolt, sir, and such dulcet diseases. Jacks. But, for the seventh cause. How did you find the quarrel on? The seventh cause? Touchstone. Upon a lie 7 times removed bear your body more. Seeming, Audrey is thus, sir. I did dislike the cut of a certain courtier's beard, he sent me word, if I said his beard was not cut well, he was in the mind it was. This is called the retort. Courteous. If I sent him word again it was not well cut, he would send me word he cut it to please himself. This is called the quip. Modest. If again it was not well cut, he disabled my judgment. This is called the reply churlish. If again it was not well cut, he would answer I spake not true. This is called the reproof. Valiant. If again it was not well cut, he would say I lie. This is called the countercheck quarrelsome. And so to the lie. Circumstantial and the lie direct. Jacks. And how oft did you say his beard was not well cut? Touchstone. I durst go no further than the lie circumstantial, nor he durst not give me the lie direct, and so we measured swords and parted. Jacks. Can you nominate in order now the degrees of the lie? Touchstone. Oh, sir, we quarrel in print by the book, as you have books for good manners. I will name you the degrees. The first, the retort courteous, the second, the quip modest, the third, the reply churlish, the fourth, the reproof valiant, the fifth, the countercheck quarrelsome, the sixth, the lie with circumstance, the seventh, the lie direct. All these you may avoid but the lie direct, and you may avoid that too with an if. I knew when 7 justices could not take up a quarrel, but when the parties were met themselves, one of them thought but of an if, as if you said so, then I said so. And they shook hands and swore. Brothers. Your if is the only peacemaker, much virtue in if. Jacks. Is not this a rare fellow, my lord? He's as good at anything, and yet a fool. Duke Senior. He uses his folly like a stalking horse, and under the presentation of that he shoots his wit. Enter Hymen, Rosalind, and Celia. Still music. Hymen. Then is there mirth in heaven, when earthly things made even atone together. Good Duke, receive thy daughter. Hymen from heaven brought her. Yea, brought her hither, that thou mightst join her hand with his, whose heart within his bosom is. Rosalind. To Duke to you I give myself, for I am yours. To Orlando to you I give myself, for I am yours. Duke Senior. If there be truth in sight, you are my daughter. Orlando. If there be truth in sight, you are my Rosalind. Phoebe. If sight and shape be true, why then, my love adieu. Rosalind. I'll have no father, if you be not he. I'll have no husband, if you be not he. Nor ne'er wed woman, if you be not she. Hymen. Peace, ho. I bar confusion. 'Tis I must make conclusion of these most strange events. Here's 8 that must take hands to join in Hymen's bands. If truth holds true contents, you and you no cross shall part. You and you are heart and heart. You to his love must accord, or have a woman to your lord. You and you are sure together, as the winter to foul weather. Whiles a wedlock hymn we sing. Feed yourselves with questioning, that reason wonder may diminish. How thus we met, and these things finish. Song. Wedding is great Juno's crown. O blessed bond of board and bed. 'Tis Hymen peoples every town. High wedlock then be honored. Honor, high honor, and renown. To Hymen, god of every town. Duke Senior. O my dear niece, welcome thou art to me. Even daughter, welcome in no less degree. Phoebe. I will not eat my word, now thou art mine. Thy faith my fancy to thee doth combine. Enter Jacks to boys. Jacks to boys. Let me have audience for a word or two. I am the second son of old Sir Rowland, that bring these tidings to this fair assembly. Duke Frederick, hearing how that every day men of great worth resorted to this forest, addressed a mighty power, which were on foot, in his own conduct, purposely to take his brother here and put him to the sword. And to the skirts of this wild wood he came, where, meeting with an old religious man, after some question with him, was converted, both from his enterprise and from the world. his crown bequeathing to his banished brother. And all their lands restored to them again. That were with him exiled. This to be true. I do engage my life. Duke Senior. Welcome, young man. Thou offerst fairly to thy brother's wedding. To one, his lands withheld, and to the other, the land itself at large, a potent dukedom. First, in this forest let us do those ends that here were well begun and well begot. And after, every of this happy number that have endured shrewd days and nights with us shall share the good of our returned fortune, according to the measure of their states. Meantime, forget this new-found dignity and fall into our rustic revelry. Play, music, and you brides and bridegrooms all, with measure heap it in joy, to th measures fall. Jacks. Sir, by your patience. If I heard you rightly, the Duke hath put on a religious life and thrown into neglect the pompous court. Jacks to boys. He hath. Jacks. To him will I out of these convertites. There is much matter to be heard and learned. To Duke you to your former honor I bequeath. Your patience and your virtue well deserves it. To Orlando you to a love that your true faith doth merit. To Oliver you to your land and love and great allies. To Silvius you to a long and well-deserved bed. To Touchstone and you to wrangling, for thy loving voyage is but for 2 months victualled. So to your pleasures. I am for other than for dancing measures. Duke Senior. Stay, Jacks, stay. Jacks. To see no pastime I. What you would have. I'll stay to know at your abandoned cave. Exit. Duke Senior. Proceed, proceed. We will begin these rites. As we do trust they lend, in true delights. A dance exeunt. Epilogue. Epilogue. Rosalind. It is not the fashion to see the lady the epilogue, but it is no more unhandsome than to see the lord the prologue. If it be true that good wine needs no bush, 'tis true that a good play needs no epilogue. Yet to good wine they do use good bushes, and good plays prove the better by the help of good epilogues. What a case am I in then, that am neither a good epilogue, nor cannot insinuate with you in the behalf of a good play. I am not furnished like a beggar, therefore to beg will not become me. My way is to conjure you, and I'll begin with the women. I charge you, O women, for the love you bear to men, to like as much of this play as please you, and I charge you, O men, for the love you bear to women as I perceive by your simpering none of you hates them that between you and the women the play may please. If I were a woman, I would kiss as many of you as had beards that pleased me, complexions that licked me, and breaths that I defied. Not, and, I am sure, as many as have good beards, or good faces, or sweet breaths, will, for my kind offer, when I make curtsy, bid me farewell. The Comedy of Errors. Contents. Act 1. Scene I, a hall in the Duke's palace. Scene 2. A public place. Act 2. Scene I, a public place. Scene 2. The same. Act 3. Scene I. The same. Scene 2. The same. Act 4. Scene I. The same. Scene 2. The same. Scene 3. The same. Scene IV. The same. Act 5. Scene I. The same. Dramatis Personae. Solanus, Duke of Ephesus. Aegon, a merchant of Syracuse. Antipholus of Ephesus, twin brothers and sons to Aegon and Antipholus of Syracuse, Emilia, but unknown to each other. Dromio of Ephesus, twin brothers, and attendants on Dromio of Syracuse, the 2 Antipholuses. Balthasar, a merchant. Angelo, a goldsmith. A merchant, friend to Antipholus of Syracuse. Pinch, a schoolmaster and a conjurer. Emilia, wife to Aegon, an abbess at Ephesus. Adriana, wife to Antipholus of Ephesus. Luciana, her sister. Luce, her servant. A courtesan. Messenger, jailer, officers, attendants. Scene. Ephesus. Act 1. Scene I, a hall in the Duke's palace. Enter Duke, Aegon, jailer, officers and other attendants. Aegon. Proceed, Solanus, to procure my fall. And by the doom of death end woes and all. Duke. Merchant of Syracuse, plead no more. I am not partial to infringe our laws. The enmity and discord which of late sprung from the rancorous outrage of your Duke to merchants, our well-dealing countrymen, who, wanting guilders to redeem their lives, have sealed his rigorous statutes with their bloods, excludes all pity from our threatening looks. For since the mortal and intestine jars Twixt thy seditious countrymen and us. It hath in solemn synods been decreed, both by the Syracusans and ourselves, to admit no traffic to our adverse towns. Nay more, if any born at Ephesus be seen at Syracusan marts and fairs. Again, if any Syracusan born come to the bay of Ephesus, he dies. His goods confiscate to the Duke's dispose, unless 1,000 marks be levied, to quit the penalty and to ransom him. Thy substance, valued at the highest rate, cannot amount unto 100 marks. Therefore by law thou art condemned to die. Aegeon. Yet this my comfort, when your words are done, my woes end likewise with the evening sun. Duke. Well, Syracusan, say in brief the cause why thou departedst from thy native home, and for what cause thou camest to Ephesus. Aegeon. A heavier task could not have been imposed than I to speak my griefs unspeakable. Yet, that the world may witness that my end was wrought by nature, not by vile offense, I'll utter what my sorrow gives me leave. In Syracusa was I born, and wed unto a woman happy but for me, and by me, had not our hap been bad. With her I lived in joy, our wealth increased. By prosperous voyages I often made to Epidamnum, till my factor's death, and the great care of goods at random left drew me from kind embracements of my spouse, from whom my absence was not 6 months old. Before herself, almost at fainting under the pleasing punishment that women bear, had made provision for her following me, and soon and safe arrived where I was. There had she not been long but she became a joyful mother of 2 goodly sons, and, which was strange, the one so like the other, as could not be distinguished but by names. That very hour, and in the self-same inn, a mean woman was delivered of such a burden, male twins, both alike. Those, for their parents were exceeding poor, I bought and brought up to attend my sons. My wife, not meanly proud of 2 such boys, made daily motions for our home return. Unwilling I agreed, alas, too soon. We came aboard. A league from Epidamnum had we sailed, before the always wind-obeying deep gave any tragic instance of our harm. But longer did we not retain much hope, for what obscured light the heavens did grant did but convey unto our fearful minds the doubtful warrant of immediate death, which though myself would gladly have embraced, yet the incessant weepings of my wife, weeping before for what she saw must come, and piteous plainings of the pretty babes that mourned for fashion, ignorant what to fear, forked me to seek delays for them and me. And this it was, for other means was none. The sailors sought for safety by our boat, and left the ship, then sinking right to us. My wife, more careful for the latter born, had fastened him unto a small spare mast, such as seafaring men provide for storms. To him one of the other twins was bound, whilst I had been like heedful of the other. The children thus disposed, my wife and I, fixing our eyes on whom our care was fixed, fastened ourselves at either end the mast, and, floating straight, obedient to the stream, was carried towards Corinth, as we thought. At length the sun, gazing upon the earth, dispersed those vapors that offended us, and by the benefit of his wished light, the seas waxed calm, and we discovered 2 ships from far, making amain to us. Of Corinth that, of Epidaurus this. But ere they came, oh, let me say no more. Gather the sequel by that went before. Duke. Nay, forward, old man, do not break off so. For we may pity, though not pardon thee. Aegeon. Oh, had the gods done so, I had not now worthily termed them merciless to us. For, ere the ships could meet by twice 5 leagues, we were encountered by a mighty rock, which being violently borne upon, our helpful ship was splitted in the midst. So that, in this unjust divorce of us, fortune had left to both of us alike what to delight in, what to sorrow for. Her part, poor soul, seeming as burdened with lesser weight, but not with lesser woe, was carried with more speed before the wind, and in our sight they 3 were taken up by fishermen of Corinth, as we thought. At length another ship had seized on us, and, knowing whom it was their hap to save, gave healthful welcome to their shipwrecked guests, and would have reft the fishers of their prey, had not their bark been very slow of sail, and therefore homeward did they bend their course. Thus have you heard me severed from my bliss, that by misfortunes was my life prolonged, to tell sad stories of my own mishaps. Duke. And for the sake of them thou sorrowest for. Do me the favor to dilate at full. What have befallen of them and thee till now? Aegeon. My youngest boy, and yet my eldest care. At 18 years became inquisitive. After his brother, and importunate me. That his attendant, so his case was like. Reft of his brother, but retained his name. Might bear him company in the quest of him. Whom whilst I laboured of a love to see. I hazarded the loss of whom I loved. 5 summers have I spent in farthest Greece. Roaming clean through the bounds of Asia. And, coasting homeward, came to Ephesus. Hopeless to find, yet loath to leave unsought. Or that or any place that harbours men. But here must end the story of my life. And happy were I in my timely death. Could all my travels warrant me they live. Duke. Hapless Aegeon, whom the fates have marked. To bear the extremity of dire mishap. Now, trust me, were it not against our laws. Against my crown, my oath, my dignity. Which princes, would they, may not disannul. My soul should sue as advocate for thee. But though thou art a judge to the death. And past sentence may not be recalled. But to our honour's great disparagement. Yet will I favour thee in what I can. Therefore, merchant, I'll limit thee this day. To seek thy health by beneficial help. Try all the friends thou hast in Ephesus. Beg thou, or borrow, to make up the sum. And live, if no, then thou art doomed to die. Jailer, take him to thy custody. Jailer. I will, my lord. Aegeon. Hopeless and helpless doth Aegeon wend. But to procrastinate is lifeless end. Exeunt. Scene 2. A public place. Enter Antipholus and Dromio of Syracuse and a merchant. Merchant. Therefore give out you are of Epidamnum. Lest that your goods too soon be confiscate. This very day a Syracusan merchant is apprehended for arrival here. And, not being able to buy out his life. According to the statute of the town. Dies ere the weary sunset in the west. There is your money that I had to keep. Antipholus of Syracuse. Go bear it to the Centaur, where we host. And stay there, Dromio, till I come to thee. Within this hour it will be dinner time. Till that, I'll view the manners of the town. Peruse the traders, gaze upon the buildings. And then return and sleep within mine inn. For with long travel I am stiff and weary. Get thee away. Dromio of Syracuse. Many a man would take you at your word. And go indeed, having so good a mien. Exit Dromio. Antipholus of Syracuse. A trusty villain, sir, that very oft. When I am dull with care and melancholy. Lightens my humour with his merry jests. What, will you walk with me about the town? And then go to my inn and dine with me? Merchant. I am invited, sir, to certain merchants. Of whom I hope to make much benefit. I crave your pardon. Soon, at 5 o'clock. Please you, I'll meet with you upon the mart. And afterward consort you till bedtime. My present business calls me from you now. Antipholus of Syracuse. Farewell till then. I will go lose myself. And wander up and down to view the city. Merchant. Sir, I commend you to your own content. Exit merchant. Antipholus of Syracuse. He that commends me to mine own content. Commends me to the thing I cannot get. I to the world am like a drop of water. That in the ocean seeks another drop. Who, failing there to find his fellow forth. Unseen, inquisitive, confounds himself. So I, to find a mother and a brother. In quest of them, unhappy, lose myself. Enter Dromio of Ephesus. Here comes the almanac of my true date. What now? How chanced thou art returned so soon? Dromio of Ephesus. Returned so soon? Rather approached too late. The capon burns, the pig falls from the spit. The clock hath strucken 12 upon the bell. My mistress made it 1 upon my cheek. She is so hot because the meat is cold. The meat is cold because you come not home. You come not home because you have no stomach. You have no stomach, having broke your fast. But we that know what 'tis to fast and pray are penitent for your default today. Antipholus of Syracuse. Stop in your wind, sir, tell me this, I pray. Where have you left the money that I gave you? Dromio of Ephesus. Oh, 6 pence that I had o Wednesday last. To pay the saddler for my mistress's crupper. The saddler had it, sir, I kept it not. Antipholus of Syracuse. I am not in a sportive humour now. Tell me, and dally not, where is the money? We being strangers here, how darest thou trust so great a charge from thine own custody? Dromio of Ephesus. I pray you jest, sir, as you sit at dinner. I from my mistress come to you in post. If I return, I shall be post indeed. For she will score your fault upon my pate. Methinks your maw, like mine, should be your clock. And strike you home without a messenger. Antipholus of Syracuse. Come, Dromio, come, these jests are out of season. Reserve them till a merrier hour than this. Where is the gold I gave in charge to thee? Dromio of Ephesus. To me, sir? Why, you gave no gold to me. Antipholus of Syracuse. Come on, sir knave, have done your foolishness. And tell me how thou hast disposed thy charge. Dromio of Ephesus. My charge was but to fetch you from the mart. Home to your house, the Phoenix, sir, to dinner. My mistress and her sister stay for you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Now, as I am a Christian, answer me. In what safe place you have bestowed my money? Or I shall break that merry sconce of yours. That stands on tricks when I am undisposed. Where is the 1,000 marks thou hadst of me? Dromio of Ephesus. I have some marks of yours upon my pate. Some of my mistress's marks upon my shoulders. But not 1,000 marks between you both. If I should pay your worship those again. Perchance you will not bear them patiently. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thy mistress's marks? What mistress, slave, hast thou? Dromio of Ephesus. Your worship's wife, my mistress at the Phoenix. She that doth fast till you come home to dinner. And prays that you will hie you home to dinner. Antipholus of Syracuse. What, wilt thou flout me thus unto my face? Being forbid? There, take you that, sir knave. Dromio of Ephesus. What mean you, sir? For God's sake hold your hands. Nay, and you will not, sir, I'll take my heels. Exit Dromio. Antipholus of Syracuse. Upon my life, by some device or other. The villain is o'erwrought of all my money. They say this town is full of cozenage. As nimble jugglers that deceive the eye. Dark working sorcerers that change the mind. Soul-killing witches that deform the body. Disguised cheaters, prating mountebanks. And many such like liberties of sin. If it proves so, I will be gone the sooner. I'll to the centaur to go seek this slave. I greatly fear my money is not safe. Exit. Act 2. Scene I a public place. Enter Adriana, wife to Antipholus of Ephesus, with Luciana her sister. Adriana. Neither my husband nor the slave returned. That in such haste I sent to seek his master? Sure, Luciana, it is 2 o'clock. Luciana. Perhaps some merchant hath invited him. And from the mart he's somewhere gone to dinner. Good sister, let us dine, and never fret. A man is master of his liberty. Time is their master, and when they see time, they'll go or come. If so, be patient, sister. Adriana. Why should their liberty than ours be more? Luciana. Because their business still lies out o' door. Adriana. Look when I serve him so, he takes it ill. Luciana. Oh, no, he is the bridle of your will. Adriana. There's none but asses will be bridled so. Luciana. Why, headstrong liberty is lashed with woe. There's nothing situate under heaven's eye. But hath his bound in earth, in sea, in sky. The beasts, the fishes, and the winged fowls are their male subjects, and at their controls. Man, more divine, the masters of all these. Lord of the wide world and wild watery seas. Endued with intellectual sense and souls. Of more preeminence than fish and fowls. Are masters to their females and their lords. Then let your will attend on their accords. Adriana. This servitude makes you to keep unwed. Luciana. Not this, but troubles of the marriage bed. Adriana. But, were you wedded, you would bear some sway. Luciana. Ere I learn love, I'll practice to obey. Adriana. How if your husband starts some other where? Luciana. Till he come home again, I would forbear. Adriana. Patience unmoved. No marvel though she pause. They can be meek that have no other cause. A wretched soul bruised with adversity. We bid be quiet when we hear it cry. But were we burdened with like weight of pain, as much, or more, we should ourselves complain. So thou, that hast no unkind mate to grieve thee, with urging helpless patience would relieve me. But if thou live to see like right bereft, this fool-begged patience in thee will be left. Luciana. Well, I will marry one day, but to try. Here comes your man, now is your husband nigh. Enter Dromio of Ephesus. Adriana. Say, is your tardy master now at hand? Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, he's at 2 hands with me, and that my 2 ears can witness. Adriana. Say, didst thou speak with him? Knowst thou his mind? Dromio of Ephesus. He told his mind upon mine ear. Beshrew his hand, I scarce could understand it. Luciana. Spake he so doubtfully thou couldst not feel his meaning? Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, he struck so plainly I could too well feel his blows, and withal so doubtfully that I could scarce understand them. Adriana. But say, I prithee, is he coming home? It seems he hath great care to please his wife. Dromio of Ephesus. Why, mistress, sure my master is horn mad. Adriana. Horn mad, thou villain? Dromio of Ephesus. I mean not cuckold mad. But sure he's stark mad. When I desired him to come home to dinner, he asked me for 1,000 marks in gold. 'Tis dinner time, quoth I. My gold, quoth he. Your meat doth burn, quoth I. My gold, quoth he. Will you come home? Quoth I. My gold, quoth he. Where is the 1,000 marks I gave thee, villain? The pig, quoth I, is burned. My gold, quoth he. My mistress, sir, quoth I, hang up thy mistress. I know not thy mistress, out on thy mistress. Luciana. Quoth who? Dromio of Ephesus. Quoth my master. I know, quoth he, no house, no wife, no mistress. So that my errand do unto my tongue. I thank him, I bear home upon my shoulders. For, in conclusion, he did beat me there. Adriana. Go back again, thou slave, and fetch him home. Dromio of Ephesus. Go back again, and be new beaten home? For God's sake, send some other messenger. Adriana. Back, slave, or I will break thy pate across. Dromio of Ephesus. And he will bless that cross with other beating. Between you I shall have a holy head. Adriana. Hence, prating peasant. Fetch thy master home. Dromio of Ephesus. Am I so round with you, as you with me? That like a football you do spurn me thus? You spurn me hence, and he will spurn me hither. If I last in this service, you must case me in leather. Exit. Luciana. Fie, how impatience loureth in your face. Adriana. His company must do his minions grace. Whilst I at home starve for a merry look. Hath homely age th alluring beauty took from my poor cheek? Then he hath wasted it. Are my discourses dull? Barren my wit? If voluble and sharp discourse be marred, unkindness blunts it more than marble hard. Do their gay vestments his affections bait? That's not my fault, he's master of my state. What ruins are in me that can be found? By him not ruined? Then is he the ground of my defeatures. My decayed fare, a sunny look of his would soon repair. But, too unruly dear, he breaks the pale and feeds from home, poor I am but is stale. Luciana. Self-harming jealousy. Fie, beat it hence. Adriana. Unfeeling fools can with such wrongs dispense. I know his eye doth homage otherwhere. Or else what lets it but he would be here? Sister, you know he promised me a chain. Would that alone, a love he would detain. So he would keep fair quarter with his bed. I see the jewel best enamelled will lose his beauty, yet the gold bides still. That others touch, yet often touching will wear gold, and no man that hath a name by falsehood and corruption doth it shame. Since that my beauty cannot please his eye, I'll weep what's left away, and weeping die. Luciana. How many fond fools serve mad jealousy. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse. Antipholus of Syracuse. The gold I gave to Dromio is laid up safe at the centaur, and the heedful slave is wandered forth in care to seek me out. By computation and mine host's report, I could not speak with Dromio since at first I sent him from the mart. See, here he comes. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. How now, sir, is your merry humor altered? As you love strokes, so jest with me again. You know no centaur? You received no gold? Your mistress sent to have me home to dinner? My house was at the Phoenix? Wast thou mad? That thus so madly thou didst answer me? Dromio of Syracuse. What answer, sir, when spake I such a word? Antipholus of Syracuse. Even now, even here, not half an hour since. Dromio of Syracuse. I did not see you since you sent me hence. Home to the centaur with the gold you gave me. Antipholus of Syracuse. Villain, thou didst deny the gold's receipt. And toldst me of a mistress and a dinner. For which I hope thou felt'st I was displeased. Dromio of Syracuse. I am glad to see you in this merry vein. What means this jest, I pray you, master, tell me. Antipholus of Syracuse. Yea, dost thou jeer and flout me in the teeth? Think'st thou I jest? Hold, take thou that, and that. Beats Dromio. Dromio of Syracuse. Hold, sir, for God's sake, now your jest is earnest. Upon what bargain do you give it me? Antipholus of Syracuse. Because that I familiarly sometimes do use you for my fool, and chat with you. Your sauciness will jest upon my love, and make a common of my serious hours. When the sun shines let foolish gnats make sport, but creep in crannies when he hides his beams. If you will jest with me, know my aspect, and fashion your demeanor to my looks, or I will beat this method in your sconce. Dromio of Syracuse. Sconce, call you it? So you would leave battering, I had rather have it. The head. And you use these blows long, I must get a sconce for my head. And ensconce it too, or else I shall seek my wit in my shoulders. But pray, sir, why am I beaten? Antipholus of Syracuse. Dost thou not know? Dromio of Syracuse. Nothing, sir, but that I am beaten. Antipholus of Syracuse. Shall I tell you why? Dromio of Syracuse. Sir, and wherefore, for they say, every why hath a wherefore. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, first, for flouting me, and then wherefore? For urging it the second time to me. Dromio of Syracuse. Was there ever any man thus beaten out of season? When in the why and the wherefore is neither rhyme nor reason. Well, sir, I thank you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thank me, sir, for what? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, for the something that you gave me for nothing. Antipholus of Syracuse. I'll make you amends next, to give you nothing for something. But say, sir, is it dinner time? Dromio of Syracuse. No, sir, I think the meat wants that I have. Antipholus of Syracuse. In good time, sir, what's that? Dromio of Syracuse. Basting. Antipholus of Syracuse. Well, sir, then 'twill be dry. Dromio of Syracuse. If it be, sir, I pray you eat none of it. Antipholus of Syracuse. Your reason? Dromio of Syracuse. Lest it make you choleric, and purchase me another dry basting. Antipholus of Syracuse. Well, sir, learn to jest in good time. There's a time for all things. Dromio of Syracuse. I durst have denied that before you were so choleric. Antipholus of Syracuse. By what rule, sir? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, by a rule as plain as the plain bald pate of Father Time himself. Antipholus of Syracuse. Let's hear it. Dromio of Syracuse. There's no time for a man to recover his hair that grows bald by nature. Antipholus of Syracuse. May he not do it by fine and recovery? Dromio of Syracuse. Yes, to pay a fine for a periwig and recover the lost hair of another man. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why is time such a niggard of hair, being, as it is, so plentiful in excrement? Dromio of Syracuse. Because it is a blessing that he bestows on beasts, and what he hath scanted men in hair he hath given them in wit. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, but there's many a man hath more hair than wit. Dromio of Syracuse. Not a man of those, but he hath the wit to lose his hair. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, thou didst conclude hairy men plain dealers without wit. Dromio of Syracuse. The plainer dealer, the sooner lost. Yet he loseth it in a kind of jollity. Antipholus of Syracuse. For what reason? Dromio of Syracuse. For two, and sound ones too. Antipholus of Syracuse. Nay, not sound, I pray you. Dromio of Syracuse. Sure ones, then. Antipholus of Syracuse. Nay, not sure, in a thing falsing. Dromio of Syracuse. Certain ones, then. Antipholus of Syracuse. Name them. Dromio of Syracuse. The one, to save the money that he spends in tiring, the other, that at dinner they should not drop in his porridge. Antipholus of Syracuse. You would all this time have proved there is no time for all things. Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, and did sir, namely, and no time to recover hair lost by nature. Antipholus of Syracuse. But your reason was not substantial why there is no time to recover. Dromio of Syracuse. Thus I mend it. Time himself is bald, and therefore, to the world's end, will have bald followers. Antipholus of Syracuse. I knew 'twold be a bald conclusion. But soft. Who wafts us yonder? Enter Adriana and Luciana. Adriana. Antipholus, look strange and frown. Some other mistress hath thy sweet aspects. I am not Adriana, nor thy wife. The time was once when thou unerged wouldst vow that never words were music to thine ear, that never object pleasing in thine eye, that never touch well welcome to thy hand, that never meat sweet savoured in thy taste, unless I spake or looked or touched or carved to thee. How comes it now, my husband, oh, how comes it that thou art then estranged from thyself? Thyself I call it, being strange to me. That, undividable, incorporate, am better than thy dear self's better part. Ah, do not tear away thyself from me. For no, my love, as easy mayst thou fall, a drop of water in the breaking gulf, and take unmingled thence that drop again, without addition or diminishing, as take from me thyself, and not me too. How dearly would it touch thee to the quick, shouldst thou but hear I were licentious, and that this body, consecrate to thee, by ruffian lust should be contaminate? Wouldst thou not spit at me, and hurl the name of husband in my face, and tear the stained skin off my harlot brow, and from my false hand cut the wedding ring, and break it with a deep divorcing vow? I know thou canst, and therefore, see thou do it. I am possessed with an adulterate blot. My blood is mingled with the crime of lust. For if we two be one, and thou play false, I do digest the poison of thy flesh, being strumpeted by thy contagion. Keep then fair league and truce with thy true bed. I live disdained, thou undishonored. Antipholus of Syracuse. Plead you to me, fair dame? I know you not. In Ephesus I am but 2 hours old. As strange unto your town as to your talk. Who, every word by all my wit being scanned, wants wit and all one word to understand. Luciana. Fie, brother, how the world is changed with you. When were you wont to use my sister thus? She sent for you by Dromio home to dinner. Antipholus of Syracuse. By Dromio? Dromio of Syracuse. By me? Adriana. By thee, and this thou didst return from him. That he did buffet thee, and in his blows denied my house for his, me for his wife. Antipholus of Syracuse. Did you converse, sir, with this gentlewoman? What is the course and drift of your compact? Dromio of Syracuse. I, sir? I never saw her till this time. Antipholus of Syracuse. Villain, thou liest, for even her very words didst thou deliver to me on the mart. Dromio of Syracuse. I never spake with her in all my life. Antipholus of Syracuse. How can she thus, then, call us by our names? Unless it be by inspiration. Adriana. How ill agrees it with your gravity to counterfeit thus grossly with your slave, abetting him to thwart me in my mood. Be it my wrong, you are from me exempt. But wrong not that wrong with a more contempt. Come, I will fasten on this sleeve of thine. Thou art an elm, my husband, I a vine, whose weakness, married to thy stronger state, makes me with thy strength to communicate. If aught possess thee from me, it is dross, usurping ivy, briar, or idle moss, who all, for want of pruning, with intrusion, infect thy sap, and live on thy confusion. Antipholus of Syracuse. To me she speaks, she moves me for her theme. What, was I married to her in my dream? Or sleep I now, and think I hear all this? What error drives our eyes and ears amiss? Until I know this sure uncertainty, I'll entertain the offered fallacy. Luciana. Dromio, go bid the servants spread for dinner. Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, for my beads, I cross me for a sinner. This is the fairy land, oh spite of spites. We talk with goblins, owls, and sprites. If we obey them not, this will ensue. They'll suck our breath, or pinch us black and blue. Luciana. Why prat'st thou to thyself, and answerst not? Dromio, thou drone, thou snail, thou slug, thou sot. Dromio of Syracuse. I am transformed, master, am I not? Antipholus of Syracuse. I think thou art in mind, and so am I. Dromio of Syracuse. Nay, master, both in mind and in my shape. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thou hast thine own form. Dromio of Syracuse. No, I am an ape. Luciana. If thou art changed to aught, 'tis to an ass. Dromio of Syracuse. 'Tis true, she rides me, and I long for grass. 'Tis so, I am an ass, else it could never be. But I should know her as well as she knows me. Adriana. Come, come, no longer will I be a fool. To put the finger in the eye and weep. Whilst man and master laughs my woes to scorn. Come, sir, to dinner, Dromio, keep the gate. Husband, I'll dine above with you today. And shrive you of 1,000 idle pranks. Sirrah, if any ask you for your master, say he dines forth, and let no creature enter. Come, sister, Dromio, play the porter well. Antipholus of Syracuse. Am I in earth, in heaven, or in hell? Sleeping or waking, mad or well advised? Known unto these, and to myself disguised. I'll say as they say, and persevere so. And in this mist of all adventures go. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, shall I be porter at the gate? Adriana. And let none enter, lest I break your pate. Luciana. Come, come, Antipholus, we dine too late. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. The same. Enter Antipholus of Ephesus, his man Dromio of Ephesus, Angelo the goldsmith and Balthasar the merchant. Antipholus of Ephesus. Good Signor Angelo, you must excuse us all. My wife is shrewish when I keep not hours. Say that I lingered with you at your shop to see the making of her carcanet, and that tomorrow you will bring it home. But here's a villain that would face me down. He met me on the mart, and that I beat him, and charged him with 1,000 marks in gold, and that I did deny my wife and house. Thou drunkard, thou, what didst thou mean by this? Dromio of Ephesus. Say what you will, sir, but I know what I know. That you beat me at the mart I have your hand to show. If the skin were parchment, and the blows you gave were ink, your own handwriting would tell you what I think. Antipholus of Ephesus. I think thou art an ass. Dromio of Ephesus. Marry, so it doth appear. By the wrongs I suffer and the blows I bear, I should kick, being kicked, and being at that pass, you would keep from my heels, and beware of an ass. Antipholus of Ephesus. You're sad, Signor Balthasar, pray God our cheer may answer my good will and your good welcome here. Balthasar. I hold your dainties cheap, sir, and your welcome dear. Antipholus of Ephesus. Oh, Signor Balthasar, either at flesh or fish, a table full of welcome makes scarce one dainty dish. Balthasar. Good meat, sir, is common, that every churl affords. Antipholus of Ephesus. And welcome more common, for that's nothing but words. Balthasar. Small cheer and great welcome makes a merry feast. Antipholus of Ephesus. To a niggardly host and more sparing guest. But though my cates be mean, take them in good part. Better cheer may you have, but not with better heart. But soft, my door is locked. Go bid them let us in. Dromio of Ephesus. Maud, Bridget, Marion, Cicely, Gillian, Gin. Dromio of Syracuse. Within. Mome, malt horse, capon, coxcomb, idiot, patch. Either get thee from the door or sit down at the hatch. Dost thou conjure for wenches, that thou cal'st for such store? When one is one too many. Go, get thee from the door. Dromio of Ephesus. What patch is made our porter? My master stays in the street. Dromio of Syracuse. Let him walk from whence he came, lest he catch cold on's feet. Antipholus of Ephesus. Who talks within there? Ho, open the door. Dromio of Syracuse. Right, sir, I'll tell you when and you'll tell me wherefore. Antipholus of Ephesus. Wherefore? For my dinner. I have not dined today. Dromio of Syracuse. Nor today here you must not, come again when you may. Antipholus of Ephesus. What art thou that keepst me out from the house I owe? Dromio of Syracuse. The porter for this time, sir, and my name is Dromio. Dromio of Ephesus. O villain, thou hast stolen both mine office and my name. The one ne'er got me credit, the other mickle blame. If thou hadst been Dromio today in my place, thou wouldst have changed thy face for a name, or thy name for an ass. Enter Luce concealed from Antipholus of Ephesus and his companions. Luce. Within. What a coil is there, Dromio, who are those at the gate? Dromio of Ephesus. Let my master in, Luce. Luce. Faith, no, he comes too late. And so tell your master. Dromio of Ephesus. O Lord, I must laugh. Have at you with a proverb. Shall I set in my staff? Luce. Have at you with another. That's when. Can you tell? Dromio of Syracuse. If thy name be called Luce, thou hast answered him well. Antipholus of Ephesus. Do you hear, you minion? You'll let us in, I hope? Luce. I thought to have asked you. Dromio of Syracuse. And you said no. Dromio of Ephesus. So, come, help. Well struck, there was blow for blow. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou baggage, let me in. Loose. Can you tell for whose sake? Dromio of Ephesus. Master, knock the door hard. Loose. Let him knock till it ache. Antipholus of Ephesus. You'll cry for this, minion, if I beat the door down. Loose. What needs all that, and a pair of stocks in the town? Enter Adriana concealed from Antipholus of Ephesus and his companions. Adriana. Within. Who is that at the door that keeps all this noise? Dromio of Syracuse. By my troth, your town is troubled with unruly boys. Antipholus of Ephesus. Are you there, wife? You might have come before. Adriana. Your wife, sir knave? Go, get you from the door. Dromio of Ephesus. If you went in pain, master, this knave would go sore. Angelo. Here is neither cheer, sir, nor welcome. We would fain have either. Balthasar. In debating which was best, we shall part with neither. Dromio of Ephesus. They stand at the door, master, bid them welcome hither. Antipholus of Ephesus. There is something in the wind that we cannot get in. Dromio of Ephesus. You would say so, master, if your garments were thin. Your cake here is warm within, you stand here in the cold. It would make a man mad as a buck to be so bought and sold. Antipholus of Ephesus. Go, fetch me something, I'll break ope the gate. Dromio of Syracuse. Break any breaking here, and I'll break your knave's pate. Dromio of Ephesus. A man may break a word with you, sir, and words are but wind. And break it in your face, so he break it not behind. Dromio of Syracuse. It seems thou want'st breaking, out upon thee, hind. Dromio of Ephesus. Here's too much out upon thee, I pray thee, let me in. Dromio of Syracuse. When fowls have no feathers and fish have no fin. Antipholus of Ephesus. Well, I'll break in, go, borrow me a crow. Dromio of Ephesus. A crow without feather, master, mean you so? For a fish without a fin, there's a fowl without a feather. If a crow help us in, sirrah, we'll pluck a crow together. Antipholus of Ephesus. Go, get thee gone, fetch me an iron crow. Balthasar. Have patience, sir. Oh, let it not be so. Herein you war against your reputation. And draw within the compass of suspect the unviolated honor of your wife. Once this your long experience of her wisdom, her sober virtue, years, and modesty. Plead on her part some cause to you unknown. And out not, sir, but she will well excuse. Why at this time the doors are made against you. Be ruled by me, depart in patience. And let us to the Tiger all to dinner. And about evening, come yourself alone. To know the reason of this strange restraint. If by strong hand you offer to break in. Now in the stirring passage of the day. A vulgar comment will be made of it. And that supposed by the common route. Against your yet ungulled estimation. That may with foul intrusion enter in. And well upon your grave when you are dead. For slander lives upon succession. Forever housed where it gets possession. Antipholus of Ephesus. You have prevailed. I will depart in quiet. And, in despite of mirth, mean to be merry. I know a wench of excellent discourse. Pretty and witty, wild, and yet, too, gentle. There will we dine. This woman that I mean. My wife, but, I protest, without desert. Hath oftentimes upbraided me withal. To her will we to dinner. Get you home. And fetch the chain, by this I know 'tis made. Bring it, I pray you, to the Porpentine. For there's the house. That chain will I bestow. Be it for nothing, but to spite my wife. Upon mine hostess there. Good sir, make haste. Since mine own doors refuse to entertain me. I'll knock elsewhere, to see if they'll disdain me. Angelo. I'll meet you at that place some hour hence. Antipholus of Ephesus. Do so, this jest shall cost me some expense. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. Enter Luciana with Antipholus of Syracuse. Luciana. And may it be that you have quite forgot the husband's office? Shall, Antipholus. Even in the spring of love, thy love springs rot? Shall love, in building, grow so ruinous? If you did wed my sister for her wealth, then for her wealth's sake use her with more kindness. Or if you like elsewhere, do it by stealth. Muffle your false love with some show of blindness. Let not my sister read it in your eye. Be not thy tongue thy own shame's orator. Look sweet, speak fair, become disloyalty. Apparel vice like virtue's harbinger. Bear a fair presence though your heart be tainted. Teach sin the carriage of a holy saint. Be secret false. What need she be acquainted? What simple thief brags of his own attent? 'Tis double wrong to truant with your bed. And let her read it in thy looks at board. Shame hath a bastard fame, well managed. Ill deeds is doubled with an evil word. Alas, poor women, make us but believe, being compact of credit, that you love us. Though others have the arm, show us the sleeve. We in your motion turn, and you may move us. Then, gentle brother, get you in again. Comfort my sister, cheer her, call her wife. 'Tis holy sport to be a little vain, when the sweet breath of flattery conquers strife. Antipholus of Syracuse. Sweet mistress, what your name is else, I know not. Nor by what wonder you do hit on mine. Less in your knowledge and your grace you show not than our earth's wonder, more than earth divine. Teach me, dear creature, how to think and speak. Lay open to my earthy gross conceit. Smother it in errors, feeble, shallow, weak. The folded meaning of your words' deceit. Against my soul's pure truth why labor you? To make it wander in an unknown field? Are you a god? Would you create me new? Transform me, then, and to your power I'll yield. But if that I am I, then well I know your weeping sister is no wife of mine, nor to her bed no homage do I owe. Far more, to you do I decline. Oh, train me not, sweet mermaid, with thy note, to drown me in thy sister's flood of tears. Sing, siren, for thyself, and I will dote. Spread o'er the silver waves thy golden hairs, and as a bed I'll take thee, and there lie. And, in that glorious supposition think, he gains by death that hath such means to die. Let love, being light, be drowned if she sink. Luciana. What, are you mad, that you do reason so? Antipholus of Syracuse. Not mad, but mated, how, I do not know. Luciana. It is a fault that springeth from your eye. Antipholus of Syracuse. For gazing on your beams, fair sun, being by. Luciana. Gaze where you should, and that will clear your sight. Antipholus of Syracuse. As good to wink, sweet love, as look on night. Luciana. Why call you me love? Call my sister so. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thy sister's sister. Luciana. That's my sister. Antipholus of Syracuse. No. It is thyself, mine own self's better part. Mine eye's clear eye, my dear heart's dearer heart. My food, my fortune, and my sweet hope's aim. My soul earth's heaven, and my heaven's claim. Luciana. All this my sister is, or else should be. Antipholus of Syracuse. Call thyself sister, sweet, for I aim thee. Thee will I love, and with thee lead my life. Thou hast no husband yet, nor I no wife. Give me thy hand. Luciana. Oh, soft, sir, hold you still. I'll fetch my sister to get her goodwill. Exit Luciana. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, how now, Dromio? Where runst thou so fast? Dromio of Syracuse. Do you know me, sir? Am I Dromio? Am I your man? Am I myself? Antipholus of Syracuse. Thou art Dromio, thou art my man, thou art thyself. Dromio of Syracuse. I am an ass, I am a woman's man, and besides myself. Antipholus of Syracuse. What woman's man? And how besides thyself? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, besides myself, I am due to a woman, one that claims me. One that haunts me, one that will have me. Antipholus of Syracuse. What claim lays she to thee? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, such claim as you would lay to your horse, and she would have me as a beast, not that I being a beast she would have me, but that she being a very beastly creature lays claim to me. Antipholus of Syracuse. What is she? Dromio of Syracuse. A very reverent body, such a one as a man may not speak of without he say sir reverence. I have but lean luck in the match, and yet is she a wondrous fat marriage. Antipholus of Syracuse. How dost thou mean a fat marriage? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, she's the kitchen wench, and all grease, and I know not what use to put her to but to make a lamp of her and run from her by her own light. I warrant her rags, and the tallow in them will burn pull in winter. If she lives till doomsday, she'll burn a week longer than the whole world. Antipholus of Syracuse. What complexion is she of? Dromio of Syracuse. Swart like my shoe, but her face nothing like so clean kept. For why? She sweats, a man may go over shoes in the grime of it. Antipholus of Syracuse. That's a fault that water will mend. Dromio of Syracuse. No, sir, 'tis in grain, Noah's flood could not do it. Antipholus of Syracuse. What's her name? Dromio of Syracuse. Nell, sir, but her name and 3/4, that's an L and 3/4, will not measure her from hip to hip. Antipholus of Syracuse. Then she bears some breadth? Dromio of Syracuse. No longer from head to foot than from hip to hip. She is spherical. Like a globe. I could find out countries in her. Antipholus of Syracuse. In what part of her body stands Ireland? Dromio of Syracuse. Mary, sir, in her buttocks, I found it out by the bogs. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where Scotland? Dromio of Syracuse. I found it by the barrenness, hard in the palm of the hand. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where France? Dromio of Syracuse. In her forehead, armed and reverted, making war against her hair. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where England? Dromio of Syracuse. I looked for the chalky cliffs, but I could find no whiteness in them. But I guess it stood in her chin, by the salt room that ran between France and it. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where Spain? Dromio of Syracuse. Faith, I saw it not, but I felt it hot in her breath. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where America, the Indies? Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, sir, upon her nose, all o'er embellished with rubies, carbuncles, sapphires, declining their rich aspect to the hot breath of Spain, who sent whole armados of carracks to be ballast of her nose. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where stood Belgia, the Netherlands? Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, sir, I did not look so low. To conclude, this drudger diviner laid claim to me, called me Dromio, swore I was assured to her, told me what privy marks I had about me, as the mark of my shoulder, the mole in my neck, the great wart on my left arm, that I, amazed, ran from her as a witch. And, I think, if my breast had not been made of faith, and my heart of steel, she had transformed me to a curtal dog, and made me turn I the wheel. Antipholus of Syracuse. Go, hie thee presently, post to the road. And if the wind blow any way from shore, I will not harbor in this town tonight. If any bark put forth, come to the mart, where I will walk till thou return to me. If everyone knows us, and we know none, 'tis time, I think, to trudge, pack and be gone. Dromio of Syracuse. As from a bear a man would run for life, so fly I from her that would be my wife. Exit. Antipholus of Syracuse. There's none but witches do inhabit here. And therefore 'tis high time that I were hence. She that doth call me husband, even my soul, doth for a wife abhor. But her fair sister, possessed with such a gentle sovereign grace, of such enchanting presence and discourse, hath almost made me traitor to myself. But lest myself be guilty to self-wrong, I'll stop mine ears against a mermaid's song. Enter Angelo with the chain. Angelo. Master Antipholus. Antipholus of Syracuse. That's my name. Angelo. I know it well, sir. Lo, here is the chain. I thought to have ta'en you at the Porpentine. The chain unfinished made me stay thus long. Antipholus of Syracuse. What is your will that I shall do with this? Angelo. What please yourself, sir, I have made it for you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Made it for me, sir. I bespoke it not. Angelo. Not once, nor twice, but 20 times you have. Go home with it, and please your wife withal. And soon at supper time I'll visit you. And then receive my money for the chain. Antipholus of Syracuse. I pray you, sir, receive the money now. For fear you ne'er see chain nor money more. Angelo. You are a merry man, sir. Fare you well. Exit. Antipholus of Syracuse. What I should think of this I cannot tell. But this I think, there's no man is so vain that would refuse so fair an offered chain. I see a man here needs not live by shifts. When in the streets he meets such golden gifts. I'll to the mart, and there for Dromio stay. If any ship put out, then straight away. Exit. Act 4. Scene I. The same. Enter merchant, Angelo and an officer. Merchant. You know since Pentecost a sum is due. And since I have not much importunate you. Nor now I had not, but that I am bound to Persia, and want guilders for my voyage. Therefore make present satisfaction. Or I'll attach you by this officer. Angelo. Even just the sum that I do owe to you is growing to me by Antipholus. And in the instant that I met with you, he had of me a chain, at 5 o'clock. I shall receive the money for the same. Please if you walk with me down to his house. I will discharge my bond, and thank you too. Enter Antipholus of Ephesus and Romeo of Ephesus from the courtesans. Officer. That labor may you save. See where he comes. Antipholus of Ephesus. While I go to the goldsmith's house, go thou. And buy a rope's end, that will I bestow among my wife and her confederates, for locking me out of my doors by day. But soft, I see the goldsmith, get thee gone. Buy thou a rope, and bring it home to me. Dromio of Ephesus. I buy £1,000 a year. I buy a rope. Exit Dromio. Antipholus of Ephesus. A man is well holp up that trusts to you. I promised your presence in the chain. But neither chain nor goldsmith came to me. Belike you thought our love would last too long, if it were chained together, and therefore came not. Angelo. Saving your merry humor, here's the note. How much your chain weighs to the utmost carat. The fineness of the gold, and chargeful fashion, which doth amount to 3 odd ducats more than I stand indebted to this gentleman. I pray you, see him presently disherged, for he is bound to see, and stays but for it. Antipholus of Ephesus. I am not furnished with the present money. Besides, I have some business in the town. Good signor, take the stranger to my house. And with you take the chain, and bid my wife disburse the sum on the receipt thereof. Perchance I will be there as soon as you. Angelo. Then you will bring the chain to her yourself. Antipholus of Ephesus. No, bear it with you, lest I come not time enough. Angelo. Well, sir, I will. Have you the chain about you? Antipholus of Ephesus. And if I have not, sir, I hope you have. Or else you may return without your money. Angelo. Nay, come, I pray you, sir, give me the chain. Both wind and tide stays for this gentleman. And I, to blame, have held him here too long. Antipholus of Ephesus. Good Lord, you use this dalliance to excuse your breach of promise to the Porpentine. I should have chid you for not bringing it. But, like a shrew, you first begin to brawl. Merchant. The hour steals on, I pray you, sir, dispatch. Angelo. You hear how he importunes me. The chain. Antipholus of Ephesus. Why, give it to my wife, and fetch your money. Angelo. Come, come, you know I gave it you even now. Either send the chain or send by me some token. Antipholus of Ephesus. Fie, now you run this humor out of breath. Come, where's the chain? I pray you, let me see it. Merchant. My business cannot brook this dalliance. Good sir, say where you'll answer me or no. If not, I'll leave him to the officer. Antipholus of Ephesus. I answer you? What should I answer you? Angelo. The money that you owe me for the chain. Antipholus of Ephesus. I owe you none till I receive the chain. Angelo. You know I gave it you half an hour since. Antipholus of Ephesus. You gave me none. You wrong me much to say so. Angelo. You wrong me more, sir, in denying it. Consider how it stands upon my credit. Merchant. Well, officer, arrest him at my suit. Officer. I do, and charge you in the Duke's name to obey me. Angelo. This touches me in reputation. Either consent to pay this sum for me, or I attach you by this officer. Antipholus of Ephesus. Consent to pay thee that I never had? Arrest me, foolish fellow, if thou darest. Angelo. Here is thy fee, arrest him, officer. I would not spare my brother in this case, if he should scorn me so apparently. Officer. I do arrest you, sir. You hear the suit. Antipholus of Ephesus. I do obey thee till I give thee bail. But, sirrah, you shall buy this sport as dear as all the metal in your shop will answer. Angelo. Sir, I shall have law in Ephesus. To your notorious shame, I doubt it not. Enter Dromio of Syracuse from the bay. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, there's a bark of Epidamnum that stays but till her owner comes aboard. And then, sir, bears away our fraughtage, sir. I have conveyed aboard, and I have bought the oil, the balsamum, and aqua vitae. The ship is in her trim, the merry wind blows fair from land, they stay for naught at all. But for their owner, master, and yourself. Antipholus of Ephesus. How now? A madman? Why, thou peevish sheep. What ship of Epidamnum stays for me? Dromio of Syracuse. A ship you sent me to hire waftage. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou drunken slave, I sent thee for a rope. And told thee to what purpose and what end. Dromio of Syracuse. You sent me for a rope's end as soon. You sent me to the bay, sir, for a bark. Antipholus of Ephesus. I will debate this matter at more leisure. And teach your ears to list me with more heed. To Adriana, villain, hie thee straight. Give her this key, and tell her in the desk. That's cover it o'er with Turkish tapestry. There is a purse of ducats, let her send it. Tell her I am arrested in the street. And that shall bail me. Hie thee, slave, be gone. On, officer, to prison till it come. Exeunt merchant, Angelo, officer and Antipholus of Ephesus. Dromio of Syracuse. To Adriana, that is where we dinned. Where Docible did claim me for her husband. She is too big, I hope, for me to compass. Thither I must, although against my will. For servants must their masters' minds fulfill. Exit. Scene 2. The same. Enter Adriana and Luciana. Adriana. Ah, Luciana, did he tempt thee so? Mightst thou perceive austerely in his eye that he did plead in earnest, yea or no? Looked he or red or pale, or sad or merrily? What observation madst thou in this case? Of his heart's meteors tilting in his face? Luciana. First he denied you had in him no right. Adriana. He meant he did me none, the more my spite. Luciana. Then swore he that he was a stranger here. Adriana. And true he swore, though yet forsworn he were. Luciana. Then pleaded I for you. Adriana. And what said he? Luciana. That love I begged for you he begged of me. Adriana. With what persuasion did he tempt that love? Luciana. With words that in an honest suit might move. First he did praise my beauty, then my speech. Adriana. Didst speak him fair? Luciana. Have patience, I beseech. Adriana. I cannot, nor I will not hold me still. My tongue, though not my heart, shall have his will. He is deformed, crooked, old, and sere. Ill-fated, worse-bodied, shapeless everywhere. Vicious, ungentle, foolish, blunt, unkind. Stigmatical in making, worse in mind. Luciana. Who would be jealous then of such a one? No evil lost is wailed when it is gone. Adriana. Ah, but I think him better than I say. And yet would hear in others' eyes were worse. Far from her nest a lapwing cries away. My heart prays for him, though my tongue do curse. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. Dromio of Syracuse. Here, go, the desk, the purse, sweet now, make haste. Luciana. How hast thou lost thy breath? Dromio of Syracuse. By running fast. Adriana. Where is thy master, Dromio? Is he well? Dromio of Syracuse. No, he's in Tartar limbo, worse than hell. A devil in an everlasting garment hath him. One whose hard heart is buttoned up with steel. A fiend, a fairy, pitiless and rough. A wolf, nay worse, a fellow all in buff. A back friend, a shoulder clapper, one that countermands the passages of alleys, creeks, and narrow lands. A hound that runs counter, and yet draws dryfoot well. One that, before the judgment, carries poor souls to hell. Adriana. Why, man, what is the matter? Dromio of Syracuse. I do not know the matter. He is rested on the case. Adriana. What, is he arrested? Tell me at whose suit? Dromio of Syracuse. I know not at whose suit he is arrested, well. But he's in a suit of buff which rested him, that can I tell. Will you send him, mistress, redemption, the money in his desk? Adriana. Go fetch it, sister. This I wonder at. Exit Luciana. Thus he unknown to me should be in debt. Tell me, was he arrested on a band? Dromio of Syracuse. Not on a band, but on a stronger thing. A chain, a chain. Do you not hear it ring? Adriana. What, the chain? Dromio of Syracuse. No, no, the bell, 'tis time that I were gone. It was 2 ere I left him, and now the clock strikes 1. Adriana. The hours come back. That did I never hear. Dromio of Syracuse. Oh yes, if any hour meet a sergeant, a turns back for very fear. Adriana. As if time were in debt. How fondly dost thou reason. Dromio of Syracuse. Time is a very bankrupt and owes more than he's worth to season. Nay, he's a thief too. Have you not heard men say that time comes stealing on by night and day? If he be in debt and theft and a sergeant in the way, hath he not reason to turn back an hour in a day? Enter Luciana. Adriana. Go, Dromio, there's the money, bear it straight. And bring thy master home immediately. Come, sister, I am pressed down with conceit. Conceit, my comfort and my injury. Exeunt. Scene 3. The same. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse. Antipholus of Syracuse. There's not a man I meet but doth salute me, as if I were their well-acquainted friend. And every one doth call me by my name. Some tender money to me, some invite me. Some other give me thanks for kindnesses. Some offer me commodities to buy. Even now a tailor called me in his shop, and showed me silks that he had bought for me, and therewithal took measure of my body. Sure, these are but imaginary wiles, and Lapland sorcerers inhabit here. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, here's the gold you sent me for. What, have you got the picture of old Adam new apparelled? Antipholus of Syracuse. What gold is this? What Adam dost thou mean? Dromio of Syracuse. Not that Adam that kept the paradise, but that Adam that keeps the prison, he that goes in the calf's skin that was killed for the prodigal, he that came behind you, sir, like an evil angel, and bid you forsake your liberty. Antipholus of Syracuse. I understand thee not. Dromio of Syracuse. No? Why, 'tis a plain case. He that went like a bass viol in a case of leather, the man, sir, that, when gentlemen are tired, gives them a sob and rests them, he, sir, that takes pity on decayed men and gives them suits of durance, he that sets up his rest to do more exploits with his mace than a Morris pike. Antipholus of Syracuse. What? Thou meanst an officer? Dromio of Syracuse. Sir, the sergeant of the band, he that brings any man to answer it. That breaks his band, one that thinks a man always going to bed, and says, God give you good rest. Antipholus of Syracuse. Well, sir, there rest in your foolery. Is there any ship puts forth tonight? May we be gone? Dromio of Syracuse. Why, sir, I brought you word an hour since that the bark expedition put forth tonight, and then were you hindered by the sergeant to tarry. For the hoy delayed. Here are the angels that you sent for to deliver you. Antipholus of Syracuse. The fellow is distract, and so am I. And here we wander in illusions. Some blessed power deliver us from hence. Enter a courtesan. Courtesan. Well met, Master Antipholus. I see, sir, you have found the goldsmith now. Is that the chain you promised me today? Antipholus of Syracuse. Satan, avoid. I charge thee, tempt me not. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, is this Mistress Satan? Antipholus of Syracuse. It is the devil. Dromio of Syracuse. Nay, she is worse, she is the devil's dam, and here she comes in the habit of a light wench, and thereof comes that the wenches say God damn me, that's as much to say, God make me a light wench. It is written they appear to men like angels of light. Light is an effect of fire, and fire will burn, ergo, light wenches will burn. Come not near her. Courtesan. Your man and you are marvelous merry, sir. Will you go with me? We'll mend our dinner here. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, if you do, expect spoon meat or bespeak a long spoon. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, Dromio? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, he must have a long spoon that must eat with the devil. Antipholus of Syracuse. Avoid then, fiend. What tell'st thou me of supping? Thou art, as you are all, a sorceress. I conjure thee to leave me and be gone. Courtesan. Give me the ring of mine you had at dinner. Or, for my diamond, the chain you promised. And I'll be gone, sir, and not trouble you. Dromio of Syracuse. Some devils ask, but the paring of one's nail. A rush, a hair, a drop of blood, a pin. A nut, a cherry stone, but she, more covetous, would have a chain. Master, be wise, and if you give it her, the devil will shake her chain and fright us with it. Courtesan. I pray you, sir, my ring, or else the chain. I hope you do not mean to cheat me so. Antipholus of Syracuse. Avaunt, thou witch. Come, Dromio, let us go. Dromio of Syracuse. Fly pride, says the peacock. Mistress, that you know. Exeunt Antipholus of Syracuse and Romeo of Syracuse. Courtesan. Now, out of doubt Antipholus is mad. Else would he never so demean himself. A ring he hath of mine worth 40 ducats. And for the same he promised me a chain. Both one and other he denies me now. The reason that I gather he is mad, besides this present instance of his rage, is a mad tale he told today at dinner. Of his own doors being shut against his entrance. Be like his wife, acquainted with his fits. On purpose shut the doors against his way. My way is now to hie home to his house. And tell his wife that, being lunatic, he rushed into my house and took perforce my ring away. This course I fit as choose. For 40 ducats is too much to lose. Exit. Scene IV. The same. Enter Antipholus of Ephesus with an officer. Antipholus of Ephesus. Fear me not, man, I will not break away. I'll give thee ere I leave thee so much money. To warrant thee, as I am rested for. My wife is in a wayward mood today. And will not lightly trust the messenger. That I should be attached in Ephesus. I tell you 'twill sound harshly in her ears. Enter Dromio of Ephesus with a rope's end. Here comes my man. I think he brings the money. How now, sir, have you that I sent you for? Dromio of Ephesus. Here's that, I warrant you, will pay them all. Antipholus of Ephesus. But where's the money? Dromio of Ephesus. Why, sir, I gave the money for the rope. Antipholus of Ephesus. 500 ducats, villain, for a rope? Dromio of Ephesus. I'll serve you, sir, 500 at the rate. Antipholus of Ephesus. To what end did I bid thee hie thee home? Dromio of Ephesus. To a rope's end, sir, and to that end am I returned. Antipholus of Ephesus. And to that end, sir, I will welcome you. Beating him. Officer. Good sir, be patient. Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, 'tis for me to be patient. I am in adversity. Officer. Good now, hold thy tongue. Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, rather persuade him to hold his hands. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou warison, senseless villain. Dromio of Ephesus. I would I were senseless, sir, that I might not feel your blows. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou art sensible in nothing but blows, and so is an ass. Dromio of Ephesus. I am an ass indeed, you may prove it by my long ears. I have served him from the hour of my nativity to this instant, and have nothing at his hands for my service but blows. When I am cold, he heats me with beating, when I am warm he cools me with beating. I am waked with it. When I sleep, raised with it when I sit, driven out of doors with it. When I go from home, welcomed home with it when I return. Nay, I bear it on my shoulders as a beggar wont her brat, and I think when he hath lamed me, I shall beg with it from door to door. Enter Adriana, Luciana, courtesan and a schoolmaster called Pinch. Antipholus of Ephesus. Come, go along, my wife is coming yonder. Dromio of Ephesus. Mistress, respice finem, respect your end, or rather, the prophecy. Like the parrot, beware the rope's end. Antipholus of Ephesus. Wilt thou still talk? Beats him. Courtesan. How say you now? Is not your husband mad? Adriana. His incivility confirms no less. Good Dr. Pinch, you are a conjurer. Establish him in his true sense again. And I will please you what you will demand. Luciana. Alas, how fiery and how sharp he looks. Courtesan. Mark how he trembles in his ecstasy. Pinch. Give me your hand, and let me feel your pulse. Antipholus of Ephesus. There is my hand, and let it feel your ear. Pinch. I charge thee, Satan, housed within this man, to yield possession to my holy prayers, and to thy state of darkness hie thee straight. I conjure thee by all the saints in heaven. Antipholus of Ephesus. Peace, doting wizard, peace, I am not mad. Adriana. Oh, that thou wert not, poor distressed soul. Antipholus of Ephesus. You minion, you, are these your customers? Did this companion with the saffron face revel and feasted at my house today? Whilst upon me the guilty doors were shut. And I denied to enter in my house? Adriana. O husband, God doth know you did it at home. Where would you had remained until this time? Free from these slanders and this open shame. Antipholus of Ephesus. Did it at home? Thou villain, what sayest thou? Dromio of Ephesus. Sir, sooth to say, you did not dine at home. Antipholus of Ephesus. Were not my doors locked up and I shut out? Dromio of Ephesus. Purdy, your doors were locked, and you shut out. Antipholus of Ephesus. And did not she herself revile me there? Dromio of Ephesus. Sans fable, she herself reviled you there. Antipholus of Ephesus. Did not her kitchen maid rail, taunt, and scorn me? Dromio of Ephesus. Certes, she did, the kitchen vestal scorned you. Antipholus of Ephesus. And did not I enraged depart from thence? Dromio of Ephesus. In verity, you did, my bones bear witness. That since have felt the vigor of his rage. Adriana. Is't good to soothe him in these contraries? Pinch. It is no shame, the fellow finds his vein. And yielding to him, humors well his frenzy. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou hast suborned the goldsmith to arrest me. Adriana. Alas! I sent you money to redeem you. By Dromio here, who came in haste for it. Dromio of Ephesus. Money by me? Heart and goodwill you might. But surely, master, not a rag of money. Antipholus of Ephesus. Went'st not thou to her for a purse of ducats? Adriana. He came to me, and I delivered it. Luciana. And I am witness with her that she did. Dromio of Ephesus. God and the rope maker bear me witness. That I was sent for nothing but a rope. Pinch. Mistress, both man and master is possessed. I know it by their pale and deadly looks. They must be bound and laid in some dark room. Antipholus of Ephesus. Say, wherefore didst thou lock me forth today? And why dost thou deny the bag of gold? Adriana. I did not, gentle husband, lock thee forth. Dromio of Ephesus. And gentle master, I received no gold. But I confess, sir, that we were locked out. Adriana. Dissembling villain, thou speak'st false in both. Antipholus of Ephesus. Dissembling harlot, thou art false in all. And art confederate with a damned pack. To make a loathsome abject scorn of me. But with these nails I'll pluck out these false eyes. That would behold in me this shameful sport. Enter 3 or 4, and offer to bind him. He strives. Adriana. Oh, bind him, let him not come near me. Pinch. More company, the fiend is strong within him. Luciana. Amy, poor man, how pale and wan he looks. Antipholus of Ephesus. What, will you murder me? Thou jailer, thou. I am thy prisoner. Wilt thou suffer them? To make a rescue? Officer. Masters, let him go. He is my prisoner, and you shall not have him. Pinch. Go, bind this man, for he is frantic too. Adriana. What wilt thou do, thou peevish officer? Hast thou delight to see a wretched man do outrage and displeasure to himself? Officer. He is my prisoner. If I let him go, the debt he owes will be required of me. Adriana. I will discharge thee ere I go from thee. Bear me forthwith unto his creditor. And knowing how the debt grows, I will pay it. Good master doctor, see him safe conveyed home to my house. O most unhappy day. Antipholus of Ephesus. O most unhappy strumpet. Dromio of Ephesus. Master, I am here entered in bond for you. Antipholus of Ephesus. Out on thee, villain. Wherefore dost thou mad me? Dromio of Ephesus. Will you be bound for nothing? Be mad, good master, cry, the devil. Luciana. God help, poor souls, how idly do they talk. Adriana. Go bear him hence. Sister, go you with me. Exeunt Pinch and assistants, with Antipholus of Ephesus and Dromio of Ephesus. Say now, whose suit is he arrested at? Officer. One Angelo, a goldsmith, do you know him? Adriana. I know the man. What is the sum he owes? Officer. 200 ducats. Adriana. Say, how grows it due? Officer. Due for a chain your husband had of him. Adriana. He did bespeak a chain for me, but had it not. Courtesan. When is your husband, all in rage, today? Came to my house and took away my ring. The ring I saw upon his finger now. Straight after did I meet him with a chain. Adriana. It may be so, but I did never see it. Come, jailer, bring me where the goldsmith is. I long to know the truth hereof at large. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse with his rapier drawn, and Dromio of Syracuse. Luciana. God, for thy mercy, they are loose again. Adriana. And come with naked swords. Let's call more help. To have them bound again. Officer. Away, they'll kill us. Exeunt, as fast as may be, frighted. Antipholus of Syracuse. I see these witches are afraid of swords. Dromio of Syracuse. She that would be your wife now ran from you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Come to the Centaur, fetch our stuff from thence. I long that we were safe and sound aboard. Dromio of Syracuse. Faith, stay here this night, they will surely do us no harm, you saw. They speak us fair, give us gold. Methinks they are such a gentle nation that, but for the mountain of mad flesh that claims marriage of me, I could find in my heart to stay here still and turn witch. Antipholus of Syracuse. I will not stay tonight for all the town. Therefore away, to get our stuff aboard. Exeunt. Act 5. Scene I. The same. Enter Merchant and Angelo. Angelo. I am sorry, sir, that I have hindered you. But I protest he had the chain of me. Though most dishonestly he doth deny it. Merchant. How is the man esteemed here in the city? Angelo. Of very reverend reputation, sir. Of credit infinite, highly beloved. Second to none that lives here in the city. His word might bear my wealth at any time. Merchant. Speak softly. Yonder, as I think, he walks. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse. Angelo. 'Tis so, and that self-chain about his neck. Which he forswore most monstrously to have. Good sir, draw near to me, I'll speak to him. Signor Antipholus, I wonder much that you would put me to this shame and trouble. And not without some scandal to yourself. With circumstance and oaths so to deny this chain, which now you wear so openly. Beside the charge, the shame, imprisonment. You have done wrong to this my honest friend. Who, but for staying on our controversy, had hoisted sail and put to sea today. This chain you had of me, can you deny it? Antipholus of Syracuse. I think I had. I never did deny it. Merchant. Yes, that you did, sir, and forswear it too. Antipholus of Syracuse. Who heard me to deny it or forswear it? Merchant. These ears of mine, thou know'st, did hear thee. Fie on thee, wretch. 'Tis pity that thou liv'st to walk where any honest men resort. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thou art a villain to impeach me thus. I'll prove mine honor and mine honesty against thee presently, if thou darest stand. Merchant. I dare, and do defy thee for a villain. They draw. Enter Adriana, Luciana, Curtison and others. Adriana. Hold, hurt him not, for God's sake, he is mad. Some get within him, take his sword away. Bind Dromio too, and bear them to my house. Dromio of Syracuse. Run, master, run, for God's sake, take a house. This is some priory, inn, or we are spoiled. Exeunt Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse to the priory. Enter Lady Abbess. Abbess. Be quiet, people. Wherefore throng you hither? Adriana. To fetch my poor distracted husband hence. Let us come in, that we may bind him fast. And bear him home for his recovery. Angelo. I knew he was not in his perfect wits. Merchant. I am sorry now that I did draw on him. Abbess. How long hath this possession held the man? Adriana. This week he hath been heavy, sour, sad. And much different from the man he was. But till this afternoon his passion ne'er brake into extremity of rage. Abbess. Hath he not lost much wealth by wreck of sea? Buried some dear friend? Hath not else his eye strayed his affection in unlawful love? A sin prevailing much in youthful men, who give their eyes the liberty of gazing. Which of these sorrows is he subject to? Adriana. To none of these, except it be the last. Namely, some love that drew him oft from home. Abbess. You should for that have reprehended him. Adriana. Why, so I did. Abbess. But not rough enough. Adriana. As roughly as my modesty would let me. Abbess. Haply in private. Adriana. And in assemblies too. Abbess. But not enough. Adriana. It was the copy of our conference. In bed he slept not for my urging it. At board he fed not for my urging it. Alone, it was the subject of my theme. In company I often glanced at. Still did I tell him it was vile and bad. Abbess. And thereof came it that the man was mad. The venom clamors of a jealous woman. Poisons more deadly than a mad dog's tooth. It seems his sleeps were hindered by thy railing. And thereof comes it that his head is light. Thou say'st his meat was socked with thy upbraidings. Unquiet meals make ill digestions. Thereof the raging fire of fever bred. And what's a fever but a fit of madness? Thou say'st his sports were hindered by thy brawls. Sweet recreation barred, what doth ensue? But moody and dull melancholy. Kinsman to grim and comfortless despair. And at her heels a huge infectious droop. Of pale distemperatures and foes to life? In food, in sport, and life-preserving rest. To be disturbed would matter man or beast. The consequence is, then, thy jealous fits. Hath scarred thy husband from the use of's wits. Luciana. She never reprehended him but mildly. When he demeaned himself rough, rude, and wildly. Why bear you these rebukes and answer not? Adriana. She did betray me to my own reproof. Good people, enter and lay hold on him. Abbess. No, not a creature enters in my house. Adriana. Then let your servants bring my husband forth. Abbess. Neither. He took this place for sanctuary. And it shall privilege him from your hands. Till I have brought him to his wits again. Or lose my labor in assaying it. Adriana. I will attend my husband, be his nurse. Diet his sickness, for it is my office. And will have no attorney but myself. And therefore let me have him home with me. Abbess. Be patient, for I will not let him stir. Till I have used the approved means I have. With wholesome syrups, drugs, and holy prayers. To make of him a formal man again. It is a branch and parcel of mine oath. A charitable duty of my order. Therefore depart, and leave him here with me. Adriana. I will not hence and leave my husband here. And ill it doth beseem your holiness. To separate the husband and the wife. Abbess. Be quiet and depart. Thou shalt not have him. Exit Abbess. Luciana. Complain unto the Duke of this indignity. Adriana. Come, go. I will fall prostrate at his feet. And never rise until my tears and prayers have won his grace to come in person hither. And take perforce my husband from the abbess. Merchant. By this, I think, the dial points at 5. Anon, I'm sure, the Duke himself in person comes this way to the melancholy vale. The place of death and sorry execution. Behind the ditches of the abbey here. Angelo. Upon what cause? Merchant. To see a reverend Syracusan merchant. Who put unluckily into this bay. Against the laws and statutes of this town. Beheaded publicly for his offense. Angelo. See where they come. We will behold his death. Luciana. Kneel to the Duke before he pass the abbey. Enter the Duke, attended, Aegeon, bareheaded, with the headsman and other officers. Duke. Yet once again proclaim it publicly. If any friend will pay the sum for him. He shall not die, so much we tender him. Adriana. Justice, most sacred Duke, against the abbess. Duke. She is a virtuous and a reverend lady. It cannot be that she hath done thee wrong. Adriana. May it please your grace, Antipholus, my husband. Who I made lord of me and all I had. At your important letters, this ill day. A most outrageous fit of madness took him. That desperately he hurried through the street. With him his bondmen all as mad as he. Doing displeasure to the citizens. By rushing in their houses, bearing thence rings, jewels, anything his rage did like. Once did I get him bound and sent him home. Whilst to take order for the wrongs I went. That here and there his fury had committed. Anon, I wot not by what strong escape. He broke from those that had the guard of him. And with his mad attendant and himself. Each one with ireful passion, with drawn swords. Met us again, and, madly bent on us. Chased us away, till raising of more aid. We came again to bind them. Then they fled. Into this abbey, whither we pursued them. And here the abbess shuts the gates on us. And will not suffer us to fetch him out. Nor send him forth that we may bear him hence. Therefore, most gracious Duke, with thy command. Let him be brought forth and borne hence for help. Duke. Long since thy husband served me in my wars. And I to thee engaged a prince's word. When thou didst make him master of thy bed. To do him all the grace and good I could. Go, some of you, knock at the abbey gate. And bid the lady abbess come to me. I will determine this before I stir. Enter a messenger. Messenger. O mistress, mistress, shift and save yourself. My master and his man are both broke loose. Beaten the maids a row, and bound the doctor. Whose beard they have singed off with brands of fire. And ever as it blazed they threw on him. Great pails of puddled mire to quench the hair. My master preaches patience to him, and the while his man with scissors nicks him like a fool. And sure, unless you send some present help, between them they will kill the conjurer. Adriana. Peace, fool, thy master and his man are here. And that is false thou dost report to us. Messenger. Mistress, upon my life, I tell you true. I have not breathed almost since I did see it. He cries for you, and vows, if he can take you, to scorch your face and to disfigure you. Cry within. Hark, hark, I hear him, mistress. Fly, be gone. Duke. Come, stand by me, fear nothing. Guard with halberds. Adriana. Amy, it is my husband. Witness you that he is borne about invisible. Even now we house at him in the abbey here. And now he's there, past thought of human reason. Enter Antipholus and Romeo of Ephesus. Antipholus of Ephesus. Justice, most gracious Duke, oh, grant me justice. Even for the service that long since I did thee, when I bested thee in the wars, and took deep scars to save thy life, even for the blood that then I lost for thee, now grant me justice. Aegeon. Unless the fear of death doth make me dote, I see my son Antipholus and Romeo. Antipholus of Ephesus. Justice, sweet prince, against that woman there, she whom thou gavest to me to be my wife, that hath abused and dishonored me, even in the strength and height of injury. Beyond imagination is the wrong that she this day hath shameless thrown on me. Duke. Discover how, and thou shalt find me just. Antipholus of Ephesus. This day, great Duke, she shut the doors upon me, while she with harlots feasted in my house. Duke. A grievous fault. Say, woman, didst thou so? Adriana. No, my good lord. Myself, he, and my sister today did dine together. So befall my soul. As this is false he burdens me withal. Luciana. Ne'er may I look on day nor sleep on night, but she tells to your highness simple truth. Angelo. O perjured woman. They are both forsworn. In this the madman justly chargeth them. Antipholus of Ephesus. My liege, I am advised what I say. Neither disturbed with the effect of wine, nor heady rash provoked with raging ire. Albeit my wrongs might make one wiser mad. This woman locked me out this day from dinner. That goldsmith there, were he not packed with her, could witness it, for he was with me then. Who parted with me to go fetch a chain, promising to bring it to the Porpentine, where Balthasar and I did dine together. Our dinner done, and he not coming thither, I went to seek him. In the street I met him, and in his company that gentleman. There did this perjured goldsmith swear me down, that I this day of him received the chain, which, God he knows, I saw not. For the which he did arrest me with an officer. I did obey, and sent my peasant home. For certain ducats, he with none returned. Then fairly I bespoke the officer to go in person with me to my house. By th way we met my wife, her sister, and a rabble more of vile confederates. Along with them they brought one Pinch, a hungry lean-faced villain, a mere anatomy, a mountebank, a threadbare juggler and a fortune-teller, a needy, hollow-eyed, sharp-looking wretch, a living dead man. This pernicious slave, forsooth, took on him as a conjurer, and gazing in mine eyes, feeling my pulse, and with no face, as 'twere, outfacing me, cries out, I was possessed. Then altogether they fell upon me, bound me, bore me thence, and in a dark and dankish vault at home there left me and my man, both bound together, till gnawing with my teeth my bonds in sunder, I gained my freedom and immediately ran hither to your grace, whom I beseech to give me ample satisfaction for these deep shames and great indignities. Angelo. My lord, in truth, thus far I witness with him that he dined not at home, but was locked out. Duke. But had he such a chain of thee, or no? Angelo. He had, my lord, and when here and in here, these people saw the chain about his neck. Merchant. Besides, I will be sworn these ears of mine heard you confess you had the chain of him, after you first forswore it on the mart, and thereupon I drew my sword on you, and then you fled into this abbey here, from whence I think you are come by miracle. Antipholus of Ephesus. I never came within these abbey walls, nor ever didst thou draw thy sword on me. I never saw the chain, so help me heaven. And this is false you burden me withal. Duke. Why, what an intricate impeach is this? I think you all have drunk of Circe's cup. If here you housed him, here he would have been. If he were mad, he would not plead so coldly. You say he did it at home, the goldsmith here denies that saying. Sirrah, what say you? Dromio of Ephesus. Sir, he dined with her there, at the Porpentine. Courtesan. He did, and from my finger snatched that ring. Antipholus of Ephesus. 'Tis true, my liege, this ring I had of her. Duke. Saw'st thou him enter at the abbey here? Courtesan. As sure, my liege, as I do see your grace. Duke. Why, this is strange. Go call the abbess hither. I think you are all mated, or stark mad. Exit one to the abbess. Aegeon. Most mighty Duke, vouchsafe me speak a word. Haply I see a friend will save my life. And pay the sum that may deliver me. Duke. Speak freely, Syracusan, what thou wilt. Aegeon. Is not your name, sir, call it Antipholus? And is not that your bondman Dromio? Dromio of Ephesus. Within this hour I was his bondman, sir. But he, I thank him, gnawed into my cords. Now am I Dromio, and his man, unbound. Aegeon. I am sure you both of you remember me. Dromio of Ephesus. Ourselves we do remember, sir, by you. For lately we were bound as you are now. You are not Pinch's patient, are you, sir? Aegeon. Why look you strange on me? You know me well. Antipholus of Ephesus. I never saw you in my life till now. Aegeon. Oh. Grief hath changed me since you saw me last. And careful hours with time's deformed hand have written strange defatures in my face. But tell me yet, dost thou not know my voice? Antipholus of Ephesus. Neither. Aegeon. Dromio, nor thou? Dromio of Ephesus. No, trust me, sir, nor I. Aegeon. I am sure thou dost. Dromio of Ephesus. Sir, but I am sure I do not, and whatsoever a man denies, you are now bound to believe him. Aegeon. Not know my voice. O time's extremity. Hast thou so cracked and splitted my poor tongue? In 7 short years that here my only son knows not my feeble key of untunned cares? Though now this grained face of mine be hid in sap-consuming winter's drizzled snow, and all the conduits of my blood froze up, yet hath my night of life some memory, my wasting lamp some fading glimmer left, my dull deaf ears a little used to hear. All these old witnesses I cannot err. Tell me thou art my son Antipholus. Antipholus of Ephesus. I never saw my father in my life. Aegeon. But 7 years since, in Syracusa, boy. Thou know'st we parted, but perhaps, my son, thou sham'st to acknowledge me in misery. Antipholus of Ephesus. The Duke and all that know me in the city can witness with me that it is not so. I ne'er saw Syracusa in my life. Duke. I tell thee, Syracusan, 20 years have I been patron to Antipholus, during which time he ne'er saw Syracusa. I see thy age and dangers make thee dote. Enter the abbess with Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse. Abbess. Most mighty Duke, behold a man much wronged. All gather to see them. Adriana. I see 2 husbands, or mine eyes deceive me. Duke. One of these men is genius to the other. And so of these, which is the natural man? And which the spirit? Who deciphers them? Dromio of Syracuse. I, sir, am Dromio, command him away. Dromio of Ephesus. I, sir, am Dromio, pray let me stay. Antipholus of Syracuse. Aegeon, art thou not? Or else his ghost? Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, my old master, who hath bound him here? Abbess. Whoever bound him, I will loose his bonds and gain a husband by his liberty. Speak, old Aegeon, if thou best a man that hadst a wife once called Emilia, that bore thee out of burden 2 fair sons. Oh, if thou best the same Aegeon, speak. And speak unto the same Emilia. Duke. Why, here begins his morning story right. These 2 Antipholuses, these 2 so like. And these 2 Dromios, one in semblance. Besides her urging of her wreck at sea. These are the parents to these children, which accidentally are met together. Aegeon. If I dream not, thou art Emilia. If thou art she, tell me where is that son that floated with thee on the fatal raft? Abbess. By men of Epidamnum, he and I and the twin Dromio, all were taken up. But, by and by, rude fishermen of Corinth by force took Dromio and my son from them. And me they left with those of Epidamnum. What then became of them I cannot tell. I to this fortune that you see me in. Duke. Antipholus, thou camest from Corinth first? Antipholus of Syracuse. No, sir, not I came from Syracuse. Duke. Stay, stand apart, I know not which is which. Antipholus of Ephesus. I came from Corinth, my most gracious lord. Dromio of Ephesus. And I with him. Antipholus of Ephesus. Brought to this town by that most famous warrior. Duke Menaphon, your most renowned uncle. Adriana. Which of you two did dine with me today? Antipholus of Syracuse. I, gentle mistress. Adriana. And are not you my husband? Antipholus of Ephesus. No, I say nay to that. Antipholus of Syracuse. And so do I, yet did she call me so. And this fair gentlewoman, her sister here, did call me brother. What I told you then. I hope I shall have leisure to make good. If this be not a dream I see and hear. Angelo. That is the chain, sir, which you had of me. Antipholus of Syracuse. I think it be, sir. I deny it not. Antipholus of Ephesus. And you, sir, for this chain arrested me. Angelo. I think I did, sir. I deny it not. Adriana. I sent you money, sir, to be your bail. By Dromio, but I think he brought it not. Dromio of Ephesus. No, none by me. Antipholus of Syracuse. This purse of ducats I received from you. And Romeo my man did bring them me. I see we still did meet each other's man. And I was ta'en for him, and he for me. And thereupon these errors are arose. Antipholus of Ephesus. These ducats pawn I for my father here. Duke. It shall not need, thy father hath his life. Courtesan. Sir, I must have that diamond from you. Antipholus of Ephesus. There, take it, and much thanks for my good cheer. Abbess. Renowned Duke, vouchsafe to take the pains to go with us into the abbey here. And here at large discoursed all our fortunes. And all that are assembled in this place. That by this sympathized one day's error have suffered wrong, go, keep us company. And we shall make full satisfaction. 33 years have I but gone in travail. Of you, my sons, and till this present hour. My heavy burden ne'er delivered. The Duke, my husband, and my children both. And you, the calendars of their nativity. Go to a gossip's feast, and go with me. After so long grief, such nativity. Duke. With all my heart, I'll gossip at this feast. Excellent except the 2 Dromios and 2 brothers. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, shall I fetch your stuff from shipboard? Antipholus of Ephesus. Dromio, what stuff of mine hast thou embarked? Dromio of Syracuse. Your goods that lay at host, sir, in the Centaur. Antipholus of Syracuse. He speaks to me, I am your master, Dromio. Come, go with us. We'll look to that anon. Embrace thy brother there, rejoice with him. Excellent Antipholus of Syracuse and Antipholus of Ephesus. Dromio of Syracuse. There is a fat friend at your master's house. That kitchened me for you today at dinner. She now shall be my sister, not my wife. Dromio of Ephesus. Methinks you are my glass, and not my brother. I see by you I am a sweet-faced youth. Will you walk in to see their gossiping? Dromio of Syracuse. Not I, sir, you are my elder. Dromio of Ephesus. That's a question, how shall we try it? Dromio of Syracuse. We'll draw cuts for the senior. Till then, lead thou first. Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, then, thus. We came into the world like brother and brother. And now let's go hand in hand, not one before another. Excellent. The tragedy of Coriolanus. Dramatis Personae. Caius Marcius, afterwards Caius Marcius Coriolanus. Generals against the Volscians. Titus Lartius. Cominius. Menenius Agrippa, friend to Coriolanus. Tribunes of the people. Sicinius Bellutus. Junius Brutus. Young Marcius, son to Coriolanus. A Roman herald. Nicanor, a Roman. Tullus Aufidius, general of the Volscians. Lieutenant to Aufidius. Conspirators with Aufidius. Adrian, a Volscian. A citizen of Antium. 2 Volscian guards. Volumnia, mother to Coriolanus. Virgilia, wife to Coriolanus. Valeria, friend to Virgilia. Gentlewoman attending on Virgilia. Roman and Volscian senators, patricians, aediles, lictors. Soldiers, citizens, messengers, servants to Aufidius, and other attendants. Scene. Rome and the neighborhood, Corioli and the neighborhood. Antium. Acti sini Rome. A street. Enter a company of mutinous citizens with staves, clubs, and other weapons. First citizen. Before we proceed any further, hear me speak. All. Speak, speak. First citizen. You are all resolved rather to die than to famish? All. Resolved. First citizen. First, you know Caius Marcius is chief enemy to the people. All. We note. First citizen. Let us kill him, and we'll have corn at our own price. Is't a verdict? All. No more talking on't, let it be done. Away. Second citizen. One word, good citizens. First citizen. We are accounted poor citizens, the patricians good. What authority surfeits on would relieve us, if they would yield us but the superfluity while it were wholesome, we might guess. They relieved us humanely, but they think we are too dear. The leanness that afflicts us, the object of our misery, is as an inventory to particularize their abundance, our sufferance is a gain to them. Let us revenge this with our pikes ere we become breaks, for the gods know I speak this in hunger for bread, not in thirst for revenge. Second citizen. Would you proceed especially against Caius Marcius? First citizen. Against him first, he's a very dog to the commonalty. Second citizen. Consider you what services he has done for his country? First citizen. Very well, and could be content to give him good report for't, but that he pays himself with being proud. Second citizen. Nay, but speak not maliciously. First citizen. I say unto you, what he hath done famously he did it. To that end, though soft-consciented men can be content to say it was for his country, he did it to please his mother and to be partly proud, which he is, even to the altitude of his virtue. Second citizen. What he cannot help in his nature you account a vice in him. You must in no way say he is covetous. First citizen. If I must not, I need not be barren of accusations. He hath faults, with surplus, to tire in repetition. Shouts. Within what shouts are these? The other side OTH city is risen. Why stay we prating here? To TH capital. All. Come. First citizen. Soft. Who comes here? Enter Menenius Agrippa. Second citizen. Worthy Menenius Agrippa, one that hath always loved the people. First citizen. He's one honest enough, would all the rest were so. Menenius. What works, my countrymen, in hand? Where go you? With bats and clubs? The matter? Speak, I pray you. First citizen. Our business is not unknown to TH Senate, they have had inkling this fortnight what we intend to do, which now we'll show 'em in deeds. They say poor suitors have strong breaths. They shall know we have strong arms too. Menenius. Why, masters, my good friends, mine honest neighbors. Will you undo yourselves? First citizen. We cannot, sir. We are undone already. Menenius. I tell you, friends, most charitable care have the patricians of you. For your wants. You're suffering in this dearth, you may as well strike at the heaven with your staves as lift them against the Roman state, whose course will on the way it takes, cracking 10,000 curbs of more strong link asunder than can ever appear in your impediment. For the dearth, the gods, not the patricians, make it, and your knees to them, not arms, must help. Alack! You are transported by calamity thither where more attends you, and you slander the helms OTH state, who care for you like fathers when you curse them as enemies. First citizen. Care for us. True, indeed. They ne'er cared for us. Yet suffer us to famish, and their storehouses crammed with grain, make edicts for usury, to support usurers, repeal daily any wholesome act established against the rich, and provide more piercing statutes daily to chain up and restrain the poor. If the wars eat us not up, they will, and there's all the love they bear us. Menenius. Either you must confess yourselves wondrous malicious, or be accused of folly. I shall tell you a pretty tale. It may be you have heard it. But, since it serves my purpose, I will venture to style it a little more. First citizen. Well, I'll hear it, sir, yet you must not think to fob off our disgrace with a tale. But, and please you, deliver. Menenius. There was a time when all the body's members rebelled against the belly, thus accursed it. That only like a gulf it did remain. Ith midst oth body, idle and unactive. Still cupboarding the viand, never bearing. Like labor with the rest, where th other instruments. Did see and hear, devise, instruct, walk, feel. And, mutually participate, did minister. Unto the appetite and affection common. Of the whole body. The belly answered. First citizen. Well, sir, what answer made the belly? Menenius. Sir, I shall tell you. With a kind of smile. Which ne'er came from the lungs, but even thus. For look you, I may make the belly smile. As well as speak it tauntingly replied. To th discontented members, the mutinous parts. That envied is receipt, even so most fitly. As you malign our senators for that. They are not such as you. First citizen. Your bellies answer what? The kingly crowned head, the vigilant eye. The counsellor heart, the arm our soldier. Our steed the leg, the tongue our trumpeter. With other muniments and petty helps. Is this our fabric, if that they? Menenius. What then? For me, this fellow speaks. What then? What then? First citizen. Should by the cormorant belly be restrained. Who is the cinque oth body? Menenius. Well, what then? First citizen. The former agents, if they did complain. What could the belly answer? Menenius. I will tell you. If you'll bestow a small of what you have little. Patience a while, youst hear the belly's answer. First citizen. Ye are long about it. Menenius. Note me this, good friend. Your most grave belly was deliberate. Not rash like his accusers, and thus answered. True is it, my incorporate friends, quoth he. That I receive the general food at first. Which you do live upon, and fit it is. Because I am the storehouse and the shop. Of the whole body. But, if you do remember. I send it through the rivers of your blood. Even to the court, the heart, to th seat oth brain. And, through the cranks and offices of man. The strongest nerves and small inferior veins. From me receive that natural competency. Whereby they live. And though that all at once. You, my good friends, this says the belly, mark me. First citizen. Sir, well, well. Menenius. Though all at once cannot. See what I do deliver out to each. Yet I can make my audit up, that all. From me do back receive the flower of all. And leave me but the bran. What say you to tea? First citizen. It was an answer. How apply you this? Menenius. The senators of Rome are this good belly. And you the mutinous members, for, examine. Their counsels and their cares, digest things rightly. Touching the wheel oth common, you shall find. No public benefit which you receive. But it proceeds or comes from them to you. And no way from yourselves. What do you think? You, the great toe of this assembly? First citizen. I the great toe? Why the great toe? Menenius. For that, being one oth lowest, basest, poorest. Of this most wise rebellion, thou goest foremost. Thou rascal, that art worst in blood to run. Leadst first to win some vantage. But make you ready your stiff bats and clubs. Rome and her rats are at the point of battle. The one side must have bail. Enter Caius Marcius. Hail, noble Marcius. Marcius. Thanks. What's the matter, you dissentious rogues? That, rubbing the poor itch of your opinion. Make yourselves scabs? First citizen. We have ever your good word. Marcius. He that will give good words to thee will flatter. Beneath abhorring. What would you have, you curs? That like nor peace nor war? The one affrights you. The other makes you proud. He that trusts to you. Where he should find you lions, finds you hares. Where foxes, geese, you are no surer, no. Than is the coal of fire upon the ice. Or hailstone in the sun. Your virtue is. To make him worthy whose offense subdues him. And curse that justice did it. Who deserves greatness. Deserves your hate, and your affections are. A sick man's appetite, who desires most that. Which would increase his evil. He that depends. Upon your favors swims with fins of lead. And hews down oaks with rushes. Hang ye. Trust ye? With every minute you do change a mind. And call him noble that was now your hate. Him vile that was your garland. What's the matter? That in these several places of the city. You cry against a noble senate, who, under the gods, keep you in awe, which else? Would feed on one another? What's their seeking? Menenius. For corn at their own rates, whereof they say. The city is well stored. Marcius. Hang 'em. They say. They'll sit by fire and presume to know. What's done ith capital, who's like to rise? Who thrives and who declines, side factions, and give out. Conjectural marriages, making parties strong. And feebling such as stand not in their liking. Below their cobbled shoes. They say there's grain enough. Would the nobility lay aside their ruth? And let me use my sword, I'd make a quarry. With thousands of these quartered slaves, as high as I could pick my lance. Menenius. Nay, these are all most thoroughly persuaded. For though abundantly they lack discretion, yet are they passing cowardly. But, I beseech you. What says the other troop? Marcius. They are dissolved. Hang 'em. They said they were an hungry, sighed forth proverbs. That hunger broke stone walls, that dogs must eat. That meat was made for mouths, that the gods sent not. Corn for the rich men only. With these shreds. They vented their complainings, which being answered. And a petition granted them a strange one. To break the heart of generosity. And make bold power look pale they threw their caps. As they would hang them on the horns oth moon. Shouting their emulation. Menenius. What is granted them? Marcius. 5 tribunes, to defend their vulgar wisdoms. Of their own choice. One's Junius Brutus. Sicinius Vellutus, and I know not. Steth. The rabble should have first unroofed the city. Ere so prevailed with me, it will in time. Win upon power and throw forth greater themes. For insurrections arguing. Menenius. This is strange. Marcius. Go get you home, you fragments. Enter a messenger, hastily. Messenger. Where's Caius Marcius? Marcius. Here. What's the matter? Messenger. The news is, sir, the Volsces are in arms. Marcius. I am glad on't, then we shall ha means to vent our musty superfluity. See, our best elders. Enter Cominius, Titus Lartius, with other senators. Junius Brutus and Sicinius Vellutus. First senator. Marcius, 'tis true that you have lately told us. The Volsces are in arms. Marcius. They have a leader. Tullus Aufidius, that will put you taut. I sin in envying his nobility. And were I anything but what I am, I would wish me only he. Cominius. You have fought together? Marcius. We're half to half the world by ears, and he. Upon my party, I'd revolt to make only my wars with him. He is a lion that I am proud to hunt. First senator. Then, worthy Marcius. Attend upon Cominius to these wars. Cominius. It is your former promise. Marcius. Sir, it is. And I am constant. Titus Lartius, thou shalt see me once more strike at Tullus's face. What, art thou stiff? Stand stout? Lartius. No, Caius Marcius. I'll lean upon one crutch and fight with t'other. Ere stay behind this business. Menenius. Oh, true bred. First senator. Your company to capital, where, I know, our greatest friends attend us. Lartius. To Cominius led you on. To Marcius follow Cominius, we must follow you. Right worthy you priority. Cominius. Noble Marcius. First senator. To the citizens hence to your homes, be gone. Marcius. Nay, let them follow. The Volsces have much corn. Take these rats thither. To gnaw their garners. Worshipful mutineers. Your valor puts well forth, pray follow. See its sins steal away. Exeunt all but Sicinius and Brutus. Sicinius. Was ever man so proud as is this Marcius? Brutus. He has no equal. Sicinius. When we were chosen tribunes for the people. Brutus. Marked you his lip and eyes? Sicinius. Nay, but his taunts. Brutus. Being movid, he will not spare to gird the gods. Sicinius. Bemock the modest moon. Brutus. The present wars devour him. He is grown too proud to be so valiant. Sicinius. Such a nature. Tickled with good success, disdains the shadow which he treads on at noon. But I do wonder. His insolence can brook to be commanded. Under Cominius. Brutus. Fame, at the which he aims. In whom already he is well gracked cannot better be held nor more attained than by a place below the first, for what miscarries shall be the general's fault, though he perform to utmost of a man, and giddy censure. Will then cry out of Marcius, oh, if he had borne the business. Sicinius. Besides, if things go well, Opinion, that so sticks on Marcius, shall of his demerits rob Cominius. Brutus. Come. Half all Cominius's honors are to Marcius. Though Marcius earned them not, and all his faults. To Marcius shall be honors, though indeed in aught he merit not. Sicinius. Let's hence and hear how the dispatch is made, and in what fashion. More than his singularity, he goes upon this present action. Brutus. Let's along. Excellent. Scene 2. Corioli. The Senate House. Enter Tullus Aufidius with senators of Corioli. First Senator. So, your opinion is, Aufidius, that they of Rome are entered in our councils and know how we proceed. Aufidius. Is it not yours? Whatever have been thought on in this state that could be brought to bodily act ere Rome had circumvention? 'Tis not 4 days gone since I heard thence, these are the words I think. I have the letter here. Yes, here it is. Reads they have pressed a power, but it is not known whether for east or west. The dearth is great. The people mutinous, and it is rumored Cominius, Marcius your old enemy, who is of Rome worse hated than of you, and Titus Lartius, a most valiant Roman. These 3 lead on this preparation. Whither 'tis bent, most likely 'tis for you. Consider of it. First Senator. Our armies in the field. We never yet made doubt, but Rome was ready to answer us. Aufidius. Nor did you think it folly to keep your great pretenses veiled till when they needs must show themselves, which in the hatching it seemed appeared to Rome by the discovery. We shall be short need in our aim, which was to take in many towns ere almost Rome should know we were afoot. Second Senator. Noble Aufidius. Take your commission, hie you to your bands. Let us alone to guard Corioli. If they set down befores for the remove, bring up your army, but I think you'll find have not prepared for us. Aufidius. Oh, doubt not that. I speak from certainties. Name more. Some parcels of their power are forth already. And only hitherward I leave your honors. If we and Caius Marcius chance to meet, 'tis sworn between us we shall ever strike till one can do no more. All the gods assist you, Aufidius, and keep your honors safe. First Senator. Farewell. Second Senator. Farewell. All. Farewell. Excellent. Scene 3. Rome. Marcius's house. Enter Volumnia and Virgilia, mother and wife to Marcius. They set them down on 2 low stools and so. Volumnia. I pray you, daughter, sing, or express yourself in a more comfortable sort. If my son were my husband, I should freelier rejoice in that absence wherein he won honor than in the embracements of his bed where he would show most love. When yet he was but tender-bodied and the only son of my womb, when youth with comeliness plucked all gaze his way, when, for a day of king's entreaties, a mother should not sell him an hour from her beholding, considering how honor would become such a person, that it was no better than picture-like to hang by wall, if renown made it not stir was pleased to let him seek danger where he was to find fame. To a cruel war one sent him, from whence he returned his brows bound with oak. I tell thee, daughter, I sprang not more in joy at first hearing he was a man-child than now in first seeing he had proved himself a man. Virgilia. But had he died in the business, madam, how then? Volumnia. Then his good report should have been my son, I therein would have found issue. Hear me profess sincerely. Had I a dozen sons, each in my love alike, and none less dear than thine in my good Marcius, I had rather had 11 die nobly for their country than one voluptuously surfeit out of action. Enter a gentlewoman. Gentlewoman. Madam, the lady Valeria is come to visit you. Virgilia. Beseech you give me leave to retire myself. Volumnia. Indeed you shall not. Methinks I hear hither your husband's drum. See him pluck Aufidius down by hair. As children from a bear, the Vols is shunning him. Methinks I see him stamp thus, and call thus. Come on, you cowards. You were got in fear. Though you were born in Rome. His bloody brow. With his mailed hand then wiping, forth he goes. Like to a harvest man that's tasked to mow. Or all or lose his hire. Virgilia. His bloody brow? O Jupiter, no blood. Volumnia. Away, you fool. It more becomes a man than gilt his trophy. The breasts of Hecuba. When she did suckle Hector, looked not lovelier than Hector's forehead when it spit forth blood. At Grecian's sword, contuming. Tell Valeria. We are fit to bid her welcome. Exit gentlewoman. Virgilia. Heavens bless my lord from fell Aufidius. Volumnia. He'll beat Aufidius's head below his knee and tread upon his neck. Re-enter gentlewoman, with Valeria and an usher. Valeria. My ladies both, good day to you. Volumnia. Sweet madam. Virgilia. I am glad to see your ladyship. Valeria. How do you both? You are manifest housekeepers. What are you sewing here? A fine spot, in good faith. How does your little son? Virgilia. I thank your ladyship, well, good madam. Volumnia. He had rather see the swords and hear a drum than look upon his schoolmaster. Valeria. Oh my word, the father's son. I'll swear 'tis a very pretty boy. Oh my troth, I looked upon him a Wednesday half an hour together, has such a confirmed countenance. I saw him run after a gilded butterfly, and when he caught it he let it go. Again, and after it again, and over he comes, and up. Again, catch it again, or whether his fall enragged him, or how 'twas, he did so set his teeth and tear it. Oh, I warrant, how he mammacked it. Volumnia. One on's father's moods. Valeria. Indeed, la, 'tis a noble child. Virgilia. A crack madam. Valeria. Come, lay aside your stitchery, I must have you play the idle huswife with me this afternoon. Virgilia. No, good madam, I will not out of doors. Valeria. Not out of doors. Volumnia. She shall. Virgilia. Indeed, no, by your patience, I'll not over the threshold till my lord return from the wars. Valeria. Fie, you confine yourself most unreasonably, come, you must go visit the good lady that lies in. Virgilia. I will wish her speedy strength and visit her with my prayers, but I cannot go thither. Volumnia. Why, I pray you. Virgilia. 'Tis not to save labor, nor that I want love. Valeria. You would be another Penelope, yet they say all the yarn she spun in Ulysses's absence did but fill Ithaca full of moths. Come, I would your cambric were sensible as your finger, that you might leave pricking it for pity. Come, you shall go with us. Virgilia. No, good madam, pardon me, indeed I will not forth. Valeria. In truth, la, go with me, and I'll tell you excellent news of your husband. Virgilia. Oh, good madam, there can be none yet. Valeria. Verily, I do not jest with you, there came news from him last night. Virgilia. Indeed, madam? Valeria. In earnest, it's true, I heard a senator speak it. Thus it is. The Volsces have an army forth, against whom Cominius the general is gone, with one part of our Roman power. Your lord and Titus Lartius are set down before their city Corioli, they nothing doubt prevailing and to make it brief wars. This is true. On mine honor, and so, I pray, go with us. Virgilia. Give me excuse, good madam, I will obey you in everything. Hereafter. Volumnia. Let her alone, lady, as she is now, she will but disease our better mirth. Valeria. In troth, I think she would. Fare you well, then. Come. Good sweet lady. Prithee, Virgilia, turn thy solemnness out o' door and go along with us. Virgilia. No, at a word madam, indeed I must not. I wish you much mirth. Valeria. Well then, farewell. Excellent. Scene IV. Before Corioli. Enter Marcius, Titus Lartius, with drum and colors, with captains and soldiers. To them a messenger. Marcius. Yonder comes news, a wager they have met. Lartius. My horse to yours no. Marcius. 'Tis done. Lartius. Agreed. Marcius. Say, has our general met the enemy? Messenger. They lie in view, but have not spoke as yet. Lartius. So, the good horse is mine. Marcius. I'll buy him of you. Lartius. No, I'll nor sell nor give him, lend you him I will. For 100 years. Some in the town. Marcius. How far off lie these armies? Messenger. Within this mile and half. Marcius. Then shall we hear their larum, and they ours. Now, Mars, I prithee, make us quick and work, that we with smoking swords may march from hence to help our fielded friends. Come, blow thy blast. They sound a parley. Enter two senators with others. On the walls of Corioli. Tullus Aufidius, is he within your walls? First Senator. No, nor a man that fears you less than he. That's lesser than a little. Drum afar off, hark, our drums are bringing forth our youth. We'll break our walls. Rather than they shall pound us up, our gates, which yet seem shut, we have but pinned with rushes. They'll open of themselves. Alarum far off, hark you far off. There is Aufidius. List what work he makes. Amongst your cloven army. Marcius. Oh, they are at it. Lardius. Their noise be our instruction. Ladders, ho. Enter the army of the Volses. Marcius. They fear us not, but issue forth their city. Now put your shields before your hearts, and fight. With hearts more proof than shields. Advance, brave Titus. They do disdain us much beyond our thoughts. Which makes me sweat with wrath. Come on, my fellows. He that retires, I'll take him for a Vols. And he shall feel mine edge. Alarum. The Romans are beat back to their trenches. Re-enter Marcius, cursing. Marcius. All the contagion of the south light on you. You shames of Rome. You heard of boils and plagues. Plaster you are, that you may be abhorred. Farther than seen, and one infect another. Against the wind a mile. You souls of geese. That bear the shapes of men, how have you run? From slaves that apes would beat. Pluto in hell. All hurt behind. Backs red, and faces pale. With flight and aged fear. Mend and charge home. Or, by the fires of heaven, I'll leave the foe. And make my wars on you. Look taut. Come on. If you'll stand fast we'll beat them to their wives. As they us to our trenches. Follow me. Another alarum. The Volses fly, and Marcius follows. Them to the gates. So, now the gates are ope, now prove good seconds. 'Tis for the followers fortune whitens them. Not for the flyers. Mark me, and do the like. Marcius enters the gates. First soldier. Foolhardiness, not I. Second soldier. Not I. Marcius is shut in. First soldier. See, they have shut him in. All. To th pot, I warrant him. Alarum continues. Re-enter Titus Lardius. Lardius. What is become of Marcius? All. Slain, sir, doubtless. First soldier. Following the flyers at the very heels. With them he enters, who, upon the sudden, clapped to their gates. He is himself alone. To answer all the city. Lardius. O noble fellow. Who sensibly outdares his senseless sword. And when it bows standst up. Thou art left, Marcius. A carbuncle entire, as big as thou art. Were not so rich a jewel. Thou wast a soldier. Even to Cato's wish, not fierce and terrible. Only in strokes, but with thy grim looks and the thunder-like percussion of thy sounds. Thou madst thine enemies shake, as if the world were feverous and did tremble. Re-enter Marcius, bleeding, assaulted by the enemy. First soldier. Look, sir. Lardius. Oh, 'tis Marcius. Let's fetch him off, or make remain alike. They fight, and all enter the city. Scene V within Corioli. A street. Enter certain Romans, with spoils. First Roman. This will I carry to Rome. Second Roman. And I this. Third Roman. A murrain on tea. I took this for silver. Alarum continues still afar off. Enter Marcius and Titus Lardius with a trumpeter. Marcius. See here these movers that do prize their hours. At a cracked drachma. Cushions, leaden spoons. Irons of a doit, doublets that hangmen would bury with those that wore them, these base slaves. Ere yet the fight be done, pack up. Down with them. Exeunt pillagers. And hark, what noise the general makes. To him. There is the man of my soul's hate, Aufidius. Piercing our Romans, then, valiant Titus, take convenient numbers to make good the city. Whilst I, with those that have the spirit, will haste to help Cominius. Lardius. Worthy sir, thou bleedst. Thy exercise hath been too violent for a second course of fight. Marcius. Sir, praise me not. My work hath yet not warmed me. Fare you well. The blood I drop is rather physical than dangerous to me. To Aufidius thus. I will appear and fight. Lardius. Now the fair goddess, Fortune, fall deep in love with thee and her great charms. Misguide thy opposers' swords. Bold gentleman. Prosperity be thy page. Marsyas. Thy friend no less than those she placeth highest. So farewell. Lartius. Thou worthiest Marsyas. Exit Marsyas. Go sound thy trumpet in the marketplace. Call thither all the officers oth town. Where they shall know our mind. Away. Exeunt. Scene by. Near the camp of Cominius. Enter Cominius, as it were, and retire, with soldiers. Cominius. Breathe you, my friends. Well fought, we are come off. Like Romans, neither foolish in our stands, nor cowardly in retire. Believe me, sirs. We shall be charged again. Whiles we have struck. By interims and conveying gusts we have heard the charges of our friends. The Roman gods lead their successes as we wish our own. That both our powers, with smiling fronts encountering, may give you thankful sacrifice. Enter a messenger. Thy news? Messenger. The citizens of Corioli have issued and given to Lartius and to Marsyas battle. I saw our party to their trenches driven. And then I came away. Cominius. Though thou speakst truth, methinks thou speakst not well. How long is't since? Messenger. Above an hour, my lord. Cominius. 'Tis not a mile, briefly we heard their drums. How couldst thou in a mile confound an hour? And bring thy news so late? Messenger. Spies of the Volsces held me in chase, that I was forked to wheel 3 or 4 miles about, else had I, sir, half an hour since brought my report. Enter Marsyas. Cominius. Who's yonder? That does appear as he were flayed? O gods! He has the stamp of Marsyas, and I have before time seen him thus. Marsyas. Come I too late? Cominius. The shepherd knows not thunder from a tabor more than I know the sound of Marsyas's tongue from every meaner man. Marsyas. Come I too late? Cominius. If you come not in the blood of others, but mantled in your own. Marsyas. Oh, let me clip ye. In arms as sound as when I wooed, in heart as merry as when our nuptial day was done, and tapers burned to bedward. Cominius. Flower of warriors. How is't with Titus Lartius? Marsyas. As with a man busied about decrees, condemning some to death and some to exile, ransoming him or pitying, threatening each other, holding Corioli in the name of Rome, even like a fawning greyhound in the leash, to let him slip at will. Cominius. Where is that slave which told me they had beat you to your trenches? Where is he? Call him hither. Marsyas. Let him alone. He did inform the truth. But for our gentlemen, the common file a plague, tribunes for them. The mouse ne'er shunned the cat as they did budge from rascals worse than they. Cominius. But how prevailed you? Marsyas. Will the time serve to tell? I do not think. Where is the enemy? Are you lords oth field? If not, why cease you till you are so? Cominius. Marsyas. We have at disadvantage fought and did retire to win our purpose. Marsyas. How lies their battle? Know you on which side? They have placed their men of trust? Cominius. As I guess, Marsyas. Their bands ith vaward or the anti-8s. Of their best trust, or the Mophidius. Their very heart of hope. Marsyas. I do beseech you. By all the battles wherein we have fought. By blood we have shed together, by vows we have made to endure friends, that you directly set me against Aufidius and his anti-8s. And that you not delay the present, but filling the air with swords advocate and darts. We prove this very hour. Cominius. Though I could wish you were conducted to a gentle bath and bombs applied to you, yet dare I never deny your asking. Take your choice of those that best can aid your action. Marsyas. Those are they that most are willing, if any such be here, as it were sin to doubt that love this painting, wherein you see me smeared, if any fear lesser his person than an ill report. If any think brave death outweighs bad life, and that his country's dearer than himself, let him alone, or so many so minded. Wave thus to express his disposition. And follow Marsyas. They all shout and wave their swords, take him up in their arms and cast up their caps. Oh, me alone. Make you a sword of me? If these shows be not outward, which of you but is for Volsces? None of you but is able to bear against the great Aufidius a shield as hard as his. A certain number. Though thanks to all, must I select from all the rest. Shall bear the business in some other fight. As cause will be obeyed. Please you to march. And for shall quickly draw out my command. Which men are best inclined. Cominius. March on, my fellows. Make good this ostentation, and you shall. Divide in all with us. Exeunt. Scene VII. The gates of Corioli. Titus Lartius, having set a guard upon Corioli, going with drum and trumpet toward Cominius and Caius Marcius, enters with a lieutenant, other soldiers and a scout. Lartius. So, let the ports be guarded, keep your duties. As I have set them down. If I do send, dispatch those centuries to our aid, the rest will serve for a short holding. If we lose the field, we cannot keep the town. Lieutenant. Fear not our care, sir. Lartius. Hence, and shut your gates upon's. Our guider, come, to th Roman camp conduct us. Exeunt. Scene VE. A field of battle between the Roman and the Volscian camps. Alarum, as in battle. Enter Marcius and Aufidius at several doors. Marcius. I'll fight with none but thee, for I do hate thee. Worse than a promise breaker. Aufidius. We hate alike. Not a frick owns a serpent I abhor. More than thy fame and envy. Fix thy foot. Marcius. Let the first budger die the other's slave. And the gods doom him after. Aufidius. If I fly, Marcius. Hallow me like a hare. Marcius. Within these 3 hours, Tullus. Alone I fought in your Corioli walls. And made what work I pleased. 'Tis not my blood. Wherein thou seest me masked. For thy revenge. Wrench up thy power to th highest. Aufidius. Wert thou the Hector? That was the whip of your bragged progeny. Thou shouldst not scape me here. Here they fight, and certain Volses come in the aid of Aufidius. Marcius fights till they be driven in. Breathless. Officious, and not valiant, you have shammed me. In your condemned seconds. Exeunt. Scene IX. The Roman camp. Flourish. Alarum. A retreat is sounded. Enter, at one door, Cominius with the Romans, at another door, Marcius, with his arm in a scarf. Cominius. If I should tell thee or this thy day's work, thou'lt not believe thy deeds, but I'll report it. Where senators shall mingle tears with smiles. Where great patricians shall attend, and shrug. And admire, where ladies shall be frighted. And, gladly quacked, hear more, where the dull tribunes, that with the fusty plebeians hate thine honors, shall say against their hearts we thank the gods. Our Rome hath such a soldier. Yet camp'st thou to a morsel of this feast. Having fully dinned before. Enter Titus Lartius, with his power, from the pursuit. Lartius. O general. Here is the steed, we the caparison. Hadst thou beheld. Marcius. Pray now, no more, my mother. Who has a charter to extol her blood. When she does praise me grieves me. I have done. As you have done that's what I can, indicate. As you have been that's for my country. He that is but affected is good will. Hath overta'en mine act. Cominius. You shall not be. The grave of your deserving, Rome must know. The value of her own. 'Twere a concealment. Worse than a theft, no less than a traducement. To hide your doings and to silence that which to the spire and top of praises vouched would seem but modest. Therefore, I beseech you, in sign of what you are, not to reward what you have done, before our army hear me. Marcius. I have some wounds upon me, and they smart. To hear themselves remembered. Cominius. Should they not? Well might they fester gainst ingratitude. And tent themselves with death. Of all the horses. Whereof we have ta'en good, and good store of all. The treasure in this field achieve it in city. We render you the 10th, to be ta'en forth. Before the common distribution at your only choice. Marcius. I thank you, general. But cannot make my heart consent to take a bribe to pay my sword. I do refuse it. And stand upon my common part with those that have beheld the doing. A long flourish. They all cry Marcius, Marcius. Cast up their caps and lances. Cominius and Lartius stand bare. May these same instruments which you profane never sound more. When drums and trumpets shall ith field prove flatterers, let courts and cities be made all of false facade soothing. When steel grows soft as the parasite's silk, let him be made an overture for th wars. No more, I say. For that I have not washed my nose that bled. Or foiled some double wretch, which without note. Here's many else have done, you shout me forth. In acclamations hyperbolical. As if I loved my little should be dieted. In praises socked with lies. Cominius. Too modest are you. More cruel to your good report than grateful. To us that give you truly. By your patience. If gainst yourself you be incensed, we'll put you. Like one that means his proper harm in manacles. Then reason safely with you. Therefore be it known. As to us, to all the world, that Caius Marcius wears this war's garland, in token of the which my noble steed, known to the camp, I give him. With all his trim belonging, and from this time. For what he did before Corioli, can him. With all applause and clamor of the host. Caius Marcius Coriolanus. Bear addition nobly ever. Flourish. Trumpets sound, and drums. All. Caius Marcius Coriolanus. Coriolanus. I will go wash. And when my face is fair you shall perceive. Whether I blush or no. Hobart, I thank you. I mean to stride your steed, and at all times. To undercrest your good addition. To fairness of my power. Cominius. So, to our tent. Where, ere we do repose us, we will write. To Rome of our success. You, Titus Lartius. Must to Corioli back. Send us to Rome. The best, with whom we may articulate. For their own good and ours. Lartius. I shall, my lord. Coriolanus. The gods begin to mock me. That now. Refussed most princely gifts, am bound to beg. Of my lord general. Cominius. Tack 'tis yours, what is't? Coriolanus. I sometime lay here in Corioli. At a poor man's house, he used me kindly. He cried to me, I saw him prisoner. But then Aufidius was within my view. And wrath o'erwhelmed my pity. I request you. To give my poor host freedom. Cominius. Oh, well begged. Were he the butcher of my son, he should. Be free as is the wind. Deliver him, Titus. Lartius. Marcius, his name? Coriolanus. By Jupiter, forgot. I am weary, yea, my memory is turrid. Have we no wine here? Cominius. Go we to our tent. The blood upon your visage dries, 'tis time. It should be looked to. Come. Exeunt. Scene X. The camp of the Volsces. A flourish. Cornets. Enter Tullus Aufidius bloody, with 2 or 3 soldiers. Aufidius. The town is tan. First soldier. 'Twill be delivered back on good condition. Aufidius. Condition. I would I were a Roman, for I cannot. Being a Vols, be that I am. Condition? What good condition can a treaty find? Part that is at mercy? 5 times, Marcius. I have fought with thee, so often hast thou beat me. And wouldst do so, I think, should we encounter. As often as we eat. By elements. If e'er again I meet him beard to beard. He's mine or I am his. Mine emulation. Hath not that honor in't had, for where? I thought to crush him in an equal force. True sword to sword, I'll potchet him some way. Or wrath or craft may get him. First soldier. He's the devil. Aufidius. Bolder, though not so subtle. My valor's poisoned. With only suffering stained by him, for him. Shall fly out of itself. Nor sleep nor sanctuary. Being naked, sick, nor fane nor capital. The prayers of priests nor times of sacrifice. Embarkments all of fury, shall lift up. Their rotten privilege and custom gainst. My hate to Marcius. Where I find him, were it. At home, upon my brother's guard, even there. Against a hospitable cannon, would I. Wash my fierce hand in's heart. Go you to city. Learn how 'tis held, and what they are that must. Be hostages for Rome. First soldier. Will not you go? Aufidius. I am attended at the cypress grove, I pray you. 'Tis south the city mills bring me word thither. How the world goes, that to the pace of it. I may spur on my journey. First soldier. I shall, sir. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I Rome. A public place. Enter Menenius, with the 2 tribunes of the people, Sicinius and Brutus. Menenius. The augurer tells me we shall have news tonight. Brutus. Good or bad? Menenius. Not according to the prayer of the people, for they love. Not Marcius. Sicinius. Nature teaches beasts to know their friends. Menenius. Pray you, who does the wolf love? Sicinius. The lamb. Menenius. A. To devour him, as the hungry plebeians would the noble Marsyas. Brutus. He's a lamb indeed, that bays like a bear. Menenius. He's a bear indeed, that lives like a lamb. You two are old men, tell me one thing that I shall ask you. Both tribunes. Well, sir. Menenius. In what enormity is Marsyas poor in that you two have not an abundance? Brutus. He's poor in no one fault, but storied withal. Sicinius. Especially in pride. Brutus. And topping all others in boasting. Menenius. This is strange now. Do you two know how you are censured? Here in the city, I mean of us OTH right hand file? Do you? Both tribunes. Why, how are we censored? Menenius. Because you talk of pride now, will you not be angry? Both tribunes. Well, sir, well. Menenius. Why, 'tis no great matter, for a very little thief of occasion will rob you of a great deal of patience. Give your dispositions the reins, and be angry at your pleasures at the least, if you take it as a pleasure to you in being so. You blame Marsyas for being proud? Brutus. We do it not alone, sir. Menenius. I know you can do very little alone, for your helps are many, or else your actions would grow wondrous single. Your abilities are too infant-like for doing much alone. You talk of pride? Oh, that you could turn your eyes toward the napes of your necks and make but an interior survey of your good selves. Oh, that you could. Both tribunes. What then, sir? Menenius. Why, then you should discover a brace of unmeriting, proud, violent, testy magistrates alias fools as any in Rome. Sicinius. Menenius, you are known well enough too. Menenius. I am known to be a humorous patrician, and one that loves a cup of hot wine with not a drop of allaying Tiber in't, said to be something imperfect in favoring the first complaint, hasty and tinder-like upon too trivial motion, one that converses more with the buttock of the night than with the forehead of the morning. What I think I utter, and spend my malice in my breath. Meeting two such wheelsmen as you are, I cannot call you Lycurgus, as if the drink you give me touch my palate adversely, I make a crooked face at it. I cannot say your worships have delivered the matter well, when I find the ass in compound with the major part of your syllables, and though I must be content to bear with those that say you are reverend grave men, yet they lie deadly that tell you you have good faces. If you see this in the map of my microcosm, follows it that I am known well enough to? What harm can your Bison conspicuities glean out of this character, if I be known well enough to? Brutus. Come, sir, come, we know you well enough. Menenius. You know neither me, yourselves, nor anything. You are ambitious for poor knaves' caps and legs, you wear out a good wholesome forenoon in hearing a cause between an orange wife and a faucet seller, and then rejoin the controversy of threepence to a second day of audience. When you are hearing a matter between party and party, if you chance to be pinched with the colic, you make faces like mummers, set up the bloody flag against all patience, and, in roaring for a chamber pot, dismiss the controversy bleeding, the more entangled by your hearing. All the peace you make in their cause is calling both the parties knaves. You are a pair of strange ones. Brutus. Come, you are well understood to be a perfecter gibber for the table than a necessary bencher in the Capitol. Menenius. Our very priests must become mockers if they shall encounter such ridiculous subjects as you are. When you speak best unto the purpose, it is not worth the wagging of your beards, and your beards deserve not so honorable a grave as to stuff a botcher's cushion or to be entombed in an ass's pack saddle. Yet you must be saying Marsyas is proud, who, in a cheap estimation, is worth all your predecessors since Deucalion. Though peradventure some of the best of them were hereditary. Hangman. God den to your worships. More of your conversation would infect my brain, being the herdsman of the beastly plebeians. I will be bold to take my leave of you. Brutus and Sicinius go aside. Enter Volumnia, Virgilia, and Valeria. How now, my as fair as noble ladies in the moon, were she earthly, no nobler, whither do you follow your eyes so fast? Volumnia. Honorable Menenius, my boy Marsyas approaches, for the love of Juno, let's go. Menenius. Ha! Marsyas coming home? Volumnia. Worthy Menenius, and with most prosperous approbation. Menenius. Take my cap, Jupiter, and I thank thee. Who? Marsyas coming home. Volumnia, Virgilia. Nay, 'tis true. Volumnia. Look, here's a letter from him, the state hath another. His wife another, and I think there's one at home for you. Menenius. I will make my very house reel tonight. A letter for me? Virgilia. Yes, certain, there's a letter for you, I saw it. Menenius. A letter for me. It gives me an estate of 7 years' health, in which time I will make a lip at the physician. The most sovereign prescription in Galen is but empiriceutic and, too, this preservative of no better report than a horse drench. Is he not wounded? He was wont to come home wounded. Virgilia. Oh, no, no, no. Volumnia. Oh, he is wounded, I thank the gods for't. Menenius. So do I too, if it be not too much. Brings a victory in his pocket? The wounds become him. Volumnia. On's brows, Menenius, he comes the 3rd time home with the oaken garland. Menenius. Has he disciplined Aufidius soundly? Volumnia. Titus Lardius writes they fought together, but Aufidius got off. Menenius. And 'twas time for him too, I'll warrant him that, and he had stayed by him, I would not have been so Phidiased for all the chests in Corioli and the gold that's in them. Is the Senate possessed of this? Volumnia. Good ladies, let's go. Yes, yes, yes. The Senate has letters from the general, wherein he gives my son the whole name of the war, he hath in this action outdone his former deeds. Doubly. Valeria. In troth, there's wondrous things spoke of him. Menenius. Wondrous. I warrant you, and not without his true purchasing. Virgilia. The gods grant them true. Volumnia. True. Pow, wow. Menenius. True. I'll be sworn they are true. Where is he wounded? To the tribunes God save your good worships. Marsyas is coming home, he has more cause to be proud. Where is he wounded? Volumnia. Ith shoulder and ith left arm, there will be large cicatrices to show the people when he shall stand for his place. He received in the repulse of Tarquin 7 hurts ith body. Menenius. 1 ith neck and 2 ith thigh, there's 9 that I know. Volumnia. He had before this last expedition 25 wounds upon him. Menenius. Now it's 27, every gash was an enemy's grave. A shout and flourish hark. The trumpets. Volumnia. These are the ushers of Marsyas. Before him he carries noise, and behind him he leaves tears. Death, that dark spirit, in's nervy arm doth lie. Which, being advocated, declines, and then men die. The Senate. Trumpets sound. Enter Cominius the general, and Titus Lardius, between them. Coriolanus, crowned with an oaken garland, with captains and soldiers and a herald. Herald. No, Rome, that all alone Marsyas did fight. Within Corioli gates, where he hath won with fame, a name to Caius Marsyas, these. In honor follows Coriolanus. Welcome to Rome, renowned Coriolanus. Flourish. All. Welcome to Rome, renowned Coriolanus. Coriolanus. No more of this, it does offend my heart. Pray now, no more. Cominius. Look, sir, your mother. Coriolanus. Oh. You have, I know, petitioned all the gods for my prosperity. Kneels. Volumnia. Nay, my good soldier, up. My gentle Marsyas, worthy Caius, and by deed achieving honor newly named. What is it? Coriolanus must I call thee? But, oh, thy wife. Coriolanus. My gracious silence, hail. Wouldst thou have laughed had I come coffin at home? That weeps to see me triumph? Ah, my dear. Such eyes the widows in Corioli wear. And mothers that lack sons. Menenius. Now the gods crown thee. Coriolanus. And live you yet? To Valeria, O my sweet lady. Pardon. Volumnia. I know not where to turn. Oh, welcome home. And welcome general. And ere welcome all. Menenius. 100,000 welcomes. I could weep. And I could laugh, I am light and heavy. Welcome. A curse begin at very root on's heart. That is not glad to see thee. You are 3. That Rome should dote on, yet, by the faith of men. We have some old crab trees here at home that will not be grafted to your relish. Yet welcome, warriors. We call a nettle but a nettle, and The faults of fools but folly. Cominius. Ever right. Coriolanus. Menenius ever, ever. Herald. Give way there, and go on. Coriolanus. To his wife and mother your hand, and yours. Here in our own house I do shade my head. The good patricians must be visited. From whom I have received not only greetings, but with them change of honors. Volumnia. I have lived. To see inherited my very wishes. And the buildings of my fancy, only. There's one thing wanting, which I doubt not but. Our Rome will cast upon thee. Coriolanus. No, good mother. I had rather be their servant in my way than sway with them in theirs. Cominius. On, to the capital. Flourish. Cornets. Exeunt in state, as before. Brutus and Sicinius come forward. Brutus. All tongues speak of him and the bleared sights are spectacled to see him. Your prattling nurse. Into a rapture lets her baby cry. While she chats him, the kitchen malkin pins her richest lockram bout her riechy neck. Clambering the walls to eye him, stalls, bulks, windows are smother it up, leads fill it and ridges o'er with variable complexions, all agreeing in earnestness to see him. Seld shown flamens do press among the popular throngs and puff to win a vulgar station, our veiled dames commit the war of white and damaskin. Their nicely gauded cheeks to wanton spoil of Phobos's burning kisses. Such a pother. As if that whatsoever god who leads him were slyly crept into his human powers and gave him graceful posture. Sicinius. On the sudden. I warrant him consul. Brutus. Then our office may during his power go sleep. Sicinius. He cannot temperately transport his honors from where he should begin and end, but will lose those he hath won. Brutus. In that there's comfort. Sicinius. Doubt not. The commoners, for whom we stand, but they upon their ancient malice will forget with the least cause these his new honors, which that he will give them make I as little question as he is proud to dot. Brutus. I heard him swear. Were he to stand for consul, never would he appear ith marketplace, nor on him put the napless vesture of humility, nor, showing, as the manner is, his wounds to people, beg their stinking breaths. Sicinius. 'Tis right. Brutus. It was his word. Oh, he would miss it rather than carry it, but by the suit of the gentry to him and the desire of the nobles. Sicinius. I wish no better than have him hold that purpose and to put it in execution. Brutus. 'Tis most like he will. Sicinius. It shall be to him then as our good wills a sure destruction. Brutus. So it must fall out. To him are our authorities. For an end. We must suggest a people in what hatred he still hath held them, that his power he would have made them mules, silinked their pleaders, and dispropertied their freedoms, holding them in human action and capacity of no more soul nor fitness for the world than camels in their war, who have their provand only for bearing burdens and sore blows for sinking under them. Sicinius. This, as you say, suggested at some time when his soaring insolence shall touch the people, which time shall not want. If he be put up on't, and that's as easy as to set dogs on sheep will be his fire to kindle their dry stubble, and their blaze shall darken him forever. Enter a messenger. Brutus. What's the matter? Messenger. You are sent for to the capital. 'Tis thought that Marcius shall be consul. I have seen the dumb men throng to see him and the blind to hear him speak. Matrons flung gloves, ladies and maids their scarfs and handkerchers upon him as he passed. The nobles bended as to Jove's statue, and the commons made a shower and thunder with their caps and shouts. I never saw the like. Brutus. Let's to the capital and carry with us ears and eyes for time, but hearts for the event. Sicinius. Have with you. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. The capital. Enter two officers to lay cushions, as it were, in the capital. First officer. Come, come, they are almost here. How many stand for consulships? Second officer. 3, they say, but 'tis thought of every one. Coriolanus will carry it. First officer. That's a brave fellow, but he's vengeance proud and loves not the common people. Second officer. Faith, there have been many great men that have flattered the people, who ne'er loved them, and there be many That they have loved, they know not wherefore, so that, if they love they know not why, they hate upon no better a ground. Therefore, for Coriolanus neither to care whether they love or hate him manifests the true knowledge he has in their disposition, and out of his noble carelessness lets them plainly seet. First officer. If he did not care whether he had their love or no, he waved indifferently twixt doing them neither good nor harm. But he seeks their hate with greater devotion than they can render it him, and leaves nothing undone that may fully discover him their opposite. Now to seem to affect the malice and displeasure of the people is as bad as that which he dislikes to flatter them for their love. Second officer. He hath deserved worthily of his country, and his ascent is not by such easy degrees as those who, having been supple and courteous to the people, bonneted, without any further deed to have them at all, into their estimation and report, but he hath so planted his honors in their eyes and his actions in their hearts that for their tongues to be silent and not confess so much were a kind of ingrateful injury, to report otherwise were a malice that, giving itself the lie, would pluck reproof and rebuke from every car that heard it. First officer. No more of him, he's a worthy man. Make way, they are coming. The Senate. Enter the patricians and the tribunes of the people, lictors before them, Coriolanus, Menenius, Cominius the consul, Sicinius and Brutus take their places by themselves. Coriolanus stands. Menenius. Having determinate of the Volsces and to send for Titus Lartius, it remains as the main point of this our after meeting to gratify his noble service that hath thus stood for his country. Therefore please you, most reverend and grave elders, to desire the present consul and last general in our well-found successes to report a little of that worthy work performed by Caius Marcius Coriolanus, whom we met here both to thank and to remember. With honors like himself. Coriolanus sits. First Senator. Speak, good Cominius. Leave nothing out for length, and make us think. Rather our state's defective for requital than we to stretch it out. Masters oth people. We do request your kindest ears, and, after your loving motion toward the common body, to yield what passes here. Sicinius. We are convented upon a pleasing treaty, and have hearts inclinable to honor and advance the theme of our assembly. Brutus. Which the rather we shall be blessed to do, if you remember a kinder value of the people than he hath hereto prised them at. Menenius. That's off. I would you rather had been silent. Please you to hear Cominius speak? Brutus. Most willingly. But yet my caution was more pertinent than the rebuke you give it. Menenius. He loves your people. But tie him not to be their bedfellow. Worthy Cominius, speak. Coriolanus rises and offers to go away. Nay, keep your place. First Senator. Sit, Coriolanus, never shamed to hear what you have nobly done. Coriolanus. Your honor's pardon. I had rather have my wounds to heal again than hear say how I got them. Brutus. Sir, I hope my words disbenchid you not. Coriolanus. No sir, yet oft, when blows have made me stay, I fled from words. You soothed not, therefore hurt not. But your people, I love them as they weigh. Menenius. Pray now, sit down. Coriolanus. I had rather have one scratch my head ith son when the alarum were struck than idly sit to hear my nothings monstered. Exit. Menenius. Masters of the people. Your multiplying spawn how can he flatter? That's 1,000 to 1 good one when you now see. He had rather venture all his limbs for honor than one on's ears to hear it. Proceed, Cominius. Cominius. I shall lack voice, the deeds of Coriolanus should not be uttered feebly. It is held that valor is the chiefest virtue and most dignifies the haver. If it be the man I speak of cannot in the world be singly counterpoised. At 16 years, when Tarquin made a head for Rome, he fought beyond the mark of others, our then dictator, whom with all praise I point at, saw him fight. When with his Amazonian chin he drove the bristled lips before him, he bestrid an orpressed Roman and ith consul's view. Slew 3 opposers, Tarquin's self he met and struck him on his knee. In that day's feats, when he might act the woman in the scene, he proved best man ith field, and for his meed was brow bound with the oak. His pupil age. Man entered thus, he waxed like a sea. And in the brunt of 17 battles since. He lurched all swords of the garland. For this last. Before and in Corioli, let me say. I cannot speak him home. He stopped the flyers. And by his rare example made the coward. Turn terror into sport, as weeds before. A vessel under sail, so men obeyed. And fell below his stem. His sword, death's stamp. Where it did mark, it took, from face to foot. He was a thing of blood, whose every motion was timid with dying cries. Alone, he entered the mortal gate of Th City, which he painted. With shunless destiny, aidless came off. And with a sudden reinforcement struck Corioli like a planet. Now all's his. When by and by the din of war 'gan pierce his ready sense, then straight his doubled spirit re-quickneyed what in flesh was fatigate. And to the battle came he, where he did run reeking o'er the lives of men, as if 'twere a perpetual spoil, and till we call it both field and city ours he never stood to ease his breast with panting. Menenius. Worthy man. First senator. He cannot but with measure fit the honors which we devise him. Cominius. Our spoils he kicketh at. And looketh upon things precious as they were. The common muck of the world. He covets less than misery itself would give, rewards his deeds with doing them, and is content to spend the time to end it. Menenius. He's right noble. Let him be called for. First senator. Call Coriolanus. Officer. He doth appear. Re-enter Coriolanus. Menenius. The Senate, Coriolanus, are well pleased to make thee consul. Coriolanus. I do owe them still my life and services. Menenius. It then remains that you do speak to the people. Coriolanus. I do beseech you. Let me o'erleap up that custom, for I cannot put on the gown, stand naked, and entreat them for my wound's sake to give their suffrage. Please you. That I may pass this doing. Sicinius. Sir, the people must have their voices, neither will they bate one jot of ceremony. Menenius. Put them not taught. Pray you go fit you to the custom, and take to you, as your predecessors have, your honor with your form. Coriolanus. It is a part that I shall blush in acting, and might well be taken from the people. Brutus. Mark you that? Coriolanus. To brag unto them thus I did, and thus show them unaching scars which I should hide, as if I had received them for the hire of their breath only. Menenius. Do not stand up on't. We recommend to you, tribunes of the people, our purpose to them, and to our noble consul. Wish we all joy and honor. Senators. To Coriolanus come all joy and honor. Flourish. Cornets. Then exeunt all. But Sicinius and Brutus. Brutus. You see how he intends to use the people. Sicinius. May they perceive's intent. He will require them. As if he did contemn what he requested. Should be in them to give. Brutus. Come, we'll inform them of our proceedings here on Th Marketplace. I know they do attend us. Exeunt. Scene 3. Rome. The Forum. Enter 7 or 8 citizens. First citizen. Once, if he do require our voices, we ought not to deny him. Second citizen. We may, sir, if we will. Third citizen. We have power in ourselves to do it, but it is a power that we have no power to do, for if he show us his wounds and tell us his deeds, we are to put our tongues into those wounds and speak for them. So, if he tell us his noble deeds, we must also tell him our noble acceptance of them. Ingratitude is monstrous, and for the multitude to be ingrateful were to make a monster of the multitude, of the which we being members should bring ourselves to be monstrous members. First citizen. And to make us no better thought of, a little help will serve, for once we stood up about the corn, he himself stuck. Not to call us the many-headed multitude. Third citizen. We have been called so of many, not that our heads are some brown, some black, some Abram, some bald, but that our wits are so diversely colored, and truly I think if all our wits were to issue out of one skull, they would fly east, west, north, south, and their consent of one direct way should be at once to all the points oth compass. Second citizen. Think you so? Which way do you judge my wit would fly? Third citizen. Nay, your wit will not so soon out as another man's. Wilt is strongly wedged up in a blockhead, but if it were at liberty twold sure southward. Second citizen. Why that way? Third citizen. To lose itself in a fog, where being three parts melted away with rotten dews, the fourth would return for conscience sake, to help to get thee a wife. Second citizen. You are never without your tricks, you may. Third citizen. Are you all resolute to give your voices? But that's no matter, the greater part carries it. I say, if he would incline to the people, there was never a worthier man. Enter Coriolanus, in a gown of humility. With Menenius. Here he comes, and in the gown of humility. Mark his behavior. We are not to stay all together, but to come by him where he stands, by ones, by twos, and by threes. He's to make his requests by particulars, wherein every one of us has a single honor, in giving him our own voices with our own tongues. Therefore follow me, and I'll direct you how you shall go by him. All. Content. Excellent citizens. Menenius. O sir, you are not right, have you not known? The worthiest men have done it? Coriolanus. What must I say? I pray, sir, plague upon't. I cannot bring my tongue to such a pace. Look, sir, my wounds. I got them in my country's service, when some certain of your brethren roared and ran from th noise of our own drums. Menenius. O me, the gods. You must not speak of that. You must desire them to think upon you. Coriolanus. Think upon me? Hang 'em. I would they would forget me, like the virtues which our divines lose by 'em. Menenius. You'll mar all. I'll leave you. Pray you speak to 'em, I pray you. In wholesome manner. Exit. Re-enter three of the citizens. Coriolanus. Bid them wash their faces and keep their teeth clean. So, here comes a brace. You know the cause, sir, of my standing here. Third citizen. We do, sir. Tell us what hath brought you taught. Coriolanus. Mine own desert. Second citizen. Your own desert? Coriolanus. Not mine own desire. Third citizen. How, not your own desire? Coriolanus. No, sir, 'twas never my desire yet to trouble the poor with begging. Third citizen. You must think, if we give you anything, we hope to gain by you. Coriolanus. Well then, I pray, your price oth consulship? First citizen. The price is to ask it kindly. Coriolanus. Kindly, sir, I pray let me hat. I have wounds to show you, which shall be yours in private. Your good voice, sir. What say you? Second citizen. You shall ha it, worthy sir. Coriolanus. A match, sir. There's in all two worthy voices begged. I have your alms. Adieu. Third citizen. But this is something odd. Second citizen. And twe're to give again, but 'tis no matter. Exeunt the three citizens. Re-enter two other citizens. Coriolanus. Pray you now, if it may stand with the tune of your voices that I may be consul, I have here the customary gown. Fourth citizen. You have deserved nobly of your country, and you have not deserved nobly. Coriolanus. Your enigma? Fourth citizen. You have been a scourge to her enemies, you have been a rod to her friends. You have not indeed loved the common people. Coriolanus. You should account me the more virtuous that I have not been common in my love. I will, sir, flatter my sworn brother, the people, to earn a dearer estimation of them. 'Tis a condition they account gentle, and since the wisdom of their choice is rather to have my hat than my heart, I will practice the insinuating nod and be off to them most counterfeitly. That is, sir, I will counterfeit the bewitchment of some popular man and give it bountiful to the desirers. Therefore, beseech you I may be consul. Fifth citizen. We hope to find you our friend, and therefore give you our voices heartily. Fourth citizen. You have received many wounds for your country. Coriolanus. I will not seal your knowledge with showing them. I will make much of your voices, and so trouble you no farther. Both citizens. The gods give you joy, sir, heartily. Exeunt citizens. Coriolanus. Most sweet voices. Better it is to die, better to starve than crave the hire which first we do deserve. Why in this wolvish toad should I stand here to beg of Hob and Dick that do appear? Their needless vouches? Custom calls me taught. What custom wills in all things should we dot? The dust on antique time would lie unswept, and mountainous error be too highly heaped for truth to o'erpeer, rather than fool it so. Let the high office and the honor go to one that would do thus. I am half through. The one part suffered, the other will I do. Re-enter 3 citizens more. Here come mo voices. Your voices. For your voices I have fought. Watched for your voices bear. Of wounds 24 odd, battles thrice 6. I have seen and heard of, for your voices have done many things, some less, some more. Your voices? Indeed, I would be consul. 6th citizen. He has done nobly and cannot go without any honest man's voice. 7th citizen. Therefore let him be consul. The gods give him joy and make him good friend to the people. All. Amen, amen. God save thee, noble consul. Excellent citizens. Coriolanus. Worthy voices. Re-enter Menenius with Brutus and Sicinius. Menenius. You have stood your limitation, and the tribunes endue you with the people's voice. Remains that, in th official marks invested, you anon do meet the Senate. Coriolanus. Is this done? Sicinius. The custom of request you have disregarded. The people do admit you, and are summoned to meet anon, upon your approbation. Coriolanus. Where? At the Senate House? Sicinius. There, Coriolanus. Coriolanus. May I change these garments? Sicinius. You may, sir. Coriolanus. That I'll straight do, and, knowing myself again, repair to th Senate House. Menenius. I'll keep you company. Will you along? Brutus. We stay here for the people. Sicinius. Fare you well. Exeunt Coriolanus and Menenius. He has it now, and by his looks methinks 'tis warm its heart. Brutus. With a proud hearty war. His humble weeds. Will you dismiss the people? Re-enter citizens. Sicinius. How now, my masters? Have you chose this man? First citizen. He has our voices, sir. Brutus. We pray the gods he may deserve your loves. Second citizen. Amen, sir. To my poor unworthy notice. He mocked us when he begged our voices. Third citizen. Certainly. He flouted us downright. First citizen. No, 'tis his kind of speech he did not mock us. Second citizen. Not one amongst us, save yourself, but says he us at us scornfully. He should have showed us his marks of merit, wounds received for his country. Sicinius. Why, so he did, I am sure. All. No man saw him. Third citizen. He said he had wounds which he could show in private. And with his hat, thus waving it in scorn. I would be consul, says he, aged custom. But by your voices will not so permit me. Your voices therefore. When we granted that. Here was I thank you for your voices. Thank you. Your most sweet voices. Now you have left your voices. I have no further with you. Was not this mockery? Sicinius. Why either were you ignorant to seat, or, seeing it, of such childish friendliness, to yield your voices? Brutus. Could you not have told him? As you were lessoned when he had no power, but was a petty servant to the state. He was your enemy, ever spake against your liberties and the charters that you bear. Ith body of the wheel, and now, arriving a place of potency and sway oth state. If he should still malignantly remain fast foe to th plebe, your voices might be curses to yourselves? You should have said that as his worthy deeds did claim no less than what he stood for, so his gracious nature would think upon you for your voices and translate his malice towards you into love. Standing your friendly lord. Sicinius. Thus to have said, as you were fore advised, had touched his spirit and tried his inclination, from him plucked either his gracious promise, which you might, as cause had called you up, have held him to, or else it would have galled his surly nature, which easily endures not article, tying him to aught. So, putting him to rage, you should have ta'en th advantage of his choler and passed him unelected. Brutus. Did you perceive? He did solicit you in free contempt when he did need your loves, and do you think that his contempt shall not be bruising to you when he hath power to crush? Why, had your bodies no heart among you? Or had you tongues to cry against a rectorship of judgment? Sicinius. Have you Ear now denied the asker, and now again. Of him that did not ask but mock, bestow. Your sued 4 tongues? Third citizen. He's not confirmed. We may deny him yet. Second citizens. And will deny him. I'll have 500 voices of that sound. First citizen. I twice 500, and their friends to peace. Brutus. Get you hence instantly, and tell those friends. They have chose a consul that will from them take their liberties, make them of no more voice than dogs that are as often beat for barking as therefore kept to do so. Sicinius. Let them assemble. And, on a safer judgment, all revoke your ignorant election. Enforce his pride and his old hate unto you, besides, forget not with what contempt he wore the humble weed. How in his suit he scorned you, but your loves, thinking upon his services, took from you apprehension of his present portents, which, most gibingly, ungravely, he did fashion. After the inveterate hate he bears you. Brutus. Lay a fault on us, your tribunes, that we labored. No impediment between, but that you must cast your election on him. Sicinius. Say you chose him more after our commandment than is guided by your own true affections, and that your minds, preoccupied with what you rather must do than what you should, made you against the grain to voice him consul. Lay the fault on us. Brutus. Spare us not. Say we read lectures to you. How youngly he began to serve his country. How long continued, and what stock he springs of. The noble house Oth Martians, from whence came that Ancus Marcius, Numa's daughter's son, who, after great Hostilius, here was king. Of the same house Publius and Quintus were, that our best water brought by conduits hither. And Censorinus, nobly named so, twice being by the people chosen censor, was his great ancestor. Sicinius. One thus descended, that hath beside well in his person wrought. To be set high in place, we did commend to your remembrances, but you have found, scaling his present bearing with his past, that he's your fixed enemy, and revoke your sudden approbation. Brutus. Say you ne'er had done it. Harp on that still but by our putting on. And presently, when you have drawn your number, repair to capital. Citizens. Will so, almost all, repent in their election. Exeunt plebeians. Brutus. Let them go on. This mutiny were better put in hazard than stay, passed out, for greater. If, as his nature is, he fall in rage with their refusal, both observe and answer the vantage of his anger. Sicinius. To capital, come. We will be there before the stream Oth people. And this shall seem, as partly 'tis, their own, which we have goaded onward. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I Rome. A street. Cornets. Enter Coriolanus, Menenius, all the gentry, Cominius, Titus Lardius, and other senators. Coriolanus. Tullus Aufidius, then, had made new head? Lardius. He had, my lord, and that it was which caused our swifter composition. Coriolanus. So then the volses stand but as at first, ready, when time shall prompt them, to make road upons again. Cominius. They are worn, Lord Consul, so that we shall hardly in our ages see their banners wave again. Coriolanus. Saw you Aufidius? Lardius. On safeguard he came to me, and did curse against the Volses, for they had so vilely yielded the town. He is rhetoric to Antium. Coriolanus. Spoke he of me? Lardius. He did, my lord. Coriolanus. How? What? Lardius. How often he had met you, sword to sword. That of all things upon the earth he hated your person most, that he would pawn his fortunes to hopeless restitution, so he might be called your vanquisher. Coriolanus. At Antium lives he? Lardius. At Antium. Coriolanus. I wish I had a cause to seek him there, to oppose his hatred fully. Welcome home. Enter Sicinius and Brutus. Behold, these are the tribunes of the people. The tongues Oth common mouth. I do despise them, for they do prank them in authority against all noble sufferance. Sicinius. Pass no further. Coriolanus. Ha! What is that? Brutus. It will be dangerous to go on no further. Coriolanus. What makes this change? Menenius. The matter? Cominius. Hath he not passed the noble in the common? Brutus. Cominius. No. Coriolanus. Have I had children's voices? First Senator. Tribunes, give way. He shall to th marketplace. Brutus. The people are incensed against him. Sicinius. Stop. Or all will fall in broil. Coriolanus. Are these your herd? Must these have voices that can yield them now? And straight disclaim their tongues? What are your offices? You being their mouths, why rule you not their teeth? Have you not set them on? Menenius. Be calm, be calm. Coriolanus. It is a purposed thing and grows by plot. To curb the will of the nobility. Suffer it and live with such as cannot rule. Nor ever will be ruled. Brutus. Cal't not a plot. The people cry you mocked them, and of late. When corn was given them gratis, you repented. Scandaled the suppliants for the people, called them time pleasers, flatterers, foes to nobleness. Coriolanus. Why, this was known before. Brutus. Not to them all. Coriolanus. Have you informed them, Scythians? Brutus. How? I inform them. Cominius. You are like to do such business. Brutus. Not unlike. Each way to better yours. Coriolanus. Why then should I be consul? By yond clouds. Let me deserve so ill as you, and make me your fellow tribune. Sicinius. You show too much of that. For which the people stir, if you will pass. To where you are bound, you must inquire your way. Which you are out of, with a gentler spirit. Or never be so noble as a consul. Nor yoke with him for tribune. Menenius. Let's be calm. Cominius. The people are abused, set on. This paltering becomes not Rome, nor has Coriolanus deserved this so dishonored rub, laid falsely. Ith plain way of his merit. Coriolanus. Tell me of corn. This was my speech, and I will speak again. Menenius. Not now, not now. First Senator. Not in this heat, sir, now. Coriolanus. Now, as I live, I will. My nobler friends, I crave their pardons. For the mutable rank-scented miney, let them regard me as I do not flatter, and therein behold themselves. I say again. In soothing them we nourish gainst our senate the cockle of rebellion, insolence, sedition, which we ourselves have ploughed for, sowed, and scattered. By mingling them with us, the honored number, who lack not virtue, no, nor power, but that which they have given to beggars. Menenius. Well, no more. First Senator. No more words, we beseech you. Coriolanus. How? No more. As for my country I have shed my blood. Not fearing outward force, so shall my lungs coin words till their decay against those measles, which we disdain should tether us, yet sought the very way to catch them. Brutus. You speak oth people. As if you were a god, to punish, not a man of their infirmity. Sicinius. Twere well. We let the people note. Menenius. What? His choler? Coriolanus. Choler. Were I as patient as the midnight sleep. By Jove, 'twould be my mind. Sicinius. It is a mind that shall remain a poison where it is. Not poison any further. Coriolanus. Shall remain. Hear you this Triton of the Minnows? Mark you. His absolute shall? Cominius. 'Twas from the canon. Coriolanus. Shall. O good but most unwise patricians. Why? You grave but reckless senators, have you thus given Hydra here to choose an officer that with his peremptory shall being but the horn and noise oth monsters, wants not spirit to say he'll turn your current in a ditch and make your channel his? If he have power, then veil your ignorance, if none, awake your dangerous lenity. If you are learned, be not as common fools, if you are not, let them have cushions by you. You are plebeians. If they be senators, and they are no less. When, both your voices blended, the Greeks taste most palates theirs. They choose their magistrate. And such a one is he, who puts his popular shall against a graver bench. The never frowned in Greece. By Jove himself. It makes the consuls base, and my soul aches to know, when two authorities are up, neither supreme, how soon confusion may enter twixt the gap of both and take the one by th other. Cominius. Well, on to th marketplace. Coriolanus. Whoever gave that counsel to give forth the corn oth storehouse gratis, as 'twas used sometime in Greece. Menenius. Well, well, no more of that. Coriolanus. Though there the people had more absolute poor. I say they nourished disobedience, fed the ruin of the state. Brutus. Why shall the people give one that speaks thus their voice? Coriolanus. I'll give my reasons. More worthier than their voices. They know the corn was not our recompense, resting well assured. They ne'er did service for't, being pressed to th war. Even when the navel of the state was touched, they would not thread the gates. This kind of service did not deserve corn gratis. Being ith war. Their mutinies and revolts, wherein they showed most valor, spoke not for them. Th accusation, which they have often made against a senate, all cause unborn, could never be the native of our so frank donation. Well, what then? How shall this bosom multiplied digest the senate's courtesy? Let deeds express what's like to be their words. We did request it. We are the greater poll, and in true fear they gave us our demands. Thus we debase the nature of our seats and make the rabble call our cares fears, which will in time break ope the locks o' th senate and bring in the crows to peck the eagles. Menenius. Come, enough. Brutus. Enough, with over measure. Coriolanus. No, take more. What may be sworn by, both divine and human. Seal what I end with al. This double worship, where one part does disdain with cause, the other insult without all reason, where gentry, title, wisdom cannot conclude, but by the yea and no of general ignorance it must omit real necessities and give way the while to unstable slightness. Purpose so barred, it follows nothing is done to purpose. Therefore, beseech you that will be less fearful than discreet, that love the fundamental part of state more than you doubt the change on't, that prefer a noble life before a long, and wish to jump a body with a dangerous physic that's sure of death without it at once pluck out the multitudinous tongue, let them not lick the sweet which is their poison. Your dishonor mangles true judgment and bereaves the state of that integrity which should become it, not having the power to do the good it would. For th ill which doth controlled. Brutus has said enough. Sicinius has spoken like a traitor and shall answer as traitors do. Coriolanus. Thou wretch, despite o'erwhelm thee. What should the people do with these bald tribunes, on whom depending, their obedience fails? To the greater bench? In a rebellion? When what's not meet, but what must be, was law. Then were they chosen, in a better hour. Let what is meet be said, it must be meet. And throw their power ith dust. Brutus. Manifest treason. Sicinius. This a consul? No. Brutus. The Edils, ho! Enter an Edil. Let him be apprehended. Sicinius. Go call the people, exit Edil, in whose name myself attach thee as a traitorous innovator, a foe to th public weal. Obey, I charge thee, and follow to thine answer. Coriolanus. Hence, old goat. Patricians. Will surety him. Cominius. Agids, sir, hands off. Coriolanus. Hence, rotten thing. Or I shall shake thy bones out of thy garments. Sicinius. Help, ye citizens. Enter a rabble of plebeians, with the Edils. Menenius. On both sides more respect. Sicinius. Here's he that would take from you all your power. Brutus. Seize him, Edils. Plebeians. Down with him. Down with him. Second Senator. Weapons, weapons, weapons. They all bustle about Coriolanus. All. Tribunes. Patricians. Citizens. What, ho! Sicinius. Brutus. Coriolanus. Citizens. Patricians. Peace, 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 stay, hold, peace. Menenius. What is about to be? I am out of breath. Confusion's near, I cannot speak. You tribunes. To th people Coriolanus, patience. Speak, good Sicinius. Sicinius. Hear me, people, peace. Plebeians. Let's hear our tribune. Peace. Speak, speak, speak. Sicinius. You are at point to lose your liberties. Marcius would have all from you, Marcius, whom late you have named for consul. Menenius. Fie, fie, fie. This is the way to kindle, not to quench. First Senator. To unbuild the city and to lay all flat. Sicinius. What is the city but the people? Plebeians. True. The people are the city. Brutus. By the consent of all we were established. The people's magistrates. Plebeians. You so remain. Menenius. And so are like to do. Cominius. That is the way to lay the city flat. To bring the roof to the foundation. And bury all which yet distinctly ranges. In heaps and piles of ruin. Sicinius. This deserves death. Brutus. Or let us stand to our authority. Or let us lose it. We do here pronounce. Upon the part of people, in whose power we were elected theirs. Marcius is worthy of present death. Sicinius. Therefore lay hold of him. Bear him to rock Tarpeian, and from thence into destruction cast him. Brutus. Aedles, seize him. Plebeians. Yield, Marcius, yield. Menenius. Hear me one word, beseech you, tribunes. Hear me but a word. Aedles. Peace, peace. Menenius. Be that you seem truly your country's friend. And temperately proceed to what you would. Thus violently redress. Brutus. Sir, those cold ways that seem like prudent helps are very poisonous. Where the disease is violent, lay hands upon him. And bear him to the rock. Coriolanus draws his sword. Coriolanus. No. I'll die here. There's some among you have beheld me fighting. Come, try upon yourselves what you have seen me. Menenius. Down with that sword. Tribunes, withdraw a while. Brutus. Lay hands upon him. Menenius. Help Marcius, help. You that be noble, help him, young and old. Plebeians. Down with him, down with him. In this mutiny the tribunes, the aedles, and the people are beaten. Menenius. Go, get you to your house, be gone, away. All will be naught else. Second Senator. Get you gone. Coriolanus. Stand fast. We have as many friends as enemies. Menenius. Shall it be put to that? First Senator. The gods forbid. I prithee, noble friend, home to thy house. Leave us to cure this cause. Menenius. For 'tis a sore upon us. You cannot tend yourself, be gone, beseech you. Cominius. Come, sir, along with us. Coriolanus. I would they were barbarians, as they are. Though in Rome literate, not Romans, as they are not. Though caved ith porcho th capital. Menenius. Be gone. Put not your worthy rage into your tongue. One time will owe another. Coriolanus. On fair ground. I could beat 40 of them. Menenius. I could myself. Take up a brace o th best of them, yea, the 2 tribunes. Cominius. But now 'tis odds beyond arithmetic. And manhood is called foolery when it stands against a falling fabric. Will you hence? Before the tag return? Whose rage doth rend like interrupted waters, and o'erbear what they are used to bear. Menenius. Pray you be gone. I'll try whether my old wit be in request. With those that have but little, this must be patched with cloth of any color. Cominius. Nay, come away. Exeunt Coriolanus and Cominius, with others. Patricians. This man has marred his fortune. Menenius. His nature is too noble for the world. He would not flatter Neptune for his trident. Or Jove for his power to thunder. His heart's his mouth. What his breast forges, that his tongue must vent. And, being angry, does forget that ever he heard the name of death. And noise within. Here's goodly work. Patricians. I would they were abed. Menenius. I would they were in Tiber. What the vengeance, could he not speak 'em fair? Re-enter Brutus and Sicinius, the rabble again. Sicinius. Where is this viper that would depopulate the city and be every man himself? Menenius. You worthy tribunes. Sicinius. He shall be thrown down the Tarpeian rock. With rigorous hands, he hath resisted law. And therefore law shall scorn him further trial than the severity of the public power, which he so sets at naught. First citizen. He shall well know. The noble tribunes are the people's mouths. And we their hands. Plebeians. He shall, sure on't. Menenius. Sir, sir. Sicinius. Peace. Menenius. Do not cry havoc where you should but hunt. With modest warrant. Sicinius. Sir, how comest that you have hoped to make this rescue? Menenius. Hear me speak. As I do know the consul's worthiness, so can I name his faults. Sicinius. Consul. What consul? Menenius. The consul Coriolanus. Brutus. He consul. Plebeians. No, 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 no. Menenius. If, by the tribune's leave and yours, good people, I may be heard, I would crave a word or two, the which shall turn you to no further harm than so much loss of time. Sicinius. Speak briefly, then. For we are peremptory to dispatch this viperous traitor, to eject him hence were but one danger, and to keep him here our certain death, therefore it is decreed. He dies tonight. Menenius. Now the good gods forbid that our renowned Rome, whose gratitude towards her deserved children is enrolled in Jove's own book, like an unnatural dam, should now eat up her own. Sicinius. He's a disease that must be cut away. Menenius. Oh, he's a limb that has but a disease. Mortal, to cut it off. To cure it, easy. What has he done to Rome that's worthy death? Killing our enemies, the blood he hath lost, which I dare vouch is more than that he hath. By many an ounce he dropped it for his country. And what is left, to lose it by his country, were to us all that dot and suffer it a brand to th world. Sicinius. This is clean cam. Brutus. Merely awry. When he did love his country, it honored him. Sicinius. The service of the foot, being once gangrened, is not then respected for what before it was. Brutus. We'll hear no more. Pursue him to his house and pluck him thence, lest his infection, being of catching nature, spread further. Menenius. One word more, one word. This tiger-footed rage, when it shall find the harm of unscanned swiftness, will, too late, tie leaden pounds to's heels. Proceed by process, lest parties as he is beloved break out and sack great Rome with Romans. Brutus. If it were so. Sicinius. What do ye talk? Have we not had a taste of his obedience? Our idols smote, ourselves resisted. Come. Menenius. Consider this. He has been bred ith wars since it could draw a sword and is ill-schooled in bolted language, meal and bran together. He throws without distinction. Give me leave. I'll go to him and undertake to bring him where he shall answer by a lawful form in peace to his utmost peril. First Senator. Noble tribunes. It is the humane way, the other course will prove too bloody, and the end of it unknown to the beginning. Sicinius. Noble Menenius. Be you then as the people's officer. Masters, lay down your weapons. Brutus. Go not home. Sicinius. Meet on the marketplace. We'll attend you there. Where, if you bring not Marcius, we'll proceed in our first way. Menenius. I'll bring him to you. To the senators let me desire your company, he must come. Or what is worst will follow. First Senator. Pray you let's to him. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. The house of Coriolanus. Enter Coriolanus with nobles. Coriolanus. Let them pull all about mine ears, present me death on the wheel or at wild horses' heels. Or pile 10 hills on the Tarpeian rock, that the precipitation might down stretch below the beam of sight, yet will I still be thus to them. First Patrician. You do the nobler. Coriolanus. I muse my mother does not approve me further, who was wont to call them woolen vassals, things created to buy and sell with groats, to show bare heads in congregations, to yawn, be still, and wonder when one but of my ordinance stood up to speak of peace or war. Enter Volumnia. I talk of you. Why did you wish me milder? Would you have me false to my nature? Rather say I play the man I am. Volumnia. Oh, sir, sir, sir. I would have had you put your power well on before you had worn it out. Coriolanus. Let go. Volumnia. You might have been enough the man you are. With striving less to be so, lesser had been the thwartings of your dispositions, if you had not showed them how ye were disposed, ere they lacked power to cross you. Coriolanus. Let them hang. Volumnia. And burn too. Enter Menenius with the senators. Menenius. Come, come, you have been too rough, something too rough. You must return and mend it. First Senator. There's no remedy unless, by not so doing, our good city cleave in the midst and perish. Volumnia. Pray be counselled. I have a heart as little apt as yours, but yet a brain that leads my use of anger. To better vantage. Menenius. Well said, noble woman. Before he should thus stoop to th heard, but that. The violent fit o' th time craves it as physic. For the whole state, I would put mine armor on. Which I can scarcely bear. Coriolanus. What must I do? Menenius. Return to th tribunes. Coriolanus. Well, what then, what then? Menenius. Repent what you have spoke. Coriolanus. For them. I cannot do it to the gods. Must I then dot to them? Volumnia. You are too absolute. Though therein you can never be too noble. But when extremities speak. I have heard you say. Honor and policy, like unsevered friends. Ith war do grow together, grant that, and tell me. In peace what each of them by th other lose. That they combine not there. Coriolanus. Tush, tush. Menenius. A good demand. Volumnia. If it be honor in your wars to seem. The same you are not, which for your best ends. You adopt your policy, how is it less or worse? That it shall hold companionship in peace. With honor as in war, since that to both. It stands in like request? Coriolanus. Why force you this? Volumnia. Because that now it lies you on to speak. To th people, not by your own instruction. Nor by th matter which your heart prompts you. But with such words that are but roded in your tongue, though but bastards and syllables. Of no allowance to your bosom's truth. Now, this no more dishonors you at all. Than to take in a town with gentle words. Which else would put you to your fortune and the hazard of much blood. I would dissemble with my nature where my fortunes and my friends at stake required. I should do so in honor. I am in this. Your wife, your son, these senators, the nobles. And you will rather show our general louts. How you can frown, than spend a fawn upon 'em. For the inheritance of their loves and safeguard. Of what that want might ruin. Menenius. Noble lady. Come, go with us, speak fair, you may salve so. Not what is dangerous present, but the loss. Of what is past. Volumnia. I prithee now, my son. Go to them with this bonnet in thy hand. And thus far having stretched it here be with them. Thy knee bussing the stones for in such bucines. Action is eloquence, and the eyes of th ignorant. More learned than the ears waving thy head. Which often thus correcting thy stout heart. Now humble as the ripest mulberry. That will not hold the handling. Or say to them. Thou art their soldier and, being bred in broils. Hast not the soft way which, thou dost confess. Were fit for thee to use, as they to claim. In asking their good loves, but thou wilt frame. Thyself, forsooth, hereafter theirs, so far. As thou hast power and person. Menenius. This but done. Even as she speaks, why, their hearts were yours. For they have pardons, being asked, as free. As words to little purpose. Volumnia. Prithee now. Go, and be rolled, although I know thou hadst rather. Follow thine enemy in a fiery gulf. Than flatter him in a bower. Enter Cominius. Here is Cominius. Cominius. I have been ith marketplace, and, sir, 'tis fit. You make strong party, or defend yourself. By calmness or by absence, all's in anger. Menenius. Only fair speech. Cominius. I think 'twill serve, if he can thereto frame his spirit. Volumnia. He must and will. Prithee now, say you will, and go about it. Coriolanus. Must I go show them my unbarbed sconce? Must I? With my base tongue give to my noble heart a lie that it must bear? Well, I will dot. Yet, were there but this single plot to lose. This mold of Marcius, they to dust should grind it. And throw it against the wind. To th marketplace. You have put me now to such a part which never I shall discharge to th life. Cominius. Come, come, we'll prompt you. Volumnia. I prithee now, sweet son, as thou hast said. My praises made thee first a soldier, so. To have my praise for this, perform a part. Thou hast not done before. Coriolanus. Well, I must dot. Away, my disposition, and possess me. Some harlot's spirit. My throat of war be turned. Which choired with my drum, into a pipe. Small as an eunuch or the virgin voice. That baby's lulls asleep. The smiles of knaves. Tent in my cheeks, and schoolboys' tears take up. The glasses of my sight. A beggar's tongue. Make motion through my lips, and my armed knees. Who bowed but in my stirrup, bend like his. that hath received an alms. I will not dot. Lest I surcease to honor mine own truth. And by my body's action teach my mind. The most inherent baseness. Volumnia. At thy choice, then. To beg of thee, it is my more dishonor than thou of them. Come all to ruin. Let thy mother rather feel thy pride than fear thy dangerous stoutness, for I mock at death. With as big heart as thou. Do as thou list. Thy valiantness was mine, thou suck'st it from me. But oh thy pride thyself. Coriolanus. Pray be content. Mother, I am going to the marketplace. Chide me no more. I'll mountebank their loves. Cog their hearts from them, and come home beloved. Of all the trades in Rome. Look, I am going. Commend me to my wife. I'll return consul. Or never trust to what my tongue can do. Ith way of flattery further. Volumnia. Do your will. Exit. Cominius. Away. The tribunes do attend you. Arm yourself. To answer mildly, for they are prepared. With accusations, as I hear, more strong than are upon you yet. Coriolanus. The word is mildly. Pray you let us go. Let them accuse me by invention, I will answer in mine honor. Menenius. But mildly. Coriolanus. Well, mildly be it then mildly. Excellent. Scene 3. Rome. The Forum. Enter Sicinius and Brutus. Brutus. In this point charge him home, that he affects tyrannical power. If he evade us there, enforce him with his envy to the people. And that the spoil got on the Antiates was ne'er distributed. Enter an Edel. What, will he come? Edel. He's coming. Brutus. How accompanied? Edel. With old Menenius and those senators that always favored him. Sicinius. Have you a catalogue of all the voices that we have procured? Set down by Th. Pole? Edel. I have, 'tis ready. Sicinius. Have you corrected them by tribes? Edel. I have. Sicinius. Assemble presently the people hither. And when they hear me say it shall be so. Ith right and strength Oth commons be it either. For death, for fine, or banishment, then let them. If I say fine, cry fine. If death, cry death. Insisting on the old prerogative. And power Ith truth Oth cause. Edel. I shall inform them. Brutus. And when such time they have begun to cry. Let them not cease, but with a din confessed. Enforce the present execution. Of what we chance to sentence. Edel. Very well. Sicinius. Make them be strong and ready for this hint. When we shall have to give it them. Brutus. Go about it. Exit Edel. Put him to choler straight. He hath been used ever to conquer and to have his worth. Of contradiction, being once chaffed, he cannot be reined again to temperance, then he speaks what's in his heart, and that is there which looks with us to break his neck. Enter Coriolanus, Menenius and Cominius, with others. Sicinius. Well, here he comes. Menenius. Calmly, I do beseech you. Coriolanus. As an ostler, that for Th poorest piece. Will bear the knave by Th volume. Th honored gods. Keep Rome in safety, and the chairs of justice supplied with worthy men. Plant love amongs. Throng our large temples with the shows of peace. And not our streets with war. First Senator. Amen, amen. Menenius. A noble wish. Re-enter the Edel with the plebeians. Sicinius. Draw near, ye people. Edel. List to your tribunes. Audience. Peace, I say. Coriolanus. First, hear me speak. Both tribunes. Well, say. Peace, ho. Coriolanus. Shall I be charged no further than this present? Must all determine here? Sicinius. I do demand. If you submit you to the people's voices. Allow their officers, and are content to suffer lawful censure for such faults as shall be provid upon you. Coriolanus. I am content. Menenius. Lo, citizens, he says he is content. The warlike service he has done, consider, think. Upon the wounds his body bears, which show like graves Ith holy churchyard. Coriolanus. Scratches with briars. Scars to move laughter only. Menenius. Consider further. That when he speaks not like a citizen. You find him like a soldier, do not take his rougher accents for malicious sounds. But, as I say, such as become a soldier. rather than envy you. Cominius. Well, well. No more. Coriolanus. What is the matter? That being passed for consul with full voice. I am so dishonored that the very hour. You take it off again? Sicinius. Answer to us. Coriolanus. Say then, 'tis true, I ought so. Sicinius. We charge you that you have contraved to take from Rome all seasoned office, and to wind yourself into a power tyrannical, for which you are a traitor to the people. Coriolanus. How traitor? Menenius. Nay, temperately. Your promise. Coriolanus. The fires ith lowest hell fold in the people. Call me their traitor. Thou injurious tribune. Within thine eyes sat 20,000 deaths. In thy hands clutched as many millions, in thy lying tongue both numbers, I would say. Thou liest unto thee with a voice as free as I do pray the gods. Sicinius. Mark you this, people? Plebeians. To th rock, with him. Sicinius. Peace. We need not put new matter to his charge. What you have seen him do and heard him speak. Beating your officers, cursing yourselves. Opposing laws with strokes, and here defying those whose great power must try him even this. So criminal and in such capital kind. Deserves th extremis death. Brutus. But since he hath served well for Rome. Coriolanus. What do you prate of service? Brutus. I talk of that know it. Coriolanus. You. Menenius. Is this the promise that you made your mother? Cominius. No, I pray you. Coriolanus. I'll know no further. Let them pronounce the steep Tarpeian death. Vagabond exile, flaying, pent to linger. But with a grain a day, I would not buy their mercy at the price of one fair word. Nor check my courage for what they can give. To have it with saying good morrow. Sicinius. For that he has. As much as in him lies from time to time. Envied against a people, seeking means to pluck away their power, as now at last. Given hostile strokes, and that not in the presence of dreaded justice, but on the ministers that do distribute it in the name of people. And in the power of us the tribunes, we, even from this instant, banish him our city. In peril of precipitation. From off the rock Tarpeian, nevermore. To enter our Rome gates. Ith people's name. I say it shall be so. Plebeians. It shall be so, it shall be so. Let him away. He's banished, and it shall be so. Cominius. Hear me, my masters and my common friends. Sicinius. He's sentinced, no more hearing. Cominius. Let me speak. I have been consul, and can show for Rome her enemies' marks upon me. I do love my country's good with a respect more tender, more holy and profound, than mine own life. My dear wife's estimate, her womb's increase, and treasure of my loins, than if I would speak that. Sicinius. We know your drift. Speak what? Brutus. There's no more to be said, but he is banished. As enemy to the people and his country. It shall be so. Plebeians. It shall be so, it shall be so. Coriolanus. You common cry of curs, whose breath I hate. As Rico th rotten fens, whose loves I prize. As the dead carcasses of unburied men. That do corrupt my air I banish you. And here remain with your uncertainty. Let every feeble rumor shake your hearts. Your enemies, with nodding of their plumes, fan you into despair. Have the power still to banish your defenders till at length. Your ignorance which finds not till it feels. Making but reservation of yourselves. Still your own foes deliver you. As most abated captives to some nation. That won you without blows. Despising. For you the city, thus I turn my back. There is a world elsewhere. Exeunt Coriolanus. Cominius, Menenius, with the other patricians. Edel. The people's enemy is gone, is gone. They all shout and throw up their caps. Plebeians. Our enemy is banished, he is gone. Who? Sicinius. Go see him out at gates, and follow him. As he hath followed you, with all despite. Give him deserved vexation. Let a guard attend us through the city. Plebeians. Come, come, let's see him out at gates, come. The gods preserve our noble tribunes. Come. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I Rome. Before a gate of the city. Enter Coriolanus, Volumnia, Virgilia, Menenius, Cominius, with the young nobility of Rome. Coriolanus. Come, leave your tears, a brief farewell. The beast. With many heads butts me away. Nay, mother. Where is your ancient courage? You were used. To say extremities was the trier of spirits. That common chances common men could bear. That when the sea was calm all boats alike showed mastership in floating, fortune's blows. When most struck home, being gentle wounded craves a noble cunning. You were used to load me with precepts that would make invincible the heart that conned them. Virgilia. O heavens! O heavens! Coriolanus. Nay, I prithee, woman. Volumnia. Now the red pestilence strike all trades in Rome. And occupations perish. Coriolanus. What? I shall be lauded when I am lacked. Nay, mother. Resume that spirit when you were wont to say. If you had been the wife of Hercules, 6 of his labors you'd have done, and saved your husband so much sweat. Cominius. Droop not, adieu. Farewell, my wife, my mother. I'll do well yet. Thou old and true Menenius. Thy tears are salter than a younger man's. And venomous to thine eyes. My sometime general. I have seen thee stern, and thou hast oft beheld heart-hardening spectacles. Tell these sad women. 'Tis fond to wail inevitable strokes, as 'tis to laugh at them. My mother, you wot well. My hazards still have been your solace, and believe it not lightly though I go alone. Like to a lonely dragon, that his fen makes fear it and talk it of more than seen your son. Will or exceed the commoner be caught with cautelous baits in practice. Volumnia. My first son. Whither wilt thou go? Take good Cominius. With thee a while, determine on some course. More than a wild exposture to each chance that starts ith way before thee. Virgilia. O the gods. Cominius. I'll follow thee a month, devise with the where thou shalt rest, that thou mayst hear of us. And we of thee, so, if the time thrust forth a cause for thy repeal, we shall not send o'er the vast world to seek a single man and lose advantage, which doth ever cool ith absence of the needer. Coriolanus. Fare ye well. Thou hast years upon thee, and thou art too full of the war's surfeits to go rove with one that's yet unbruised. Bring me but out at gate. Come, my sweet wife, my dearest mother, and my friends of noble touch, when I am forth. Bid me farewell, and smile. I pray you come. While I remain above the ground you shall hear from me still, and never of me aught but what is like me formerly. Menenius. That's worthily as any ear can hear. Come, let's not weep. If I could shake off but 7 years from these old arms and legs, by the good gods, I'd with thee every foot. Coriolanus. Give me thy hand. Come. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. A street near the gate. Enter the 2 tribunes, Sicinius and Brutus with the eagle. Sicinius. Bid them all home, he's gone, and we'll no further. The nobility are vexed, whom we see have cited in his behalf. Brutus. Now we have shown our power. Let us seem humbler after it is done than when it was a-doing. Sicinius. Bid them home. Say their great enemy is gone, and they stand in their ancient strength. Brutus. Dismiss them home. Exit Edel. Here comes his mother. Enter Volumnia, Virgilia, and Menenius. Sicinius. Let's not meet her. Brutus. Why? Sicinius. They say she's mad. Brutus. They have ta'en note of us, keep on your way. Volumnia. Oh, ye are well met, hoarded plague o gods. Requite your love. Menenius. Peace, be not so loud. Volumnia. If that I could for weeping, you should hear. Nay, and you shall hear some. To Brutus will you be gone? Virgilia. To Sicinius you shall stay too. I would I had the power to say so to my husband. Sicinius. Are you mankind? Volumnia. Fool, is that a shame? Note but this, fool. Was not a man my father? Hadst thou foxship to banish him that struck more blows for Rome than thou hast spoken words? Sicinius. O blessed heavens. Volumnia. More noble blows than ever thou wise words. And for Rome's good, I'll tell thee what yet go. Nay, but thou shalt stay too. I would my son were in Arabia, and thy tribe before him, his good sword in his hand. Sicinius. What then? Virgilia. What then? He'd make an end of thy posterity. Volumnia. Bastards and all. Good man, the wounds that he does bear for Rome. Menenius. Come, come, peace. Sicinius. I would he had continued to his country. As he began, and not unknit himself. The noble knot he made. Brutus. I would he had. Volumnia. I would he had. 'Twas you incensed the rabble. Cats that can judge as fitly of his worth. As I can of those mysteries which heaven will not have earth to know. Brutus. Pray, let's go. Volumnia. Now, pray, sir, get you gone. You have done a brave deed. Here you go, hear this. As far as doth the capital exceed the meanest house in Rome, so far my son. This lady's husband here, this, do you see? Whom you have banished does exceed you in. Brutus. Well, well, we'll leave you. Sicinius. Why stay we to be baited? With one that wants her wits? Excellent tribunes. Volumnia. Take my prayers with you. I would the gods had nothing else to do but to confirm my curses. Could I meet him but once a day, it would unclog my heart. Of what lies heavy taught? Menenius. You have told them home. And, by my troth, you have cause. You'll sup with me? Volumnia. Anger's my meat, I sup upon myself. And so shall starve with feeding. Come, let's go. Leave this faint puling and lament as I do. In anger, Juno-like. Come, come, come. Exeunt Volumnia and Virgilia. Menenius. Fie, fie, fie. Exit. Scene 3. A highway between Rome and Antium. Enter a Roman and a Vols meeting. Roman. I know you well, sir, and you know me, your name, I think, is Adrian. Vols. It is so, sir. Truly, I have forgot you. Roman. I am a Roman, and my services are, as you are, against him. Know you me yet? Vols. Nicanor? No. Roman. The same, sir. Vols. You had more beard when I last saw you, but your favor is well appeared by your tongue. What's the news in Rome? I have a note from the Volscian state to find you out there. You have well saved me a day's journey. Roman. There hath been in Rome strange insurrections. The people against the senators, patricians, and nobles. Vols. Hath been. Is it ended, then? Our state thinks not so, they are in a most warlike preparation and hope to come upon them in the heat of their division. Roman. The main blaze of it is past, but a small thing would make it flame again, for the nobles receive so to heart the banishment of that worthy Coriolanus that they are in a ripe aptness to take all power from the people and to pluck from them their tribunes. Forever. This lies glowing, I can tell you, and is almost mature. For the violent breaking out. Vols. Coriolanus banished. Roman. Banished, sir. Vols. You will be welcome with this intelligence, Nicanor. Roman. The day serves well for them now. I have heard it said the fittest time to corrupt a man's wife is when she's fallen out with her husband. Your noble Tullus Aufidius will appear well in these wars, his great opposer, Coriolanus, being now in no request of his country. Vols. He cannot choose. I am most fortunate thus accidentally to encounter you, you have ended my business, and I will merrily accompany you home. Roman. I shall between this and supper tell you most strange things. From Rome, all tending to the good of their adversaries. Have you an army ready, say you? Vols. A most royal one. The centurions and their charges. Distinctly billeted, already in entertainment, and to be on foot at an hour's warning. Roman. I am joyful to hear of their readiness, and am the man, I think, that shall set them in present action. So, sir, heartily well met, and most glad of your company. Vols. You take my part from me, sir. I have the most cause to be glad of yours. Roman. Well, let us go together. Scene IV. Antium. Before Aufidius's house. Enter Coriolanus, in mean apparel, disguised and muffled. Coriolanus. A goodly city is this Antium. City. 'Tis I that made thy widows. Many an heir. Of these fair edifices for my wars. Have I heard groan and rop? Then know me not. Lest that thy wives with spits and boys with stones in puny battle slay me. Enter a citizen. Save you, sir. Citizen. And you. Coriolanus. Direct me, if it be your will. Where great Aufidius lies. Is he in Antium? Citizen. He is, and feasts the nobles of the state. At his house this night. Coriolanus. Which is his house, beseech you? Citizen. This here before you. Coriolanus. Thank you, sir, farewell. Exit citizen. O world, thy slippery turns. Friends now fast sworn. Whose double bosom seems to wear one heart. Whose hours, whose bed, whose meal and exercise are still together, who twin, as tweer, in love. Unseparable, shall within this hour on a dissension of a doit, break out. To bitterest enmity, so fellest foes. Whose passions and whose plots have broke their sleep. To take the one the other, by some chance. Some trick not worth an egg, shall grow dear friends. And interjoin their issues. So with me. My birthplace hate I, and my loves upon this enemy town. I'll enter. If he slay me, he does fair justice. If he give me way, I'll do his country service. Scene v Antium. Aufidius's house. Music plays. Enter a serving man. First servant. Wine, wine, wine. What service is here? I think our fellows are asleep. Exit. Enter another serving man. Second servant. Where's Cotus? My master calls for him. Cotus. Exit. Enter Coriolanus. Coriolanus. A goodly house. The feast smells well, but I appear not like a guest. Re-enter the first serving man. First servant. What would you have, friend? Whence are you? Here's no place for you. Pray go to the door. Exit. Coriolanus. I have deserved no better entertainment. In being Coriolanus. Re-enter second serving man. Second servant. Whence are you, sir? Has the porter his eyes in his head that he gives entrance to such companions? Pray get you out. Coriolanus. Away. Second servant. Away. Get you away. Coriolanus. Now art troublesome. Second servant. Are you so brave? I'll have you talked with anon. Enter a third serving man. The first meets him. Third servant. What fellow's this? First servant. A strange one as ever I look at on. I cannot get him. Out house. Prithee call my master to him. Third servant. What have you to do here, fellow? Pray you avoid the house. Coriolanus. Let me but stand, I will not hurt your hearth. Third servant. What are you? Coriolanus. A gentleman. Third servant. A marvelous poor one. Coriolanus. True, so I am. Third servant. Pray you, poor gentleman, take up some other station, here's no place for you. Pray you avoid. Come. Coriolanus. Follow your function, go and batten on cold bits. Pushes him away from him. Third servant. What, you will not? Prithee tell my master what a strange guest he has here. Second servant. And I shall. Exit. Third servant. Where dwellst thou? Coriolanus. Under the canopy. Third servant. Under the canopy? Coriolanus. Third servant. Where's that? Coriolanus. ITH city of kites and crows. Third servant. ITH city of kites and crows. What an ass it is. Then thou dwellst with daws too? Coriolanus. No, I serve not thy master. Third servant. How, sir? Do you meddle with my master? Coriolanus. 'Tis an honester service than to meddle with thy mistress. Thou prat'st and prat'st, serve with thy trencher. Hence. Beats him away. Enter Aufidius with the second serving man. Aufidius. Where is this fellow? Second servant. Here, sir, I'd have beaten him like a dog, but for disturbing the lords within. Aufidius. Whence comest thou? What wouldst thou? Thy name? Why speak'st not? Speak, man. What's thy name? Coriolanus. Unmuffling if, Tullus. Not yet thou knowst me, and, seeing me, dost not think me for the man I am, necessity commands me name myself. Aufidius. What is thy name? Coriolanus. A name unmusical to the Volscians' ears. And harsh in sound to thine. Aufidius. Say, what's thy name? Thou has a grim appearance, and thy face bears a command in't, though thy tackle's torn. Thou show'st a noble vessel. What's thy name? Coriolanus. Prepare thy brow to frown, know'st thou me yet? Aufidius. I know thee not. Thy name? Coriolanus. My name is Caius Marcius, who hath done to thee particularly, and to all the Volsces great hurt and mischief, thereto witness may My surname, Coriolanus. The painful service. The extreme dangers and the drops of blood shed for my thankless country are requited. But with that surname a good memory and witness of the malice and displeasure which thou shouldst bear me, only that name remains. The cruelty and envy of the people, permitted by our dastard nobles, who have all forsook me, hath devoured the rest, and suffered me by voice of slaves to be whooped out of Rome. Now this extremity hath brought me to thy hearth, not out of hope. Mistake me not to save my life, for if I had feared death of all the men ith world, I would have avoided thee, but in mere spite, to be full quit of those my banishers, stand I before thee here. Then if thou hast the heart of wreak in thee, that wilt revenge thine own particular wrongs and stop those maims of shame seen through thy country, speed thee straight, and make my misery serve thy turn. So use it, that my revengeful services may prove as benefits to thee, for I will fight against my cankered country with the spleen of all the under fiends. But if so be thou darest not this and that to prove more fortunes, th'art turrid, then, in a word, I also am longer to live most weary and present my throat to thee and to thy ancient malice, which not to cut would show thee but a fool, since I have ever followed thee with hate, drawn tons of blood out of thy country's breast, and cannot live but to thy shame, unless it be to do thee service. Aufidius. O Marcius, Marcius. Each word thou hast spoke hath weeded from my heart a root of ancient envy. If Jupiter should from yond cloud speak divine things, and say 'tis true, I'd not believe them more than the all-noble Marcius. Let me twine mine arms about that body, where against my grained ash 100 times hath broke and scarred the moon with splinters. Here I clip the anvil of my sword and do contest as hotly and as nobly with thy love as ever in ambitious strength I did contend against thy valor. Know thou first, I loved the maid I married, never man sighed truer breath, but that I see thee here, thou noble thing, more dances my rapt heart than when I first my wedded mistress saw bestride my threshold. Why, thou Mars, I tell thee, we have a power on foot, and I had purpose once more to hew thy target from thy brawn, or lose mine arm for't. Thou hast beat me out 12 several times, and I have nightly since dreamt of encounters twixt thyself and me. We have been down together in my sleep, unbuckling helms, fisting each other's throat, and whacked half dead with nothing. Worthy Marcius, had we no other quarrel else to Rome but that thou art thence banished, we would muster all from 12 to 70 and, pouring war into the bowels of ungrateful Rome like a bold flood o'erbeat. Oh, come, go in and take our friendly senators by hands, who now are here, taking their leaves of me, who am prepared against your territories, though not for Rome itself. Coriolanus, you bless me, gods. Aufidius, therefore, most absolute sir, if thou wilt have the leading of thine own revenges, take 1/2 of my commission and set down as best thou art experienced, since thou know'st thy country's strength and weakness, thine own ways, whether to knock against the gates of Rome or rudely visit them in parts remote, to fright them ere destroy. But come in. Let me commend thee first to those that shall say yea to thy desires. 1,000 welcomes, and more a friend than e'er an enemy. Yet, Marcius, that was much. Your hand, most welcome. Exeunt Coriolanus and Aufidius. The two serving men come forward. First servant. Here's a strange alteration. Second servant. By my hand, I had thought to have strucken him with a cudgel, and yet my mind gave me his clothes made a false report of him. First servant. What an arm he has. He turned me about with his finger and his thumb, as one would set up a top. Second servant. Nay, I knew by his face that there was something in him. He had, sir, a kind of face, method I cannot tell how to term it. First servant. He had so, looking as it were would I were hanged. But I thought there was more in him than I could think. Second servant. So did I, I'll be sworn. He is simply the rarest man ith world. First servant. I think he is, but a greater soldier than he you wot. On. Second servant. Who, my master? First servant. Nay, it's no matter for that. Second servant. Worth 6 on him. First servant. Nay, not so neither, but I take him to be the greater soldier. Second servant. Faith, look you, one cannot tell how to say that. For the defense of a town our general is excellent. First servant. And for an assault too. Re-enter the third serving man. Third servant. Oh slaves, I can tell you news, you rascals. Both. What? Let's partake. Third servant. I would not be a Roman, of all nations. I had as lief be a condemned man. Both. Wherefore? Third servant. Why, here's he that was wont to thwack our general. Caius Marcius. First servant. Why do you say thwack our general? Third servant. I do not say thwack our general, but he was always good enough for him. Second servant. Come, we are fellows and friends. He was ever too hard for him, I have heard him say so himself. First servant. He was too hard for him directly, to say the troth. Aunt, before Corioli he scotched him and notched him like a carbonado. Second servant. And he had been cannibally given, he might have broiled and eaten him too. First servant. But more of thy news. Third servant. Why, he is so made on here within as if he were son and heir to Mars, set at upper end OTH table, no question. Ask him by any of the senators, but they stand bald before him. Our general himself makes a mistress of him, sanctifies himself with hand, and turns up the white OTHI to his discourse. But the bottom of the news is, our general is cut ITH middle. And but one half of what he was yesterday, for the other has half. By the entreaty and grant of the whole table. He'll go, he says. And Saul the porter of Rome gates by th ears, he will mow all down before him, and leave his passage poled. Second servant. And he's as like to dot as any man I can imagine. Third servant. Dot. He will dot, for look you, sir, he has as many friends as enemies, which friends, sir, as it were, durst not look you, sir, show themselves, as we term it, his friends. Whilst he's in directitude. First servant. Directitude? What's that? Third servant. But when they shall see, sir, his crest up again and the man in blood, they will out of their burrows, like conies. After rain, and revel in with him. First servant. But when goes this forward? Third servant. Tomorrow, today, presently. You shall have the drum struck up this afternoon, 'tis as it were parcel of their feast, and to be executed ere they wipe their lips. Second servant. Why, then we shall have a stirring world again. This piece is nothing but to rust iron, increase tailors, and breed ballad makers. First servant. Let me have war, say I, it exceeds peace as far as day does night, it's sprightly, waking, audible, and full of vent. Peace is a very apoplexy, lethargy, mulled, deaf, sleepy, insensible, a getter of more bastard children than war's a destroyer of men. Second servant. 'Tis so, and as war in some sort may be said to be a ravisher, so it cannot be denied, but peace is a great maker of cuckolds. First servant. And it makes men hate one another. Third servant. Reason? Because they then less need one another. The wars for my money. I hope to see Romans as cheap as Volscians. They are rising. Both. In. Excellent. Scene vi. Rome. A public place. Enter the two tribunes, Sicinius and Brutus. Sicinius. We hear not of him, neither need we fear him. His remedies are tame. The present peace and quietness of the people, which before were in wild hurry, here do make his friends blush that the world goes well, who rather had, though they themselves did suffer bit, behold, dissentious numbers pestering streets than see our tradesmen singing in their shops and going about their functions friendly. Enter Menenius. Brutus. We stood taught in good time. Is this Menenius? Sicinius. 'Tis he. Oh, he is grown most kind. Of late. Hail, sir. Menenius. Hail to you both. Sicinius. Your Coriolanus is not much missed. But with his friends. The commonwealth doth stand. And so would do, were he more angry at it. Menenius. All's well, and might have been much better. He could have temporized. Sicinius. Where is he, hear you? Menenius. Nay, I hear nothing, his mother and his wife hear nothing from him. Enter 3 or 4 citizens. Citizens. The gods preserve you both. Sicinius. God den, our neighbors. Brutus. God den to you all, God den to you and. First citizen. Ourselves, our wives and children, on our knees. Are bound to pray for you both. Sicinius. Live and thrive. Brutus. Farewell, kind neighbors, we wished Coriolanus had loved you as we did. Citizens. Now the gods keep you. Both tribunes. Farewell, farewell. Excellent citizens. Sicinius. This is a happier and more comely time than when these fellows ran about the streets, crying confusion. Brutus. Caius Marcius was a worthy officer I the war, but insolent. O'ercome with pride, ambitious past all thinking. Self-loving. Sicinius. And affecting one sole throne. Without assistance. Menenius. I think not so. Sicinius. We should by this, to all our lamentation. If he had gone forth consul, found it so. Brutus. The gods have well prevented it, and Rome sits safe and still without him. Enter an Edel. Edel. Worthy tribunes. There is a slave, whom we have put in prison. Reports the Volsces with several powers. Are entered in the Roman territories. And with the deepest malice of the war. Destroy what lies before him. Menenius. 'Tis Aufidius. Who, hearing of our Marcius's banishment, thrusts forth his horns again into the world. Which were enshelled when Marcius stood for Rome. And durst not once peep out. Sicinius. Come, what talk you of Marcius? Brutus. Go see this rumor whipped. It cannot be. The Volsces dare break with us. Menenius. Cannot be. We have record that very well it can. And 3 examples of the like hath been. Within my age. But reason with the fellow. Before you punish him, where he heard this. Lest you shall chance to whip your information. And beat the messenger who bids beware. Of what is to be dreaded. Sicinius. Tell not me. I know this cannot be. Brutus. Not possible. Enter a messenger. Messenger. The nobles in great earnestness are going. All to the Senate house, some news is come. That turns their countenances. Sicinius. 'Tis this slave. Go whip him for the people's eyes, his raising. Nothing but his report. Messenger. Yes, worthy sir. The slave's report is seconded, and more fearful, is delivered. Sicinius. What more fearful? Messenger. It is spoke freely out of many mouths. How probable I do not know that Marcius, joined with Aufidius, leads a power gainst Rome. And vows revenge as spacious as between the youngst and oldest thing. Sicinius. This is most likely. Brutus. Race it only that the weaker sort may wish good Marcius home again. Sicinius. The very trick on T. Menenius. This is unlikely. He and Aufidius can no more atone than violenced contrariety. Enter a second messenger. Second messenger. You are sent for to the Senate. A fearful army, led by Caius Marcius, associated with Aufidius, rages upon our territories and have already o'erborne their way, consummate with fire and took what lay before them. Enter Cominius. Cominius. Oh, you have made good work. Menenius. What news? What news? Cominius. You have holp to ravish your own daughters and to melt the city leads upon your pates. To see your wives dishonored to your noses. Menenius. What's the news? What's the news? Cominius. Your temples burned in their cement, and your franchises, whereon you stood, confident, into an augur's bore. Menenius. Pray now, your news? You have made fair work, I fear me. Pray, your news. If Marcius should be joined YTH Volscians. Cominius. If he is their god, he leads them like a thing made by some other deity than nature. That shapes man better, and they follow him. Against us brats with no less confidence than boys pursuing summer butterflies. Or butchers killing flies. Menenius. You have made good work. You and your apron men, you that stood so much upon the voice of occupation and the breath of garlic eaters. Cominius. He'll shake your Rome about your ears. Menenius. As Hercules did shake down mellow fruit. You have made fair work. Brutus. But is this true, sir? Cominius. And you look pale. Before you find it other. All the regions do smilingly revolt, and who resists? are mocked for valiant ignorance, and perish constant fools. Who is't can blame him? Your enemies and his find something in him. Menenius. We are all undone unless the noble man have mercy. Cominius. Who shall ask it? The tribunes cannot dot for shame, the people deserve such pity of him as the wolf does of the shepherds, for his best friends, if they should say be good to Rome they charget him even as those should do that had deserved his hate. And they rin showed fike enemies. Menenius. 'Tis true. If he were putting to my house the brand that should consume it, I have not the face to say beseech you, cease. You have made fair hands. You and your crafts. You have crafted fair. Cominius. You have brought a trembling upon Rome, such as was never apostrophe incapable of help. Both tribunes. Say not we brought it. Menenius. How? Wast we? We loved him, but, like beasts and cowardly nobles, gave way unto your clusters. Who did hoot him out oth city? Cominius. But I fear they'll roar him in again. Tullus Aufidius. The second name of men obeys his points as if he were his officer. Desperation is all the policy, strength, and defense that Rome can make against them. Enter a troop of citizens. Menenius. Here comes the clusters. And is Aufidius with him? You are they. That made the air unwholesome when you cast your stinking greasy caps in hooting at Coriolanus's exile. Now he's coming. And not a hair upon a soldier's head, which will not prove a whip, as many coxcombs as you threw caps up will he tumble down and pay you for your voices. 'Tis no matter. If he could burn us all into one coal, we have deserved it. Plebeians. Faith, we hear fearful news. First citizen. For mine own part, when I said banish him, I said 'twas pity. Second citizen. And so did I. Third citizen. And so did I, and, to say the truth, so did very many of us. That we did for the best, and though we willingly consented to his banishment, yet it was against our will. Cominius. Ye are goodly things, you voices. Menenius. You have made good work, you and your cry. Shills to the capital? Cominius. Oh, what else? Exeunt Cominius and Menenius. Sicinius. Go, masters, get you be not dismayed. These are a side that would be glad to have this true which they so seem to fear. Go home. And show no sign of fear. First citizen. The gods be good to us. Come, masters, let's home. I ever said we were ith wrong when we banished him. Second citizen. So did we all. But come, let's home. Exeunt citizens. Brutus. I do not like this news. Sicinius. Nor I. Brutus. Let's to the capital. Would half my wealth. Would buy this for a lie. Sicinius. Pray let's go. Exeunt. Scene Vie. A camp at a short distance from Rome. Enter Aufidius with his lieutenant. Aufidius. Do they still flight a th Roman? Lieutenant. I do not know what witchcraft's in him, but your soldiers use him as the grace for meat. Their talk at table and their thanks at end. And you are darkened in this action, sir. Even by your own. Aufidius. I cannot help it now. Unless by using means I lame the foot of our design. He bears himself more proudlier, even to my person, than I thought he would. When first I did embrace him, yet his nature. And that's no changeling, and I must excuse what cannot be amended. Lieutenant. Yet I wish, sir. I mean, for your particular you had not joined it in commission with him, but either had borne the action of yourself, or else to him had left it solely. Aufidius. I understand thee well, and be thou sure. When he shall come to his account, he knows not what I can urge against him. Although it seems, and so he thinks, and is no less apparent to th vulgar eye, that he bears all things fairly and shows good husbandry for the Volscian state. Fights dragon-like, and does achieve as soon as draw his sword, yet he hath left undone that which shall break his neck or hazard mine. Whene'er we come to our account. Lieutenant. Sir, I beseech you, think you he'll carry Rome? Aufidius. All places yield to him ere he sits down. And the nobility of Rome are his. The senators and patricians love him too. The tribunes are no soldiers, and their people will be as rash in the repeal as hasty to expel him thence. I think he'll be to Rome. As is the osprey to the fish, who takes it by sovereignty of nature. First he was a noble servant to them, but he could not carry his honors even, whether 'twas pride, which out of daily fortune ever taints the happy man, whether defective judgment, to fail in the disposing of those chances which he was lord of, or whether nature, not to be other than one thing, not moving from cask to cushion, but commanding peace, even with the same austerity and garb, as he controlled the war, but one of these, as he hath spices of them all not all. For I dare so far free him made him feared, so hated, and so banished. But he has a merit to choke it in the utterance. So are virtues lie in interpretation of the time, and power, unto itself most commendable, hath not a tomb so evident as a chair. Extol what it hath done. One fire drives out one fire, one nail. Rights by rights falter, strengths by strengths do fail. Come, let's away. When, Caius, Rome is thine. Thou art poorest of all, then shortly art thou mine. Exeunt. Act v Scene Rome. A public place. Enter Menenius, Cominius, Sicinius and Brutus, the two tribunes, with others. Menenius. No, I'll not go. You hear what he hath said. Which was sometime his general, who loved him in the most dear particular. He called me father. But what o' that? Go, you that banished him. A mile before his tent fall down, and knee the way into his mercy. Nay, if he coyed to hear Cominius speak, I'll keep at home. Cominius. He would not seem to know me. Menenius. Do you hear? Cominius. Yet one time he did call me by my name. I ergot our old acquaintance, and the drops that we have bled together. Coriolanus. He would not answer to, forbid all names. He was a kind of nothing, titleless, till he had forgot himself a name fire. Of burning Rome. Menenius. Why, so? You have made good work. A pair of tribunes that have racked for Rome. To make coals cheap a noble memory. Cominius. I minded him how royal 'twas to pardon. When it was less expected, he replied. It was a bare petition of a state. To one whom they had punished. Menenius. Very well. Could he say less? Cominius. I offered to awaken his regard. For his private friends, his answer to me was. He could not stay to pick them in a pile of noisome musty chaff. He said 'twas folly for one poor grain or two to leave unburned, and still to knows offense. Menenius. For one poor grain or two. I am one of those. His mother, wife, his child. And this brave fellow too, we are the grains. You are the musty chaff, and you are smelt above the moon. We must be burned for you. Sicinius. Nay, pray be patient, if you refuse your aid in this so never needed help, yet do not upbraids with our distress. But sure, if you would be your country's pleader, your good tongue, more than the instant army we can make, might stop our countrymen. Menenius. No, I'll not meddle. Sicinius. Pray you go to him. Menenius. What should I do? Brutus. Only make trial what your love can do. For Rome, towards Marcius. Menenius. Well, and say that Marcius return me, as Cominius is returned. Unheard what then? But as a discontented friend, grief-shot with his unkindness? Say't be so? Sicinius. Yet your good will must have that thanks from Rome after the measure, as you intended well. Menenius. I'll undertake it. I think he'll hear me. Yet to bite his lip and hum at good Cominius much unhearts me. He was not taken well. He had not dinned. The veins unfilled, our blood is cold, and then we pout upon the morning, are unapt to give or to forgive, but when we have stuffed these pipes and these conveyances of our blood with wine and feeding, we have suppler souls than in our priest-like fasts. Therefore I'll watch him till he be dieted to my request, and then I'll set upon him. Brutus. You know the very road into his kindness, and cannot lose your way. Menenius. Good faith, I'll prove him. Speed how it will. I shall ere long have knowledge of my success. Exit. Cominius. He'll never hear him. Sicinius. Not? Cominius. I tell you he does sit in gold, his eye red as 'twould burn Rome, and his injury the gaoler to his pity. I kneeled before him. 'Twas very faintly he said rise, dismissed me. thus with his speechless hand. What he would do. He sent in writing after me, what he would not. Bound with an oath to yield to his conditions. So that all hope is vain. Unless his noble mother and his wife, who, as I hear, mean to solicit him for mercy to his country, therefore let's hence. And with our fair entreaties haste them on. Exeunt. Scene 2. The Volscian camp before Rome. Enter Menenius to the watch on guard. First watch. Stay. Whence are you? Second watch. Stand, and go back. Menenius. You guard like men, 'tis well, but, by your leave, I am an officer of state and come to speak with Coriolanus. First watch. From whence? Menenius. From Rome. First watch. You may not pass, you must return. Our general will no more hear from thence. Second watch. You'll see your Rome embraced with fire before you'll speak with Coriolanus. Menenius. Good my friends. If you have heard your general talk of Rome and of his friends there, it is lots to blanks. My name hath touched your ears. It is Menenius. First watch. Be it so, go back. The virtue of your name is not here passable. Menenius. I tell thee, fellow, thy general is my lover. I have been the book of his good acts whence men have read. His fame unparalleled haply amplified. For I have ever verified my friends, of whom he's chief with all the sighs that verity would without lapsing suffer. Nay, sometimes, like to a bowl upon a subtle ground, I have tumbled past a throw, and in his praise have almost stamped the leasing, therefore, fellow, I must have leave to pass. First watch. Faith, sir, if you had told as many lies in his behalf as you have uttered words in your own, you should not pass here. No, though it were as virtuous to lie as to live chastely. Therefore go back. Menenius. Prithee, fellow, remember my name is Menenius, always factionary on the party of your general. Second watch. Howsoever you have been his liar, as you say you have, I am one that, telling true under him, must say you cannot pass. Therefore go back. Menenius. Has he dinned, canst thou tell? For I would not speak with him till after dinner. First watch. You are a Roman, are you? Menenius. I am as thy general is. First watch. Then you should hate Rome, as he does. Can you, when you have pushed out your gates the very defender of them, and in a violent popular ignorance given your enemy your shield, think to front his revenges with the easy groans of old women, the virginal palms of your daughters, or with the palsied intercession of such a decayed dotant as you seem to be? Can you think to blow out the intended fire your city is ready to flame in with such weak breath as this? No, you are deceived, therefore. Back to Rome and prepare for your execution. You are condemned. Our general has sworn you out of reprieve and pardon. Menenius. Sirrah, if thy captain knew I were here, he would use me with estimation. First watch. Come, my captain knows you not. Menenius. I mean thy general. First watch. My general cares not for you. Back, I say, go, lest I let forth your half pint of blood. Back, that's the utmost of your having. Back. Menenius. Nay, but fellow. Enter Coriolanus with Aufidius. Coriolanus. What's the matter? Menenius. Now, you companion, I'll say an errand for you, you shall know now that I am in estimation, you shall perceive that a Jack Gordon cannot office me from my son Coriolanus. Guess but by my entertainment with him if thou standst not ith state of hanging, or of some death more long in spectatorship and crueler in suffering, behold now presently, and swoon for what's to come upon thee. The glorious gods sit an hourly synod about thy particular prosperity, and love thee no worse than thy old father Menenius does. O my son, thou art preparing fire for us. Look thee, here's water to quench it. I was hardly moved to come to thee, but being assured none but myself could move thee, I have been blown out of your gates with sighs, and conjure thee to pardon Rome and thy petitionary countrymen. The good gods assuage thy wrath, and turn the dregs of it upon this varlet here, this who, like a block, hath denied my access to thee. Coriolanus. Away. Menenius. How? Away. Coriolanus. Wife, mother, child, I know not. My affairs are servanted to others. Though I owe My revenge properly, my remission lies in Volscian breasts. That we have been familiar. Ingrate forgetfulness shall poison rather than pity note how much. Therefore be gone. Mine ears against your suits are stronger than your gates against my force. Yet, for I loved thee. Take this along, I writ it for thy sake gives a letter. And would have sent it. Another word, Menenius. I will not hear thee speak. This man, Aufidius, was my beloved in Rome, yet thou beholdst. Aufidius. You keep a constant temper. Exeunt Coriolanus and Aufidius. First watch. Now, sir, is your name Menenius? Second watch. 'Tis a spell, you see, of much power. You know the way home again. First watch. Do you hear how we are shent for keeping your greatness back? Second watch. What cause, do you think, I have to swoon? Menenius. I neither care for th world nor your general, for such things as you, I can scarce think there's any ear so slight. He that hath a will to die by himself fears it not from another. Let your general do his worst. For you, be that you are long. And your misery increase with your age. I say to you, as I was said to. Away. Exit. First watch. A noble fellow, I warrant him. Second watch. The worthy fellow is our general, he's the rock, the oak not to be wind shaken. Exeunt. Scene 3. The tent of Coriolanus. Enter Coriolanus, Aufidius, and others. Coriolanus. We will before the walls of Rome tomorrow. Set down our host. My partner in this action. You must report to th Volscian lords how plainly I have borne this business. Aufidius. Only their ends. You have respected, stopped your ears against the general suit of Rome, never admitted. A private whisper no, not with such friends. That thought them sure of you. Coriolanus. This last old man, whom with cracked heart I have sent to Rome, loved me above the measure of a father. Nay, godded me indeed. Their latest refuge was to send him, for whose old love I have, though I showed sourly to him once more offered the first conditions, which they did refuse, and cannot now accept, to grace him only. That thought he could do more, a very little. I have yielded to fresh embassies and suits. Nor from the state nor private friends, hereafter, will I lend ear to. Shout within ha. What shout is this? Shall I be tempted to infringe my vow? In the same time 'tis made? I will not. Enter, in mourning habits, Virgilia, Volumnia, Valeria. Young Marcius, with attendants. My wife comes foremost, then the honored mold, wherein this trunk was framed, and in her hand the grandchild to her blood. But out, affection. All bond and privilege of nature, break. Let it be virtuous to be obstinate. What is that courtesy worth? Are those doves' eyes? Which can make gods forsworn? I melt, and am not of stronger earth than others. My mother bows, as if Olympus to a molehill should in supplication nod, and my young boy hath an aspect of intercession which great nature cries deny not. Let the Volsces plow Rome and harrow Italy, I'll never be such a gosling to obey instinct, but stand as if a man were author of himself and knew no other kin. Virgilia. My lord and husband. Coriolanus. These eyes are not the same I wore in Rome. Virgilia. The sorrow that delivers us thus changed makes you think so. Coriolanus. Like a dull actor now. I have forgot my part and I am out. Even to a full disgrace. Best of my flesh. Forgive my tyranny, but do not say. For that, forgive our Romans. Oh, a kiss. Long as my exile, sweet as my revenge. Now, by the jealous queen of heaven, that kiss I carried from thee, dear, and my true lip hath virginated e'er since. You gods, I prate, and the most noble mother of the world, leave unsaluted. Sink, my knee, ith earth, kneels. Of thy deep duty more impression show than that of common sons. Volumnia. Oh, stand up blessed. Whilst with no softer cushion than the flint, I kneel before thee, and unproperly show duty, as mistaken all this while. Between the child and parent. Kneels. Coriolanus. What's this? Your knees to me, to your corrected son? Then let the pebbles on the hungry beach fill up the stars, then let the mutinous winds strike the proud cedars gainst the fiery sun. Murdering impossibility, to make what cannot be slight work. Volumnia. Thou art my warrior. I hope to frame thee. Do you know this lady? Coriolanus. The noble sister of Publicola. The moon of Rome, chaste as the icicle. That's curdied by the frost from purest snow. And hangs on Dian's temple dear Valeria. Volumnia. This is a poor epitome of yours. Which by th interpretation of full time. May show like all yourself. Coriolanus. The god of soldiers. With the consent of supreme Jove, inform thy thoughts with nobleness, that thou mayst prove to shame unvulnerable, and stick ith wars. Like a great sea mark, standing every flaw. And saving those that eye thee. Volumnia. Your knee, Sirrah. Coriolanus. That's my brave boy. Volumnia. Even he, your wife, this lady, and myself are suitors to you. Coriolanus. I beseech you, peace. Or, if you'd ask, remember this before. The thing I have forsworn to grant may never be held by you denials. Do not bid me dismiss my soldiers or capitulate again with Rome's mechanics. Tell me not wherein I seem unnatural, desire not tally my rages and revenges with your colder reasons. Volumnia. Oh, no more, no more. You have said you will not grant us anything. For we have nothing else to ask but that which you deny already, yet we will ask that, if you fail in our request, the blame may hang upon your hardness, therefore hear us. Coriolanus. Aufidius, and you Volses, mark, for we'll hear naught from Rome in private. Your request? Volumnia. Should we be silent and not speak, our raiment and state of bodies would bewray what life we have led since thy exile. Think with thyself. How more unfortunate than all living women are we come hither, since that thy sight, which should make our eyes flow with joy, hearts dance with comforts, constrains them weep and shake with fear and sorrow, making the mother, wife, and child to see the son, the husband, and the father tearing his country's bowels out, and to pour we thine enmities most capital. Thou bear'st us our prayers to the gods, which is a comfort that all but we enjoy. For how can we? Alas, how can we for our country pray? Whereto we are bound, together with thy victory. Whereto we are bound? Alack, or we must lose the country, our dear nurse, or else thy person. Our comfort in the country we must find. An evident calamity, though we had our wish, which side should win, for either thou must as a foreign recreant be led with manacles through our streets, or else triumphantly tread on thy country's ruin and bear the palm for having bravely shed thy wife and children's blood. For myself, son, I purpose not to wait on fortune till these wars determine, if I cannot persuade thee, rather to show a noble grace to both parts than seek the end of one. Thou shalt no sooner march to assault thy country than to tread trust taught. Thou shalt not on thy mother's womb that brought thee to this world, Virgilia, and mine, that brought you forth this boy to keep your name living to time. Boy, I shall not tread on me. I'll run away till I am bigger, but then I'll fight. Coriolanus. Not of a woman's tenderness to be requires nor child nor woman's face to see. I have sat too long. Rising. Volumnia. Nay, go not from us thus. If it were so that our request did tend to save the Romans, thereby to destroy the Volses whom you serve, you might condemn us as poisonous of your honor. No, our suit is that you reconcile them, while the Volses may say this mercy we have showed the Romans. This we receive it and each in either side give thee all hail to thee, and cry be blessed for making up this peace. Thou know'st, great son, the end of war's uncertain, but this certain, that, if thou conquer Rome, the benefit which thou shalt thereby reap is such a name whose repetition will be dogged with curses, whose chronicle thus writ: the man was noble, but with his last attempt he whipped it out, destroyed his country, and his name remains to th ensuing age abhorred. Speak to me, son. Thou hast affected the fine strains of honor, to imitate the graces of the gods, to tear with thunder the wide cheeks o th air, and yet to charge thy sulphur with a bolt that should but rive an oak. Why dost not speak? Think'st thou it honorable for a noble man still to remember wrongs? Daughter, speak you. He cares not for your weeping. Speak thou, boy. Perhaps thy childishness will move him more than can our reasons. There's no man in the world More bound to's mother, yet here he lets me prate. Like one ith stocks. Thou hast never in thy life showed thy dear mother any courtesy. When she, poor hen, fond of no second brood, has clucked thee to the wars and safely home, loaden with honor, say my requests unjust, and spurn me back, but if it be not so, thou art not honest, and the gods will plague thee, that thou restrainst from me the duty which to a mother's part belongs. He turns away. Down, ladies, let us shame him with our knees. To his surname Coriolanus longs more pride than pity to our prayers. Down. An end. This is the last. So we will home to Rome. And I among our neighbors. Nay, beholds. This boy that cannot tell what he would have, but kneels and holds up hands for fellowship, does reason our petition with more strength than thou hast a dennet. Come, let us go. This fellow had avulsion to his mother. His wife is in Corioli, and his child like him by chance. Yet give us our dispatch. I am hushed until our city be afire. And then I'll speak a little. He holds her by the hand, silent. Coriolanus. O mother, mother. What have you done? Behold, the heavens do ope. The gods look down, and this unnatural scene they laugh at. O my mother, mother. Oh. You have won a happy victory to Rome. But for your son believe it, oh, believe it. Most dangerously you have with him prevailed. If not most mortal to him. But let it come. Aufidius, though I cannot make true wars, I'll frame convenient peace. Now, good Aufidius. Were you in my stead, would you have heard a mother less, or granted less, Aufidius? Aufidius. I was movid with thou. Coriolanus. I dare be sworn you were. And, sir, it is no little thing to make mine eyes to sweat compassion. But, good sir, what peace y'all make, advise me. For my part, I'll not to Rome, I'll back with you, and pray you. Stand to me in this cause. O mother. Wife. Aufidius. Aside I am glad thou hast set thy mercy and thy honor at difference in thee. Out of that I'll work myself a former fortune. Coriolanus. To the ladies by and by. But we will drink together, and you shall bear a better witness back than words, which we, on like conditions, will have countersealed. Come, enter with us. Ladies, you deserve to have a temple built you. All the swords in Italy and her confederate arms could not have made this peace. Exeunt. Scene IV. Rome. A public place. Enter Menenius and Sicinius. Menenius. See you yond coin oth capital, yond cornerstone? Sicinius. Why, what of that? Menenius. If it be possible for you to displace it with your little finger, there is some hope the ladies of Rome, especially his mother, may prevail with him. But I say there is no hope in't. Our throats are sentinked, and stay upon execution. Sicinius. Is't possible that so short a time can alter the condition of a man? Menenius. There is differency between a grub and a butterfly, yet your butterfly was a grub. This Marcius is grown from man to dragon, he has wings, he's more than a creeping thing. Sicinius. He loved his mother dearly. Menenius. So did he me, and he no more remembers his mother now than an 8-year-old horse. The tartness of his face sours ripe grapes. When he walks, he moves like an engine in the ground, shrinks before his treading. He is able to pierce a corslet with his eye, talks like a knell, and his hum is a battery. He sits in his state as a thing made for Alexander. What he bids be done is finished with his bidding. He wants nothing of a god but eternity and a heaven to throne in. Sicinius. Yes, mercy, if you report him truly. Menenius. I paint him in the character. Mark what mercy his mother shall bring from him. There is no more mercy in him than there is milk in a male tiger, that shall our poor city find. And all this is long of you. Sicinius. The gods be good unto us. Menenius. No, in such a case the gods will not be good unto us. When we banished him we respected not them, and, he returning to break our necks, they respect not us. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Sir, if you'd save your life, fly to your house. The plebeians have got your fellow tribune. And hail him up and down, all swearing if the Roman ladies bring not comfort home, they'll give him death by inches. Enter another messenger. Sicinius. What's the news? Second messenger. Good news, good news. The ladies have prevailed. The Volscians are dislodged and Marsyas gone. A merrier day did never yet greet Rome. No, not th expulsion of the Tarquins. Sicinius. Friend. Art thou certain this is true? Is't most certain? Second messenger. As certain as I know the sun is fire. Where have you lurked, that you make doubt of it? Ne'er through an arch so hurried the blown tide. As the recomforted through th gates. Why, hark you. Trumpets, hautboys, drums beat, all together. The trumpets, sackbuts, psalteries, and fifes. Tabors and cymbals, and the shouting Romans. Make the sun dance. Hark you. A shout within. Menenius. This is good news. I will go meet the ladies. This Volumnia is worth of consuls, senators, patricians. A city full of tribunes such as you. A sea and land full. You have prayed well today. This morning for 10,000 of your throats. I'd not have given a doit. Hark, how they joy. Sound still with the shouts. Sicinius. First, the gods bless you for your tidings. Next. Accept my thankfulness. Second messenger. Sir, we have all great cause to give great thanks. Sicinius. They are near the city? Messenger. Almost at point to enter. Sicinius. We'll meet them. And help the joy. Exeunt. Scene v Rome. A street near the gate. Enter two senators with Volumnia, Virgilia, Valeria, passing over the stage. With other lords. First senator. Behold our patroness, the life of Rome. Call all your tribes together, praise the gods. And make triumphant fires, strew flowers before them. Unshout the noise that banished Marsyas. Repeal him with the welcome of his mother. All. Welcome, ladies, welcome. A flourish with drums and trumpets. Exeunt. Scene vi. Corioli. A public place. Enter Tullus Aufidius with attendants. Aufidius. Go tell the lords OTH city I am here. Deliver them this paper having read it. Bid them repair to TH marketplace, where I, even in theirs and in the commons' ears, will vouch the truth of it. Him I accuse. The city ports by this hath entered and intends to appear before the people, hoping to purge himself with words. Dispatch. Exeunt attendants. Enter 3 or 4 conspirators of Aufidius's faction. Most welcome. First conspirator. How is it with our general? Aufidius. Even so. As with a man by his own alms empoisoned. And with his charity slain. Second conspirator. Most noble sir. If you do hold the same intent wherein you wish it us parties, we'll deliver you of your great danger. Aufidius. Sir, I cannot tell. We must proceed as we do find the people. Third conspirator. The people will remain uncertain whilst twixt you there's difference, but the fall of either makes the survivor heir of all. Aufidius. I know it. And my pretext to strike at him admits a good construction. I race at him, and I pawned mine honor for his truth, who being so heightened, he watered his new plants with dews of flattery. Seducing so my friends, and to this end he bowed his nature, never known before. But to be rough, unswayable, and free. Third conspirator. Sir, his stoutness. When he did stand for consul, which he lost by lack of stooping. Aufidius. That I would have spoken of. Being banished fort, he came unto my hearth. Presented to my knife his throat. I took him. Made him joint servant with me, gave him way. In all his own desires, nay, let him choose. Out of my files, his projects to accomplish. My best and freshest men, serve at his designments. In mine own person, hope to reap the fame. Which he did end all his, and took some pride. To do myself this wrong. Till, at the last, I seemed his follower, not partner, and he wagged me with his countenance as if I had been mercenary. First conspirator. So he did, my lord. The army marvelled at it, and, in the last, when he had carried Rome and that we looked for no less spoil than glory. Aufidius. There was it. For which my sinews shall be stretched upon him. At a few drops of women's rheum, which are as cheap as lies, he sold the blood and labor of our great action, therefore shall he die. And I'll renew me in his fall. But, hark! Drums and trumpets sound, with great shouts of the people. First conspirator. Your native town you entered like a post. And had no welcomes home, but he returns. Splitting the air with noise. Second conspirator. And patient fools. Whose children he hath slain, their base throats tear. With giving him glory. Third conspirator. Therefore, at your vantage. Ere he express himself or move the people. With what he would say, let him feel your sword. Which we will second. When he lies along. After your way his tail proninked shall bury. His reasons with his body. Aufidius. Say no more. Here come the lords. Enter the lords of the city. Lords. You are most welcome home. Aufidius. I have not deserved it. But, worthy lords, have you with heed perused what I have written to you? Lords. We have. First Lord. And grieve to hear't. What faults he made before the last, I think. Might have found easy fines, but there to end. Where he was to begin and give away the benefit of our levies, answering us with our own charge, making a treaty where there was a yielding, this admits no excuse. Aufidius. He approaches, you shall hear him. Enter Coriolanus, marching with drum and colors. The commoners being with him. Coriolanus. Hail, lords. I am returned your soldier. No more infected with my country's love than when I parted hence, but still subsisting under your great command. You are to know that prosperously I have attempted, and with bloody passage led your wars even to the gates of Rome. Our spoils we have brought home doth more than counterpoise a full third part. The charges of the action. We have made peace with no less honor to the Antiates than shame to th Romans, and we here deliver subscribed by th consuls and patricians together with the Selo th Senate, what we have compounded on. Aufidius. Read it not, noble lords. But tell the traitor in the highest degree. He hath abused your powers. Coriolanus. Traitor. How now? Aufidius. A. Traitor, Marcius. Coriolanus. Marcius. Aufidius. A. Marcius, Caius Marcius. Dost thou think I'll grace thee with that robbery, thy stol'n name? Coriolanus, in Corioli? You lords and heads o th state, perfidiously. He has betrayed your business and given up for certain drops of salt, your city Rome. I say your city to his wife and mother. Breaking his oath and resolution like a twist of rotten silk, never admitting counsel o th war, but at his nurse's tears. He winned and roared away your victory. That pages blushed at him, and men of heart looked wondering each at others. Coriolanus. Hear'st thou, Mars? Aufidius. Name not the god, thou boy of tears. Coriolanus. Ha! Aufidius. No more. Coriolanus. Measureless liar, thou hast made my heart too great for what contains it. Boy. O slave. Pardon me, lords, 'tis the first time that ever I was forked to scold. Your judgments, my grave lords, must give this cur the lie and his own notion. Who wears my stripes impressed upon him, that must bear my beating to his grave shall join to thrust the lie unto him. First Lord. Peace, both, and hear me speak. Coriolanus. Cut me to pieces, volses, men and lads. Stain all your edges on me. Boy. False hound. If you have writ your annals true, 'tis there that, like an eagle in a dovecote, I fluttered your volscians in Corioli. Alone I did it. Boy. Aufidius. Why, noble lords, will you be put in mind of his blind fortune? Which was your shame, by this unholy braggart? For your own eyes and ears? Conspirators. Let him die for't. All the people. Tear him to pieces. Do it presently. He killed my son. My daughter. He killed my cousin Marcus. He killed my father. Second Lord. Peace, ho! No outrage, peace. The man is noble, and his fame folds in this orbo th earth. His last offenses to us shall have judicious hearing. Stand, Aufidius, and trouble not the peace. Coriolanus. Oh that I had him with 6 Aufidiuses or more his tribe to use my lawful sword. Aufidius. Insolent villain. Conspirators. Kill, 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 kill him. The conspirators draw and kill Coriolanus, who falls. Aufidius stands on him. Lords. Hold, 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 hold. Aufidius. My noble masters, hear me speak. First Lord. O Tullus. Second Lord. Thou hast done a deed whereat valor will weep. Third Lord. Tread not upon him. Masters all, be quiet. Put up your swords. Aufidius. My lords, when you shall know as in this rage, provoked by him, you cannot the great danger which this man's life did owe you, you'll rejoice that he is thus cut off. Please it your honors to call me to your senate, I'll deliver myself your loyal servant, endure your heaviest censure. First Lord, bear from hence his body and mourn you for him. Let him be regarded as the most noble course that ever herald did follow to his Second Lord, his own impatience takes from Aufidius a great part of blame. Let's make the best of it. Aufidius. My rage is gone. And I am struck with sorrow. Take him up. Help, 3 chiefest soldiers, I'll be one. Beat thou the drum, that it speak mournfully. Trail your steel pikes. Though in this city he hath widowed and unchilded many a one, which to this hour bewail the injury. Yet he shall have a noble memory. Assist. Exeunt, bearing the body of Coriolanus. The dead march sounded. Cymbeline. Contents. Act 1. Scene I Britain. The garden of Cymbeline's palace. Scene 2. The same. Scene 3. Britain. A public place. Scene IV. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene V. Rome. Philario's house. Scene VI. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene VI. Britain. The palace. Act 2. Scene I Britain. Before Cymbeline's palace. Scene 2. Britain. Imogen's bedchamber in Cymbeline's palace, a trunk in one corner. Scene 3. Cymbeline's palace. An antechamber adjoining Imogen's apartments. Scene IV. Rome. Philario's house. Scene V. Rome. Another room in Philario's house. Act 3. Scene I Britain. A hall in Cymbeline's palace. Scene 2. Britain. Another room in Cymbeline's palace. Scene 3. Wales. A mountainous country with a cave. Scene IV. Wales, near Milford Haven. Scene V. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene VI. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Scene VI. The same. Scene VE. Rome. A public place. Act 4. Scene I. Wales. Near the cave of Belarius. Scene 2. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Scene 3. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene IV. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Act 5. Scene I. Britain. The Roman camp. Scene 2. Britain. A field of battle between the British and Roman camps. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Scene IV. Britain. A prison. Scene V. Britain. Cymbeline's tent. Dramatis personae. Cymbeline, King of Britain. Cloten, son to the Queen by a former husband. Posthumus Leonidas, a gentleman, husband to Imogen. Belarius, a banished lord, disguised under the name of Morgan. Gaderius and Arviragus, sons to Cymbeline, disguised under the names of Polydore and Cadwal, supposed sons to Belarius. Philario, Italian, friend to Posthumus. Iachimo, Italian, friend to Philario. Caius Lucius, general of the Roman forces. Pisanio, servant to Posthumus. Cornelius, a physician. A soothsayer. A Roman captain. 2 British captains. A French gentleman, friend to Philario. 2 lords of Cymbeline's court. 2 gentlemen of the same. 2 gaolers. Queen, wife to Cymbeline. Imogen, daughter to Cymbeline by a former queen. Helen, a lady attending on Imogen. Apparitions. Lords, ladies, Roman senators, tribunes, a Dutch gentleman, a Spanish gentleman, musicians, officers, captains, soldiers, messengers, and attendants. Scene. Britain, Italy. Act 1. Scene I. Britain. The garden of Cymbeline's palace. Enter 2 gentlemen. First gentleman. You do not meet a man but frowns, our bloods. No more obey the heavens than our courtiers. Still seem as does the kings. Second gentleman. But what's the matter? First gentleman. His daughter and the heir of's kingdom, whom he purposed to his wife's sole son a widow. That lady married hath referred herself unto a poor but worthy gentleman. She's wedded. Her husband banished, she imprisoned. All is outward sorrow, though I think the king be touched at very heart. Second gentleman. None but the king? First gentleman. He that hath lost her too. So is the queen. That most deserted the match. but not a courtier. Although they wear their faces to the bent of the king's looks, hath a heart that is not glad at the thing they scowl at. Second gentleman. And why so? First gentleman. He that hath missed the princess is a thing too bad for bad report, and he that hath her, I mean that married her, alack, good man, and therefore banished is a creature such as to seek through the regions of the earth. For one his like, there would be something failing in him that should compare, I do not think, so fair an outward and such stuff within endows a man but he. Second gentleman. You speak him far. First gentleman. I do extend him, sir, within himself. Crush him together rather than unfold his measure duly. Second gentleman. What's his name and birth? First gentleman. I cannot delve him to the root. His father was called Cecilius, who did join his honor against the Romans with Cassibelan, but had his titles by Tenantius, whom he served with glory and admirable success. So gained the Sir Addition Leonidas, and had, besides this gentleman in question, two other sons, who, in the war's time, died with their swords in hand, for which their father, then old and fond of issue, took such sorrow that he quit being, and his gentle lady. Big of this gentleman, our theme, Deciused. As he was born, the king he takes the babe to his protection, calls him posthumous Leonidas, breeds him and makes him of his bedchamber, puts to him all the learnings that his time could make him the receiver of, which he took, as we do ere, fastest was ministred, and in spring became a harvest, livid in court, which rare it is to do most praised, most loved, a sample to the youngest, to th more mature, a glass that feeded them, and to the graver, a child that guided dotards to his mistress, for whom he now is banished, her own price proclaims how she esteemed him, and his virtue by her election may be truly read. What kind of man he is. Second gentleman. I honor him, even out of your report, but pray you tell me, is she sole child to th king? First gentleman. His only child. He had two sons, if this be worth your hearing. Mark it, the eldest of them at 3 years old, ith swathing clothes the other, from their nursery, were stolen, and to this hour no guess in knowledge which way they went. Second gentleman. How long is this ago? First gentleman. Some 20 years. Second gentleman. That a king's children should be so conveyed, so slackly guarded, and the search so slow, that could not trace them. First gentleman. Howsoe'er 'tis strange, or that the negligence may well be laughed at, yet is it true, sir. Second gentleman. I do well believe you. First gentleman. We must forbear, here comes the gentleman. The queen and princess. Exeunt. Scene 2. The same. Enter Queen, Posthumus and Imogen. Queen. No, be assured you shall not find me, daughter. After the slander of most stepmothers, evil aid unto you. You're my prisoner, but your gaoler shall deliver you the keys that lock up your restraint. For you, Posthumus. So soon as I can win th offended king, I will be known your advocate. Marry, yet the fire of rage is in him, and 'twere good you lean it unto his sentence with what patience your wisdom may inform you. Posthumus. Please your highness, I will from hence today. Queen. You know the peril. I'll fetch a turn about the garden, pitying the pangs of borrowed affections, though the king hath charged you should not speak together. Exit. Imogen. O dissembling courtesy, how fine this tyrant can tickle where she wounds. My dearest husband, I something fear my father's wrath, but nothing. Always reserved my holy duty, what his rage can do on me. You must be gone, and I shall here abide the hourly shot of angry eyes, not comforted to live, but that there is this jewel in the world that I may see again. Posthumus. My queen. My mistress. O lady, weep no more, lest I give cause to be suspected of more tenderness than doth become a man. I will remain the loyalst husband that did e'er plight wrath. My residence in Rome at one Philarios, who to my father was a friend, to me known but by letter, thither write, my queen. And with mine eyes I'll drink the words you send, though ink be made of gall. Enter Queen. Queen. Be brief, I pray you. If the king come, I shall incur I know not how much of his displeasure. Aside. Yet I'll move him to walk this way. I never do him wrong. But he does by my injuries, to be friends. Pays dear for my offenses. Exit. Posthumous. Should we be taking leave? As long a term as yet we have to live. The loathness to depart would grow. Adieu. Imogen. Nay, stay a little. Were you but riding forth to air yourself? Such parting were too petty. Look here, love. This diamond was my mother's, take it, heart. But keep it till you woo another wife. When Imogen is dead. Posthumous. How? Another? You gentle gods, give me but this I have. And sear up my embracements from a next. With bonds of death. Remain thou here. Puts on the ring. While sense can keep it on. And, sweetest, fairest. As I my poor self did exchange for you. To your so infinite loss, so in our trifles. I still win of you. For my sake wear this. It is a manacle of love, I'll place it. Upon this fairest prisoner. Puts a bracelet on her arm. Imogen. Oh the gods. When shall we see again? Enter Cymbeline and lords. Posthumous. Alack, the king. Cymbeline. Thou basest thing, avoid, hence from my sight. If after this command thou fraught the court. With thy unworthiness, thou diest. Away. Thou'rt poison to my blood. Posthumous. The gods protect you. And bless the good remainders of the court. I am gone. Exit. Imogen. There cannot be a pinch in death. More sharp than this is. Cymbeline. O disloyal thing. That shouldst repair my youth, thou heapst a year's age on me. Imogen. I beseech you, sir. Harm not yourself with your vexation. I am senseless of your wrath, a touch more rare. Subdues all pangs, all fears. Cymbeline. Past grace? Obedience? Imogen. Past hope and in despair, that way past grace. Cymbeline. That mightst have had the sole son of my queen. Imogen. Oh blessed that I might not. I chose an eagle. And did avoid a puttock. Cymbeline. Thou tookst a beggar, wouldst have made my throne a seat for baseness. Imogen. No, I rather added a lustre to it. Cymbeline. O thou vile one. Imogen. Sir. It is your fault that I have loved Posthumous. You bred him as my playfellow, and he is a man worth any woman, overbuys me. Almost the sum he pays. Cymbeline. What, art thou mad? Imogen. Almost, sir. Heaven restore me. Would I were a neat herd's daughter, and my Leonidas our neighbor shepherd's son. Enter Queen. Cymbeline. Thou foolish thing. To the Queen. They were again together. You have done. Not after our command. Away with her. And pen her up. Queen. Beseech your patience. Peace. Dear lady daughter, peace. Sweet sovereign. Leave us to ourselves and make yourself some comfort. Out of your best advice. Cymbeline. Nay, let her languish. A drop of blood a day and, being aged, die of this folly. Exit with lords. Enter Pisanio. Queen. Fie. You must give way. Here is your servant. How now, sir? What news? Pisanio. My lord your son drew on my master. Queen. Ha. No harm, I trust, is done? Pisanio. There might have been. But that my master rather played than fought. And had no help of anger, they were parted. By gentlemen at hand. Queen. I am very glad on't. Imogen. Your son's my father's friend, he takes his part. To draw upon an exile. Oh brave sir. I would they were in a frick both together. Myself by with a needle, that I might prick the goer back. Why came you from your master? Pisanio. On his command. He would not suffer me. To bring him to the haven, left these notes. Of what commands I should be subject to. When pleased you to employ me. Queen. This hath been. Your faithful servant. I dare lay mine honor. He will remain so. Pisanio. I humbly thank your highness. Queen. Pray walk a while. Imogen. About some half hour hence. Pray you speak with me. You shall at least go see my lord aboard. For this time leave me. Exeunt. Scene 3. Britain. A public place. Enter Cloten and two lords. First Lord. Sir, I would advise you to shift a shirt, the violence of action hath made Eureka's a sacrifice. Where air comes out, air comes in. There's none abroad so wholesome as that you vent. Cloten. If my shirt were bloody, then to shift it. Have I hurt him? Second Lord. Aside. No, faith, not so much as his patience. First Lord. Hurt him. His body's a passable carcass if he be not hurt. It is a through fare for steel if it be not hurt. Second Lord. Aside. His steel was in debt, it went backside the town. Cloten. The villain would not stand me. Second Lord. Aside. No, but he fled forward still, toward your face. First Lord. Stand you? You have land enough of your own, but he added to your having, gave you some ground. Second Lord. Aside. As many inches as you have oceans. Puppies. Cloten. I would they had not come between us. Second Lord. Aside. So would I, till you had measured how long a fool you were. Upon the ground. Cloten. And that she should love this fellow, and refuse me. Second Lord. Aside. If it be a sin to make a true election, she is damned. First Lord. Sir, as I told you always, her beauty and her brain go not together. She's a good sign, but I have seen small reflection of her wit. Second Lord. Aside. She shines not upon fools, lest the reflection should hurt her. Cloten. Come, I'll to my chamber. Would there had been some hurt done. Second Lord. Aside. I wish not so, unless it had been the fall of an ass, which is no great hurt. Cloten. You'll go with us? First Lord. I'll attend your lordship. Cloten. Nay, come, let's go together. Second Lord. Well, my lord. Exeunt. Scene IV. Britain. Cymbline's palace. Enter Imogen and Pisanio. Imogen. I would thou grewst unto the shores haven. And questionedst every sail, if he should write. And I not have it, twere a paper lost. As offered mercy is. What was the last? That he spake to thee? Pisanio. It was. His queen, his queen. Imogen. Then waved his handkerchief? Pisanio. And kissed it, madam. Imogen. Senseless linen, happier therein than I. And that was all? Pisanio. No, madam, for so long as he could make me with his eye or ear distinguish him from others, he did keep the deck with glove or hat or handkerchief still waving, as the fits and stirs of's mind could best express how slow his soul sailed on, how swift his ship. Imogen. Thou shouldst have made him as little as a crow or less ear left to after eye him. Pisanio. Madam, so I did. Imogen. I would have broke mine eye strings, cracked them but to look upon him, till the diminution of space had pointed him sharp as my needle. Nay, followed him till he had melted from the smallness of an at to air, and then have turned mine eye and wept. But, good Pisanio. When shall we hear from him? Pisanio. Be answered, madam. With his next vantage. Imogen. I did not take my leave of him, but had most pretty things to say. Ere I could tell him how I would think on him at certain hours. Such thoughts and such, or I could make him swear the chess of Italy should not betray mine interest and his honor, or have charged him at the 6th hour of morn, at noon, at midnight. T encounter me with orisons, for then I am in heaven for him, or ere I could give him that parting kiss which I had set betwixt two charming words, comes in my father. And like the tyrannous breathing of the north shakes all our buds from growing. Enter a lady. Lady. The queen, madam. Desires your highness's company. Imogen. Those things I bid you do, get them dispatched. I will attend the queen. Pisanio. Madam, I shall. Exeunt. Scene V. Rome. Philario's house. Enter Philario, Iachimo, a Frenchman, a Dutchman and a Spaniard. Iachimo. Believe it, sir, I have seen him in Britain. He was then of a crescent. Note, expected to prove so worthy as since he hath been allowed the name of. But I could then have looked on him without the help of admiration, though the catalogue of his endowments had been tabled by his side, and I to peruse him by items. Philario. You speak of him when he was less furnished than now he is with that which makes him both without and within. Frenchman. I have seen him in France, we had very many there could behold the sun with as firm eyes as he. Iachimo. This matter of marrying his king's daughter, wherein he must be weighed rather by her value than his own, words him, I doubt not, a great deal from the matter. Frenchman. And then his banishment. Iachimo. And the approbation of those that weep this lamentable divorce. Under her colours are wonderfully to extend him, be it but to fortify her judgment, which else an easy battery might lay flat, for taking a beggar, without less quality. But how comes it he is to sojourn with you? How creeps acquaintance? Philario. His father and I were soldiers together, to whom I have been often bound for no less than my life. Enter Posthumus. Here comes the Briton. Let him be so entertained amongst you as suits. With gentlemen of your knowing to a stranger of his quality. I beseech you all be better known to this gentleman, whom I commend to you as a noble friend of mine. How worthy he is I will leave to appear hereafter, rather than story him in his own hearing. Frenchman. Sir, we have known together in Orleans. Posthumus. Since when I have been debtor to you for courtesies, which I will be ever to pay and yet pay still. Frenchman. Sir, you orate my poor kindness. I was glad I did atone my countrymen and you, it had been pity you should have been put together with so mortal a purpose as then each bore upon importance of so slight and trivial a nature. Posthumus. By your pardon, sir. I was then a young traveller, rather shunned to go even with what I heard than in my every action to be guided by others' experiences, but upon my mended judgment, if I offend not to say it is mended, my quarrel was not altogether slight. Frenchman. Faith, yes, to be put to the arbitrament of swords, and by such too. That would by all likelihood have confounded one the other or have found both. Iachimo. Can we, with manners, ask what was the difference? Frenchman. Safely, I think. 'Twas a contention in public, which may, without contradiction, suffer the report. It was much like an argument that fell out last night, where each of us fell in praise of our country. Mistresses, this gentleman at that time vouching, and upon warrant of bloody affirmation, his to be more fair, virtuous, wise, chaste, constant, qualified, and less attemptable than any the rarest of our ladies in France. Iachimo. That lady is not now living, or this gentleman's opinion, by this, worn out. Posthumus. She holds her virtue still, and I my mind. Iachimo. You must not so far prefer her 4 hours of Italy. Posthumus. Being so far provocate as I was in France, I would abate her nothing. Though I profess myself her adorer, not her friend. Iachimo. As fair and as good a kind of hand-in-hand comparison had been something too fair and too good for any lady in Britain. If she went before others I have seen as that diamond of yours outlustres many I have beheld, I could not but believe she excelled many, but I have not seen the most precious diamond that is, nor you the lady. Posthumus. I praised her as I rated her. So do I my stone. Iachimo. What do you esteem it at? Posthumus. More than the world enjoys. Iachimo. Either your unparagoned mistress is dead, or she's outprisoned by a trifle. Posthumus. You are mistaken. The one may be sold or given, if there were wealth enough for the purchase or merit for the gift, the other is not a thing for sale, and only the gift of the gods. Iachimo. Which the gods have given you. Posthumus. Which by their graces I will keep. Iachimo. You may wear her and title yours, but you know strange foul light upon neighboring pawns. Your ring may be stolen too. So your brace of unprizable estimations, the one is but frail and the other casual, a cunning thief, or of that way accomplished courtier, would hazard the winning both of first and last. Posthumus. Your Italy contains none so accomplished a courtier to convince the honor of my mistress, if in the holding or loss of that you term her frail. I do nothing doubt you have store of thieves, notwithstanding, I fear not my ring. Philario. Let us leave here, gentlemen. Posthumus. Sir, with all my heart. This worthy signor, I thank him, makes no stranger of me, we are familiar at first. Iachimo. With 5 times so much conversation I should get ground of your fair mistress, make her go back even to the yielding, had I admittance and opportunity to friend. Posthumus. No, no. Iachimo. I dared thereupon pawn the moiety of my estate to your ring, which, in my opinion, o'ervalues it something. But I make my wager rather against your confidence than her reputation, and, to bar your offence herein, 2, I durst attempt it against any lady in the world. Posthumus. You are a great deal abused in too bold a persuasion, and I doubt not. You sustain what ye are worthy of by your attempt. Iachimo. What's that? Posthumous. A repulse, though your attempt, as you call it, deserve more, a punishment too. Philario. Gentlemen, enough of this. It came in too suddenly, let it die as it was born, and I pray you be better acquainted. Iachimo. Would I had put my estate and my neighbors on approbation of what I have spoke. Posthumous. What lady would you choose to assail? Iachimo. Yours, whom in constancy you think stands so safe. I will lay you 10,000 ducats to your ring that commend me to the court where your lady is, with no more advantage than the opportunity of a second conference, and I will bring from thence that honor of hers which you imagine so reserved. Posthumous. I will wage against your gold to it. My ring I hold dear as my finger, 'tis part of it. Iachimo. You are a friend, and therein the wiser. If you buy ladies' flesh at $1,000,000 a dram, you cannot preserve it from tainting. But I see you have some religion in you that you fear. Posthumous. This is but a custom in your tongue, you bear a graver purpose, I hope. Iachimo. I am the master of my speeches and would undergo what's spoken, I swear. Posthumous. Will you? I shall but lend my diamond till your return. Let there be covenants drawn betweens. My mistress exceeds in goodness the hugeness of your unworthy thinking. I dare you to this match. Here's my ring. Philario. I will have it no lay. Iachimo. By the gods, it is one. If I bring you no sufficient testimony that I have enjoyed the dearest bodily part of your mistress, my 10,000 ducats are yours, so is your diamond too. If I come off and leave her in such honor as you have trust in, she your jewel, this your jewel, and my gold are yours, provided I have your commendation for my more free entertainment. Posthumous. I embrace these conditions, let us have articles betwixt us. Only, thus far you shall answer. If you make your voyage upon her, and give me directly to understand you have prevailed, I am no further your enemy. She is not worth our debate, if she remain unsediced, you not making it appear otherwise, for your ill opinion and assault you have made to her chastity you shall answer me with your sword. Iachimo. Your hand, a covenant. We will have these things set down by lawful counsel, and straight away for Britain, lest the bargain should catch cold and starve. I will fetch my gold and have our 2 wagers recorded. Posthumous. Agreed. Excellent. Posthumous and Iachimo. Frenchman. Will this hold, think you? Philario. Signor Iachimo will not from it. Pray let us follow him. Excellent. Scene vi. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Enter Queen, ladies and Cornelius. Queen. Whiles yet the dew's on ground, gather those flowers. Make haste, who has the note of them? Lady. I, madam. Queen. Dispatch. Excellent ladies. Now, Master Doctor, have you brought those drugs? Cornelius. Pleaseth your highness, here they are madam. Presenting a box. But I beseech your grace, without offense. My conscience bids me ask, wherefore you have commanded of me these most poisonous compounds, which are the movers of a languishing death. But, though slow, deadly? Queen. I wonder, doctor. Thou ask'st me such a question. Have I not been thy pupil long? Hast thou not learned me how to make perfumes? Distill? Preserve? Yea, so that our great king himself doth woo me oft for my confections? Having thus far proceeded, unless thou think'st me devilish, is't not meet that I did amplify my judgment in other conclusions? I will try the forces of these thy compounds on such creatures as we count not worth the hanging, but none human. To try the vigor of them, and apply the laments to their act, and by them gather their several virtues and effects. Cornelius. Your highness shall from this practice but make hard your heart. Besides, the seeing these effects will be both noisome and infectious. Queen. Oh, content thee. Enter Pisanio. Aside. Here comes a flattering rascal, upon him will I first work. He's for his master an enemy to my son. How now, Pisanio? Doctor, your service for this time is ended. Take your own way. Cornelius. Aside. I do suspect you, madam. But you shall do no harm. Queen. To Pisanio. Hark thee, a word. Cornelius. Aside. I do not like her. She doth think she has strange lingering poisons. I do know her spirit. And will not trust one of her malice with a drug of such damned nature. Those she has will stupefy and dull the sense a while. Which first perchance she'll prove on cats and dogs. Then afterward up higher, but there is no danger in what show of death it makes. More than the locking up the spirits a time. To be more fresh, reviving. She is fooled. With a most false effect, and I the truer. So to be false with her. Queen. No further service, doctor. Until I send for thee. Cornelius. I humbly take my leave. Exit. Queen. Weeps she still, say'st thou? Dost thou think in time she will not quench, and let instructions enter? Where folly now possesses, do thou work. When thou shalt bring me word she loves my son, I'll tell thee on the instant thou art then as great as is thy master, greater, for his fortunes all lie speechless, and his name is at last gasp. Return he cannot, nor continue where he is. To shift his being is to exchange one misery with another. And every day that comes to decay a day's work in him. What shalt thou expect? To be depender on a thing that leans, who cannot be new built, nor has no friends. So much as but to prop him? The queen drops the box. Pisanio takes it up. Thou taxed up. Thou know'st not what, but take it for thy labor. It is a thing I made, which hath the king 5 times redeemed from death. I do not know what is more cordial. Nay, I prithee take it. It is an earnest of a further good that I mean to thee. Tell thy mistress how the case stands with her, as from thyself. Think what a chance thou changest on, but think. Thou hast thy mistress still, to boot, my son. Who shall take notice of thee? I'll move the king to any shape of thy preferment, such as thou'lt desire, and then myself, I chiefly, that set thee on to this desert, am bound to load thy merit richly. Call my women. Think on my words. Exit Pisanio. A sly and constant knave. Not to be shacked, the agent for his master. And the remembrancer of her to hold the hand fast to her lord. I have given him that which, if he take, shall quite unpeople her of liegers for her sweet, and which she after, except she bend her humor, shall be acerid to taste of too. Enter Pisanio and ladies. So. Well done, well done. The violets, cowslips, and the primroses bear to my closet. Fare thee well, Pisanio. Think on my words. Excellent queen and ladies. Pisanio. And shall do. But when to my good lord I prove untrue, I'll choke myself. There's all I'll do for you. Exit. Scene VII. Britain. The palace. Enter Imogen alone. Imogen. A father cruel and a stepdame false. A foolish suitor to a wedded lady that hath her husband banished. Oh, that husband. My supreme crown of grief. And those repeated vexations of it. Had I been thief stolen, as my 2 brothers, happy, but most miserable, is the desire that's glorious. Blessed be those how mean soe'er that have their honest wills, which seasons comfort. Who may this be? Fie. Enter Pisanio and Iachimo. Pisanio. Madam, a noble gentleman of Rome comes from my lord with letters. Iachimo. Chained you, madam? The worthy Leonidas is in safety and greets your highness dearly. Presents a letter. Imogen. Thanks, good sir. You're kindly welcome. Iachimo. Aside. All of her that is out of door most rich. If she be furnished with a mind so rare, she is a lone Arabian bird, and I have lost the wager. Boldness be my friend. Arm me, audacity, from head to foot. Or, like the Parthian, I shall flying fight. Rather, directly fly. Imogen. Reads. He is one of the noblest note, to whose kindnesses I am most infinitely tied. Reflect upon him accordingly, as you value your trust. Leonidas. So far I read aloud. But even the very middle of my heart is warmed by rest and takes it thankfully. You are as welcome, worthy sir, as I have words to bid you, and shall find it so in all that I can do. Iachimo. Thanks, fairest lady. What, are men mad? Hath nature given them eyes to see this vaulted arch and the rich crop of sea and land, which can distinguish twixt The fiery orbs above in the twinned stones. Upon the numbered beach, and can we not partition make with spectacles so precious? Twixt fair and foul? Imogen. What makes your admiration? Iachimo. It cannot be ithi, for apes and monkeys. Twixt two such shes would chatter this way and contem with Mose the other, nor ith judgment. For idiots in this case of favor would be wisely definite, nor ith appetite. Sluttery, to such neat excellence opposed, should make desire vomit emptiness. Not so alarid to feed. Imogen. What is the matter, Tro? Iachimo. The cloyed will. That satiate yet unsatisfied desire, that tub. Both filled and running ravening first the lamb. Longs after for the garbage. Imogen. What, dear sir? Thus raps you? Are you well? Iachimo. Thanks madam, well. Beseech you, sir. Desire my man's abode where I did leave him. He's strange and peevish. Pisanio. I was going, sir. To give him welcome. Exit. Imogen. Continues well my lord? His health beseech you? Iachimo. Well, madam. Imogen. Is he disposed to mirth? I hope he is. Iachimo. Exceeding pleasant, none a stranger there. So merry and so gamesome. He is called the Briton reveller. Imogen. When he was here, he did incline to sadness, and oft times. Not knowing why. Iachimo. I never saw him sad. There is a Frenchman his companion, one. An eminent monsieur that, it seems, much loves. A gallant girl at home. He furnaces the thick sighs from him, whiles the jolly Briton. Your lord, I mean, laughs from's free lungs, cries oh. Can my sides hold, to think that man, who knows by history, report, or his own proof what woman is, yea, what she cannot choose, but must be, will's free hours languish for assured bondage? Imogen. Will my lord say so? Iachimo. Madam, with his eyes in flood with laughter. It is a recreation to be by. And hear him mock the Frenchman. But heavens no. Some men are much to blame. Imogen. Not he, I hope. Iachimo. Not he, but yet heaven's bounty towards him might be used more thankfully. In himself, 'tis much. In you, which I account his, beyond all talents. Whilst I am bound to wonder, I am bound to pity too. Imogen. What do you pity, sir? Iachimo. Two creatures heartily. Imogen. Am I one, sir? You look on me. What wreck discern you in me? Deserves your pity? Iachimo. Lamentable. What? To hide me from the radiant sun and solace. Ith dungeon by a snuff? Imogen. I pray you, sir. Deliver with more openness your answers to my demands. Why do you pity me? Iachimo. That others do. I was about to say, enjoy your butt. It is an office of the gods to venge it. Not mine to speak on't. Imogen. You do seem to know something of me, or what concerns me, pray you. Since doubting things go ill often hurts more than to be sure they do, for certainties either are past remedies or are timely knowing. The remedy then born discover to me what both you spur and stop. Iachimo. Had I this cheek to bathe my lips upon, this hand, whose every touch would force the feeler's soul to th oath of loyalty, this object, which takes prisoner the wild motion of mine eye. Fixing it only here, should I, damn it then, slaver with lips as common as the stairs that mount the Capitol, join gripes with hands made hard with hourly falsehood as with labor, then by peeping in an eye base and illustrious as the smoky light that's fed with stinking tallow, it were fit that all the plagues of hell should at one time encounter such revolt. Imogen. My lord, I fear, has forgot Britain. Iachimo. And himself. Not I. Inclined to this intelligence pronounce the beggary of his change, but 'tis your graces that from my mutest conscience to my tongue charms this report out. Imogen. Let me hear no more. Iachimo. O dearest soul, your cause doth strike my heart with pity that doth make me sick. A lady so fair and fastened to an empery would make the greatest king double to be partnered with tomboys hurried with that self-exhibition which your own coffers yield with Dicia's adventures that play with all infirmities for gold which rottenness can lend nature such boiled stuff. As well might poison be revenged. Or she that bore you was no queen, and you recoil from your great stock. Imogen. Revenged? How should I be revenged? If this be true, as I have such a heart that both mine ears must not in haste abuse, if it be true, how should I be revenged? Iachimo. Should he make me live like Diana's priest betwixt cold sheets, whiles he is vaulting variable ramps? In your despite upon your purse? Revenge it. I dedicate myself to your sweet pleasure, more noble than that runagate to your bed, and will continue fast to your affection. Still close as sure. Imogen. What ho, Pisanio. Iachimo. Let me my service tender on your lips. Imogen. Away. I do condemn mine ears that have so long attended thee. If thou wert honorable, thou wouldst have told this tale for virtue, not for such an end thou seek'st, as base as strange. Thou wrong'st a gentleman who is as far from thy report as thou from honor, and solicits here a lady that disdains thee and the devil alike. What ho, Pisanio. The king my father shall be made acquainted of thy assault, if he shall think it fit. A saucy stranger in his court to mart, as in a Romish stew, and to expound his beastly mind to us. He hath a court he little cares for, and a daughter who he not respects at all. What ho, Pisanio. Iachimo. O happy Leonidas. I may say, the credit that thy lady hath of thee deserves thy trust and thy most perfect goodness. Her acrid credit. Blessed live you long. A lady to the worthiest sir that ever country called his, and you his mistress, only for the most worthiest fit. Give me your pardon. I have spoke this to know if your affiance were deeply rooted, and shall make your lord that which he is new or, and he is one, the truest mannered, such a holy witch, that he enchants societies into him. Half all men's hearts are his. Imogen. You make amends. Iachimo. He sits mongst men like a descended god. He hath a kind of honor sets him off more than a mortal seeming. Be not angry, most mighty princess, that I have adventured to try your taking of a false report, which hath honored with confirmation your great judgment in the election of a sir so rare, which you know cannot err. The love I bear him made me to fan you thus, but the gods made you, unlike all others, chaffless. Pray your pardon. Imogen. All's well, sir, take my poor ith court for yours. Iachimo. My humble thanks. I had almost forgot. Entreat your grace but in a small request, and yet of moment too, for it concerns your lord, myself and other noble friends, are partners in the business. Imogen. Pray what is't? Iachimo. Some dozen Romans of us, and your lord, the best feather of our wing, have mingled sums to buy a present for the emperor, which I, the factor for the rest, have done. In France, 'tis plate of rare device, and jewels of rich and exquisite form, their values great. And I am something curious, being strange, to have them in safe stowage. May it please you to take them in protection? Imogen. Willingly. And pawn mine honor for their safety. Since my lord hath interest in them, I will keep them in my bedchamber. Iachimo. They are in a trunk, attended by my men. I will make bold to send them to you only for this night. I must aboard tomorrow. Imogen. Oh, no, no. Iachimo. Yes, I beseech, or I shall short my word by lengthening my return from Gallia. I crossed the seas on purpose and on promise to see your grace. Imogen. I thank you for your pains, but not away tomorrow. Iachimo. Oh, I must, madam. Therefore I shall beseech you, if you please, to greet your lord with writing. Tonight I have outstood my time, which is material to tender of our present. Imogen. I will write. Send your trunk to me, it shall safe be kept. And truly yielded you. You're very welcome. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I Britain. Before Cymbline's palace. Enter Cloten and the two lords. Cloten. Was there ever man had such luck? When I kissed the jack upon an upcast to be hid away, I had £100 on't, and then a warison. Jackanapes must take me up for swearing, as if I borrowed mine oaths of him, and might not spend them at my pleasure. First Lord. What got he by that? You have broke his pate with your bowl. Second Lord. Aside. If his wit had been like him that broke it, it would have run all out. Cloten. When a gentleman is disposed to swear, it is not for any standers by to curtail his oaths. Ha. Second Lord. No, my lord, aside. Nor crop the ears of them. Cloten. Warrison dog. I gave him satisfaction. Would he had been one of my rank. Second Lord. Aside. To have smelled like a fool. Cloten. I am not vexed more at anything in th earth. A pox on't. I had rather not be so noble as I am. They dare not fight with me because of the queen my mother. Every jackslav hath his belly full of fighting, and I must go up and down like a cock that nobody can match. Second Lord. Aside. You are cock and capon too, and you crow, cock, with your comb on. Cloten. Sayest thou? Second Lord. It is not fit your lordship should undertake every companion that you give offence to. Cloten. No, I know that, but it is fit I should commit offence to my inferiors. Second Lord. It is fit for your lordship only. Cloten. Why, so I say. First Lord. Did you hear of a stranger that's come to court tonight? Cloten. A stranger, and I not known on't? Second Lord. Aside. He's a strange fellow himself, and knows it not. First Lord. There's an Italian come, and, 'tis thought, one of Leonidas's friends. Cloten. Leonidas? A banished rascal, and he's another, whatsoever he be. Who told you of this stranger? First Lord. One of your lordship's pages. Cloten. Is it fit I went to look upon him? Is there no derogation in't? Second Lord. You cannot derogate, my lord. Cloten. Not easily, I think. Second Lord. Aside. You are a fool granted, therefore your issues, being foolish, do not derogate. Cloten. Come, I'll go see this Italian. What I have lost today at bowls I'll win tonight of him. Come, go. Second Lord. I'll attend your lordship. Excellent Cloten and First Lord. That's such a crafty devil as is his mother. Should yield the world this ass. A woman that bears all down with her brain, and this her son. Cannot take 2 from 20 for his heart. And leave 18. Alas, poor princess. Thou divine Imogen, what thou enderst. Betwixt a father by thy stepdame governed. A mother hourly coining plots, a wooer. More hateful than the foul expulsion is. Of thy dear husband, than that horrid act. Of the divorce he'd make. The heavens hold firm. The walls of thy dear honor keep unshacked. That temple, thy fair mind, that thou mayst stand. Enjoy thy banished lord and this great land. Exit. Scene 2. Britain. Imogen's bedchamber in Cymbeline's palace, a trunk. In one corner. Enter Imogen in her bed, and a lady attending. Imogen. Who's there? My woman Helen? Lady. Please you madam. Imogen. What hour is it? Lady. Almost midnight madam. Imogen. I have read 3 hours then. Mine eyes are weak. Fold down the leaf where I have left. To bed. Take not away the taper, leave it burning. And if thou canst awake by 4:00 clock, I prithee call me. Sleep hath seized me wholly. Exit lady. To your protection I commend me, gods. From fairies and the tempters of the night. Guard me, beseech ye. Sleeps. Iachimo comes from the trunk. Iachimo. The crickets sing, and man's o'erlabored sense repairs itself by rest. Our Tarquin thus did softly press the rush's ear he wakened. The chastity he wounded. Cytherea. How bravely thou beckhamst thy bed. Fresh lily. And whiter than the sheets. That I might touch. But kiss, one kiss. Rubies unparagoned. How dearly they dot. 'Tis her breathing that perfumes the chamber thus. The flame oth taper bows toward her and would under peep her lids. To see th enclosed lights, now canopied. Under these windows white and azure, lacquered. With blue of heaven's own tinct. But my design. To note the chamber. I will write all down. Such and such pictures, there the window, such. Th adornment of her bed, the air is, figures. Why, such and such, and the contents oth story. Ah, but some natural notes about her body. Above 10,000 meaner movables. Would testify, enrich mine inventory. O sleep, thou ape of death, lie dull upon her. And be her sense but as a monument. Thus in a chapel lying. Come off, come off. Taking off her bracelet. As slippery as the Gordian knot was hard. 'Tis mine, and this will witness outwardly. As strongly as the conscience does within. To th matting of her lord. On her left breast. A mole sink spotted, like the crimson drops. Ith bottom of a cowslip. Here's a voucher. Stronger than ever law could make, the secret. Will force him think I have picked the lock and tan. The treasure of her honor. No more. To what end? Why should I write this down that's riveted? Screw it to my memory? She hath been reading late. The tale of Tereus, here the leaf turn it down. Where Philomel gave up. I have enough. To th trunk again, and shut the spring of it. Swift, swift, you dragons of the night, that dawning. May bear the raven's eye. I lodge in fear. Though this a heavenly angel, hell is here. Clock strikes. 1, 2, 3. Time, time. Exit into the trunk. Scene 3. Cymbeline's palace. An antechamber adjoining Imogen's. Apartments. Enter Cloten and lords. First Lord. Your lordship is the most patient man in loss, the most coldest that. Ever turn it up ace. Cloten. It would make any man cold to lose. First Lord. But not every man patient after the noble temper of your lordship. You are most hot and furious when you win. Cloten. Winning will put any man into courage. If I could get this foolish Imogen, I should have gold enough. It's almost morning, is't not? First Lord. Day, my lord. Cloten. I would this music would come. I am advised to give her music mornings, they say it will penetrate. Enter musicians. Come on, tune. If you can penetrate her with your fingering, so. We'll try with tongue too. If none will do, let her remain, but I'll never give or. First, a very excellent good conceited thing, after, a wonderful sweet air, with admirable rich words to it, and then let her consider. Song. Hark, hark. The lark at heaven's gate sings. And Phobos gins arise. His steeds to water at those springs. On chalicad floors that lies. And winking merry buds begin. To ope their golden eyes. With everything that pretty is. My lady sweet, arise. Arise, arise. Cloten. So, get you gone. If this penetrate, I will consider your music the better, if it do not, it is a vice in her ears which horsehairs and calves' guts, nor the voice of unpaved eunuch to boot, can never amend. Excellent musicians. Enter Cymbeline and Queen. Second Lord. Here comes the king. Cloten. I am glad I was up so late, for that's the reason I was up so early. He cannot choose but take this service I have done fatherly. Good morrow. To your majesty and to my gracious mother. Cymbeline. Attend you here the door of our stern daughter? Will she not forth? Cloten. I have assailed her with musics, but she vouchsafes no notice. Cymbeline. The exile of her minion is too new. She hath not yet forgot him, some more time. Must wear the print of his remembrance on't. And then she's yours. Queen. You are most bound to th king. Who lets go by no vantages that may prefer you to his daughter. Frame yourself to orderly solicits, and befriended. With aptness of the season, make denials. Increase your services, so seem as if you were inspired to do those duties which you tender to her, that you in all obey her. Save when command to your dismission tends. And therein you are senseless. Cloten. Senseless? Not so. Enter a messenger. Messenger. So like you, sir, ambassadors from Rome. The one is Caius Lucius. Cymbeline. A worthy fellow. Albeit he comes on angry purpose now. But that's no fault of his. We must receive him according to the honor of his sender. And towards himself, his goodness forespent on us. We must extend our notice. Our dear son. When you have given good morning to your mistress. Attend the queen and us, we shall have need. Employ you towards this Roman. Come, our queen. Excellent all but Cloten. Cloten. If she be up, I'll speak with her, if not. Let her lie still and dream. By your leave, ho. Knox. I know her women are about her, what? If I do line one of their hands? 'Tis gold. Which buys admittance, oft it doth, yea, and makes Diana's rangers false themselves, yield up. They're dear to th stand o th stealer, and 'tis gold. Which makes the true man kill it and saves the thief. Nay, sometime hangs both thief and true man. What? Can it not do and undo? I will make one of her women lawyer to me, for I yet not understand the case myself. By your leave. Knocks. Enter a lady. Lady. Who's there that knocks? Cloten. A gentleman. Lady. No more? Cloten. Yes, and a gentlewoman's son. Lady. That's more than some whose tailors are as dear as yours can justly boast of. What's your lordship's pleasure? Cloten. Your lady's person, is she ready? Lady. A. To keep her chamber. Cloten. There is gold for you, sell me your good report. Lady. How? My good name? Or to report of you what I shall think is good. The princess. Enter Imogen. Cloten. Good morrow, fairest sister. Your sweet hand. Exit lady. Imogen. Good morrow, sir. You lay out too much pains for purchasing but trouble. The thanks I give is telling you that I am poor of thanks and scarce can spare them. Cloten. Still I swear I love you. Imogen. If you but said so, 'twere as deep with me. If you swear still, your recompense is still that I regard it not. Cloten. This is no answer. Imogen. But that you shall not say I yield, being silent. I would not speak. I pray you spare me. Faith. I shall unfold equal discourtesy to your best kindness, one of your great knowing should learn, being taught, forbearance. Cloten. To leave you in your madness 'twere my sin. I will not. Imogen. Fools are not mad folks. Cloten. Do you call me fool? Imogen. As I am mad, I do. If you'll be patient, I'll no more be mad. That cures us both. I am much sorry, sir. You put me to forget a lady's manners by being so verbal, and learn now, for all that I, which know my heart, do here pronounce. By th very truth of it, I care not for you. And am so near the lack of charity to accuse myself I hate you, which I had rather you felt than mack at my boast. Cloten. You sin against obedience, which you owe your father. For the contract you pretend with that base wretch. One bread of alms and fostered with cold dishes. With scraps oth court, it is no contract, none. And though it be allowed in meaner parties, yet who than he more mean to knit their souls, on whom there is no more dependency, but brats and beggary, in self-figured not. Yet you are curbed from that enlargement by the consequence oth crown, and must not foil the precious note of it with a base slave. A hilding for a livery, a squire's cloth. A pantler, not so eminent. Imogen. Profane fellow. Wert thou the son of Jupiter, and no more. But what thou art besides, thou wert too base to be his groom. Thou wert dignified enough, even to the point of envy, if 'twere made comparative for your virtues to be stilled. The under hangman of his kingdom, and hated for being preferred so well. Cloten. The south fog wrought him. Imogen. He never can meet more mischance than come to be but nammed of thee. His meanest garment that ever hath but clipped his body is dearer in my respect than all the hairs above thee. Were they all made such men? How now, Pisanio? Enter Pisanio. Cloten. His garment. Now the devil. Imogen. To Dorothy my woman hie thee presently. Cloten. His garment. Imogen. I am sprited with a fool. Frighted, and angered worse. Go bid my woman search for a jewel that too casually hath left mine arm. It was thy master's, shrew me. If I would lose it for a revenue of any kings in Europe, I do think I sought this morning, confident I am. Last night 'twas on mine arm, I kissed it. I hope it be not gone to tell my lord that I kiss aught but he. Pisanio. 'Twill not be lost. Imogen. I hope so. Go and search. Exit Pisanio. Cloten. You have abused me. His meanest garment. Imogen. I said so, sir. If you will make tea in action, call witness to tea. Cloten. I will inform your father. Imogen. Your mother too. She's my good lady and will conceive, I hope, but the worst of me. So I leave you, sir, to th worst of discontent. Exit. Cloten. I'll be revenged. His meanest garment. Well. Exit. Scene IV. Rome. Philario's house. Enter Posthumus and Philario. Posthumus. Fear it not, sir. I would I were so sure. To win the king as I am bold, her honor will remain hers. Philario. What means do you make to him? Posthumus. Not any, but abide the change of time. Quake in the present winter's state, and wish that warmer days would come. In these feared hopes I barely gratify your love, they failing I must die much your debtor. Philario. Your very goodness in your company o'erpays all I can do. By this your king hath heard of great Augustus Caius Lucius will do's commission throughly, and I think he'll grant the tribute, send arrearages, or look upon our Romans, whose remembrance is yet fresh in their grief. Posthumus. I do believe, statist though I am none, nor like to be, that this will prove a war, and you shall hear the legions now in Gallia sooner landed and are not fearing Britain than have tidings of any penny tribute paid. Our countrymen are men more ordered than when Julius Caesar smiled at their lack of skill, but found their courage worthy his frowning at. Their discipline, now mingled with their courages, will make known to their approvers they are people such that mend upon the world. Enter Iachimo. Philario. See. Iachimo. Posthumus. The swiftest hearts have posted you by land, and winds of all the corners kissed your sails to make your vessel nimble. Philario. Welcome, sir. Posthumus. I hope the briefness of your answer made the speediness of your return. Iachimo. Your lady is one of the fairest that I have looked upon. Posthumus. And therewithal the best, or let her beauty look through a casement to allure false hearts and be false with them. Iachimo. Here are letters for you. Posthumus. Their tenor good, I trust. Iachimo. 'Tis very like. Philario. Was Caius Lucius in the Britain court when you were there? Iachimo. He was expected then, but not approached. Posthumus. All is well yet. Sparkles this stone as it was wont, or is't not too dull for your good wearing? Iachimo. If I have lost it, I should have lost the worth of it in gold. I'll make a journey twice as far to enjoy a second night of such sweet shortness which was mine in Britain, for the ring is won. Posthumus. The stone's too hard to come by. Iachimo. Not a whit. Your lady being so easy. Posthumus. Make not, sir, your loss your sport. I hope you know that we must not continue friends. Iachimo. Good sir, we must, if you keep covenant. Had I not brought the knowledge of your mistress home, I grant we were to question farther, but I now profess myself the winner of her honor, together with your ring, and not the wronger of her or you, having proceeded but by both your wills. Posthumus. If you can make it apparent that you have tasted her in bed, my hand and ring is yours. If not, the foul opinion you had of her pure honor gains or loses your sword or mine, or masterless leaves both. To who shall find them? Iachimo. Sir, my circumstances, being so near the truth as I will make them, must first induce you to believe, whose strength I will confirm with oath, which I doubt not you'll give me leave to spare when you shall find you need it not. Posthumus. Proceed. Iachimo. First, her bedchamber, where I confess I slept not, but profess had that was well worth watching. It was hanged with tapestry of silk and silver, the story proud Cleopatra when she met a Roman, and Cydnus swell it above the banks, for the press of boats her pride, a piece of work so bravely done, so rich that it did strive in workmanship and value, which I wondered could be so rarely and exactly wrought, since the true life on't was. Posthumus. This is true, and this you might have heard of here by me or by some other. Iachimo. More particulars must justify my knowledge. Posthumus. So they must, or do your honor injury. Iachimo. The chimney is south the chamber, and the chimney-piece chaste Dian bathing. Never saw I figures so likely to report themselves. The cutter was as another nature, dumb, outwent her motion and breath left out. Posthumus. This is a thing which you might from relation likewise reap, being, as it is, much spoke of. Iachimo. The roof o'th chamber with golden cherubims is fretted, her andirons I had forgot them, were two winking cupids of silver, each on one foot standing, nicely. Depending on their brands. Posthumous. This is her honor. Let it be granted you have seen all this, and praise be given to your remembrance, the description of what is in her chamber nothing saves the wager you have laid. Iachimo. Then, if you can, shows the bracelet. Be pale. I beg but leave to air this jewel. See. And now 'tis up again. It must be married. To that your diamond, I'll keep them. Posthumous. Jove. Once more let me behold it. Is it that which I left with her? Iachimo. Sir, I thank her that she stripped it from her arm. I see her yet. Her pretty action did outsell her gift. And yet enriched it too. She gave it me and said she prised it once. Posthumous. Maybe she plucked it of to send it me. Iachimo. She writes so to you, doth she? Posthumous. Oh, no, no, no. 'Tis true. Here, take this too. Gives the ring. It is a basilisk unto mine eye. Kills me to look on't. Let there be no honor. Where there is beauty, truth wear semblance, love. Where there's another man. The vows of women. Of no more bondage be to where they are made than they are to their virtues, which is nothing. Oh, above measure false. Philario. Have patience, sir. And take your ring again, 'tis not yet won. It may be probable she lost it, or who knows if one her women, being corrupted, hath stolen it from her? Posthumous. Very true. And so I hope he came bit back my ring. Render to me some corporal sign about her. More evident than this, for this was stolen. Iachimo. By Jupiter, I had it from her arm. Posthumous. Hark you, he swears, by Jupiter he swears. 'Tis true, nay, keep the ring, 'tis true. I am sure. She would not lose it. Her attendants are all sworn and honorable. They indicate to steal it. And by a stranger. No, he hath enjoyed her. The cognizance of her incontinency. Is this? She hath bought the name of whore thus dearly. There, take thy hire, and all the fiends of hell divide themselves between you. Philario. Sir, be patient. This is not strong enough to be believed. Of one persuaded well of. Posthumous. Never talk on't. She hath been colted by him. Iachimo. If you seek for further satisfying, under her breast worthy the pressing, lies a mole, right proud of that most delicate lodging. By my life. I kissed it, and it gave me present hunger. To feed again, though full. You do remember this stain upon her? Posthumous. Ay, and it doth confirm another stain, as big as hell can hold. Were there no more but it? Iachimo. Will you hear more? Posthumous. Spare your arithmetic, never count the turns. Once, and a million. Iachimo. I'll be sworn. Posthumous. No swearing. If you will swear you have not done it, you lie. And I will kill thee if thou dost deny. Thou'st made me cuckold. Iachimo. I'll deny nothing. Posthumous. Oh that I had her here to tear her limb meal. I will go there and ith court before her father. I'll do something. Exit. Philario. Quite besides. The government of patience. You have won. Let's follow him and pervert the present wrath he hath against himself. Iachimo. With all my heart. Exeunt. Scene v. Rome. Another room in Philario's house. Enter Posthumous. Posthumous. Is there no way for men to be, but women must be half-workers? We are all bastards. And that most venerable man which I did call my father was I know not where. When I was stamped, some coiner with his tools made me a counterfeit, yet my mother seemed the Dian of that time. So doth my wife. The nonpareil of this. Oh, vengeance, vengeance. Me of my lawful pleasure she restrained. And prayed me oft forbearance, did it with a pudency so rosy, the sweet view on't might well have warmed old Saturn, that I thought her as chaste as unsunned snow. Oh, all the devils. This yellow Iachimo in an hour, was't not? Or less, at first? Perchance he spoke not, but like a full acorned boar, a German one. Cried oh. And mounted, found no opposition. But what he looked for should oppose and she should from encounter guard. Could I find out the woman's part in me? For there's no motion that tends to vice in man, but I affirm It is the woman's part. Be it lying, note it. The woman's, flattering, hers, deceiving, hers. Lust and rank thoughts, hers, revenges, hers. Ambitions, covetings, change of prides, disdain. Nice longing, slanders, mutability. All faults that man may name, nay, that hell knows. Why, hers, in part or all, but rather all. For even to vice. They are not constant, but are changing still. One vice but of a minute old for one. Not half so old as that. I'll write against them. Detest them, curse them. Yet 'tis greater skill. In a true hate to pray they have their will. The very devils cannot plague them better. Exit. Act 3. Scene I Britain. A hall in Cymbline's palace. Enter in state Cymbeline, queen, Cloten and lords at one door, and at another Caius Lucius and attendants. Cymbeline. Now say, what would Augustus Caesar with us? Lucius. When Julius Caesar, whose remembrance yet lives in men's eyes, and will to ears and tongues be theme and hearing ever, was in this Britain. And conquered it, Cassibelan, thine uncle. Famous in Caesar's praises no whit less than in his feats deserving it, for him. And his succession granted Rome a tribute. Yearly £3,000, which by thee lately is left untendered. Queen. And, to kill the marvel, shall be so ever. Cloten. There be many Caesars ere such another Julius. Britain is a world by itself, and we will nothing pay for wearing our own noses. Queen. That opportunity, which then they had to take from's, to resume, we have again. Remember, sir, my liege, the kings your ancestors, together with the natural bravery of your isle, which stands as Neptune's park, Ribbit and Paladin, with rocks unscalable and roaring waters, with sands that will not bear your enemies' boats, but suck them up to topmast. A kind of conquest Caesar made here, but made not here his brag. Of came, and saw, and overcame. With shame. The first that ever touched him, he was carried from off our coast, twice beaten, and his shipping. Poor ignorant baubles. On our terrible seas. Like eggshells movet upon their surges, cracked. As easily gainst our rocks, for joy whereof. The famed Cassibelan, who was once at point. Oh, giglet fortune. To master Caesar's sword. Made Lud's town with rejoicing fires bright. And Britons strut with courage. Cloten. Come, there's no more tribute to be paid. Our kingdom is stronger than it was at that time, and, as I said, there is no mo such Caesars. Other of them may have crooked noses, but to such straight arms, none. Cymbeline. Son, let your mother end. Cloten. We have yet many among us can gripe as hard as Cassibelan. I do not say I am one, but I have a hand. Why tribute? Why should we pay tribute? If Caesar can hide the sun from us with a blanket or put the moon in his pocket, we will pay him tribute for light, else, sir, no more tribute. Pray you now. Cymbeline. You must know. Till the injurious Romans did extort this tribute from us, we were free. Caesar's ambition, which swelled so much that it did almost stretch the sides oth world, against all color here, did put the yoke upon's, which to shake of becomes a warlike people, whom we reckon ourselves to be. Cloten. We do. Cymbeline. Say then to Caesar. Our ancestor was that Mulmutius which ordained our laws, whose use the sword of Caesar hath too much mangled, whose repair and franchise shall, by the power we hold, be our good deed. Though Rome be therefore angry, Mulmutius made our laws. Who was the first of Britain which did put his brows within a golden crown, and called himself a king? Lucius. I am sorry, Cymbeline, that I am to pronounce Augustus Caesar. Caesar, that hath mo kings his servants than thyself domestic officers, thine enemy. Receive it from me, then. War and confusion. In Caesar's name pronounce I gainst thee, look. For fury not to be resisted. Thus defied. I thank thee for myself. Cymbeline. Thou art welcome, Caius. Thy Caesar knighted me, my youth I spent much under him, of him I gather it honor, which he to seek of me again, perforce, behoves me keep at utterance. I am perfect. That the Pannonians and Dalmatians for their liberties are now in arms, a precedent, which not to read would show the Britons cold. So Caesar shall not find them. Lucius. Let proof speak. Cloten. His Majesty bids you welcome. Make pastime with us a day or two, or longer. If you seek us afterwards in other terms, you shall find us in our saltwater girdle. If you beat us out of it, it is yours. If you fall in the adventure, our crows shall fare the better for you, and there's an end. Lucius. So, sir. Cymbeline. I know your master's pleasure, and he mine. All the remain is, welcome. Excellent. Scene 2. Britain. Another room in Cymbeline's palace. Enter Pisanio reading of a letter. Pisanio. How? Of adultery? Wherefore write you not? What monsters her accuse? Leonidas. O master, what a strange infection is found into thy ear. What false Italian, as poisonous tongue it is handed, hath prevailed on thy too ready hearing? Disloyal? No. She's punished for her truth and undergoes more goddess-like than wife-like such assaults as would take in some virtue. O my master, thy mind to her is now as low as were thy fortunes. How? That I should murder her? Upon the love and truth and vows which I have made to thy command? I, her blood? If it be so to do good service, never let me be counted serviceable. How look I? That I should seem to lack humanity. So much as this fact comes to? Reads. The letter that I have sent her, by her own command, shall give thee opportunity. O damned paper, black as the ink that's on thee. Senseless bauble. Art thou a fettery for this act, and look'st so virgin-like without? Lo, here she comes. Enter Imogen. I am ignorant in what I am commanded. Imogen. How now, Pisanio? Pisanio. Madam, here is a letter from my lord. Imogen. Who? Thy lord? That is my lord, Leonidas. Oh, learned indeed were that astronomer that knew the stars as I his characters. He'd lay the future open. You good gods. Let what is here contained relish of love, of my lord's health, of his content, yet not that we two are asunder, let that grieve him. Some griefs are medicinable, that is one of them. For it doth physic love of his content. All but in that. Good wax, thy leave. Blessed be you bees that make these locks of counsel. Lovers and men in dangerous bonds pray not alike. Though forfeiters you cast in prison, yet you clasp young Cupid's tables. Good news, gods. Reads. Justice and your father's wrath, should he take me in his dominion, could not be so cruel to me as you, O the dearest of creatures, would even renew me with your eyes. Take notice that I am in Cambria, at Milford Haven. What your own love will out of this advise you, follow. So he wishes you all happiness that remains loyal to his vow, and your increasing in love. Leonidas Posthumus. O for a horse with wings. Hear'st thou, Pisanio? He is at Milford Haven. Read, and tell me how far 'tis thither. If one of mean affairs may plot it in a week, why may not I glide thither in a day? Then, true Pisanio, who longst like me to see thy lord, who longst. Oh, let me bait. But not like me, yet longst. But in a fainter kind. Oh, not like me. For mine's beyond. Say, and speak thick. Love's counselor should fill the bores of hearing. To th smothering of the sense, how far it is. To this same blessed Milford. And by th way. Tell me how Wales was made so happy as T inherits such a haven. But first of all, how we may steal from hence, and for the gap that we shall make in time from our hence going and our return, to excuse. But first, how get hence? Why should excuse be born or ear begot? We'll talk of that hereafter. Prithee speak. How many score of miles may we well rid? Twixt hour and hour? Pisanio. 1 score twixt sun and sun. Madam, s enough for you, and too much too. Imogen. Why, one that rode to's execution, man, could never go so slow. I have heard of riding wagers where horses have been nimbler than the sands that run ith clock's behalf. But this is foolery. Go bid my woman feign a sickness, say she'll home to her father and provide me presently a riding suit no costlier than would fit a franklin's huswife. Pisanio. Madam, your best consider. Imogen. I see before me, man, nor hear, nor what ensues, but have a fog in them that I cannot look through. Away, I prithee. Do as I bid thee. There's no more to say. Accessible is none but Milford Way. Exeunt. Scene 3. Wales. A mountainous country with a cave. Enter from the cave Belarius, Guiderius and Arviragus. Belarius. A goodly day not to keep house with such. Whose roof's as low as ours. Stoop, boys, the skate. Instructs you how to adore the heavens, and bows you to a morning's holy office. The gates of monarchs are arched so high that giants may jet through and keep their impious turbans on without. Good morrow to the sun. Hail, thou fair heaven. We house ith rock, yet use thee not so hardly as prouder livers do. Guiderius. Hail, heaven. Arviragus. Hail, heaven. Belarius. Now for our mountain sport. Up to yond hill. Your legs are young, I'll tread these flats. Consider. When you above perceive me like a crow, that it is place which lessens and sets off. And you may then revolve what tales I have told you. Of courts, of princes, of the tricks in war. This service is not service so being done. But being so allowed. To apprehend thus. Draws us a profit from all things we see. And often to our comfort shall we find the sharded beetle in a safer hold than is the full-winged eagle. Oh, this life is nobler than attending for a check. Richer than doing nothing for a robe. Prouder than rustling in unpaid-for silk. Such gain the cap of him that makes him fine. Yet keeps his book uncrossed. No life to ours. Guiderius. Out of your proof you speak. We, poor unfledged, have never winged from view oth nest, nor know not what airs from home. Haply this life is best. If quiet life be best, sweeter to you. That have a sharper known, well corresponding with your stiff age. But unto us it is a cell of ignorance, travelling a bed. A prison for a debtor that not dares to stride a limit. Arviragus. What should we speak of when we are old as you? When we shall hear the rain and wind beat dark December, how in this our pinching cave shall we discourse the freezing hours away? We have seen nothing. We are beastly, subtle as the fox for prey, like warlike as the wolf for what we eat. Our valor is to chase what flies, our cage we make a choir, as doth the prisoned bird, and sing our bondage freely. Belarius. How you speak. Did you but know the city's usuries and felt them knowingly, the art oth court as hard to leave as keep, whose top to climb is certain falling, or so slippery that the fear's as bad as falling, the toil oth war, a pain that only seems to seek out danger. Ith name of fame and honor, which dies ith search, and hath as oft a slanderous epitaph as record of fair act, nay, many times doth ill deserve by doing well, what's worse, must curtsy at the censure. Oh, boys, the story the world may read in me, my body's marked with Roman swords, and my report was once first with the best of note. Cymbeline loved me, and when a soldier was the theme, my name was not far off. Then was I as a tree whose boughs did bend with fruit. But in one night a storm, or robbery, call it what you will, shook down my mellow hangings, nay, my leaves, and left me bare to weather. Guiderius. Uncertain favor. Belarius. My fault being nothing, as I have told you oft. But that two villains, whose false oaths prevailed before my perfect honor, swore to Cymbeline I was confederate with the Romans. So followed my banishment, and this 20 years. This rock and these domains have been my world, where I have lived at honest freedom, paid more pious debts to heaven than in all the forend of my time. But up to th mountains. This is not hunter's language. He that strikes the venison first shall be the Lord oth feast. To him the other two shall minister. And we will fear no poison, which attends in place of greater state. I'll meet you in the valleys. Exeunt Guiderius and Arviragus. How hard it is to hide the sparks of nature. These boys know little they are sons to th king. Nor Cymbeline dreams that they are alive. They think they are mine, and though trained up thus meanly, ith cave wherein they bow, their thoughts do hit the roofs of palaces, and nature prompts them in simple and low things to prince it much beyond the trick of others. This Polydore, the heir of Cymbeline and Britain, who the king his father called Guiderius Jove, when on my 3 footstool lie sit and tell the warlike feats I have done, his spirits fly out into my story, say thus mine enemy fell And thus I set my foot on's neck, even then. The princely blood flows in his cheek, he sweats. Strains his young nerves, and puts himself in posture. That acts my words. The younger brother, Cadwal. Once Arviragus, in as like a figure. Strikes life into my speech, and shows much more. His own conceiving. Hark, the game is roused. O Cymbeline, heaven and my conscience knows. Thou didst unjustly banish me. Whereon? At 3 years old, I stole these babes. Thinking to bar thee of succession as. Thou reft'st me of my lands. Europhile. Thou wast their nurse, they took thee for their mother. And every day do honor to her grave. Myself, Belarius, that a Morgan called. They take for natural father. The game is up. Exit. Scene IV. Wales, near Milford Haven. Enter Pisanio and Imogen. Imogen. Thou toldst me, when we came from horse, the place was near at hand. Ne'er longed my mother so to see me first as I have now. Pisanio. Man. Where is Posthumus? What is in thy mind that makes thee stare thus? Wherefore breaks that sigh from th inward of thee? One but painted thus would be interpreted a thing perplexed beyond self-explication. Put thyself into a havior of less fear, ere wildness. Vanquish my stater senses. What's the matter? Why tender'st thou that paper to me with a look untender? If't be summer news, smile taught before, if winterly, thou needst but keep that countenance still. My husband's hand? That drug damned Italy hath outcraftied him. And he's at some hard point. Speak, man, thy tongue may take off some extremity, which to read would be even mortal to me. Pisanio. Please you read. And you shall find me, wretched man, a thing the most disdained of fortune. Imogen. Reads. Thy mistress, Pisanio, hath played the strumpet in my bed. The testimonies whereof lie bleeding in me. I speak not out of weak surmises, but from proof as strong as my grief, and as certain as I expect my revenge. That part thou, Pisanio, must act for me, if thy faith be not tainted with the breach of hers. Let thine own hands take away her life, I shall give thee opportunity at Milford Haven, she hath my letter for the purpose, where, if thou fear to strike, and to make me certain it is done, thou art the pander to her dishonor, and equally to me disloyal. Pisanio. What shall I need to draw my sword? The paper hath cut her throat already. No, 'tis slander. Whose edge is sharper than the sword, whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile, whose breath rides on the posting winds and doth belie all corners of the world, kings, queens, and states, maids, matrons, nay, the secrets of the grave. This viperous slander enters. What cheer, madam? Imogen. False to his bed? What is it to be false? To lie and watch there, and to think on him? To weep twixt clock and clock? If sleep charge nature, to break it with a fearful dream of him, and cry myself awake? That's false to's bed. Is it? Pisanio. Alas, good lady. Imogen. I false. Thy conscience witness. I Iachimo. Thou didst accuse him of incontinency. Thou then look'st like a villain, now, methinks. Thy favour's good enough. Some J of Italy, whose mother was her painting, hath betrayed him. Poor I am stale, a garment out of fashion. And for I am richer than to hang by th walls. I must be ripped to pieces with me. Oh. Men's vows are women's traitors. All good seeming. By thy revolt, O husband, shall be thought put on for villainy, not born where it grows, but worn a bait for ladies. Pisanio. Good madam, hear me. Imogen. True honest men being heard, like false Aeneas, were, in his time, thought false, and Sinon's weeping did scandal many a holy tear, took pity from most true wretchedness. So thou, Posthumus, wilt lay the leaven on all proper men. Goodly and gallant shall be false and perjured. From thy great fail. Come, fellow, be thou honest. Do thou thy master's bidding, when thou seest him. A little witness my obedience. Look. I draw the sword myself, take it, and hit the innocent mansion of my love, my heart. Fear not, 'tis empty of all things but grief. Thy master is not there, who was indeed the riches of it. Do his bidding, strike. Thou mayst be valiant in a better cause. But now thou seem'st a coward. Pisanio. Hence, vile instrument. Thou shalt not damn my hand. Imogen. Why, I must die. And if I do not by thy hand, thou art no servant of thy master's. Against self-slaughter. There is a prohibition so divine that cravens my weak hand. Come, here's my heart. Something's afrit. Soft, soft. Will no defense. Obedient as the scabbard. What is here? The scriptures of the loyal Leonidas. All turn it to heresy? Away, away. Corrupters of my faith, you shall no more be stomachers to my heart. Thus may poor fools believe false teachers, though those that are betrayed do feel the treason sharply, yet the traitor stands in worse case of woe. And thou, Posthumus, that didst set up my disobedience gainst the king, my father, and make me put into contempt the suits of princely fellows, shalt hereafter find. It is no act of common passage, but a strain of rareness, and I grieve myself to think, when thou shalt be disaged by her, that now thou tirest on, how thy memory will then be panged by me. Prithee dispatch the lamp entreats the butcher. Where's thy knife? Thou art too slow to do thy master's bidding when I desire it too. Pisanio. O gracious lady, since I received command to do this bucines, I have not slept one wink. Imogen. And to bed then. Pisanio. I'll wake mine eyeballs first. Imogen. Wherefore then didst undertake it? Why hast thou bussed so many miles with a pretense? This place? Mine action and thine own? Our horses' labor? The time inviting thee? The perturbed court? For my being absent? Whereunto, I never purpose return. Why hast thou gone so far? To be unbent when thou hast ta'en thy stand. Elected dear before thee? Pisanio. But to win time. To lose so bad employment, in the which I have considerate of a course. Good lady. Hear me with patience. Imogen. Talk thy tongue weary, speak. I have heard I am a strumpet, and mine ear therein false struck, can take no greater wound, nor tent to bottom that. But speak. Pisanio. Then, madam, I thought you would not back again. Imogen. Most like bringing me here to kill me. Pisanio. Not so, neither. But if I were as wise as honest, then my purpose would prove well. It cannot be but that my master is a bussed, some villain, and singular in his art, hath done you both this cursed injury. Imogen. Some Roman courtesan. Pisanio. No, on my life. I'll give but notice you are dead, and send him some bloody sign of it, for 'tis commanded I should do so. You shall be missed at court, and that will well confirm it. Imogen. Why, good fellow, what shall I do the while? Where bide? How live? Or in my life what comfort, when I am dead to my husband? Pisanio. If you'll back to court. Imogen. No court, no father, nor no more ado with that harsh, noble, simple nothing. That Cloten, whose love suit hath been to me as fearful as a siege. Pisanio. If not at court, then not in Britain must you bide. Imogen. Where then? Hath Britain all the sun that shines? Day, night. Are they not but in Britain? World's volume. Our Britain seems as of it, but not in't. In a great pool a swan's nest. Prithee think. There's livers out of Britain. Pisanio. I am most glad. You think of other place. Ambassador Lucius the Roman comes to Milford Haven tomorrow. Now, if you could wear a mind dark as your fortune is, and but disguise that which appear itself must not yet be, but by self-danger you should tread a course pretty and full of view, yea, happily, near the residence of Posthumus, so nigh, at least, that though his actions were not visible, yet report should render him hourly to your ear, as truly as he moves. Imogen. Oh, for such means, though peril to my modesty, not death on't, I would adventure. Pisanio. Well then, here's the point. You must forget to be a woman, change command into obedience, fear and niceness. The handmaids of all women, or, more truly, woman it pretty self, into a waggish courage. Ready in jibes, quick answered, saucy, and as querulous as the weasel. Nay, you must forget that rarest treasure of your cheek, exposing it, but, oh, the harder heart. Alack, no remedy to the greedy touch of common kissing Titan, and forget Your laborsome and dainty trims wherein you made great Juno angry. Imogen. Nay, be brief. I see into thy end, and am almost a man already. Pisanio. First, make yourself but like one. For thinking this, I have already fit. 'Tis in my cloak bag, doublet, hat, hose, all. That answer to them. Would you, in their serving? And with what imitation you can borrow from youth of such a season, for noble Lucius. Present yourself, desire his service, tell him wherein you're happy, which will make him know. If that his head have ear in music, doubtless with joy he will embrace you, for he's honorable. And, doubling that, most holy, your means abroad. You have me, rich, and I will never fail. Beginning nor supplement. Imogen. Thou art all the comfort the gods will diet me with. Prithee away. There's more to be considered, but we'll even all that good time will give us this attempt. I am soldier too, and will abide it with a prince's courage. Away, I prithee. Pisanio. Well, madam, we must take a short farewell. Lest, being missed, I be suspected of your carriage from the court. My noble mistress. Here is a box, I had it from the queen. What's in't is precious. If you are sick at sea or stomach quammit at land, a dram of this will drive away distemper to some shade and fit you to your manhood. May the gods direct you to the best. Imogen. Amen. I thank thee. Exeunt severally. Scene v. Britain. Cymbline's palace. Enter Cymbeline, Queen, Cloten, Lucius and lords. Cymbeline. Thus far, and so farewell. Lucius. Thanks, royal sir. My emperor hath wrote, I must from hence. And am right sorry that I must report ye my master's enemy. Cymbeline. Our subjects, sir, will not endure his yoke, and for Erself to show less sovereignty than they must needs appear unkinglike. Lucius. So, sir, I desire of you a conduct overland to Milford Haven. Madam, all joy befall your grace, and you. Cymbeline. My lords, you are appointed for that office. The due of honor in no point omit. So farewell, noble Lucius. Lucius. Your hand, my lord. Cloten. Receive it friendly, but from this time forth I wear it as your enemy. Lucius. Sir, the event is yet to name the winner. Fare you well. Cymbeline. Leave not the worthy Lucius, good my lords, till he have crossed the Severn. Happiness. Exeunt Lucius and lords. Queen. He goes hence frowning, but it honors us that we have given him cause. Cloten. 'Tis all the better. Your valiant Britons have their wishes in it. Cymbeline. Lucius hath wrote already to the emperor how it goes here. It fits us therefore ripely. Our chariots and our horsemen be in readiness. The poors that he already hath in Gallia will soon be drawn to head, from whence he moves his war for Britain. Queen. 'Tis not sleepy business, but must be looked to speedily and strongly. Cymbeline. Our expectation that it would be thus hath made us forward. But, my gentle queen, where is our daughter? She hath not appeared before the Roman, nor to us hath tendered the duty of the day. She looks us like a thing more made of malice than of duty. We have noted it. Call her before us, for we have been too slight in sufferance. Exit an attendant. Queen. Royal sir. Since the exile of Posthumus, most retered, hath her life been, the cure whereof, my lord, 'tis time must do. Beseech your majesty. Forbear sharp speeches to her, she's a lady. So tender of rebukes that words are strokes. And strokes death to her. Enter attendant. Cymbeline. Where is she, sir? How can her contempt be answered? Attendant. Please you, sir. Her chambers are all locked, and there's no answer that will be given to th loud of noise we make. Queen. My lord, when last I went to visit her, she prayed me to excuse her keeping close, where too constrained by her infirmity she should that duty leave unpaid to you, which daily she was bound to proffer. This she wished me to make known, but our great court made me to blame in memory. Cymbeline. Her doors locked? Not seen of late? Grant, heavens, that which I fear prove false. Exit. Queen. Son, I say, follow the king. Cloten. That man of hers, Pisanio, her old servant, I have not seen these 2 days. Queen. Go, look after. Exit Cloten. Pisanio, thou that standst so for Posthumus. He hath a drug of mine. I pray his absence. Proceed by swallowing that, for he believes. It is a thing most precious. But for her. Where is she gone? Haply despair hath seized her. Or, winged with fervor of her love, she's flown. To her desert Posthumus. Gone she is. To death or to dishonor, and my end. Can make good use of either. She being down. I have the placing of the British crown. Enter Cloten. How now, my son? Cloten. 'Tis certain she is fled. Go in and cheer the king. He rages, none dare come about him. Queen. All the better. May this night forestall him of the coming day. Exit. Cloten. I love and hate her, for she's fair and royal. And that she hath all courtly parts more exquisite than ladies, woman. From every one. The best she hath, and she, of all compounded, outsells them all. I love her therefore, but disdaining me and throwing favors on the low Posthumus slanders so her judgment. That what's else rare is chalked, and in that point I will conclude to hate her, nay, indeed, to be revving it upon her. For when fools shall enter Pisanio. Who is here? What are you packing, sirrah? Come hither. Ah, you precious pander. Villain. Where is thy lady? In a word, or else thou art straightway with the fiends. Pisanio. O good my lord. Cloten. Where is thy lady? Or, by Jupiter, I will not ask again. Close, villain. I'll have this secret from thy heart, or rip thy heart to find it. Is she with Posthumus? From whose so many weights of baseness cannot a dram of worth be drawn? Pisanio. Alas, my lord. How can she be with him? When was she missed? He is in Rome. Cloten. Where is she, sir? Come nearer. No farther halting. Satisfy me home. What is become of her? Pisanio. O my all-worthy lord. Cloten. All-worthy villain. Discover where thy mistress is at once. At the next word. No more of worthy lord. Speak, or thy silence on the instant is thy condemnation and thy death. Pisanio. Then, sir, this paper is the history of my knowledge. Touching her flight. Presenting a letter. Cloten. Let's seat. I will pursue her. Even to Augustus's throne. Pisanio. Aside. Or this or perish. She's far enough, and what he learns by this may prove his travel, not her danger. Cloten. Hum. Pisanio. Aside. I'll write to my lord she's dead. O Imogen. Safe mayst thou wander, safe return again. Cloten. Sirrah, is this letter true? Pisanio. Sir, as I think. Cloten. It is Posthumus's hand, I note. Sirrah, if thou wouldst not be a villain, but do me true service, undergo those employments wherein I should have cause to use thee with a serious industry, that is, what villainy soe'er I bid thee do, to perform it directly and truly I would. Think thee an honest man, thou shouldst neither want my means for thy relief nor my voice for thy preferment. Pisanio. Well, my good lord. Cloten. Wilt thou serve me? For since patiently and constantly thou hast stuck to the bare fortune of that beggar Posthumus, thou canst not, in the course of gratitude, but be a diligent follower of mine. Wilt thou serve me? Pisanio. Sir, I will. Cloten. Give me thy hand, here's my purse. Hast any of thy late master's garments in thy possession? Pisanio. I have, my lord, at my lodging, the same suit he wore when he took leave of my lady and mistress. Cloten. The first service thou dost me, fetch that suit hither. Let it be thy first service, go. Pisanio. I shall, my lord. Exit. Cloten. Meet thee at Milford Haven. I forgot to ask him one thing, I'll remember it anon. Even there, thou villain Posthumus, will I kill thee. I would these garments were come. She said upon a time the bitterness of it I now belch from my heart, that she held the very garment of Posthumus in more respect than my noble and natural person, together with the adornment of my qualities. With that suit upon my back will I ravish her, first kill him, and in her eyes there shall she see my valor, which will then be a torment to her contempt. He on the ground. My speech of insultment ended on his dead body, and when my lust hath dined, which, as I say, to vex her I will execute in the clothes that she so praised to the court, I'll knock her back, foot her home again. She hath despised me rejoicingly, and I'll be merry in my revenge. Enter Pisanio with the clothes. Be those the garments? Pisanio. Ay, my noble lord. Cloten. How long is't since she went to Milford Haven? Pisanio. She can scarce be there yet. Cloten. Bring this apparel to my chamber, that is the second thing that I have commanded thee. The third is that thou wilt be a voluntary mute to my design. Be but duteous and true, preferment shall tender itself to thee. My revenge is now at Milford, would I had wings to follow it. Come, and be true. Exit. Pisanio. Thou bidst me to my loss, for true to thee were to prove false, which I will never be. To him that is most true. To Milford go. And find not her whom thou pursuest. Flow, flow. You heavenly blessings on her. This fool's speed be crossed with slowness. Labor be his meed. Exit. Scene Vi. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Enter Imogen alone, in boy's clothes. Imogen. I see a man's life is a tedious one. I have turret myself, and for 2 nights together have made the ground my bed. I should be sick. But that my resolution helps me. Milford. When from the mountain top Pisanio showed thee, thou wast within a ken. O Jove. I think. Foundations fly the wretched, such, I mean. Where they should be relieved. 2 beggars told me. I could not miss my way. Will poor folks lie that have afflictions on them, knowing 'tis a punishment or trial? Yes, no wonder. When rich ones scarce tell true. To lapse in fullness is sorer than to lie for need, and falsehood is worse in kings than beggars. My dear lord. Thou art one of false ones. Now I think on thee. My hunger's gone, but even before, I was at point to sink for food. But what is this? Here is a path taught, 'tis some savage hold. I were best not call, I dare not call. Yet famine. Ere clean it o'erthrow nature, makes it valiant. Plenty and peace breeds cowards, hardness ever. Of hardiness is mother. Ho! Who's here? If anything that's civil, speak, if savage, take or lend. Ho! No answer? Then I'll enter. Best draw my sword, and if mine enemy but fear the sword, like me, he'll scarcely look on't. Such a foe, good heavens. Exit into the cave. Scene Vi. The same. Enter Belarius, Guiderius and Arviragus. Belarius. You, Polydore, have proved best woodman and are master of the feast. Cadwal and I will play the cook and servant, 'tis our match. The sweat of industry would dry and I but for the end it works to come, our stomachs will make what's homely savory, weariness can snore upon the flint when resti sloth finds the down pillow hard. Now, peace be here. Poor house, that keeps thyself. Guiderius. I am thoroughly weary. Arviragus. I am weak with toil, yet strong in appetite. Guiderius. There is cold meat ith cave, we'll browse on that. Whilst what we have killed be cooked. Belarius. Looking into the cave. Stay, come not in. But that it eats our victuals, I should think. Here were a fairy. Guiderius. What's the matter, sir? Belarius. By Jupiter, an angel. Or, if not, an earthly paragon. Behold divineness. No elder than a boy. Enter Imogen. Imogen. Good masters, harm me not. Before I enter it here I called and thought to have begged or bought what I have took. Good troth. I have stolen naught, nor would not though I had found gold strew at ith floor. Here's money for my meat. I would have left it on the board so soon as I had made my meal and parted with prayers for the provider. Guiderius. Money, youth? Arviragus. All gold and silver rather turn to dirt, as 'tis no better reckoned but of those who worship dirty gods. Imogen. I see you're angry. No, if you kill me for my fault, I should have died had I not made it. Belarius. Whither bound? Imogen. To Milford Haven. Belarius. What's your name? Imogen. Fidel, sir. I have a kinsman who is bound for Italy, he embarked at Milford. To whom being going, almost spent with hunger. I am found in this offense. Belarius. Prithee, fair youth. Think us no churls, nor measure our good minds. By this rude place we live in. Well encountered. 'Tis almost night, you shall have better cheer. Ere you depart, and thanks to stay and eat it. Boys, bid him welcome. Guiderius. Were you a woman, youth? I should woo hard but be your groom. In honesty. I bid for you as I'd buy. Arviragus. I'll make it my comfort. He is a man. I'll love him as my brother. And such a welcome as I'd give to him. After long absence, such as yours. Most welcome. Be sprightly, for you fall mongst friends. Imogen. Mongst friends. If brothers. Aside. Would it had been so that they had been my father's sons? Then had my prize been less, and so more equal ballasting. To thee, Posthumus. Belarius. He rings at some distress. Guiderius. Would I could freet. Arviragus. Or I, whate'er it be. What pain it cost, what danger. Gods. Belarius. Whispering. Hark, boys. Imogen. Aside. Great men. That had a court no bigger than this cave. That did attend themselves, and had the virtue which their own conscience sealed them, laying by that nothing gift of differing multitudes could not outpeer these twain. Pardon me, gods. I'd change my sex to be companion with them. Since Leonidas false. Belarius. It shall be so. Boys, we'll go dress our hunt. Fair youth, come in. Discourse is heavy, fasting, when we have supped. We'll mannerly demand thee of thy story. So far as thou wilt speak it. Guiderius. Pray draw near. Arviragus. The night to th owl and morn to th lark less. Welcome. Imogen. Thanks sir. Arviragus. I pray draw near. Exeunt. Scene VE. Rome. A public place. Enter two Roman senators and tribunes. First senator. This is the tenor of the emperor's writ. That since the common men are now in action gainst the Pannonians and Dalmatians, and that the legions now in Gallia are full weak to undertake our wars against the foul-off Britons, that we do incite the gentry to this business. He creates Lucius proconsul, and to you, the tribunes, for this immediate levy, he commands his absolute commission. Long live Caesar. Tribune. Is Lucius general of the forces? Second senator. A. Tribune. Remaining now in Gallia? First senator. With those legions which I have spoke of, whereunto your levy must be suppliant. The words of your commission will tie you to the numbers and the time of their dispatch. Tribune. We will discharge our duty. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I Wales. Near the cave of Belarius. Enter Cloten alone. Cloten. I am near to th place where they should meet, if Pisanio have mapped it truly. How fit his garments serve me. Why should his mistress, who was made by him that made the tailor, not be fit too? The rather. Saving reverence of the word, for 'tis said a woman's fitness comes by fits. Therein I must play the workman. I dare speak it to myself, for it is not vain glory for a man and his glass to confer in his own chamber. I mean, the lines of my body are as well drawn as his, no less. Young, more strong, not beneath him in fortunes, beyond him in the advantage of the time, above him in birth, alike conversant in general services, and more remarkable in single oppositions. Yet this imperseverant thing loves him in my despite. What mortality is? Posthumus, thy head, which now is growing upon thy shoulders, shall within this hour be off, thy mistress enforced, thy garments cut to pieces before her face, and all this done, spurn her home to her father, who may, haply, be a little angry for my so rough usage, but my mother, having power of his testiness, shall turn all into my commendations. My horse is tied up safe. Out, sword, and to a sore purpose. Fortune, put them into my hand. This is the very description of their meeting place, and the fellow dares not deceive me. Exit. Scene 2. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Enter from the cave, Belarius, Guiderius, Arviragus and Imogen. Belarius. To Imogen. You are not well. Remain here in the cave. We'll come to you after hunting. Arviragus. To Imogen. Brother, stay here. Are we not brothers? Imogen. So man and man should be. But clay and clay differs in dignity. whose dust is both alike. I am very sick. Guiderius. Go you to hunting, I'll abide with him. Imogen. So sick I am not, yet I am not well. But not so citizen a wanton as to seem to die ere sick. So please you, leave me. Stick to your journal course. The breach of custom is breach of all. I am ill, but your being by me cannot amend me, society is no comfort. To one not sociable. I am not very sick. Since I can reason of it. Pray you trust me here. I'll rob none but myself, and let me die. Stealing so poorly. Guiderius. I love thee, I have spoke it. How much the quantity, the weight as much. As I do love my father. Belarius. What? How? Arviragus. If it be sin to say so, sir, I yoke me. In my good brother's fault. I know not why. I love this youth, and I have heard you say. Love's reasons without reason. The beer adore. And a demand who is't shall die, I'd say. My father, not this youth. Belarius. Aside. O noble strain. O worthiness of nature. Breed of greatness. Cowards father cowards and base things sire base. Nature hath meal and bran, contempt and grace. I'm not their father, yet who this should be. Doth miracle itself, laved before me. 'Tis the 9th hour oth morn. Arviragus. Brother, farewell. Imogen. I wish ye sport. Arviragus. Your health. To Belarius. So please you sir. Imogen. Aside. These are kind creatures. Gods, what lies I have heard. Our courtiers say all's savage but at court. Experience, oh, thou disprov'st report. Imperious seas breed monsters, for the dish. Pour tributary rivers as sweet fish. I am sick still, heart sick. Pisanio. I'll now taste of thy drug. Swallows some. Guiderius. I could not stir him. He said he was gentle, but unfortunate. Dishonestly afflicted, but yet honest. Arviragus. Thus did he answer me, yet said hereafter. I might know more. Belarius. To th field. We'll leave you for this time. Go in and rest. Arviragus. We'll not be long away. Belarius. Pray be not sick. For you must be our huswife. Imogen. Well or ill. I am bound to you. Belarius. And shalt be ever. Exit Imogen into the cave. This youth, however distressed, appears he hath had good ancestors. Arviragus. How angel-like he sings. Guiderius. But his neat cookery. He cut our roots in characters. And socket our broths as Juno had been sick. And he her eater. Arviragus. Nobly, he yokes. A smiling with a sigh, as if the sigh was that it was for not being such a smile. The smile mocking the sigh that it would fly. From so divine a temple to comics. With winds that sailors rail at. Guiderius. I do note that grief and patience, rooted in him both, mingle their spurs together. Arviragus. Grow patience. And let the stinking elder, grief, untwine his perishing root with the increasing vine. Belarius. It is great morning. Come, away. Who's there? Enter Cloten. Cloten. I cannot find those runagates, that villain hath mocked me. I am faint. Belarius. Those runagates? Means he not us? I partly know him, 'tis Cloten, the son oth queen. I fear some ambush. I saw him not these many years, and yet I know 'tis he. We are held as outlaws. Hence. Guiderius. He is but one, you and my brother search. What companies are near? Pray you away. Let me alone with him. Exeunt Belarius and Arviragus. Cloten. Soft. What are you? That fly me thus? Some villain mountaineers? I have heard of such. What slave art thou? Guiderius. A thing more slavish did I ne'er than answering. A slave without a knock. Cloten. Thou art a robber. A lawbreaker, a villain. Yield thee, thief. Guiderius. To who? To thee? What art thou? Have not I an arm as big as thine, a heart as big? Thy words, I grant, are bigger, for I wear not my dagger in my mouth. Say what thou art. Why I should yield to thee. Cloten. Thou villain base. Know'st me not by my clothes? Guiderius. No, nor thy tailor, rascal. Who is thy grandfather? He made those clothes. which, as it seems, make thee. Cloten. Thou precious varlet. My tailor made them not. Guiderius. Hence, then, and thank the man that gave them thee. Thou art some fool. I am loath to beat thee. Cloten. Thou injurious thief. Hear but my name, and tremble. Guiderius. What's thy name? Cloten. Cloten, thou villain. Guiderius. Cloten, thou double villain, be thy name. I cannot tremble at it. Were it toad, or adder, spider. 'Twold move me sooner. Cloten. To thy further fear. Nay, to thy mere confusion, thou shalt know. I am son to th queen. Guiderius. I'm sorry for't, not seeming so worthy as thy birth. Cloten. Art not afeard? Guiderius. Those that I reverence, those I fear the wise. At fools I laugh, not fear them. Cloten. Die the death. When I have slain thee with my proper hand, I'll follow those that even now fled hence. And on the gates of Lud's town set your heads. Yield, rustic mountaineer. Excellent, fighting. Enter Belarius and Arviragus. Belarius. No companies abroad? Arviragus. None in the world, you did mistake him, sure. Belarius. I cannot tell, long is it since I saw him. But time hath nothing blurred those lines of favor. Which then he wore, the snatches in his voice and burst of speaking were as his. I am absolute. 'Twas very Cloten. Arviragus. In this place we left them. I wish my brother make good time with him. You say he is so fell. Belarius. Being scarce made up. I mean to man, he had not apprehension. Or roaring terrors, for defect of judgment. Is off the cease of fear. Enter Guiderius with Cloten's head. But, see, thy brother. Guiderius. This Cloten was a fool, an empty purse. There was no money in't. Not Hercules could have knocked out his brains, for he had none. Yet I not doing this, the fool had borne my head as I do his. Belarius. What hast thou done? Guiderius. I am perfect what? Cut off one Cloten's head. Son to the queen, after his own report. Who called me traitor, mountaineer, and swore with his own single hand he'd take us in. Displace our heads where, thank the gods, they grow. And set them on Lud's town. Belarius. We are all undone. Guiderius. Why, worthy father, what have we to lose? But that he swore to take our lives? The law protects not us, then why should we be tender? To let an arrogant piece of flesh threat us. Play judge and executioner all himself. For we do fear the law? What company? Discover you abroad? Belarius. No single soul. Can we set eye on, but in all safe reason. He must have some attendance. Though his humor was nothing but mutation, and that. From one bad thing to worse, not frenzy, not absolute madness could so far have ravaged. To bring him here alone. Although perhaps it may be heard at court that such as we cave here, hunt here, are outlaws, and in time may make some stronger head, the which he hearing, as it is like him, might break out and swear he'd fetch us in, yet is't not probable to come alone, either he so undertaking or they so suffering. Then on good ground we fear. If we do fear this body hath a tail more perilous than the head. Arviragus. Let ordinance come as the gods foresay it. Hosoer. My brother hath done well. Belarius. I had no mind to hunt this day, the boy Fidel's sickness did make my way along forth. Guiderius. With his own sword, which he did wave against my throat, I have ta'en his head from him. I'll throw it into the creek behind our rock and let it to the sea. And tell the fishes he's the queen's son, Cloten. That's all I reck. Exit. Belarius. I fear 'twill be revenged. Would, Polydore, thou hadst not done it. Though valor becomes thee well enough. Arviragus. Would I had done it. So the revenge alone pursued me. Polydore. I love thee brotherly, but envy much. Thou hast robbed me of this deed. I would revenges that possible strength might meet, would seek us through and put us to our answer. Belarius. Well, 'tis done. We'll hunt no more today, nor seek for danger where there's no profit. I prithee to our rock. You and Fidel play the cooks, I'll stay till hasty Polydore return and bring him to dinner presently. Arviragus. Poor sick Fidel. I'll willingly to him to gain his color. I'd let a parish of such Cloten's blood. And praise myself for charity. Exit. Belarius. O thou goddess. Thou divine nature, thou thyself thou blazonst. In these two princely boys. They are as gentle. As zephyrs blowing below the violet. Not wagging his sweet head, and yet as rough. Their royal blood enchafed as the rudst wind. That by the top doth take the mountain pine. And make him stoop to vale. 'Tis wonder. That an invisible instinct should frame them. To royalty unlearned, honor untaught. Civility not seen from other, valor. That wildly grows in them, but yields a crop. As if it had been sowed. Yet still it's strange. What Cloten's being here to us portends. Or what his death will bring us. Enter Guiderius. Guiderius. Where's my brother? I have sent Cloten's Clopple down the stream. An embassy to his mother, his body's hostage. For his return. Solemn music. Belarius. My ingenious instrument. Hark, Polydore, it sounds. But what occasion? Hath Cadwal now to give it motion? Hark. Guiderius. Is he at home? Belarius. He went hence even now. Guiderius. What does he mean? Since death of my dearest mother. It did not speak before. All solemn things. Should answer solemn accidents. The matter? Triumphs for nothing and lamenting toys. Is jollity for apes and grief for boys. Is Cadwal mad? Enter Arviragus with Imogen as dead, bearing her in his arms. Belarius. Look, here he comes. And brings the dire occasion in his arms. Of what we blame him for. Arviragus. The bird is dead. That we have made so much on. I had rather. Have skipped from 16 years of age to 60. To have turned my leaping time into a crutch. Than have seen this. Guiderius. O sweetest fairest lily. My brother wears thee not the one half so well. As when thou grewst thyself. Belarius. O melancholy. Whoever yet could sound thy bottom. Find. The use to show what coast thy sluggish crare. Mightst he seeliest harbourin? Thou blessed thing. Jove knows what man thou mightst have made, but I. Thou didst, a most rare boy, of melancholy. How found you him? Arviragus. Stark, as you see. Thus smiling, as some fly had tickled slumber. Not as death's dart, being laughed at, his right cheek. Reposing on a cushion. Guiderius. Where? Arviragus. O.th. floor. His arms thus leagued. I thought he slept, and put. My clouded brogues from off my feet, whose rudeness. Answered my steps too loud. Guiderius. Why, he but sleeps. If he be gone he'll make his grave a bed. With female fairies will his tomb be haunted. And worms will not come to thee. Arviragus. With fairest flowers. Whilst summer lasts and I live here, fidel. I'll sweeten thy sad grave. Thou shalt not lack. The flower that's like thy face, pale primrose, nor. The azured hair bell, like thy veins, no, nor. The leaf of eglantine, whom not to slander. Out sweetened not thy breath. The ruddock wood. With charitable bill, O bill, sore shaming. Those rich left heirs that let their fathers lie. Without a monument. Bring thee all this. Yea, and furred moss besides, when floors are none. To winter ground thy course. Guiderius. Prithee have done. And do not play in wench-like words with that. Which is so serious. Let us bury him. And not protract with admiration what is now due debt. To th grave. Arviragus. Say, where shall's lay him? Guiderius. By good Euryphile, our mother. Arviragus. Bet so. And let us, Polydore, though now our voices have got the mannish crack, sing him to th ground. As once to our mother, use like note and words. Save that Euryphile must be fidel. Guiderius. Cadwal. I cannot sing. I'll weep and word it with thee. For notes of sorrow out of tune are worse than priests and fanes that lie. Arviragus. We'll speak it, then. Belarius. Great griefs, I see, mid scene the less, for Cloten is quite forgot. He was a queen's son, boys. And though he came our enemy, remember. He was paid for that. Though mean and mighty rotting. Together have one dust, yet reverence. That angel of the world doth make distinction of place tween high and low. Our foe was princely. And though you took his life, as being our foe, yet bury him as a prince. Guiderius. Pray you fetch him hither. Thersight's body is as good as Ajax. when neither are alive. Arviragus. If you'll go fetch him. We'll say our song the whilst. Brother, begin. Exit Belarius. Gaderius. Nay, Cadwal, we must lay his head to th east. My father hath a reason for't. Arviragus. 'Tis true. Gaderius. Come on, then, and remove him. Arviragus. So. Begin. Song. Gaderius. Fear no more the heat o th sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done. Home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. Arviragus. Fear no more the frown o th great. Thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat. To thee the reed is as the oak. The scepter, learning, physic, must all follow this and come to dust. Gaderius. Fear no more the lightning flash. Arviragus. Nor th all dreaded thunderstone. Gaderius. Fear not slander, censure rash. Arviragus. Thou hast finished joy and moan. Both. All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee and come to dust. Gaderius. No exerciser harm thee. Arviragus. Nor no witchcraft charm thee. Gaderius. Ghost unlaid forbear thee. Arviragus. Nothing ill come near thee. Both. Quiet consummation have. And renowned be thy grave. Enter Belarius with the body of Cloten. Gaderius. We have done our obsequies. Come, lay him down. Belarius. Here's a few flowers, but 'bout midnight, more. The herbs that have on them cold dew o th night are strewings fixed for graves. Upon their faces. You were as floors, now withered. Even so. These herblets shall which we upon you strew. Come on, away. Apart upon our knees. The ground that gave them first has them again. Their pleasures here are past, so is their pain. Exeunt all but Imogen. Imogen. Awaking. Yes, sir, to Milford Haven. Which is the way? I thank you. By yon bush. Pray, how far thither? Odds pitikins. Can it be 6 mile yet? I have gone all night. Faith, I'll lie down and sleep. But, soft. No bedfellow. O gods and goddesses. Seeing the body. These floors are like the pleasures of the world. This bloody man, the care on't. I hope I dream. For so I thought I was a cave keeper. And cook to honest creatures. But 'tis not so. 'Twas but a bolt of nothing, shot at nothing. Which the brain makes of fumes. Our very eyes are sometimes, like our judgments, blind. Good faith. I tremble still with fear, but if there be yet left in heaven as small a drop of pity as a wren's eye, feared gods, a part of it. The dream's here still. Even when I wake it is. Without me, as within me, not imagined, felt. The headless man? The garments of Posthumus? I know the shape of's leg, this is his hand. His foot mercurial, his martial thigh. The bronze of Hercules, but his jovial face. Murder in heaven. How? 'Tis gone. Pisanio. All curses matted Hecuba gave the Greeks. And mine to boot, be darted on thee. Thou. Conspirate with that irregulous devil, Cloten. Hath here cut off my lord. To write and read. Be henceforth treacherous. Damned Pisanio. Hath with his forged letters, damned Pisanio. From this most bravest vessel of the world. Struck the main top. O Posthumus. Alas. Where is thy head? Where's that? Amy. Where's that? Pisanio might have killed thee at the heart. And left this head on. How should this be? Pisanio? 'Tis he and Cloten, malice and lucre in them. Have laid this woe here. Oh, 'tis pregnant, pregnant. The drug he gave me, which he said was precious and cordial to me, have I not found it murderous to th senses? That confirms it home. This is Pisanio's deed, and Cloten. Oh. Give color to my pale cheek with thy blood. That we the horriter may seem to those which chance to find us. Oh, my lord, my lord. Falls fainting on the body. Enter Lucius, captains and the soothsayer. Captain. To them the legions garrisoned in Gallia. After your will, have crossed the sea, attending. You here at Milford Haven, with your ships. They are in readiness. Lucius. But what from Rome? Captain. The Senate hath stirred up the confiners. And gentlemen of Italy, most willing spirits. That promise noble service, and they come. Under the conduct of bold Iachimo. Siena's brother. Lucius. When expect you them? Captain. With the next benefit oth wind. Lucius. This forwardness makes our hopes fair. Command our present numbers. Be mustered, bid the captains look taut. Now, sir. What have you dreamed of late of this war's purpose? Soothsayer. Last night the very gods showed me a vision. I fast and prayed for their intelligence, thus. I saw Jove's bird, the Roman eagle, winged. From the spongy south to this part of the west. There vanished in the sunbeams, which portends. Unless my sins abuse my divination. Success to th Roman host. Lucius. Dream often so. And never false. Soft, ho. What trunk is here? Without his top? The ruin speaks that sometime. It was a worthy building. How? A page? Or dead or sleeping on him? But dead, rather. For nature doth abhor to make his bed with the defunct or sleep upon the dead. Let's see the boy's face. Captain. He's alive, my lord. Lucius. He'll then instruct us of this body. Young one. Inform us of thy fortunes, for it seems they crave to be demanded. Who is this? Thou Max thy bloody pillow? Or who was he? That otherwise the noble nature did. Hath altered that good picture? What's thy interest in this sad wreck? How came it? Who is't? What art thou? Imogen. I am nothing, or if not, nothing to be were better. This was my master. A very valiant Briton and a good. That here by mountaineers lies slain. Alas! There is no more such masters. I may wander from east to occident, cry out for service. Try many, all good, serve truly, never find such another master. Lucius. Black, good youth. Thou movest no less with thy complaining than thy master in bleeding. Say his name, good friend. Imogen. Richard Duchamp. Aside. If I do lie, and do no harm by it, though the gods hear, I hope they'll pardon it. Say you, sir? Lucius. Thy name? Imogen. Fidel, sir. Lucius. Thou dost approve thyself the very same. Thy name well fits thy faith thy name. Wilt take thy chance with me? I will not say thou shalt be so well mastered, but, be sure, no less beloved. The Roman emperor's letters, sent by a consul to me, should not sooner than thine own worth prefer thee. Go with me. Imogen. I'll follow, sir. But first, and please the gods, I'll hide my master from the flies as deep as these poor pickaxes can dig, and when with wild wood leaves and weeds I ha strew at his grave, and on it set a century of prayers, such as I can, twice or, I'll weep and sigh, and leaving so his service, follow you. So please you entertain me. Lucius. Good youth. And rather father thee than master thee. My friends. The boy hath taught us manly duties, let us find out the prettiest daisied plot we can, and make him with our pikes and partisans a grave. Come, arm him. Boy, he is preferred by thee to us, and he shall be interred as soldiers can. Be cheerful, wipe thine eyes. Some falls are means the happier to arise. Exeunt. Scene 3. Britain. Cymbline's palace. Enter Cymbeline, lords, Pisanio and attendants. Cymbeline. Again. And bring me word how 'tis with her. Exit an attendant. A fever with the absence of her son. A madness, of which her life's in danger. Heavens! How deeply you at once do touch me. Imogen. The great part of my comfort, gone, my queen. Upon a desperate bed, and in a time when fearful wars point at me, her son gone. So needful for this present. It strikes me past the hope of comfort. But for thee, fellow, who needs must know of her departure and dost seem so ignorant, we'll enforce it from thee by a sharp torture. Pisanio. Sir, my life is yours. I humbly set it at your will, but for my mistress, I nothing know where she remains, why gone, nor when she purposes return. Beseech your highness, hold me your loyal servant. Lord. Good my liege. The day that she was missing he was here. I dare be bound he's true and shall perform all parts of his subjection loyally. For Cloten. There wants no diligence in seeking him, and will no doubt be found. Cymbeline. The time is troublesome. To Pisanio. We'll slip you for a season, but our jealousy does yet depend. Lord. So please your majesty. The Roman legions, all from Gallia drawn, are landed on your coast with a supply of Roman gentlemen by the Senate sent. Cymbeline. Now for the counsel of my son and queen. I am amazed with matter. Lord. Good my liege. Your preparation can affront no less than what you hear of. Come more, for more you're ready. The want is but to put those pores in motion that long to move. Cymbeline. I thank you. Let's withdraw and meet the time as it seeks us. We fear not what can from Italy annoy us, but we grieve at chances here. Away. Excellent all but Pisanio. Pisanio. I heard no letter from my master since I wrote him Imogen was slain. 'Tis strange. Nor hear I from my mistress, who did promise to yield me often tidings. Neither know I what is betted to Cloten, but remain perplexed in all. The heavens still must work. Wherein I am false I am honest, not true, to be true. These present wars shall find I love my country. Even to the note oth king, or I'll fall in them. All other doubts, by time let them be cleared. Fortune brings in some boats that are not steered. Exit. Scene IV. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Enter Belarius, Gaderius and Arviragus. Gaderius. The noise is round about us. Belarius. Let us from it. Arviragus. What pleasure, sir, find we in life, to lock it from action and adventure? Gaderius. Nay, what hope have we in hiding us? This way the Romans muster for Britons slay us or receive us for barbarous and unnatural revolts during their use and slay us after. Belarius. Sons. We'll hire to the mountains, there secure us. To the king's party there's no going. Newness of Cloten's death, we being not known, not mustered among the bands, may drive us to a render where we have lived and so extort from's that which we have done, whose answer would be death drawn on with torture. Gaderius. This is, sir, a doubt. In such a time nothing becoming you nor satisfying us. Arviragus. It is not likely that when they hear the Roman horses neigh, behold their quartered fires, have both their eyes and ears so cloyed importantly as now, that they will waste their time upon our note to know from whence we are. Belarius. Oh, I am known of many in the army, many years. Though Cloten then but young, you see, not wore him from my remembrance. And, besides, the king hath not deserved my service nor your loves, who find in my exile the want of breeding, the certainty of this hard life, I hopeless to have the courtesy your cradle promised, but to be still hot summer's tanlings and the shrinking slaves of winter. Gaderius. Then be so. Better to cease to be. Pray, sir, to th army. I and my brother are not known, yourself so out of thought, and thereto so o'ergrown, cannot be questioned. Arviragus. By this sun that shines, I'll thither. What thing is't that I never did see man die? Scarce ever looked on blood, but that of coward hares, hot goats, and venison. Never bestrid a horse, save one that had a rider like myself, who ne'er wore rowel nor iron on his heel. I am ashamed to look upon the holy sun, to have the benefit of his blessed beams, remaining so long a poor unknown. Gaderius. By heavens, I'll go. If you will bless me, sir, and give me leave, I'll take the better care, but if you will not, the hazard therefore do fall on me by the hands of Romans. Arviragus. So say I, amen. Belarius. No reason I, since of your lives you set so slight a valuation, should reserve my cracked one to more care have with you, boys. If in your country wars you chance to die, that is my bed too, lads, and there I'll lie. Lead, lead. Aside. The time seems long, their blood thinks scorn, till it fly out and show them princes born. Exeunt. Act 5. Scene I Britain. The Roman camp. Enter Posthumus alone, with a bloody handkerchief. Posthumus. Yea, bloody cloth, I'll keep thee, for I wished thou shouldst be colored thus. You married ones. If each of you should take this course, how many must murder wives much better than themselves? For rying but a little. O Pisanio. Every good servant does not all commands. No bond but to do just ones. Gods. If you should have ta'en vengeance on my faults, I never Had livid to put on this, so had you saved the noble Imogen to repent and struck me, wretch more worth your vengeance. But alack! You snatch some hence for little faults, that's love. To have them fall no more. You some permit. To second ills with ills, each elder worse. And make them dread it, to the doer's thrift. But Imogen is your own. Do your best wills. And make me blessed to obey. I am brought hither among Italian gentry, and to fight against my lady's kingdom. 'Tis enough. That Britain, I have killed thy mistress, peace. I'll give no wound to thee. Therefore, good heavens, hear patiently my purpose. I'll disrobe me of these Italian weeds and suit myself, as does a Briton peasant. So I'll fight against a part I come with, so I'll die. For thee, O Imogen, even for whom my life is every breath a death. And thus unknown, pitied nor hated, to the face of peril, myself I'll dedicate. Let me make men know more valor in me than my habits show. Gods, put the strength O.Th. Leonati in me. To shame the guise O.Th. world, I will begin the fashion less without and more within. Exit. Scene 2. Britain. A field of battle between the British and Roman camps. Enter Lucius Iachimo in the Roman army at one door, and the British army at another, Leonidas Posthumus following like a poor soldier. They march over and go out. Alarums. Then enter again, in skirmish, Iachimo and Posthumus. He vanquisheth and disarmeth Iachimo and then leaves him. Iachimo. The heaviness and guilt within my bosom takes off my manhood. I have belied a lady, the princess of this country, and the heir aunt revengingly enfeebles me, or could this carle, a very drudge of natures, have subdued me? In my profession? Knighthoods and honors born, as I wear mine, are titles but of scorn. If that thy gentry, Britain, go before this loud as he exceeds our lords, the odds is that we scarce are men, and you are gods. Exit. The battle continues, the Britons fly, Cymbeline is taken. Then enter to his rescue Belarius, Gaderius and Arviragus. Belarius. Stand, stand. We have advantage of the ground. The lane is guarded, nothing routs us but the villainy of our fears. Gaderius and Arviragus. Stand, stand, and fight. Enter Posthumus and seconds the Britons, they rescue Cymbeline and excellent. Then re-enter Lucius and Iachimo with Imogen. Lucius. Away, boy, from the troops, and save thyself. For friends kill friends, and the disorders such as war were hoodwinked. Iachimo. 'Tis their fresh supplies. Lucius. It is a day turned strangely. Or bedams. Let's reinforce or fly. Excellent. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Enter Posthumus and a Briton lord. Lord. Cam'st thou from where they made the stand? Posthumus. I did. Though you, it seems, come from the flyers. Lord. I did. Posthumus. No blame be to you, sir, for all was lost. But that the heavens fought. The king himself. Of his wings destitute, the army broken. And but the backs of Britons seen, all flying through a straight lane, the enemy, full-hearted, lolling the tongue with slaughtering, having work more plentiful than tools to dot, struck down. Some mortally, some slightly touched, some falling merely through fear that the straight pass was damned. With dead men hurt behind, and cowards living to die with lengthened shame. Lord. Where was this lane? Posthumus. Close by the battle, ditched and walled with turf, which gave advantage to an ancient soldier. An honest one, I warrant, who deserved so long a breeding as his white beard came to. In doing this for his country, athwart the lane, he, with 2 striplings, lads more like to run the country base than to commit such slaughter. With faces fit for masks, or rather fairer than those for preservation caused or shame. Made good the passage, cried to those that fled. Our Britons' hearts die flying, not our men. To darkness fleet souls that fly backwards. Stand. Or we are Romans and will give you that. Like beasts, which you shun beastly, and may save. But to look back and frown. Stand, stand. These 3,000 confident, enact as many. For 3 performers are the file when all the rest do nothing with this word stand, stand. Accommodated by the place, more charming. With their own nobleness, which could have turned a distaff to a lance, gilded pale looks. Part shame, part spirit renewed, that some turned coward. But by example, oh, a sin in war. Damn it, in the first beginners 'gan to look the way that they did and to grin like lions upon the pikes oth hunters. Then began a stop ith chaser, a retire, anon. A rout, confusion thick. Forthwith they fly. Chickens, the way which they stupid eagles, slaves. The strides they victors made, and now are cowards. Like fragments in hard voyages, became the life oth need. Having found the back door open of the unguarded hearts, heavens, how they wound. Some slain before, some dying, some their friends. O'erborne ith former wave. 10 chased by one. Are now each one the slaughterman of 20. Those that would die or e'er resist are grown the mortal bugs oth field. Lord. This was strange chance. A narrow lane, an old man, and 2 boys. Posthumous. Nay, do not wonder at it, you are made rather to wonder at the things you hear than to work any. Will you rhyme up on't and vent it for a mockery? Here is one. 2 boys, an old man, twice a boy, a lane. Preserved the Britons, was the Romans' bane. Lord. Nay, be not angry, sir. Posthumous. Lack, to what end? Who dares not stand his foe, I'll be his friend. For if he'll do as he is made to do, I know he'll quickly fly my friendship too. You have put me into rhyme. Lord. Farewell, you're angry. Exit. Posthumous. Still going? This is a lord. Oh noble misery. To be ith field and ask what news? Of me? Today how many would have given their honors to have saved their carcasses, took heel to dot, and yet died too. I, in mine own woe charmed, could not find death where I did hear him groan, nor feel him where he struck. Being an ugly monster, 'tis strange he hides him in fresh cups, soft beds, sweet words, or hath mo ministers than we that draw his knives ith war. Well, I will find him. For being now a favourer to the Briton, no more a Briton, I have resumed again the part I came in. Fight I will no more, but yield me to the veriest hind that shall once touch my shoulder. Great the slaughter is here made by th Roman, great the answer be. Britons must take for me my ransom's death. On either side I come to spend my breath, which neither here I'll keep nor bear again, but end it by some means for Imogen. Enter 2 British captains and soldiers. First captain. Great Jupiter be praised. Lucius is taken. 'Tis thought the old man and his sons were angels. Second captain. There was a 4th man in a silly habit that gave th affront with them. First captain. So 'tis reported. But none of 'em can be found. Stand. Who's there? Posthumous. A Roman. Who had not now been drooping here if seconds had answered him. Second captain. Lay hands on him, a dog. The leg of Rome shall not return to tell what crows have pecked them here. He brags his service as if he were of note. Bring him to th king. Enter Cymbeline, Belarius, Gaderius, Arviragus, Pisanio and Roman captives. The captains present posthumous to Cymbeline, who delivers him over to a gaoler. Exeunt arms. Scene IV. Britain. A prison. Enter posthumous and 2 gaolers. First gaoler. You shall not now be stol'n, you have locks upon you. So graze as you find pasture. Second gaoler. Or a stomach. Exeunt gaolers. Posthumous. Most welcome, bondage. For thou art away, I think, to liberty. Yet am I better than one that's sick oth gout, since he had rather grown so in perpetuity than be curried by th sure physician death, who is the key. Unbar these locks. My conscience, thou art fettered more than my shanks and wrists, you good gods, give me the penitent instrument to pick that bolt. Then, free forever. Is't enough I am sorry? So children temporal fathers do appease. Gods are more full of mercy. Must I repent? I cannot do it better than in gyves. Desired more than constrained to satisfy. If of my freedom 'tis the main part, take no stricter render of me than my all. I know you are more clement than vile men, who of their broken debtors take a third, a sixth, a tenth, letting them thrive again on their abatement. That's not my desire. For Imogen's dear life take mine, and though 'tis not so dear, yet 'tis a life, you coined it. Tween man and man they weigh not every stamp. Though light, take pieces for the figure's sake. You're rather mine, being yours. And so, great pores. If you will take this audit, take this life. And cancel these cold bonds. O Imogen. I'll speak to thee in silence. Sleeps. Solemn music. Enter, as in an apparition, Caecilius Leonidas, father to Posthumus, an old man attired like a warrior, leading in his hand an ancient matron, his wife and mother to Posthumus, with music before them. Then, after other music, follows the two young Leonati, brothers. To Posthumus, with wounds, as they died in the wars. They circle Posthumus round as he lies sleeping. Caecilius. No more, thou thunder master, show thy spite on mortal flies. With Mars fall out, with Juno chide. That thy adulteries, rates and revenges hath my poor boy done aught but well. Whose face I never saw. I died whilst in the womb he stayed. Attending nature's law. Whose father then, as men report, thou orphan's father art. Thou shouldst have been, and shielded him from this earth vexing smart. Mother. Lucina lent not me her aid, but took me in my throes. That from me was Posthumus ripped. Came crying mongst his foes. A thing of pity. Caecilius. Great nature like his ancestry. Molded the stuff so fair. That he deserved the praise o'th world. As great Caecilius's heir. First brother. When once he was mature for man. In Britain where was he? That could stand up his parallel. Or fruitful object be. An eye of Imogen, that best. Could deem his dignity? Mother. With marriage wherefore was he mocked? To be exiled and thrown. From Leonati's seed and caste. From her his dearest one. Sweet Imogen? Caecilius. Why did you suffer Iachimo? Slight thing of Italy. To taint his nobler heart and brain. With needless jealousy. And to become the jeck and scorn. O'th others' villainy? Second brother. For this from stiller seats we came. Our parents and us twain. That, striking in our country's cause. Fell bravely and were slain. Our fealty and Tenantius's right. With honor to maintain. First brother. Like hardiment Posthumus hath. To Cymbeline performed. Then, Jupiter, thou king of gods. Why hast thou thus adjourned? The graces for his merits due. Being all to dolors turned? Caecilius. Thy crystal window ope, look out. No longer exercise. Upon a valiant race thy harsh. And potent injuries. Mother. Since, Jupiter, our son is good. Take off his miseries. Caecilius. Peep through thy marble mansion. Help. Or we poor ghosts will cry. To th shining synod of the rest. Against thy deity. Brothers. Help, Jupiter. Or we appeal. And from thy justice fly. Jupiter descends in thunder and lightning, sitting upon an eagle. He throws a thunderbolt. The ghosts fall on their knees. Jupiter. No more, you petty spirits of region low. Offend our hearing, hush. How dare you ghosts? Accuse the thunderer whose bolt, you know. Sky planted, batters all rebelling coasts. Poor shadows of Elysium, hence and rest. Upon your never withering banks of floors. Be not with mortal accidents oppressed. No care of yours it is, you know 'tis ours. Whom best I love I cross, to make my gift. The more delayed, delighted. Be content. Your low-laid son our Godhead will uplift. His comforts thrive, his trials well are spent. Our jovial star reigned at his birth, and in our temple was he married. Rise and fade. He shall be lord of Lady Imogen. And happier much by his affliction made. This tablet lay upon his breast, wherein our pleasure his full fortune doth confine. And so, away, no farther with your din. Express impatience, lest you stir up mine. Mount, eagle, to my palace crystalline. Ascends. Caecilius. He came in thunder, his celestial breath was sulphurous to smell, the holy eagle. Stupid as to foot us. His ascension is more sweet than our blessed fields. His royal bird prunes the immortal wing and cloys his beak. As when his god is pleased. All. Thanks Jupiter. Caecilius. The marble pavement closes, he is entered. His radiant roof. Away. And, to be blessed. Let us with care perform his great behest. Ghosts banish. Posthumus. Waking. Sleep, thou hast been a grandsire and begot. A father to me, and thou hast created. A mother and two brothers. But, O scorn. Gone. They went hence so soon as they were born. And so I am awake. Poor wretches, that depend on greatness's favor, dream as I have done. Wake and find nothing. But, alas, I swerve. Many dream not to find, neither deserve. And yet are steeped in favors, so am I. That have this golden chance, and know not why. What fairies haunt this ground? A book? O rare one! Be not, as is our fangled world, a garment nobler than that it covers. Let thy effects so follow to be most unlike our courtiers. As good as promise reads. When as a lion's whelp shall, to himself unknown, without seeking find, and be embraced by a piece of tender air, and when from a stately cedar shall be lopped branches which, being dead many years, shall after revive, be jointed to the old stock, and freshly grow, then shall posthumous end his miseries, Britain be fortunate and flourish in peace and plenty. 'Tis still a dream, or else such stuff as madmen. Tongue and brain not, either both or nothing. Or senseless speaking, or a speaking such as sense cannot untie. Be what it is. The action of my life is like it, which I'll keep, if but for sympathy. Enter Gaoler. Gaoler. Come, sir, are you ready for death? Posthumous. Over-roasted rather, ready long ago. Gaoler. Hanging is the word, sir. If you be ready for that, you are well cooked. Posthumous. So, if I prove a good repast to the spectators, the dish pays the shot. Gaoler. A heavy reckoning for you, sir. But the comfort is, you shall be called to no more payments, fear no more tavern bills, which are often the sadness of parting, as the procuring of mirth. You come and faint for want of meat, depart reeling with too much drink, sorry that you have paid too much, and sorry that you are paid too much, purse and brain both empty, the brain the heavier for being too light, the purse too light, being drawn of heaviness. Oh, of this contradiction you shall now be quit. Oh, the charity of a penny cord. It sums up thousands in a trice. You have no true debtor and creditor but it, of what's past is, and to come, the discharge. Your neck, sir, is pen, book, and counters, so the acquittance follows. Posthumous. I am merrier to die than thou art to live. Gaoler. Indeed, sir, he that sleeps feels not the toothache. But a man that were to sleep your sleep, and a hangman to help him to bed, I think he would change places with his officer, for look you, sir, you know not which way you shall go. Posthumous. Yes indeed do I, fellow. Gaoler. Your death has eyes in's head, then, I have not seen him so pictured. You must either be directed by some that take upon them to know, or to take upon yourself that which I am sure you do not know, or jump the after inquiry on your own peril. And how you shall speed in your journey's end, I think you'll never return to tell one. Posthumous. I tell thee, fellow, there are none want eyes to direct them the way I am going, but such as wink and will not use them. Gaoler. What an infinite mock is this, that a man should have the best use of eyes to see the way of blindness. I am sure hanging's the way of winking. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Knock off his manacles, bring your prisoner to the king. Posthumous. Thou bringst good news. I am called to be made free. Gaoler. I'll be hanged then. Posthumous. Thou shalt be then freer than a gaoler, no bolts for the dead. Exeunt posthumous and messenger. Gaoler. Unless a man would marry a gallows and beget young gibbets, I never saw one so prone. Yet, on my conscience, there are verrier knaves desire to live, for all he be a Roman, and there be some of them too that die against their wills, so should I, if I were one. I would we were all of one mind, and one mind good. Oh, there were desolation of gaolers and galluses. I speak against my present profit, but my wish hath a preferment in't. Exit. Scene v. Britain. Cymbline's tent. Enter Cymbeline, Belarius, Gaderius, Arviragus, Pisanio, lords, officers and attendants. Cymbeline. Stand by my side, you whom the gods have made preservers of my throne. Woe is my heart that the poor soldier that so richly fought, whose rags shamed gilded arms, whose naked breast stepped before targes of proof, cannot be found. He shall be happy that can find him, if our grace can make him so. Belarius. I never saw such noble fury in so poor a thing, such precious deeds in one that promised naught but beggary and poor looks. Cymbeline. No tidings of him? Pisanio. He hath been searched among the dead and living. But no trace of him. Cymbeline. To my grief, I am the heir of his reward, to Belarius, Gaderius, and Arviragus, which I will add to you, the liver, heart, and brain of Britain, by whom I grant she lives. 'Tis now the time to ask of whence you are. Report it. Belarius. Sir. In Cambria were we born, and gentlemen. Further to boast we're neither true nor modest. Unless I add we are honest. Cymbeline. Bow your knees. Arise, my knights, oth battle, I create you companions to our person, and will fit you with dignities becoming your estates. Enter Cornelius and ladies. There's business in these faces. Why so sadly greet you our victory? You look like Romans. And not oth court of Britain. Cornelius. Hail, great king. To sour your happiness I must report. The queen is dead. Cymbeline. Who worse than a physician would this report become? But I consider by mid-scene life may be prolonged, yet death will seize the doctor too. How ended she? Cornelius. With horror, madly dying, like her life. Which, being cruel to the world, concluded most cruel to herself. What she confessed I will report, so please you, these her women. Contrip me if I err, who with wet cheeks were present when she finished. Cymbeline. Prithee say. Cornelius. First, she confessed she never loved you, only affected greatness got by you, not you. Married your royalty, was wife to your place. Abhorred your person. Cymbeline. She alone knew this. And but she spoke it dying, I would not believe her lips in opening it. Proceed. Cornelius. Your daughter, whom she bore in hand to love with such integrity, she did confess, was as a scorpion to her sight, whose life, but that her flight prevented it, she had ta'en off by poison. Cymbeline. O most delicate fiend. Who is't can read a woman? Is there more? Cornelius. More, sir, and worse. She did confess she had for you a mortal mineral, which, being took, should by the minute feed on life, and lingering by inches waste you. In which time she purposed by watching, weeping, tendance, kissing, too, o'ercome you with her show, and in time when she had fitted you with her craft, to work her son into adoption of the crown. But failing of her end by his strange absence, grew shameless desperate, opened, in despite of heaven and men, her purposes, repented. The evils she hatched were not effected, so, despairing, died. Cymbeline. Heard you all this, her women? Ladies. We did, so please your highness. Cymbeline. Mine eyes were not in fault, for she was beautiful. Mine ears, that heard her flattery, nor my heart that thought her like her seeming. It had been vicious to have mistrusted her, yet, O my daughter, that it was folly in me thou mayst say, and prove it in thy feeling. Heaven mend all. Enter Lucius, Iachimo, the soothsayer, and other Roman prisoners. Guarded, Posthumus behind, and Imogen. Thou comest not, Caius, now for tribute, that the Britons have roused out, though with the loss of many a bold one, whose kinsmen have made suit, that their good souls may be appeased with slaughter. Of you their captives, which yourself have granted. So think of your estate. Lucius. Consider, sir, the chance of war. The day was yours by accident, had it gone with us. We should not, when the blood was cool, have threatened our prisoners with the sword. But since the gods will have it thus, that nothing but our lives may be called ransom, let it come. Sufficeth. A Roman with a Roman's heart can suffer. Augustus lives to think on't, and so much. For my peculiar care, this one thing only I will entreat. My boy, a Briton born, let him be ransomed. Never master had a page so kind, so duteous, diligent, so tender over his occasions, true, so feat, so nurse-like, let his virtue join with my request, which I'll make bold your highness cannot deny. He hath done no Briton harm, though he have served a Roman. Save him, sir, and spare no blood beside. Cymbeline. I have surely seen him. His favor is familiar to me. Boy. Thou hast looked thyself into my grace, and art mine own. I know not why, wherefore. To say live, boy. Ne'er thank thy master. Live. And ask of Cymbeline what boon thou wilt. Fitting my bounty and thy state, I'll give it. Yea, though thou do demand a prisoner. The noblest hand. Imogen. I humbly thank your highness. Lucius. I do not bid thee beg my life, good lad. And yet I know thou wilt. Imogen. No, no. Alack. There's other work in hand. I see a thing. Bitter to me as death, your life, good master. Must shuffle for itself. Lucius. The boy disdains me. He leaves me, scorns me. Briefly die their joys. That place them on the truth of girls and boys. Why stands he so perplexed? Cymbeline. What wouldst thou, boy? I love thee more and more, think more and more. What's best to ask? Know'st him thou look'st on? Speak. Wilt have him live? Is he thy kin? Thy friend? Imogen. He is a Roman, no more kin to me. The knight to your highness, who, being born your vassal, am something nearer. Cymbeline. Wherefore asked him so? Imogen. I'll tell you, sir, in private, if you please. To give me hearing. Cymbeline. Ay, with all my heart. And lend my best attention. What's thy name? Imogen. Fidel, sir. Cymbeline. Thou'rt my good youth, my page. I'll be thy master. Walk with me, speak freely. Cymbeline and Imogen converse apart. Belarius. Is not this boy revivid from death? Arviragus. Once and another. Not more resembles that sweet rosy lad. Who died and was Fidel. What think you? Guiderius. The same dead thing alive. Belarius. Peace, peace. See further. He eyes us not, forbear. Creatures may be alike, were it he, I am sure. He would have spoke to us. Guiderius. But we see him dead. Belarius. Be silent, let's see further. Pisanio. Aside. It is my mistress. Since she is living, let the time run on. To good or bad. Cymbeline and Imogen advance. Cymbeline. Come, stand thou by our side. Make thy demand aloud. To Iachimo. Sir, step you forth. Give answer to this boy, and do it freely. Or, by our greatness and the grace of it, which is our honor, bitter torture shall winnow the truth from falsehood. On, speak to him. Imogen. My boon is that this gentleman may render, of whom he had this ring. Posthumous. Aside. What's that to him? Cymbeline. That diamond upon your finger, say. How came it yours? Iachimo. Thou'lt torture me to leave unspoken that which to be spoke would torture thee. Cymbeline. How? Me? Iachimo. I am glad to be constrained to utter that which torments me to conceal. By villainy. I got this ring, 'twas Leonidas' jewel, whom thou didst banish, and which more may grieve thee, as it doth me a nobler sir ne'er lived, twixt sky and ground. Wilt thou hear more, my lord? Cymbeline. All that belongs to this. Iachimo. That paragon, thy daughter, for whom my heart drops blood and my false spirits quail to remember, give me leave, I faint. Cymbeline. My daughter? What of her? Renew thy strength. I had rather thou shouldst live while nature will, than die ere I hear more. Strive, man, and speak. Iachimo. Upon a time, unhappy was the clock that struck the hour. Was in Rome, accursed. The mansion where 'twas at a feast, oh, would our viands had been poisoned, or at least those which I heaved to head, the good Posthumus. What should I say? He was too good to be where ill men were, and was the best of all. Amongst the rarest of good ones, sitting sadly, hearing us praise our loves of Italy. For beauty that made barren the swelled boast of him that best could speak, for feature, laming the shrine of Venus or straight-pied Minerva. Postures beyond brief nature, for condition a shop of all the qualities that man loves woman for, besides that hook of wiving fairness which strikes the eye. Cymbeline. I stand on fire. Come to the matter. Iachimo. All too soon I shall. Unless thou wouldst grieve quickly. This Posthumus, most like a noble lord in love, and one that had a royal lover, took his hint. And, not dispraising whom we praised, therein he was as calm as virtue, he began his mistress's picture, which by his tongue being made, and then a mind put in't, either our brags were cracked of kitchen trulls, or his description provid us unspeaking sots. Cymbeline. Nay, nay, to th purpose. Iachimo. Your daughter's chastity, there it begins. He spake of her as die and had hot dreams. And she alone were cold, whereat I, wretch, made scruple of his praise and wagered with him pieces of gold gainst this which then he wore upon his honored finger to attain in suit the place of's bed and win this ring by hers and mine adultery. He, true knight, no lesser of her honor confident than I did truly find her, stakes this ring and would so, had it been a carbuncle of Phobos's wheel, and might so safely, had it been all the worth of's car. Away to Britain post I in this design. Well may you, sir, remember me at court, where I was taught of your chaste daughter the wide difference twixt amorous and villainous, being this quenched of hope, not longing, mine Italian brain gan in your duller Britain operate most vilely, for my vantage, excellent. And, to be brief, my practice so prevailed that I returned with similar proof enough to make the noble Leonidas mad by wounding his belief in her renown with tokens thus and thus, averring notes of chamber hanging, pictures, this her bracelet. Oh cunning, how I got it. Nay, some marks of secret on her person that he could not but think her bond of chastity quite cracked. I having tanned the forfeit, whereupon methinks I see him now posthumous coming forward. So thou dost, Italian fiend. Me, most credulous fool, egregious murderer, thief, anything that's due to all the villains past, in being to come. Oh, give me cord, or knife, or poison. Some upright justicer. Thou, king, send out for torturers ingenious. It is I that all abhorred things earth amend by being worse than they. I am posthumous that killed thy daughter, villain like, I lie that caused a lesser villain than myself, a sacrilegious thief, to dot the temple of virtue was she, yea, and she herself spit and throw stones, cast mire upon me, set the dogs street to bay me. Every villain be called posthumous Leonidas, and be villainy less than 'twas. O Imogen, my queen, my life, my wife. O Imogen, 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 Imogen. Peace, my lord. Here, here. Posthumous. Shall's have a play of this? Thou scornful page. There lies thy part. Strikes her. She falls. Pisanio. O gentleman, help. Mine and your mistress. Oh, my lord Posthumous. You ne'er killed Imogen till now. Help, help. Mine honored lady. Cymbeline. Does the world go round? Posthumous. How comes these staggers on me? Pisanio. Wake, my mistress. Cymbeline. If this be so, the gods do mean to strike me to death with mortal joy. Pisanio. How fares my mistress? Imogen. Oh, get thee from my sight. Thou gav'st me poison. Dangerous fellow, hence. Breathe not where princes are. Cymbeline. The tune of Imogen. Pisanio. Lady. The gods throw stones of sulfur on me, if that box I gave you was not thought by me a precious thing. I had it from the queen. Cymbeline. New matter still? Imogen. It poisoned me. Cornelius. O gods. I left out one thing which the queen confessed, which must approve the honest. If Pisanio have said she given his mistress that confection, which I gave him for cordial, she is served as I would serve a rat. Cymbeline. What's this, Cornelius? Cornelius. The queen, sir, very oft importuned me to temper poisons for her, still pretending the satisfaction of her knowledge only in killing creatures vile as cats and dogs of no esteem. I, dreading that her purpose was of more danger, did compound for her a certain stuff which, being tan, would cease the present pour of life, but in short time all offices of nature should again do their due functions. Have you tan of it? Imogen. Most like I did, for I was dead. Belarius. My boys. There was our error. Gaderius. This is sure Fidel. Imogen. Why did you throw your wedded lady from you? Think that you are upon a rock, and now throw me again. Embracing him. Posthumous. Hang there like fruit, my soul, till the tree die. Cymbeline. How now, my flesh? My child? What, mak'st thou me a dullard in this act? Wilt thou not speak to me? Imogen. Kneeling. Your blessing, sir. Belarius. To Guiderius and Arviragus. Though you did love this youth, I blame ye not. You had a motive for't. Cymbeline. My tears that fall prove holy water on thee. Imogen. Thy mother's dead. Imogen. I am sorry for't, my lord. Cymbeline. Oh, she was naught, and long of her it was that we meet here so strangely, but her son is gone, we know not how nor where. Pisanio. My lord. Now fear is from me, I'll speak troth. Lord Cloten. Upon my lady's missing, came to me with his sword drawn, foamed at the mouth, and swore if I discovered not which way she was gone, it was my instant death. By accident. I had a feigned letter of my master's then in my pocket, which directed him to seek her on the mountains near to Milford, where, in a frenzy, in my master's garments, which he enforked from me, away he posts, with unchaste purpose, and with oath to violate my lady's honour. What became of him I further know not. Guiderius. Let me end the story. I slew him there. Cymbeline. Mary, the gods forfend. I would not thy good deeds should from my lips pluck a hard sentence. Prithee, valiant youth. Den it again. Guiderius. I have spoke it, and I did it. Cymbeline. He was a prince. Guiderius. A most incivil one. The wrongs he did me were nothing prince-like, for he did provoke me with language that would make me spurn the sea. If it could so roar to me, I cut off's head. And am right glad he is not standing here to tell this tale of mine. Cymbeline. I am sorry for thee. By thine own tongue thou art condemned, and must endure our law. Thou'rt dead. Imogen. That headless man I thought had been my lord. Cymbeline. Bind the offender and take him from our presence. Belarius. Stay, Sir King. This man is better than the man he slew. As well descended as thyself, and hath more of thee merited than a band of Clotons had ever scar for. To the guard. Let his arms alone. They were not born for bondage. Cymbeline. Why, old soldier. Wilt thou undo the worth thou art unpaid for? By tasting of our wrath? How of descent? As good as we? Arviragus. In that he spake too far. Cymbeline. And thou shalt die for't. Belarius. We will die all three. But I will prove that two ons are as good as I have given out 'em. My sons, I must for mine own part unfold a dangerous speech. Though haply well for you. Arviragus. Your danger's ours. Guiderius. And our good his. Belarius. Have at it then by leave. Thou hadst, great king, a subject who was called Belarius. Cymbeline. What of him? He is a banished traitor. Belarius. He it is that hath assumed this age, indeed a banished man. I know not how a traitor. Cymbeline. Take him hence. The whole world shall not save him. Belarius. Not too hot. First pay me for the nursing of thy sons. And let it be confiscate all, so soon as I have received it. Cymbeline. Nursing of my sons? Belarius. I am too blunt and saucy. Here's my knee. Ere I arise I will prefer my sons. Then spare not the old father. Mighty sir. These two young gentlemen that call me father and think they are my sons are none of mine. They are the issue of your loins, my liege. And blood of your begetting. Cymbeline. How? My issue? Belarius. So sure as you your fathers. I, old Morgan. Am that Belarius whom you sometime banished. Your pleasure was my mere offence, my punishment itself, and all my treason that I suffered was all the harm I did. These gentle princes. For such and so they are, these 20 years. Have I trained up, those arts they have as I could put into them. My breeding was, sir, as your highness knows. Their nurse, Euryphile, whom for the theft I wedded, stole these children. Upon my banishment, I Maviter taught. Having received the punishment before. For that which I did then. Beaten for loyalty. Excited me to treason. Their dear loss. The more of you 'twas felt, the more it shapped. Unto my end of stealing them. But, gracious sir. Here are your sons again, and I must lose two of the sweetest companions in the world. The benediction of these covering heavens fall on their heads like dew. For they are worthy to inlay heaven with stars. Cymbeline. Thou weep'st and speak'st The service that you three have done is more unlike than this thou tell'st. I lost my children. If these be they, I know not how to wish a pair of worthier sons. Belarius. Be pleased a while. This gentleman, whom I call Polydore, most worthy prince, as yours, is true Guiderius. This gentleman, my Cadwal, Arviragus. Your younger princely son, he, sir, was lapid in a most curious mantle, wrought by th hand of his queen mother, which for more probation I can with ease produce. Cymbeline. Guiderius had upon his neck a mole, a sanguine star. It was a mark of wonder. Belarius. This is he who hath upon him still that natural stamp. It was wise nature's end in the donation to be his evidence now. Cymbeline. Oh, what am I? A mother to the birth of three? Ne'er mother. Rejoced deliverance more. Blessed pray you be, that, after this strange starting from your orbs, you may reign in them now. O Imogen. Thou hast lost by this a kingdom. Imogen. No, my lord. I have got 2 worlds bit. O my gentle brothers. Have we thus met? Oh, never say hereafter. But I am truest speaker. You called me brother when I was but your sister. I you brothers when we were so indeed. Cymbeline. Did you e'er meet? Arviragus. My good lord. Guiderius. And at first meeting loved. Continued so until we thought he died. Cornelius. By the queen's dram she swallowed. Cymbeline. O rare instinct. When shall I hear all through? This fierce abridgment hath to it circumstantial branches, which distinction should be rich in. Where? How lived you? And when came you to serve our Roman captive? How parted with your brothers? How first met them? Why fled you from the court? And whither? These and your 3 motives to the battle, with I know not how much more, should be demanded. And all the other by dependences. From chance to chance, but nor the time nor place will serve our long interrogatories. See. Posthumous anchors upon Imogen. And she, like harmless lightning, throws her eye on him, her brothers, me, her master, hitting each object with a joy, the counterchange is severally in all. Let's quit this ground and smoke the temple with our sacrifices. To Belarius. Thou art my brother, so we'll hold thee ever. Imogen. You are my father too, and did relieve me to see this gracious season. Cymbeline. All o'erjoyed. Save these in bonds. Let them be joyful too, for they shall taste our comfort. Imogen. My good master. I will yet do you service. Lucius. Happy be you. Cymbeline. The forlorn soldier that so nobly fought. He would have well becomed this place and racked the thankings of a king. Posthumous. I am, sir, the soldier that did company these 3. In poor beseeming, 'twas a fitment for the purpose I then followed, that I was he. Speak, Iachimo. I had you down, and might have made you finish. Iachimo. Kneeling. I am down again. But now my heavy conscience sinks my knee. As then your force did. Take that life, beseech you, which I so often owe, but your ring first. And here the bracelet of the truest princess that ever swore her faith. Posthumous. Kneel not to me. The pour that I have on you is to spare you. The malice towards you to forgive you. Live. And deal with others better. Cymbeline. Nobly doomed. We'll learn our freeness of a son-in-law. Pardons the word to all. Arviragus. You holp us, sir. As you did mean indeed to be our brother. Joyed are we that you are. Posthumous. Your servant, princes. Good my lord of Rome. Call forth your soothsayer. As I slept, method. Great Jupiter, upon his eagle backed, appeared to me, with other sprightly shows of mine own kindred. When I wacked, I found this label on my bosom, whose containing is so from sense and hardness that I can make no collection of it. Let him show his skill in the construction. Lucius. Philarmonus. Soothsayer. Here, my good lord. Lucius. Read, and declare the meaning. Soothsayer. Reads. When as a lion's whelp shall, to himself unknown, without seeking find, and be embraced by a piece of tender air, and when from a stately cedar shall be lopped branches which, being dead many years, shall after revive, be jointed to the old stock, and freshly grow, then Shall posthumous end his miseries, Britain be fortunate and flourish in peace and plenty. Thou, Leonidas, art the lion's whelp. The fit and apt construction of thy name, being Leonatus, doth import so much to Cymbeline the peace of tender air, thy virtuous daughter, which we call Mollus air, and Mollus air we term it Mulier, which Mulier I divine is this most constant wife, who even now, answering the letter of the oracle, unknown to you, unsought, were clipped about with this most tender air. Cymbeline, this hath some seeming. Soothsayer, the lofty cedar, royal Cymbeline, personates thee, and thy lopped branches point thy two sons forth, who, by Belarius stol'n, for many years thought dead, are now revived. To the majestic cedar joined, whose issue promises Britain peace and plenty. Cymbeline, well, my peace we will begin. And, Caius Lucius, although the victor, we submit to Caesar and to the Roman Empire, promising to pay our wonted tribute, from the which we were dissuaded by our wicked queen, whom heaven's injustice, both on her and hers, have laid most heavy hand. Soothsayer, the fingers of the pores above do tune the harmony of this peace, the vision which I made known to Lucius ere the stroke of yet this scarce cold battle, at this instant, is full accomplished, for the Roman eagle, from south to west on wing soaring aloft, lessened herself and in the beams oth sun, so vanished, which foreshowed our princely eagle, imperial Caesar should again unite his favor with the radiant Cymbeline, which shines here in the west. Cymbeline, laud we the gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils. From our blessed altars, publish we this peace to all our subjects. Set we forward, let a Roman and a British ensign wave friendly together, so through Lud's town march, and in the temple of great Jupiter our peace we'll ratify, seal it with feasts. Set on there, never was a war did cease, ere bloody hands were washed with such a peace. Exeunt. The tragedy of Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Contents. Act 1. Scene I Elsinore. A platform before the castle. Scene 2. Elsinore. A room of state in the castle. Scene 3. A room in Polonius's house. Scene IV. The platform. Scene V. A more remote part of the castle. Act 2. Scene I. A room in Polonius's house. Scene 2. A room in the castle. Act 3. Scene I. A room in the castle. Scene 2. A hall in the castle. Scene 3. A room in the castle. Scene IV. Another room in the castle. Act 4. Scene I. A room in the castle. Scene 2. Another room in the castle. Scene 3. Another room in the castle. Scene IV. A plain in Denmark. Scene V. Elsinore. A room in the castle. Scene Vi. Another room in the castle. Scene Vi. Another room in the castle. Act 5. Scene I. A churchyard. Scene 2. A hall in the castle. Dramatis Personae. Hamlet, Prince of Denmark. Claudius, King of Denmark, Hamlet's uncle. The ghost of the late king, Hamlet's father. Gertrude, the queen, Hamlet's mother, now wife of Claudius. Polonius, Lord Chamberlain. Laertes, son to Polonius. Ophelia, daughter to Polonius. Horatio, friend to Hamlet. Fortinbras, Prince of Norway. Voltimand, courtier. Cornelius, courtier. Rosencrantz, courtier. Guildenstern, courtier. Marcellus, officer. Barnardo, officer. Francisco, a soldier. Osric, courtier. Rinaldo, servant to Polonius. Players. A gentleman, courtier. A priest. Two clowns, grave diggers. A captain. English ambassadors. Lords, ladies, officers, soldiers, sailors, messengers, and attendants. Scene. Elsinore. Act 1. Scene I. Elsinore. A platform before the castle. Enter Francisco and Barnardo, two sentinels. Barnardo. Who's there? Francisco. Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself. Barnardo. Long live the king. Francisco. Barnardo. Barnardo. He. Francisco. You come most carefully upon your hour. Barnardo. 'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco. Francisco. For this relief much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold. And I am sick at heart. Barnardo. Have you had quiet guard? Francisco. Not a mouse stirring. Barnardo. Well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste. Enter Horatio and Marcellus. Francisco? I think I hear them. Stand, ho! Who is there? Horatio. Friends to this ground. Marcellus. And liegeman to the Dane. Francisco. Give you good night. Marcellus. Oh, farewell, honest soldier, who hath relieved you? Francisco. Barnardo has my place. Give you good night. Exit. Marcellus. Holla, Barnardo. Barnardo. Say, what, is Horatio there? Horatio. A piece of him. Barnardo. Welcome Horatio. Welcome, good Marcellus. Marcellus. What, has this thing appeared again tonight? Barnardo. I have seen nothing. Marcellus. Horatio says 'tis but our fantasy. And will not let belief take hold of him. Touching this dreaded sight, twice seen of us. Therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it. Horatio. Tush, tush, 'twill not appear. Barnardo. Sit down a while. And let us once again assail your ears, that are so fortified against our story, what we 2 nights have seen. Horatio. Well, sit we down. And let us hear Barnardo speak of this. Barnardo. Last night of all, when yon same star that's westward from the pole had made his course Tilium, that part of heaven where now it burns, Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating one. Marcellus. Peace, break thee off. Look where it comes again. Enter ghost. Barnardo. In the same figure, like the king that's dead. Marcellus. Thou art a scholar, speak to it, Horatio. Barnardo. Looks it not like the king? Mark it, Horatio. Horatio. Most like. It harrows me with fear and wonder. Barnardo. It would be spoke to. Marcellus. Question it, Horatio. Horatio. What art thou that usurps this time of night, together with that fair and warlike form, in which the majesty of buried Denmark did sometimes march? By heaven I charge thee, speak. Marcellus. It is offended. Barnardo. See, it stalks away. Horatio. Stay. Speak, speak. I charge thee, speak. Exit ghost. Marcellus. 'Tis gone, and will not answer. Barnardo. How now, Horatio? You tremble and look pale. Is not this something more than fantasy? What think you on't? Horatio. Before my God, I might not disbelieve, without the sensible and true avouch of mine own eyes. Marcellus. Is it not like the king? Horatio. As thou art to thyself. Such was the very armor he had on when he th' ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once, when in an angry peril he smote the sledded poleaxe on the ice. 'Tis strange. Marcellus. Thus twice before, and jump at this dead hour. With martial stalk hath he gone by our watch. Horatio. In what particular thought to work I know not, but in the gross and scope of my opinion, this bodes some strange eruption to our state. Marcellus. Good, now, sit down, and tell me, he that knows, why this same strict and most observant watch so nightly toils the subject of the land, and why such daily cast of brazen cannon and foreign mart for implements of war, why such impressive shipwrights, whose sore task does not divide the Sunday from the week, what might be toward that this sweaty haste doth make the night joint laborer with the day? Who is't that can inform me? Horatio. That can I. At least, the whisper goes so. Our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway. Thereto pricked on by a most emulate pride, dared to the combat, in which our valiant Hamlet, for so this side of our known world esteemed him, did slay this Fortinbras, who by a sealed compact, well ratified by law and heraldry, did forfeit, with his life, all those his lands, which he stood seized of, to the conqueror, against the which, a moiety competent, was gauged by our king, which had returned to the inheritance of Fortinbras, had he been vanquisher, as by the same covenant and carriage of the article designed, his fell to Hamlet. Now, sir, young Fortinbras, of unimproved metal, hot and full, hath in the skirts of Norway, here and there, sharked up a list of lawless resolutes for food and diet to some enterprise that hath a stomach in't, which is no other, as it doth well appear unto our state, but to recover of us by strong hand, and terms compulsatory, those foresaid lands. So by his father lost. And this, I take it, is the main motive of our preparations. The source of this our watch, and the chief head of this post-haste and rummage in the land. Barnardo? I think it be no other but and so. Well may it sort that this portentous figure comes armed through our watch so like the king. That was and is the question of these wars. Horatio. A mode it is to trouble the mind's eye. In the most high and palmy state of Rome, a little ere the mightiest Julius fell, the graves stood tenantless and the sheeted dead did squeak and gibber in the Roman streets, as stars with trains of fire and dews of blood. Disasters in the sun, and the moist star, upon whose influence Neptune's empire stands, was sick almost to doomsday with eclipse. And even the like precurse of fierce events, as harbingers preceding still the fates, and prologue to the omen coming on, have heaven and earth together demonstrated. Unto our climatures and countrymen, re-enter ghost. But, soft, behold, lo, where it comes again. I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound or use of voice, speak to me. If there be any good thing to be done, that may to thee do ease and grace to me, speak to me. If thou art privy to thy country's fate, which, happily, foreknowing may avoid, O speak. Or if thou hast uphoarded in thy life extorted treasure in the womb of earth, for which, they say, you spirits oft walk in death, speak of it. Stay, and speak. The cock crows. Stop it, Marcellus. Marcellus. Shall I strike at it with my partisan? Horatio. Do, if it will not stand. Barnardo. 'Tis here. Horatio. 'Tis here. Exit ghost. Marcellus. 'Tis gone. We do it wrong, being so majestical, to offer it the show of violence. For it is as the air, invulnerable, and our vain blows malicious mockery. Barnardo. It was about to speak when the cock crew. Horatio. And then it started, like a guilty thing, upon a fearful summons. I have heard. The cock, that is the trumpet to the morn, doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day, and at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, th' extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine, and of the truth herein, this present object made probation. Marcellus. It faded on the crowing of the cock. Some say that ever gainst that season comes, wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. The bird of dawning singeth all night long. And then, they say, no spirit dare stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike. No fairy takes, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time. Horatio. So have I heard, and do in part believe it. But look, the morn in russet mantle clad walks o'er the dew of yon high eastward hill. Break we our watch up, and by my advice, let us impart what we have seen tonight unto young Hamlet, for upon my life, this spirit, dumb to us, will speak to him. Do you consent we shall acquaint him with it, as needful in our loves, fitting our duty? Marcellus. Let's. I pray, and I this morning know where we shall find him most conveniently. Exeunt. Scene 2. Elsinore. A room of state in the castle. Enter Claudius king of Denmark, Gertrude the queen, Hamlet, Polonius, Laertes, Voltimand, Cornelius, lords and attendant. King. Though yet of Hamlet our dear brother's death, the memory be green, and that it us befitted to bear our hearts in grief, and our whole kingdom to be contracted in one brow of woe. Yet so far hath discretion fought with nature, that we with wisest sorrow think on him, together with remembrance of ourselves. Therefore our sometime sister, now our queen, th' imperial jointress to this warlike state, have we, as twere with a defeated joy, with one auspicious and one dropping eye, with mirth and funeral, and with dirge and marriage, in equal scale weighing delight and dole, taken to wife, nor have we herein borrowed your better wisdoms, which have freely gone with this affair along. For all, our thanks. Now follows, that you know young Fortinbras, holding a weak supposal of our worth, or thinking by our late dear brother's death, our state to be disjoint and out of frame, colleagued with this dream of his advantage, he hath not failed to pester us with message, importing the surrender of those lands, Lost by his father, with all bonds of law. To our most valiant brother. So much for him. Now for Ursulf and for this time of meeting. Thus much the business is. We have here writ. To Norway, uncle of young Fortinbras. Who, impotent and bed-rid, scarcely hears. Of this his nephew's purpose, to suppress. His further gate herein, in that the levies. The lists and full proportions are all made. Out of his subject. And we here dispatch. You, good Cornelius, and you, Voltimand. For bearers of this greeting to old Norway. Giving to you no further personal power. To business with the king, more than the scope. Of these dilated articles allow. Farewell, and let your haste commend your duty. Cornelius and Voltimand. In that, and all things, will we show our duty. King. We doubt it nothing. Heartily farewell. Excellent Voltimand and Cornelius. And now, Laertes, what's the news with you? You told us of some suit. What is't, Laertes? You cannot speak of reason to the Dane. And lose your voice. What wouldst thou beg, Laertes? That shall not be my offer, not thy asking? The head is not more native to the heart. The hand more instrumental to the mouth. Than is the throne of Denmark to thy father. What wouldst thou have, Laertes? Laertes. Dread my lord. Your leave and favor to return to France. From whence though willingly I came to Denmark. To show my duty in your coronation. Yet now I must confess, that duty done. My thoughts and wishes bend again toward France. And bow them to your gracious leave and pardon. King. Have you your father's leave? What says Polonius? Polonius. He hath, my lord, wrung from me my slow leave. By laborsome petition, and at last. Upon his will I sealed my hard consent. I do beseech you give him leave to go. King. Take thy fair hour, Laertes, time be thine. And thy best graces spend it at thy will. But now, my cousin Hamlet, and my son. Hamlet. Aside. A little more than kin, and less than kind. King. How is it that the clouds still hang on you? Hamlet. Not so, my lord, I am too much I the sun. Queen. Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off. And let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not forever with thy veiled lids. Seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common, all that lives must die. Passing through nature to eternity. Hamlet. Madam, it is common. Queen. If it be. Why seems it so particular with thee? Hamlet. Seems, madam. Nay, it is, I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother. Nor customary suits of solemn black. Nor windy suspiration of forked breath. No, nor the fruitful river in the eye. Nor the dejected haviour of the visage. Together with all forms, moods, shows of grief. That can denote me truly. These indeed seem. For they are actions that a man might play. But I have that within which passeth show. These but the trappings and the suits of woe. King. 'Tis sweet and commendable in your nature, Hamlet. To give these mourning duties to your father. But you must know, your father lost a father. That father lost his, and the survivor bound. In filial obligation, for some term. To do obsequious sorrow. But to persevere. An obstinate condolement is a course. Of impious stubbornness. 'Tis unmanly grief. It shows a will most incorrect to heaven. A heart unfortified, a mind impatient. An understanding simple and unschooled. For what we know must be, and is as common. As any the most vulgar thing to sense. Why should we in our peevish opposition take it to heart? Fie, 'tis a fault to heaven. A fault against the dead, a fault to nature. To reason most absurd, whose common theme is death of fathers, and who still hath cried. From the first course till he that died today. This must be so. We pray you throw to earth this unprevailing woe, and think of us as of a father, for let the world take note. You are the most immediate to our throne. And with no less nobility of love than that which dearest father bears his son. Do I impart toward you. For your intent in going back to school in Wittenberg. It is most retrograde to our desire. And we beseech you bend you to remain here in the cheer and comfort of our eye. Our chiefest courtier, cousin, and our son. Queen. Let not thy mother lose her prayers, Hamlet. I pray thee stay with us, go not to Wittenberg. Hamlet. I shall in all my best obey you, madam. King. Why, 'tis a loving and a fair reply. Be as Ursulf in Denmark. Madam, come. This gentle and unforked accord of Hamlet sits smiling to my heart, in grace whereof no jocund health that Denmark drinks today. But the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the kings roused the heaven shall brew it again. Re-speaking earthly thunder, come away. Exeunt all but Hamlet. Hamlet. Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, and resolve itself into a dew. Or that the everlasting had not fixed his cannon gainst self-slaughter. O God! O God! How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world. Fie on't! Oh, fie! 'Tis an unweeded garden that grows to seed things rank and gross in nature. Possess it merely that it should come to this. But 2 months dead, nay, not so much, not 2. So excellent a king, that was to this. Hyperion to a satyr, so loving to my mother, that he might not beteem the winds of heaven. Visit her face too roughly. Heaven and earth. Must I remember? Why, she would hang on him as if increase of appetite a groan by what it fed on, and yet, within a month. Let me not think on't frailty, thy name is woman. The little month, or ere those shoes were old, with which she followed my poor father's body. Like Niobe, all tears. Why she, even she. O God! A beast that wants discourse of reason would have mourned longer married with mine uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father than I to Hercules. Within a month? Ere yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her gold eyes. She married. O most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous sheets. It is not, nor it cannot come to good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue. Enter Horatio, Marcellus and Barnardo. Horatio. Hail to your lordship. Hamlet. I am glad to see you well. Horatio, or I do forget myself. Horatio. The same, my lord. And your poor servant ever. Hamlet. Sir, my good friend. I'll change that name with you. And what make you from Wittenberg, Horatio? Marcellus? Marcellus. My good lord. Hamlet. I am very glad to see you. Good even, sir. But what, in faith, make you from Wittenberg? Horatio. A truant disposition, good my lord. Hamlet. I would not hear your enemy say so. Nor shall you do my ear that violence. To make it truster of your own report. Against yourself. I know you are no truant. But what is your affair in Elsinore? We'll teach you to drink deep ere you depart. Horatio. My lord, I came to see your father's funeral. Hamlet. I prithee do not mock me, fellow student. I think it was to see my mother's wedding. Horatio. Indeed, my lord, it followed hard upon. Hamlet. Thrift, Horatio. The funeral backed meats did coldly furnish forth the marriage tables. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven. Or ever I had seen that day, Horatio. My father, methinks I see my father. Horatio. Where, my lord? Hamlet. In my mind's eye, Horatio. Horatio. I saw him once, he was a goodly king. Hamlet. He was a man, take him for all in all. I shall not look upon his like again. Horatio. My lord, I think I saw him yesternight. Hamlet. Saw? Who? Horatio. My lord, the king your father. Hamlet. The king my father. Horatio. Season your admiration for a while with an attent ear, till I may deliver upon the witness of these gentlemen this marvel to you. Hamlet. For God's love let me hear. Horatio. 2 nights together had these gentlemen, Marcellus and Barnardo, on their watch, in the dead waste and middle of the night, been thus encountered. A figure like your father, armed at point exactly, cap a pie, appears before them, and with solemn march goes slow and stately by them. Thrice he walked by their oppressed and fear-surprised eyes within his truncheon's length, whilst they, distilled almost to jelly with the act of fear, stand dumb and speak not to him. This to me in dreadful secrecy impart they did. And I with them the 3rd night kept the watch, where, as they had delivered, both in time, form of the thing, each word made true and good. The apparition comes. I knew your father. These hands are not more like. Hamlet. But where was this? Marcellus. My lord, upon the platform where we watch. Hamlet. Did you not speak to it? Horatio. My lord, I did. But answer made it none. Yet once meth it. It lifted up it head and did address itself to motion, like as it would speak. But even then the morning cock crew loud. And at the sound it shrunk in haste away. And vanished from our sight. Hamlet. 'Tis very strange. Horatio. As I do live, my honored lord, 'tis true. And we did think it writ down in our duty to let you know of it. Hamlet. Indeed, sirs, but this troubles me. Hold you the watch tonight? March and Barnardo. We do, my lord. Hamlet. Armed, say you? Both. Armed, my lord. Hamlet. From top to toe? Both. My lord, from head to foot. Hamlet. Then saw you not his face? Horatio. Oh yes, my lord, he wore his beaver up. Hamlet. What, look at he frowningly. Horatio. A countenance more in sorrow than in anger. Hamlet. Pale, or red. Horatio. Nay, very pale. Hamlet. And fixed his eyes upon you? Horatio. Most constantly. Hamlet. I would I had been there. Horatio. It would have much amazed you. Hamlet. Very like. Stayed it long? Horatio. While one with moderate haste might tell 100. Marcellus and Barnardo. Longer. Horatio. Not when I saw it. Hamlet. His beard was grizzled, no? Horatio. It was, as I have seen it in his life. A sable silvered. Hamlet. I will watch tonight. Perchance 'twill walk again. Horatio. I warrant you it will. Hamlet. If it assume my noble father's person. I'll speak to it, though hell itself should gape. And bid me hold my peace. I pray you all. If you have hitherto concealed this sight, let it be tenable in your silence still. And whatsoever else shall hap tonight, give it an understanding, but no tongue. I will requite your loves. So, fare ye well. Upon the platform twixt 11 and 12. I'll visit you. All. Our duty to your honor. Hamlet. Your loves, as mine to you. Farewell. Exeunt Horatio, Marcellus and Barnardo. My father's spirit in arms. All is not well. I doubt some foul play. Would the night were come. Till then sit still, my soul. Foul deeds will rise. Though all the earth o'erwhelm them, to men's eyes. Exit. Scene 3. A room in Polonius's house. Enter Laertes and Ophelia. Laertes. My necessaries are embarked. Farewell. And, sister, as the winds give benefit. And convoy as assistant, do not sleep. But let me hear from you. Ophelia. Do you doubt that? Laertes. For Hamlet and the trifling of his favor. Hold it a fashion and a toy in blood. A violet in the youth of primy nature. Forward, not permanent, sweet, not lasting. The perfume and suppliance of a minute. No more. Ophelia. No more but so? Laertes. Think it no more. For nature crescent does not grow alone. Infuse in bulk, but as this temple waxes. The inward service of the mind and soul. Grows wide withal. Perhaps he loves you now. And now no soil nor caudle doth besmirch the virtue of his will, but you must fear. His greatness weighed, his will is not his own. For he himself is subject to his birth. He may not, as unvalued persons do, carve for himself, for on his choice depends the sanctity and health of this whole state. And therefore must his choice be circumscribed unto the voice and yielding of that body, whereof he is the head. Then if he says he loves you, it fits your wisdom so far to believe it, as he in his particular act and place may give his saying deed, which is no further than the main voice of Denmark goes withal. Then weigh what loss your honor may sustain. If with too credent ear you list his songs, or lose your heart, or your chaste treasure open to his unmastered importunity. Fear it, Ophelia, fear it, my dear sister. And keep you in the rear of your affection. Out of the shot and danger of desire. The chariest maid is prodigal enough. If she unmask her beauty to the moon. Virtue itself scopes not calumnious strokes. The canker galls the infants of the spring. Too oft before their buttons be disclosed. And in the morn and liquid dew of youth. Contagious blastments are most imminent. Be wary then, best safety lies in fear. Youth to itself rebels, though none else near. Ophelia. I shall th' effect of this good lesson keep. As watchman to my heart. But good my brother. Do not as some ungracious pastors do. Show me the steep and thorny way to heaven. whilst like a puffed and reckless libertine, himself the primrose path of dalliance treads, and recks not his own reed. Laertes. Oh, fear me not. I stay too long. But here my father comes. Enter Polonius. A double blessing is a double grace. Occasion smiles upon a second leave. Polonius. Yet here, Laertes? Aboard, aboard, for shame. The wind sits in the shoulder of your sail. And you are stayed for. There, my blessing with you. Laying his hand on Laertes' head. And these few precepts in thy memory. Look thou character. Give thy thoughts no tongue. Nor any unproportionate thought is act. Be thou familiar, but by no means vulgar. Those friends thou hast, and their adoption tried. Grapple them unto thy soul with hoops of steel. But do not dull thy palm with entertainment. Of each new hatched, unfledged comrade. Beware. Of entrance to a quarrel, but being in. Beart that thoughtest may beware of thee. Give every man thine ear, but few thy voice. Take each man's censure, but reserve thy judgment. Costly thy habit as thy purse can buy. But not express it in fancy, rich, not gaudy. For the apparel oft proclaims the man. And they in France of the best rank and station are of a most select and generous chief in that neither a borrower nor a lender be. For loan oft loses both itself and friend. And borrowing dulls the edge of husbandry. This above all. To thine own self be true. And it must follow, as the night the day. Thou canst not then be false to any man. Farewell. My blessing season this in thee. Laertes. Most humbly do I take my leave, my lord. Polonius. The time invites you, go, your servants tend. Laertes. Farewell, Ophelia, and remember well what I have said to you. Ophelia. 'Tis in my memory locked. And you yourself shall keep the key of it. Laertes. Farewell. Exit. Polonius. What is't, Ophelia, he hath said to you? Ophelia. So please you, something touching the Lord Hamlet. Polonius. Marry, well beth it. 'Tis told me he hath very oft of late given private time to you, and you yourself have of your audience been most free and bounteous. If it be so as so 'tis put on me. And that in way of caution I must tell you. You do not understand yourself so clearly. As it behoves my daughter and your honor. What is between you? Give me up the truth. Ophelia. He hath, my lord, of late made many tenders of his affection to me. Polonius. Affection. Pooh. You speak like a green girl. Unsifted in such perilous circumstance. Do you believe his tenders, as you call them? Ophelia. I do not know, my lord, what I should think. Polonius. Marry, I'll teach you, think yourself a baby. That you have ta'en these tenders for true pay. Which are not sterling. Tender yourself more dearly. Or not to crack the wind of the poor phrase. Roaming it thus you'll tender me a fool. Ophelia. My lord, he hath importuned me with love. In honorable fashion. Polonius. Fashion you may call it, go to. Ophelia. And hath given countenance to his speech, my lord. With almost all the holy vows of heaven. Polonius. Springes to catch woodcocks. I do know. When the blood burns, how prodigal the soul. Lends the tongue vows. These blazes, daughter. Giving more light than heat, extinct in both. Even in their promise, as it is a making. You must not take for fire. From this time. Be something scanter of your maiden presence. Set your entreatments at a higher rate. Than a command to parley. For Lord Hamlet. Believe so much in him that he is young. And with a larger tether may he walk. Than may be given you. In few, Ophelia. Do not believe his vows, for they are brokers. Not of that dye which their investments show. But mere implorators of unholy suits. Breathing like sanctified and pious bawds. The better to beguile. This is for all. I would not, in plain terms, from this time forth. Have you so slander any moment leisure. As to give words or talk with the Lord Hamlet. Look taut, I charge you, come your ways. Ophelia. I shall obey, my lord. Exeunt. Scene IV. The platform. Enter Hamlet, Horatio and Marcellus. Hamlet. The air bites shrewdly, it is very cold. Horatio. It is a nipping and an eager air. Hamlet. What hour now? Horatio. I think it lacks of 12. Marcellus. No, it is struck. Horatio. Indeed? I heard it not. It then draws near the season. wherein the spirit held his wont to walk. A flourish of trumpets, an ordnance shot off within. What does this mean, my lord? Hamlet. The king doth wake tonight and takes his rouse. Keeps wassail, and the swaggering upspring reels. And as he drains his draughts of Rhenish down, the kettle drum and trumpet thus bray out the triumph of his pledge. Horatio. Is it a custom? Hamlet. A merry ist. And to my mind, though I am native here, and to the manner born, it is a custom. More honor it in the breach than the observance. This heavy-headed revel east and west makes us tradic it and tax it of other nations. They cleap us drunkards, and with swinish phrase soil our addition, and indeed it takes from our achievements, though perform it at height, the pith and marrow of our attribute. So oft it chances in particular men that for some vicious mole of nature in them, as in their birth, wherein they are not guilty, since nature cannot choose his origin, by their o'ergrowth of some complexion, oft breaking down the pales and forts of reason, or by some habit that too much o'erleavens the form of plausive manners that these men, carrying, I say, the stamp of one defect, being nature's livery or fortune's star, his virtues else be they as pure as grace, as infinite as man may undergo, shall in the general censure take corruption. From that particular fault, the dram of evil, doth all the noble substance often doubt. To his own scandal. Horatio. Look, my lord, it comes. Enter Ghost. Hamlet. Angels and ministers of grace defend us. Be thou spirit of health or goblin damned. Bring with the airs from heaven or blasts from hell. Be thy intents wicked or charitable. Thou com'st in such a questionable shape that I will speak to thee. I'll call thee Hamlet. King, father, royal Dane. Oh, answer me. Let me not burst in ignorance, but tell why thy canonised bones, hearsed in death, have burst their cerements, why the sepulchre, wherein we saw thee quietly interned, hath up it his ponderous and marble jaws, to cast thee up again. What may this mean? That thou, dead corse, again in complete steel, revisit'st thus the glimpses of the moon, making night hideous, and we fools of nature, so horridly to shake our disposition, with thoughts beyond the reaches of our souls? Say, why is this? Wherefore? What should we do? Ghost beckons Hamlet. Horatio. It beckons you to go away with it, as if it some impartment did desire. To you alone. Marcellus. Look with what courteous action it waves you to a more removed ground. But do not go with it. Horatio. No, by no means. Hamlet. It will not speak, then will I follow it. Horatio. Do not, my lord. Hamlet. Why, what should be the fear? I do not set my life at a pin's fee. And for my soul, what can it do to that? Being a thing immortal as itself? It waves me forth again. I'll follow it. Horatio. What if it tempt you toward the flood, my lord? Or to the dreadful summit of the cliff that beetles o'er his base into the sea, and there assume some other horrible form which might deprive your sovereignty of reason and draw you into madness? Think of it. The very place puts toys of desperation, without more motive, into every brain that looks so many fathoms to the sea and hears it roar beneath. Hamlet. It waves me still. Go on, I'll follow thee. Marcellus. You shall not go, my lord. Hamlet. Hold off your hands. Horatio. Be rolled, you shall not go. Hamlet. My fate cries out and makes each petty artery in this body as hardy as the Nemean lion's nerve. Ghost beckons. Still am I called. Unhand me, gentlemen. Breaking free from them. By heaven, I'll make a ghost of him that lets me. I say, away. Go on, I'll follow thee. Exeunt Ghost and Hamlet. Horatio. He waxes desperate with imagination. Marcellus. Let's follow, 'tis not fit thus to obey him. Horatio. Have after. To what issue will this come? Marcellus. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Horatio. Heaven will direct it. Marcellus. Nay, let's follow him. Exeunt. Scene v. A more remote part of the castle. Enter Ghost and Hamlet. Hamlet. Whither wilt thou lead me? Speak, I'll go no further. Ghost. Mark me. Hamlet. I will. Ghost. My hour is almost come, when I to sulphurous and tormenting flames must render up myself. Hamlet. Alas, poor Ghost. Ghost. Pity me not, but lend thy serious hearing to what I shall unfold. Hamlet. Speak, I am bound to hear. Ghost. So art thou to revenge when thou shalt hear. Hamlet. What? Ghost. I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast and fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of my prison house. I could a tale unfold whose lightest word would harrow up thy soul, freeze thy young blood, make thy two eyes like stars start from their spheres, thy knotted and combined locks to part, and each particular hair to stand on end, like quills upon the fretful porcupine. But this eternal blazon must not be to ears of flesh and blood. List, list, oh, list, if thou didst ever thy dear father love. Hamlet. O God. Ghost. Revenge his foul and most unnatural murder. Hamlet. Murder. Ghost. Murder most foul, as in the best it is. But this most foul, strange, and unnatural. Hamlet. Haste me to note that I, with wings as swift as meditation or the thoughts of love, may sweep to my revenge. Ghost. I find thee apt. And duller shouldst thou be than the fat weed that rots itself in ease on Leith wharf. Wouldst thou not stir in this? Now, Hamlet, here. 'Tis given out that, sleeping in my orchard, a serpent stung me, so the whole ear of Denmark is by a forged process of my death rankly abused, but know, thou noble youth, the serpent that did sting thy father's life now wears his crown. Hamlet. O my prophetic soul. Mine uncle. Ghost. That incestuous, that adulterate beast, with witchcraft of his wit, with traitorous gifts. O wicked wit and gifts that have the power so to seduce one to his shameful lust, the will of my most seeming virtuous queen. O Hamlet, what a falling off was there from me, whose love was of that dignity that it went hand in hand even with the vow I made to her in marriage, and to decline upon a wretch whose natural gifts were poor to those of mine. But virtue, as it never will be movid, though lewdness courted in a shape of heaven, so lust, though to a radiant angel linked, will sate itself in a celestial bed and prey on garbage. But soft, methinks I scent the morning air. Brief let me be, sleeping within my orchard. My custom always of the afternoon. Upon my secure hour thy uncle stole, with use of cursed heaven in a vial, and in the porches of my ears did pour the leprous distilment, whose effect holds such an enmity with blood of man that swift as quicksilver it courses through the natural gates and alleys of the body, and with a sudden vigor it doth posset and curd, like eager droppings into milk, the thin and wholesome blood. So did it mine. And a most instant tetter barked about, most laser-like, with vile and loathsome crust, all my smooth body. Thus was I, sleeping, by a brother's hand, of life, of crown, of queen at once dispatched, cut off even in the blossoms of my sin, unhoused, disappointed, unanelled, no reckoning made, but sent to my account, with all my imperfections on my head. O horrible! O horrible! Most horrible! If thou hast nature in thee, bear it not. Let not the royal bed of Denmark be a couch for luxury and damned incest. But howsoever thou pursest this act, taint not thy mind, nor let thy soul contrive against thy mother aught, leave her to heaven, and to those thorns that in her bosom lodge, to prick and sting her. Fare thee well at once. The glowworm shows the matin to be near, and gins to pale his ineffectual fire. Adieu, adieu, adieu. Hamlet, remember me. Exit. Hamlet. O all you host of heaven. O earth. What else? And shall I couple hell? Oh, fie. Hold, my heart. And you, my sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee? Thou poor ghost, while memory holds a seat in this distracted globe. Remember thee? Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past, that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, by heaven. O most pernicious woman. O villain, villain, smiling damned villain. My tables. Meet it as I set it down. That one may smile and be a villain. At least I am sure it may be so in Denmark. Writing. So, uncle, there you are. Now to my word. It is adieu, adieu, remember me. I have sworn. Horatio and Marcellus. Within. My lord, my lord. Marcellus. Within. Lord Hamlet. Horatio. Within. Heaven secure him. Hamlet. So be it. Marcellus. Within. Hillo, ho, ho, my lord. Hamlet. Hillo, ho, ho, boy. Come, bird, come. Enter Horatio and Marcellus. Marcellus. How is't, my noble lord? Horatio. What news, my lord? Hamlet. Oh, wonderful. Horatio. Good my lord, tell it. Hamlet. No, you'll reveal it. Horatio. Not I, my lord, by heaven. Marcellus. Nor I, my lord. Hamlet. How say you then, would heart of man once think it? But you'll be secret? Horatio and Marcellus. By heaven, my lord. Hamlet. There's ne'er a villain dwelling in all Denmark. But he's an arrant knave. Horatio. There needs no ghost, my lord, come from the grave. To tell us this. Hamlet. Why, right, you are either right. And so, without more circumstance at all, I hold it fit that we shake hands and part. You, as your business and desires shall point you. For every man hath business and desire. Such as it is, and for my own poor part. Look you, I'll go pray. Horatio. These are but wild and whirling words, my lord. Hamlet. I'm sorry they offend you, heartily. Yes, faith, heartily. Horatio. There's no offense, my lord. Hamlet. Yes, by St. Patrick, but there is, Horatio. And much offense too. Touching this vision here. It is an honest ghost, that let me tell you. For your desire to know what is between us. O'ermastered as you may. And now, good friends. As you are friends, scholars, and soldiers. Give me one poor request. Horatio. What is't, my lord? We will. Hamlet. Never make known what you have seen tonight. Horatio and Marcellus. My lord, we will not. Hamlet. Nay, but swear't. Horatio. In faith, my lord, not I. Marcellus. Nor I, my lord, in faith. Hamlet. Upon my sword. Marcellus. We have sworn, my lord, already. Hamlet. Indeed, upon my sword, indeed. Ghost. Cries under the stage. Swear. Hamlet. Ha, ha, boy, say'st thou so? Art thou there, Truipany? Come on, you hear this fellow in the cellarage. Consent to swear. Horatio. Propose the oath, my lord. Hamlet. Never to speak of this that you have seen. Swear by my sword. Ghost. Beneath. Swear. Hamlet. Hic et ubique? Then we'll shift our ground. Come hither, gentlemen. And lay your hands again upon my sword. Never to speak of this that you have heard. Swear by my sword. Ghost. Beneath. Swear. Hamlet. Well said, old mole. Canst work I thirst so fast? A worthy pioneer. Once more remove, good friends. Horatio. O day and night, but this is wondrous strange. Hamlet. And therefore as a stranger give it welcome. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But come. Here, as before, never, so help you mercy. How strange or odd soe'er I bear myself. As I perchance hereafter shall think meet. To put an antic disposition on. That you, at such times seeing me, never shall. With arms encumbered thus, or this head shake. Or by pronouncing of some doubtful phrase. As well, we know, or we could an if we would. Or if we list to speak, or there be an if they might. Or such ambiguous giving out, to note. That you know aught of me. This not to do. So grace and mercy at your most need help you. Swear. Ghost. Beneath. Swear. Hamlet. Rest, rest, perturbed spirit. So, gentlemen. With all my love I do commend me to you. And what so poor a man as Hamlet is. May do t'express his love and friending to you. God willing, shall not lack. Let us go in together. And still your fingers on your lips, I pray. The time is out of joint. O cursed spite. That ever I was born to set it right. Nay, come, let's go together. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I a room in Polonius's house. Enter Polonius and Rinaldo. Polonius. Give him this money and these notes, Rinaldo. Rinaldo. I will, my lord. Polonius. You shall do marvelous wisely, good Rinaldo. Before you visit him, to make inquiry of his behavior. Rinaldo. My lord, I did intend it. Polonius. Marry, well said, very well said. Look you, sir. Inquire me first what danskers are in Paris. And how, and who, what means, and where they keep. What company, at what expense, and finding. By this encompassment and drift of question. That they do know my son, come you more nearer. Than your particular demands will touch it. Take you as twere some distant knowledge of him. As thus, I know his father and his friends. And in part him do you mark this, Rinaldo? Rinaldo. Very well, my lord. Polonius. And in part him, but you may say, not well. But if be he I mean, he's very wild. Addicted so and they're put on him. What forgeries you please, marry, none so rank. As may dishonor him, take heed of that. But, sir, such wanton, wild, and usual slips. As our companions noted and most known. To youth and liberty. Rinaldo. As gaming, my lord? Polonius. Drinking, fencing, swearing. Quarreling, drabbing. You may go so far. Rinaldo. My lord, that would dishonor him. Polonius. Faith no, as you may season it in the charge. You must not put another scandal on him. That he is open to incontinency. That's not my meaning. But breathe his faults so quaintly. That they may seem the taints of liberty. The flash and outbreak of a fiery mind. The savageness in unreclaimed blood. Of general assault. Rinaldo. But my good lord. Polonius. Wherefore should you do this? Rinaldo. My lord, I would know that. Polonius. Marry, sir, here's my drift. And I believe it is a fetch of warrant. You laying these slight sullies on my son. As twere a thing a little soiled ith working. Mark you. Your party in converse, him you would sound. Having ever seen in the prenominate crimes. The youth you breathe of guilty, be acerid. He closes with you in this consequence. Good sir or so, or friend or gentleman. According to the phrase or the addition. Of man and country. Rinaldo. Very good, my lord. Polonius. And then, sir, does he this? He does what was I about to say. By the mass, I was about to say something. Where did I leave? Rinaldo. At closes in the consequence. At friend or so and gentleman. Polonius. At closes in the consequence, marry. He closes with you thus. I know the gentleman. I saw him yesterday or t'other day. Or then, with such and such, and, as you say. There was he gaming, there o'ertook in's rouse. There falling out at tennises. Or perchance. I saw him enter such a house of sale. Videlicet, a brothel, or so forth. See you now. Your bait of falsehood takes this carp of truth. And thus do we of wisdom and of reach. With windlasses, and with assays of bias. By indirections find directions out. So by my former lecture and advice. Shall you, my son? You have me, have you not? Rinaldo. My lord, I have. Polonius. God be wi' you, fare you well. Rinaldo. Good my lord. Polonius. Observe his inclination in yourself. Rinaldo. I shall, my lord. Polonius. And let him ply his music. Rinaldo. Well, my lord. Polonius. Farewell. Exit Rinaldo. Enter Ophelia. How now, Ophelia, what's the matter? Ophelia. Alas, my lord, I have been so affrighted. Polonius. With what, in the name of God? Ophelia. My lord, as I was sewing in my chamber. Lord Hamlet, with his doublet all unbracked. No hat upon his head, his stockings fouled. Ungartered, and down gyve to his ankle. Pale as his shirt, his knees knocking each other. And with a look so piteous in purport. As if he had been loosed out of hell. To speak of horrors, he comes before me. Polonius. Mad for thy love? Ophelia. My lord, I do not know, but truly I do fear it. Polonius. What said he? Ophelia. He took me by the wrist and held me hard. Then goes he to the length of all his arm. And with his other hand thus o'er his brow. He falls to such perusal of my face. As he would draw it. Long stayed he so. At last a little shaking of mine arm. And thrice his head thus waving up and down. He raised a sigh so piteous and profound, as it did seem to shatter all his bulk and end his being. That done, he lets me go. And with his head over his shoulder turned, he seemed to find his way without his eyes. For out o' doors he went without their help, and to the last bended their light on me. Polonius. Come, go with me. I will go seek the king. This is the very ecstasy of love, whose violent property fordoes itself and leads the will to desperate undertakings, as oft as any passion under heaven that does afflict our natures. I am sorry. What, have you given him any hard words of late? Ophelia. No, my good lord, but as you did command. I did repel his letters and denied his access to me. Polonius. That hath made him mad. I am sorry that with better heed and judgment I had not quoted him. I feared he did but trifle and meant to wreck thee. But to shrew my jealousy, it seems it is as proper to our age to cast beyond ourselves in our opinions, as it is common for the younger sort to lack discretion. Come, go we to the king. This must be known, which, being kept close, might move more grief to hide than hate to utter love. Exeunt. Scene 2. A room in the castle. Enter King, Queen, Rosencrantz, Guildenstern and attendants. King. Welcome, dear Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Moreover that we much did long to see you. The need we have to use you did provoke our hasty sending. Something have you heard of Hamlet's transformation, so I call it, since north exterior nor the inward man resembles that it was what it should be, more than his father's death, that thus hath put him so much from thunderstanding of himself. I cannot dream of. I entreat you both that, being of so young days brought up with him, and since so neighbored to his youth and humor, that you vouchsafe your rest here in our court some little time, so by your companies to draw him on to pleasures and to gather so much as from occasion you may glean whether aught to us unknown afflicts him thus. That, opened, lies within our remedy. Queen. Good gentleman, he hath much talked of you. And sure I am, 2 men there are not living to whom he more adheres. If it will please you to show us so much gentry and good will as to expend your time with us a while for the supply and profit of our hope, your visitation shall receive such thanks as fits a king's remembrance. Rosencrantz. Both your majesties might, by the sovereign power you have of us, put your dread pleasures more into command than to entreaty. Guildenstern. We both obey and here give up ourselves in the full bent to lay our service freely at your feet. To be commanded. King. Thanks, Rosencrantz and gentle Guildenstern. Queen. Thanks, Guildenstern and gentle Rosencrantz. And I beseech you instantly to visit my too much changed son. Go, some of you, and bring these gentlemen where Hamlet is. Guildenstern. Heavens make our presence and our practices pleasant and helpful to him. Queen. Amen. Exeunt Rosencrantz, Guildenstern and some attendants. Enter Polonius. Polonius. Th' ambassadors from Norway, my good lord, are joyfully returned. King. Thou still hast been the father of good news. Polonius. Have I, my lord? Assure you, my good liege, I hold my duty, as I hold my soul, both to my God and to my gracious king. And I do think or else this brain of mine hunts not the trail of policy so sure as it hath used to do that I have found the very cause of Hamlet's lunacy. King. Oh speak of that do I long to hear. Polonius. Give first admittance to th' ambassadors. My news shall be the fruit to that great feast. King. Thyself do grace to them, and bring them in. Exit Polonius. He tells me, my sweet queen, that he hath found the head and source of all your son's distemper. Queen. I doubt it is no other but the main his father's death and our o'erhasty marriage. King. Well, we shall sift him. Enter Polonius with Voltimand and Cornelius. Welcome, my good friends. Say, Voltimand, what from our brother Norway? Voltimand. Most fair return of greetings and desires. Upon our first, he sent out to suppress his nephew's levies, which to him appeared to be a preparation gainst the Pollack. But better looked into, he truly found it was against your highness, whereat grieved that so his sickness, age, and impotence was falsely borne in hand, sends out arrests on for timbers, which he, in brief, obeys. Receives rebuke from Norway, and in fine. Makes vow before his uncle nevermore. To give thaussay of arms against your majesty. Whereon old Norway, overcome with joy, gives him 3,000 crowns in annual fee. And his commission to employ those soldiers. So levied as before, against Apollak. With an entreaty, herein further shown. Gives a paper. That it might please you to give quiet pass. Through your dominions for this enterprise. On such regards of safety and allowance. As therein are set down. King. It likes us well. And at our more considerate time we'll read. Answer, and think upon this business. Meantime we thank you for your well-took labor. Go to your rest, at night we'll feast together. Most welcome home. Exeunt Voltimand and Cornelius. Polonius. This business is well ended. My liege and madam, to expostulate. What majesty should be, what duty is. Why day is day, night night, and time is time. Were nothing but to waste night, day and time. Therefore, since brevity is the soul of wit, and tediousness the limbs and outward flourishes, I will be brief. Your noble son is mad. Mad call I it, for to define true madness. What is't but to be nothing else but mad? But let that go. Queen. More matter, with less art. Polonius. Madam, I swear I use no art at all. That he is mad, 'tis true. 'Tis true 'tis pity. And pity 'tis true. A foolish figure. But farewell it, for I will use no art. Mad let us grant him then. And our remains. That we find out the cause of this effect. Or rather say, the cause of this defect. For this effect defective comes by cause. Thus it remains, and the remainder thus. Perpend. I have a daughter have whilst she is mine. Who in her duty and obedience, mark. Hath given me this. Now gather, and surmise. Reads. To the celestial, and my soul's idol, the most beautified Ophelia. That's an ill phrase, a vile phrase, beautified is a vile phrase. But you shall hear. Reads. These, in her excellent white bosom, these, and see. Queen. Came this from Hamlet to her? Polonius. Good madam, stay a while, I will be faithful. Reads. Doubt thou the stars are fire. Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar. But never doubt I love. O dear Ophelia, I am ill at these numbers. I have not art to reckon my groans. But that I love thee best, O most best, believe it. Adieu. Thine evermore, most dear lady, whilst this machine is to him. Hamlet. This in obedience hath my daughter showed me. And more above hath his solicitings. As they fell out by time, by means, and place. All given to mine ear. King. But how hath she received his love? Polonius. What do you think of me? King. As of a man faithful and honorable. Polonius. I would fain prove so. But what might you think? When I had seen this hot love on the wing. As I perceived it, I must tell you that. Before my daughter told me, what might you? Or my dear majesty or queen here, think? If I had played the desk or table book. Or given my heart a winking, mute and dumb. Or looked upon this love with idle sight. What might you think? No, I went round to work. And my young mistress thus I did bespeak. Lord Hamlet is a prince, out of thy star. This must not be. And then I precepts gave her. That she should lock herself from his resort. Admit no messengers, receive no tokens. Which done, she took the fruits of my advice. And he, repulsed a short tale to make. Fell into a sadness, then into a fast. Thence to a watch, thence into a weakness. Thence to a lightness, and, by this declension, into the madness wherein now he raves. And all we wail for. King. Do you think 'tis this? Queen. It may be, very likely. Polonius. Hath there been such a time, I'd fain know that. That I have positively said 'tis so. When it proved otherwise. King. Not that I know. Polonius. Take this from this, if this be otherwise. Points to his head and shoulder. If circumstances lead me, I will find. Where truth is hid, though it were hid indeed. Within the center. King. How may we try it further? Polonius. You know sometimes he walks 4 hours together. Here in the lobby. Queen. So he does indeed. Polonius. At such a time I'll lose my daughter to him. Be you and I behind an arras then. Mark the encounter. If he love her not. And be not from his reason fallen thereon. Let me be no assistant for estate. But keep a farm and carters. King. We will try it. Enter Hamlet, reading. Queen. But look where sadly the poor wretch comes reading. Polonius. Away, I do beseech you, both away. I'll board him presently. Oh, give me leave. Exeunt king, queen and attendants. How does my good lord Hamlet? Hamlet. Well, God a mercy. Polonius. Do you know me, my lord? Hamlet. Excellent well. You're a fishmonger. Polonius. Not I, my lord. Hamlet. Then I would you were so honest a man. Polonius. Honest, my lord? Hamlet. Sir, to be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000. Polonius. That's very true, my lord. Hamlet. For if the sun breed maggots in a dead dog, being a good kissing. Carrion. Have you a daughter? Polonius. I have, my lord. Hamlet. Let her not walk ith son. Conception is a blessing, but not as your daughter may conceive. Friend, look taut. Polonius. How say you by that? Aside. Still harping on my daughter. Yet he knew me not at first, he said I was a fishmonger. He is far gone, far gone. And truly in my youth I suffered much extremity for love, very near this. I'll speak to him again. What do you read, my lord? Hamlet. Words, words, words. Polonius. What is the matter, my lord? Hamlet. Between who? Polonius. I mean the matter that you read, my lord. Hamlet. Slanders, sir. For the satirical slave says here that old men have grey beards, that their faces are wrinkled, their eyes purging thick amber and plum tree gum, and that they have a plentiful lack of wit, together with most weak hams. All which, sir, though I most powerfully and potently believe, yet I hold it not honesty to have it thus set down. For you yourself, sir, should be old as I am, if like a crab you could go backward. Polonius. Aside. Though this be madness, yet there is a method in't. Will you walk out of the air, my lord? Hamlet. Into my grave? Polonius. Indeed, that is out o' the air. Aside. How pregnant sometimes his replies are. A happiness that often madness hits on, which reason and sanity could not so prosperously be delivered of. I will leave him and suddenly contrive the means of meeting between him and my daughter. My honorable lord, I will most humbly take my leave of you. Hamlet. You cannot, sir, take from me anything that I will more willingly part withal, except my life, except my life, except my life. Polonius. Fare you well, my lord. Hamlet. These tedious old fools. Enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. Polonius. You go to seek the Lord Hamlet, there he is. Rosencrantz. To Polonius. God save you, sir. Exit Polonius. Guildenstern. My honored lord. Rosencrantz. My most dear lord. Hamlet. My excellent good friends. How dost thou, Guildenstern? Ah. Rosencrantz. Good lads, how do ye both? Rosencrantz. As the indifferent children of the earth. Guildenstern. Happy in that we are not over happy. On fortune's cap we are not the very button. Hamlet. Nor the soles of her shoe? Rosencrantz. Neither, my lord. Hamlet. Then you live about her waist, or in the middle of her favors? Guildenstern. Faith, her privates we. Hamlet. In the secret parts of fortune? Oh, most true, she is a strumpet. What's the news? Rosencrantz. None, my lord, but that the world's grown honest. Hamlet. Then is doomsday near. But your news is not true. Let me question more. In particular. What have you, my good friends, deserved at the hands of fortune, that she sends you to prison hither? Guildenstern. Prison, my lord? Hamlet. Denmark's a prison. Rosencrantz. Then is the world one. Hamlet. A goodly one, in which there are many confines, wards, and dungeons. Denmark being one oth worst. Rosencrantz. We think not so, my lord. Hamlet. Why, then 'tis none to you, for there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. To me it is a prison. Rosencrantz. Why, then your ambition makes it one, 'tis too narrow for your mind. Hamlet. Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space, were it not that I have bad dreams. Guildenstern. Which dreams, indeed, are ambition, for the very substance of the Ambitious is merely the shadow of a dream. Hamlet. A dream itself is but a shadow. Rosencrantz. Truly, and I hold ambition of so airy and light a quality that it is but a shadow's shadow. Hamlet. Then are our beggars' bodies, and our monarchs and outstretched heroes the beggars' shadows. Shall we to th court? For, by my fay, I cannot reason. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. We'll wait upon you. Hamlet. No such matter. I will not sort you with the rest of my servants, for to speak to you like an honest man, I am most dreadfully attended. But in the beaten way of friendship, what make you at Elsinore? Rosencrantz. To visit you, my lord, no other occasion. Hamlet. Beggar that I am even poor in thanks, but I thank you. And sure, dear friends, my thanks are too dear a halfpenny. Were you not sent for? Is it your own inclining? Is it a free visitation? Come, deal justly with me. Come, nay, speak. Guildenstern. What should we say, my lord? Hamlet. Why, anything. But to the purpose. You were sent for, and there is a kind of confession in your looks, which your modesties have not craft enough to color. I know the good king and queen have sent for you. Rosencrantz. To what end, my lord? Hamlet. That you must teach me. But let me conjure you, by the rights of our fellowship, by the consonancy of our youth, by the obligation of our ever-preserved love, and by what more dear a better proposer could charge you withal, be even and direct with me, whether you were sent for or no. Rosencrantz. To Guildenstern. What say you? Hamlet. Aside. Nay, then I have an eye of you. If you love me, hold not off. Guildenstern. My lord, we were sent for. Hamlet. I will tell you why, so shall my anticipation prevent your discovery. And your secrecy to the king and queen moult no feather. I have of late, but wherefore I know not, lost all my mirth, forgone all custom of exercises, and indeed, it goes so heavily with my disposition that this goodly frame the earth seems to me a sterile promontory, this most excellent canopy the air, look you, this brave o'erhinging firmament, this majestical roof fretted with golden fire, why, it appears no other thing to me than a foul and pestilent congregation of vapors. What a piece of work is man! How noble in reason! How infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable in action! How like an angel in apprehension, how like a god! The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. And yet, to me, what is this? Quintessence of dust? Man delights not me, no, nor woman neither. Though by your smiling you seem to say so. Rosencrantz. My lord, there was no such stuff in my thoughts. Hamlet. Why did you laugh then, when I said man delights not me? Rosencrantz. To think, my lord, if you delight not in man, what Lenten entertainment the players shall receive from you. We coted them on the way, and hither are they coming to offer you service. Hamlet. He that plays the king shall be welcome, his majesty shall have tribute of me. The adventurous knight shall use his foil and target, the lover shall not sigh gratis, the humorous man shall end his part in peace. The clown shall make those laugh whose lungs are tickle sear. And the lady shall say her mind freely, or the blank verse shall halt. Fort. What players are they? Rosencrantz. Even those you were wont to take such delight in the tragedians of the city. Hamlet. How chances it they travel? Their residence, both in reputation and profit, was better both ways. Rosencrantz. I think their inhibition comes by the means of the late innovation. Hamlet. Do they hold the same estimation they did when I was in the city? Are they so followed? Rosencrantz. No, indeed, they are not. Hamlet. How comes it? Do they grow rusty? Rosencrantz. Nay, their endeavor keeps in the wonted pace, but there is, sir, an array of children, little asses, that cry out on the top of question and are most tyrannically clapped fort. These are now the fashion, and so berattled the common stages, so they call them that many wearing rapiers are afraid of goose quills and dare scarce come thither. Hamlet. What, are they children? Who maintains them? How are they escated? Will they pursue the quality no longer than they can sing? Will they not say afterwards, if they should grow themselves to common players as it is? Most like, if their means are no better their writers do them wrong too. Make them exclaim against their own succession? Rosencrantz. Faith, there has been much to do on both sides, and the nation holds it. No sin to tar them to controversy. There was for a while no money. Bid for argument unless the poet and the player went to cuffs in the question. Hamlet. Is't possible? Guildenstern. Oh, there has been much throwing about of brains. Hamlet. Do the boys carry it away? Rosencrantz. That they do, my lord. Hercules and his load too. Hamlet. It is not very strange, for my uncle is king of Denmark, and those that would make mouths at him while my father lived give 20, 40, 50, 100 ducats apiece for his picture in little splood. There is something in this more than natural, if philosophy could find it out. Flourish of trumpets within. Guildenstern. There are the players. Hamlet. Gentlemen, you are welcome to Elsinore. Your hands, come. The appurtenance of welcome is fashion and ceremony. Let me comply with you. In this garb, lest my extent to the players, which I tell you must show fairly outward, should more appear like entertainment than yours. You are welcome. But my uncle father and aunt mother are deceived. Guildenstern. In what, my dear lord? Hamlet. I am but mad north-northwest. When the wind is southerly, I know a hawk from a handsaw. Enter Polonius. Polonius. Well be with you, gentlemen. Hamlet. Hark you, Guildenstern, and you too, at each ear a hearer. That great baby you see there is not yet out of his swaddling clouts. Rosencrantz. Happily he's the second time come to them, for they say an old man is twice a child. Hamlet. I will prophesy he comes to tell me of the players. Mark it. You say. Right, sir. For a Monday morning 'twas so indeed. Polonius. My lord, I have news to tell you. Hamlet. My lord, I have news to tell you. When Roscius was an actor in Rome. Polonius. The actors are come hither, my lord. Hamlet. Buzz, buzz. Polonius. Upon my honor. Hamlet. Then came each actor on his ass. Polonius. The best actors in the world, either for tragedy, comedy, history, pastoral, pastoral comical, historical pastoral, tragical historical, tragical comical historical pastoral, scene indivisible, or poem. Unlimited. Seneca cannot be too heavy, nor Plautus too light, for the law of writ and the liberty. These are the only men. Hamlet. O Jephthah, judge of Israel, what a treasure hadst thou? Polonius. What treasure had he, my lord? Hamlet. Why? One fair daughter, and no more. The which he loved passing well. Polonius. Aside. Still on my daughter. Hamlet. Am I not right, old Jephthah? Polonius. If you call me Jephthah, my lord, I have a daughter that I love passing well. Hamlet. Nay, that follows not. Polonius. What follows then, my lord? Hamlet. Why? As by lot, God wot. And then, you know. It came to pass, as most like it was. The first row of the pious chanson will show you more. For look where my abridgment comes. Enter 4 or 5 players. You are welcome, masters, welcome all. I am glad to see thee well. Welcome, good friends. Oh, my old friend. Thy face is valinked since I saw thee last. Com'st out to beard me in Denmark? What, my young lady? And mistress? Beer lady, your ladyship is nearer to heaven than when I saw you last, by the altitude of a chopin. Pray God your voice, like a piece of uncurrent gold, be not cracked within the ring. Masters, you are all welcome. We'll end taut like French falconers, fly at anything we see. We'll have a speech straight. Come, give us a taste of your quality. Come, a passionate speech. First player. What speech, my lord? Hamlet. I heard thee speak me a speech once, but it was never acted, or if it was, not above once, for the play, I remember, pleased not the million. 'Twas caviar to the general. But it was as I received it, and others, whose judgments in such matters cried in the top of mine an excellent play, well digested in the scenes, set down with as much modesty as cunning. I remember one said there were no sallets in the lines to make the matter savory, nor no matter in the phrase that might indite the author of affectation, but called it an honest method, as wholesome as sweet, and by very much more handsome than fine. One speech in it I chiefly loved. 'Twas Aeneas' tale to Dido, and thereabout of it. Especially where he speaks of Priam's slaughter. If it live in your memory, begin at this line, let me see, let me see. The rugged Pyrrhus, like Hyrcanian beast. It is not so. It begins with Pyrrhus. The rugged Pyrrhus, he whose sable arms, black as his purpose, did the night resemble. When he lay couched in the ominous horse. Hath now this dread and black complexion smeared with heraldry more dismal. Head to foot. Now is he total ghouls, horridly tricked with blood of fathers, mothers, daughters, sons. Backed and impested with the parching streets that lend a tyrannous and a damned light to their vile murders, roasted in wrath and fire, and thus oersized with coagulate gore. With eyes like carbuncles, the hellish Pyrrhus, old grandsire Priam seeks. So, proceed you. Polonius. For God, my lord, well spoken, with good accent and good discretion. First player. Anon he finds him striking too short at Greeks. His antique sword, rebellious to his arm, lies where it falls. Repugnant to command. Unequal matched. Pyrrhus at Priam drives, in rage strikes wide. But with the whiff and wind of his fell sword. Thundered father falls. Then senseless Ilium, seeming to feel this blow, with flaming top, stoops to his base, and with a hideous crash, takes prisoner Pyrrhus's ear. For lo, his sword, which was declining on the milky head of Reverend Priam, seemed there to stick. So, as a painted tyrant, Pyrrhus stood. And like a neutral to his will in matter, did nothing. But as we often see against some storm, as silence in the heavens, the rack stands still. The bold winds speechless, and the orb below, as hush as death, anon the dreadful thunder doth rend the region, so after Pyrrhus's pause, aroused vengeance sets him new a work. And never did the Cyclops' hammers fall on Mars' armor, forged for proof etern, with less remorse than Pyrrhus's bleeding sword now falls on Priam. Out, out, thou strumpet fortune. All you gods. In general synod, take away her power. Break all the spokes and fellies from her wheel. And bowl the round nave down the hill of heaven. As low as to the fiends. Polonius. This is too long. Hamlet. It shall to the barbers, with your beard. Prithee say on. He's for a jig or a tale of bawdry, or he sleeps. Say on, come to Hecuba. First player. But who, oh who, had seen the mobled queen? Hamlet. The mobled queen? Polonius. That's good. Mobled queen is good. First player. Run barefoot up and down, threatening the flames.